Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you part 2. But first, a quick recap of part 1. Gu Erdan, a weak skeleton soldier, struggles to survive in the underworld. 3 months ago, he woke up amid chaos, finding himself hunted by various undead creatures, skeletal dogs, sheep, cows, and even fellow skeleton soldiers showing no mercy. In his mind, he bitterly muttered, born of the same root, why the fierce rivalry? But he knew the underworld was brutal, survival of the fittest, and weakness was a sin. Though physically weak, Gu Erdan was clever. He decided to align himself with the Skeleton Sorcerers group. The sorcerer could resurrect skeleton Soul, the Ursa, a valuable ally. Using his bone regeneration skill, Gu Erdan successfully blended in, becoming the group's doctor, responsible for healing injured skeleton soldiers. Proudly, he thought, now I have a protector. Let's see who dares mess with me. But the sorcerer didn't trust him, and life was still harsh. Gu Erdan planned a rebellion. To eliminate the sorcerer, absorb his soul's ghost fire, and empower himself. Calculating quietly, he thought, though powerful, the sorcerer is no match for my system. I just might take him down. His chance finally came. The sorcerer led Gu Erdan and the skeleton soldiers to a plain, where they were ambushed by giant armored bone mantises. Though strong, the sorcerer was caught off guard. Seizing the moment, Gu Erdan led the skeleton soldiers uprising and successfully repelled the attackers. The sorcerer barely escaped, but Gu Erdan was already taking control behind the scenes. Back at the fortress city ruled by the Black Warrior King Sarah, Gu Erdan decided to pledge loyalty to this powerful leader. Sarah recognized Gu Erdan's intelligence and accepted him into his ranks, giving Gu Erdan a new protector. Under Sarah's shelter, Gu Erdan quickly rose. Using his system, he strengthened the skeleton soldiers and formed his own squad. Smirking internally, he thought, now I've got my own faction who can bully me now? But the peace didn't last. Skeleton General Dekai and the Bone Beast allied to attack Sarah. Gu Erdan fought alongside Sarah, successfully driving off the enemies. His outstanding performance earned Sarah's deeper trust. Gu Erdan quietly planned, Sarah is strong, but he'll surpass him one day. When Sarah was wounded in battle, Gu Erdan seized the chance to absorb his soul's ghost fire and advanced to become a lord of the undead. Though powerless now, Gu Erdan didn't abandon Sarah. He felt grateful deep down. Sarah helped me. I can't forget that kindness. Gu Erdan continued expanding his forces, using his system to build a mighty army of skeleton soldiers. Proudly, he thought, now I have my own power, who dares challenge me? Then a new enemy arose. The vampire clan dispatched powerful troops to attack Gu Erdan. Leading his skeleton soldiers bravely, he defeated the invaders. Reflecting inwardly, Gu Erdan thought, these vampires are tough, but my system might just let me crush them. With his forces growing ever stronger, Gu Erdan became the supreme ruler of the underworld. He proudly declared to himself, in this realm of the undead, I am the true master. To sum up, Gu Erdan ultimately united the entire underworld, becoming its undisputed overlord. He silently marveled, this underworld now, it belongs to me. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're new and interested in the story, feel free to check the comments or playlist below to start from part 1. Now, let's dive into the story of part 2. With a heavy thud, the Wanhun Jade fell to the ground, rolling and producing a dull sound. Hidden inside, Elder Hossein quickly slipped out. Before the Jade even came to a complete stop, he burst past the vampire guards questioning him at lightning speed and dashed straight toward Gu Erdan's room. Suddenly, he slammed the Jade down hard on the table in front of Gu Erdan with a booming bang, shouting fiercely, make soldiers for me. Convert all of them into soldiers. The sudden force and loud voice startled Gu Erdan, who had been focused on assembling bone figurines. The bone pieces on the table rattled and scattered. His eyes flickered with a faint hint of sorrow, as if he felt sorry for the broken trophies. He took the Wanhun Jade, still radiating soul energy in hand, and casually probed the spirit flames within it. Suddenly, he jumped up with a jolt. What the hell? Where did you get so many souls from? He instinctively demanded. Don't ask where I got them. Immediately, right now, start making soldiers. Elder Hossein's voice grew anxious and carried the weight of an unchallengeable order. This underground fortress was Elder Hossein's last line of defense, enormous in size. Apart from a small area used for living quarters, the rest was stacked floor to ceiling with low-rank skeleton warriors. Countless first-level skeletons stood densely packed, Hossein's reserve ammunition prepared for Gu Erdan. With enough energy, he could create hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers in an instant. Seeing the once mighty and domineering Elder Hossein now panicked and reduced to a spirit form stirred a flood of emotions in Gu Erdan. He blinked, the spirit flames swirling in his eyes as he silently wondered, what happened here? Was there a defeat? He pondered. No, if they were defeated, how could there be so many spirit flames here? Could it be they actually won just now? But then he thought again, if they had won, shouldn't they be celebrating? Why does it feel more like they've been cornered and are near collapse? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. A battle involving millions of undead could very well have attracted a more powerful undead lord to personally inspect or harvest the remains, a distinct possibility. Having pieced together Elder Hossein's situation, Gu Erdan rubbed his fingers together and cracked a grin. All right, all right. You say make soldiers, they'll make them. As he spoke, he ravenously absorbed the surging spirit flames from the Wanhun Jade, fully converting them into system energy. With each powerful flow of soul fire entering the system, Gu Erdan watched the energy skyrocket, suddenly breaking through the 10 million mark and continuing to climb. Over 1.3 million spirit flames. Many were high-level, 3rd or 4th rank. What did this mean? Even if each flame averaged only about 100 energy points, 1.3 million would yield 130 million energy points. And that didn't even count the elite souls and master-level spirits among them. Minutes later, the spirit flames in the Wanhun Jade were completely absorbed. Gu Erdan stared at the energy number soaring past 22 million and smiled foolishly. If paired with the fierce-eye glare of General Wulong, the whole scene would have been nothing short of epic. Elder Hossein, unable to restrain himself, saw Gu Erdan pause and immediately barked. Hurry up and create the soldiers. Got it, Gu Erdan replied. But boss, let me ask you one quick question first. Turning around, he began manipulating the pile of skeletons in his hands, preparing to transform them into 4th-level undead, all while addressing the perpetually impatient elder. Despite his chaotic mind and irritable temperament, Elder Hossein tolerated this pivotal warrior's inquiries and coldly responded, speak. The tense atmosphere between them intertwined with the unfinished war preparations in the confined underground room, ready to explode into the next wave of conflict at any moment. Who could have pushed your majesty to this point? The king of vengeful spirits, Udir, had broken through to the rank of 10th-tier lord. The moment the news spread, Gu Erdan's whole body tensed, and his face twisted through a storm of emotions. Although he had long suspected a powerful enemy was approaching, learning that it was a 10th-tier undead lord preparing to storm his door left him shaken beyond calm. This corpse had once been General Wulong, carefully modified by Gu Erdan to be extremely resilient. Even if the opponent killed it, Gu Erdan had backup resurrection methods to rely on. But now, facing an undead lord who commanded domain laws, the pinnacle of power, Gu Erdan couldn't afford to be careless. Having witnessed the might of a lord firsthand, he knew better than to underestimate these humanoid nuclear bombs. The more he thought, the more fear crept in. If the enemy traced back to his true form or saw through his decoy, the consequences would be disastrous. Frozen in place, panic rising, Gu Erdan felt utterly helpless. He dared not try any cheap tricks around an undead lord. These transcendent beings might detect flaws instantly. He wasn't about to gamble with his life. At that moment, Elder Hossein noticed Gu Erdan's stiff posture and shifting expressions, mistaking them for battle anxiety. He quickly spoke up to reassure him, don't be afraid. As long as we have enough energy, I can take down an undead lord for you. Really? Oh, boss, I've got a secret move too. It could decide the fight right here. Elder Hossein looked at the 6th-tier skeleton soldier before him, puzzled. A mere 6th-tier undead, a disposable skeleton soldier, changing the tide of battle? True, this skeleton's bones were especially tough, and it wielded a fearsome creation technique. But Hossein struggled to believe one so low-ranked could be decisive. Still, remembering Gu Erdan's uncanny ability to craft troops, a flicker of hope sparked in Hossein's heart. Few would dare face an undead lord head-on, especially when their own reinforcements were limited and he himself could only muster half-hearted sacred artifact domain powers. The outcome was still anyone's guess. Tell me, what's your plan? Elder Hossein asked expectantly. Gu Erdan took a deep breath and swiftly formed mysterious hand signs so fast they dazzled onlookers. Watch closely. Divine Luo Sky Judgment. No sooner had he finished than the body of General Wulong suddenly exploded into countless shards, scattering like dust before detonating. Clouds of flying ash burst throughout the chamber as Gu Erdan's trump card revealed itself, the notorious soul self-destruction spell. This deafening self-detonation consumed over 1 million soulfire spirits he carried, reducing them to ashes. Elder Hossein stood frozen, his mind reeling, unable to collect himself for a long time. What had just happened? Why had this guy quietly blown himself up? Had he given up on victory? Was he forced into a dead end? How could an undead be so cowardly, especially when he possessed so many soulfire resources? Why didn't he fight back? What was going on? At that moment, the door was kicked open violently as an elite squad rushed in, having heard the explosion and come to investigate. But all they found was flying dust and chaos. The body of General Wulong was gone. The key guardian vanished without a trace, while Elder Hossein stood with his back to everyone, silent and acting strangely. The generals exchanged bewildered looks. One cautiously asked, Your Majesty, what is happening here? Slowly turning around, Elder Housei's face twisted into a terrifyingly insane grin, his eyes darting wildly, a foolish smile curling his lips, drool uncontrollably dripping down his chin. Ha! I am the ruler of the undead realm. a newly risen god. A million-strong army bows only to me. I shall never die? With that, he laughed madly and shoved past the guarding troops blocking his way, rushing out the door. The guards were left helpless, utterly confused. Boss, what on earth is wrong with him? Why does he seem mentally unhinged? Someone asked uneasily. But the sharpest general shouted, don't just stand there, pursue him. The group surged after Elder Hosai, tension in the air reaching a near breaking point. Elder Halcyon utterly broke down. Faced with such a devastating blow, he couldn't accept the truth and mentally collapsed on the spot. Within an hour, the Wraith King Udal personally arrived and wiped out Hausen's bloodline completely. But none of this had anything to do with Gu Erdan. After detonating General Wulong's body along with fragments of his own soul, he quickly transferred back to his main Bodis site and used the soul fragments to complete his resurrection. Though this consumed over 10,000 points of energy, compared to the gains this time, the cost was negligible. Gu Erdan went out for a while, sparking a massive battle. After slaughtering nearly 2 million undead, he was satisfied and decided to retreat to the Black Warrior City to recuperate and build strength. Suddenly, a new undead lord appeared nearby, a threat he couldn't ignore. Worse still, the Wraith King Udal seemed to be one of the two ghost kings who had slipped past his army earlier. Having just endured a large-scale chaotic battle, the outside situation was dangerously unstable, likely to attract the attention of lurking giant crocs. Gu Erdan figured he would wait for things to settle before coming back out to harvest more energy and quietly rebuild his forces. However, reality proved far harsher than he expected. His greatest fear came true. Even though he decisively self-destructed his body and soul, using a clever decoy to escape, he still underestimated the undead lord's strength, especially one who controlled the soul realm. The Wraith King Udal was relentless, tracing the residual soul energy, and managed to track down Gu Erdan's stronghold. At that moment, Gu Erdan was hiding in an underground passage, recruiting and expanding his army. Suddenly, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure descended from above, leaving him gasping for breath. Struggling, he crawled out from the tunnel and looked up to see the Wraith King Udal floating midair, a giant figure forged from endless soul energy looming behind him. Gu Erdan's expression darkened like bitter melon. He actually found me here? That's cheating. Udal's brow furrowed as his cold gaze swept the area below. In truth, he wasn't entirely sure if this was the right place. This spot, near the edge of the undead realm, was remote and unremarkable, hardly the lair of a hero. Gu Erdan's self-destruction had been nearly pure, with minimal residual energy fluctuations. Without mastering the soul realm's power, it would have been impossible to follow such faint traces. But seeing the massive army underground consisting of hundreds of thousands of rank 4 undead confirmed his suspicion this was Gu Erdan's base. To amass such terrifying forces in such an isolated place, that little devil had indeed faked his death. Fortunately, Udal's persistence led him to a crucial discovery. How could one person emit two distinct soul waves? There was definitely trickery here. Skeleton King Gu Erdan, show yourself. Udal's voice rumbled low and heavy, bearing the oppressive presence only a 10th rank being could wield. Silence greeted him in the underground camp, broken only by the creaking of bones rubbing together. Those skeleton soldiers, forcibly enhanced by Gu Erdan, didn't care one bit whether this so-called big shot was an enemy or not. Their resurrection had lasted only a few days, not nearly enough time to develop any sense of experience or reverence for power. They hadn't endured the test of time, nor faced threats from higher rank undead. In short, they were just a bunch of reckless rookies. All they knew was to fight to earn merit and obey their generals' orders or else risk punishment. The most disobedient were even banished to guard remote posts, never given a chance to prove themselves in battle. Rank distinctions? 10th level lords? Demigod kings? How could any of those compare to their general? Even if someone was stronger than the general, could they match the majesty of their sovereign? If they really had that ability, wouldn't they just be promoted already? Below them, over 100,000 troops had begun to gather. Some formed tight defensive formations, while others launched direct assaults against the Wraith King Udal. Javelins flew in confusion, arrows rained down like a storm, and bizarre projectiles, marbles, bones, stones, even skulls were mixed into the barrage. Seeing these insignificant pests dare to provoke him, Udal's face darkened with fury. How dare a mere squad of 4th rank lowly skeleton soldiers defy the great king? They clearly needed a harsh lesson. He raised a hand. An invisible energy rippled outward. With a tremendous rumble, the center of the army formation was blasted high into the air as skeletons scattered like autumn leaves. Over 1,000 skeletons were toppled instantly. The surrounding skeleton soldiers awoke in shock, but quickly erupted with rage, launching a full-scale counterattack. Countless skeletal figures swarmed the Wraith King like locusts. Leading the charge was the skeleton knight Legion, a fierce and imposing force of nearly 10,000 4th-rank skeleton knights. At the forefront stood the vanguard officer and the Death Twins, commanding this massive cavalry. Seeing this elite cavalry force, a gleam of approval flashed in Udal's eyes. Now this was a worthy, disciplined army far superior to the ragtag troops under Elder Hosai. They were truly befitting of his royal status. With a single leap, he landed amid the fray, arms crossed as a semicircular energy shield materialized instantly around him. This was a hallmark of a 10th level Bane, a powerful protective barrier that repelled nearly all attacks. Only an opponent of equal rank could break through. Otherwise, it turned into a war of attrition impossible to win. The clash sent skeleton knights flying everywhere. Any who struck the shield were either pulverized on contact or hurled aside. Udal was like a rock in a raging river and moving despite the furious waves. He strode calmly through the chaos, as if attending a grand banquet rather than a blood-soaked battlefield. Skeletal troops swirled around him like dancing courtiers. A flick of his hand sent dozens of skeletons soaring, while his shield pushed back waves of attackers from every direction. Within minutes, the city was shrouded in broken armor and scattered bones, a chaotic mess of shattered skeleton warriors strewn across the ground. As he walked, Udal suddenly turned sharply, his eyes flashing with sharp intent. In a split second, he became a black streak covering over 100 meters and grabbed a skeleton soldier by the neck, hoisting him high with a dazzling smile. "Got you, little brat." The one he seized was none other than General Wulong, who had charged alongside the skeleton troops. Wulong was known for his low intelligence and constant setbacks at the hands of his comrades. His forces were weak and his tactics poor, so frontline opportunities were rare for him. Yet this time, Wulong's hesitation cost him dearly before reaching the front. Wraith King Udal seized him instantly. Wulong's distinctive attire and a wanted sketch provided by informants made him easy to identify. Their faces almost touched as Udal beamed with excitement. "So you're still alive. Since that's the case, why not join me in a grand scheme? They'll make you." Before the words could finish, Wulong slapped him hard. Caught completely off guard, Udal's head jerked sideways, eyes widening as he rubbed his face in stunned disbelief. "You." Slap. A deathly silence filled the energy barrier as the wailing spirit king, Udal, fixed his gaze on the Wulong general wildly swinging his arms in a desperate assault. Confusion swirled in Udal's mind. Was this guy completely fearless? Recklessly charging like this with no regard for his life? Didn't he have any sense at all? After all, Udal was the lord of the undead. The general was thoroughly trapped by him, yet instead of surrendering or cooperating, he chose to attack. Suddenly, a murderous gleam ignited in Udal's eyes. He struck out with a thunderous palm strike, accompanied by the crackling sound of shattering bones. The Wulong general's frantically flailing limbs were instantly crushed to powder. Staring at the Wulong general now reduced to a skeletal club, Udal's mouth twitched involuntarily, forcing out a mocking smile. "Now maybe it's time for some proper talking? This is your last chance." Before he could finish, to his shock, the Wulong general's skull flew through the air and bit down fiercely on his nose. Caught completely off guard, Udal screamed in pain as the skeletal framework slipped from his hand. Clutching the skull tightly with both hands, he tore it off with a fierce grip. "You bastard. Turtle spawn. Rotten skeleton. They'll kill you." The wailing spirit king lost all reason, raising his hands to crush the skull in his grasp. At that moment, Gu Erdan struggled through the crowd and finally reached the edge of the energy barrier. However, he too could not break through, so he stood outside, thrashing his arms and shouting, "Hey, you've got the wrong guy. The boss is right here. Let's talk this out. Put down Wulong general. We can negotiate." The skeleton soldiers around cooperated to some extent, ceasing their attacks, leaving only Gu Erdan shouting outside. His voice pierced the barrier and quickly caught Udal's attention. Udal glanced sharply at Gu Erdan beyond the barrier, then looked down at the skull in his hands. A soft chuckle escaped him before he waved his hand. A surge of energy violently struck Gu Erdan's slender frame. With a clatter, Gu Erdan collapsed dead. "A lowly 4th-rank soldier dares negotiate with me? Huh." Udal spat contemptuously and stared down at the skull with a mocking smile. "Your petty tricks won't work on me. Don't expect mercy, kid. Now, can we finally have a real talk?" Udal finished at last, but looked around to find a deathly quiet stillness had descended. Every skeleton soldier nearby, including the skull leader in his hand, stood with mouths agape and expressions of utter shock. The ghostly flames in their eye sockets flickered wildly, as if electrified. Frowning, Udal sensed something was off, but couldn't figure out what. Little did he know, the seemingly weakest skeleton soldier, not even mid-4th rank, was actually their true leader. Suddenly, an ear-splitting howl shattered the silence, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. Hundreds of self-destructing skeleton soldiers threw themselves recklessly at the energy barrier, smashing out visible dents and waves in its surface. Wave after wave of all-out suicide attacks crashed down like a tidal wave, pushing the energy shield to the brink of collapse. Countless skeletal soldiers surged forward like a tide, pushing and crowding together to completely surround the energy barrier, even piling up around it to form a mountain of bones. The king of vengeful spirits, Udir, stared intently, his brow furrowing deeply. As a 10th rank lord, although the energy inside him had been refined and his ordinary attacks could hardly shake the barrier, when facing opponents below rank 10, this shield was essentially an overwhelming advantage. However, even an overwhelming advantage could only last so long no matter how powerful the energy. With the current frenzied consumption, it would eventually be depleted. He noticed the skull in his hand showed no sign of surrender. Instead, its cracked jaws snapped aggressively, trying to bite him. Udyr's face darkened, a twitch creeping at his eyes corner as patience was near its limit. Since you refuse to drink the offered wine and insist on drinking the bitter cup, then so be it. I won't hold back. With a sudden, forceful grip, he crushed the skull of General Wulong into fragments with a loud crack. Raising both hands high, Udyr pointed to the sky and bellowed with a thunderous voice, "Let me show you the true power of a domain." As the immense energy within him erupted violently, the amassed skeletal army was suddenly hurled into the air, raining down like a torrential storm. The seven-ring spell soul domain was unleashed, sending wave after wave of invisible shockwaves expanding outward. Countless skeletons shattered upon impact, their bones snapped, fragments scattering in all directions. The chain reaction caused the surrounding city walls to collapse with a thunderous roar. The Black Warrior city trembled violently, on the brink of utter destruction. Deep within the underground tunnel, Gu Erdan was revived once more with the help of soul fragments, but his power had plummeted to the 3rd rank. His long-lost strength suddenly faded. Clutching his chest, he nearly fainted. Grabbing a nearby resurrected skull, he stubbornly pressed it onto his head and stormed out angrily, only to be blocked by the skeletal vanguard standing before him. He frowned as alarms blared in his mind. This sudden obstruction was ominous. "Move aside," he commanded firmly, his voice brooking no refusal. But the skeletal vanguard did not budge. "Your Majesty, leave the matters outside to us. You don't need to risk yourself," whispered a royal guard standing nearby. "Do you not understand me? Move." Gu Erdan growled. "I beg to refuse," the skeletal vanguard replied firmly. Rage churned within Gu Erdan. "You stubborn bonehead. Just wait and see how I deal with you," he muttered under his breath while searching desperately through his soul fragments, attempting to forcibly command the fragment inside the vanguard's soul to open the way. But with his strength diminished to rank 3, he was powerless to control the rank 4 soul fragments. His command was impossible to execute. Frowning darkly, he glanced up, but before he could speak, hurried footsteps echoed from deep inside the tunnel. A swarm of skeletal soldiers rushed out, some already stripped of their armor. Gu Erdan froze, his expression turning grim. Those were the bone soldiers with resurrection ability. How could they be coming from so deep within? Could it be that Bone Vanguard? Gu Erdan finally spoke with grim authority. "In my capacity as Skeleton King, I order you. If you are still my subordinate, if you are still willing to obey me, then open the path." The Bone Vanguard hesitated, glancing back at the royal guards behind him. He understood that however reluctant, protecting their lord was their top priority. Losing his rank was trivial compared to losing the boss. Besides, their loyal comrades could empathize with his predicament. Those truly loyal would keep following. If their enraged sovereign were forced out of Black Warrior City, it would be certain doom. His body trembled slightly. Then he gritted his teeth and stepped aside. Gu Erdan rushed through the exit, the Bone Vanguard and royal guards following closely behind. As he emerged from the tunnel, a devastating scene came into view. City walls all around had collapsed, the ground strewn with bone fragments. Black Warrior City was now rubble. He froze completely, his gaze fixed on the desolation before him, long unable to collect his thoughts. Only a few minutes had passed since he had died in battle and come back to life. Yet inside the Black Warrior City, the legion that once numbered over 100,000 skeleton soldiers had been reduced to mere tens of thousands. More than half their forces were slaughtered right before their eyes. Gu Erdan's eyes suddenly lost focus, his face drained of color as if he might faint. The legion he had painstakingly built over all these years had been shattered in an instant, pushing his heart to the brink of collapse. "Your Majesty." The Whitebone Vanguard officer hurried forward from behind and steadied him with a firm grip. His voice was low but resolute. "As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no shortage of firewood. It's time we retreat." "Retreat?" Gu Erdan snapped back to himself and asked urgently. "What about the other generals? The Death Twins, General Wulong, General Self-Destruct, how are they?" The Whitebone Vanguard officer's expression grew complicated, and he hesitated before replying. "The Death Twins and the Night Vanguard are still commanding the forces in battle. General Self-Destruct and General Shinwei have failed and are in the process of resurrection. As for General Wulong, the situation over there is much worse." When he mentioned General Wulong, the officer's tone changed, no longer continuing. His eyes filled with quiet sorrow and helplessness. Gu Erdan's expression shifted sharply, instantly grasping the meaning. Wulong had already been resurrected once before, and due to the sudden outbreak of battle, he hadn't gathered the soul fragments in time. With his limited intelligence, Wulong hadn't brought it up either. In other words, There was no readiness to resurrect Wulong again yet. Otherwise, Gu Erdan himself wouldn't have been so panicked and reckless as to rush forward for negotiations after witnessing his capture firsthand. The white-bone vanguard officer fell silent. Flickering ghostly fire danced in Gu Erdan's eyes as anxiety and rage steadily rose inside him. He died? Gu Erdan's voice trembled, the anguish tearing at his heart like a blade. Yes, that brief confirmation was like a bucket of ice water, dousing the last flicker of hope. King of vengeful spirits, he'll take your life. Gu Erdan's fury exploded as he charged toward the battlefield without looking back. Yet his strength had greatly diminished, and he couldn't keep up, soon being caught and held tightly by the Imperial Guard from behind. The white-bone vanguard officer held him firmly, his face heavy with concern. Your Majesty, to be honest, the odds of winning this battle are very slim now. Please don't waste your life for nothing. It's best to retreat. The thought of retreat was instantly dismissed by Gu Erdan. When General Wulong was still alive, he might have considered withdrawing or even surrendering. But now, with even his most loyal generals dead, how could he possibly back down? He clenched his teeth, his gaze grave. Looking past the swirling corpses of skeleton soldiers, he took several deep breaths to steady himself and turned to the white-bone vanguard officer. You are one of the longest-serving generals with me, right? Upon hearing this, the officer immediately straightened his posture and said resolutely, yes. Only the helmetless knights have seniority close to mine within the entire legion. Then can I trust you? Gu Erdan's tone was firm and direct. The officer paused briefly, then without hesitation struck his chest with a fist. Your Majesty, I would gladly die for you. Gu Erdan patted his shoulder heavily. Good. Since we got here, I've only trusted one person before. Vanguard officer, you are the second. Don't betray that trust. As his words fell, the system's powerful energy erupted forcefully, flooding into the white-bone vanguard officer's body. It began to elevate him. 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. The energy continually bathed his flesh and bone, as if forging a general truly capable of bearing the heavy responsibility of this battlefield. A vast surge of energy rapidly transformed into raw power. The Bone Vanguard commander felt his strength wildly skyrocketing within him and finally understood what Gu Erdan intended to do. He knew well that His Majesty could empower a general to undergo limitless evolution to instantly break through to the warlord realm. Throughout history, only one person had ever earned that honor. That person wasn't any of Gu Erdan's subordinates, but rather his leader, mentor, promoter, and protector, the Black Knight King, Krendel Sera. It was precisely because of this that the Black Knights were able to become the most prestigious Imperial Guards, entrusted with safeguarding Gu Erdan's safety. That glory was a gift only granted through Gu Erdan's protection. And now, this previously unremarkable general, hardly better than an ordinary skeleton soldier and relying only on seniority to command respect, had become the second ever to reach this pinnacle. More astonishingly, he was the first among generals to achieve this breakthrough. His entire skeletal frame trembled, the frequency gradually rising, until suddenly he dropped to one knee. The gleam in his eyes shifted from silver white to flickering gold, and the ghostly spiritual flame in his chest pulsed fiercely, as if an endless torrent of power surged within him. Your Majesty, witness my loyalty. His voice rang loud and resolute, brief but unwavering. With that, he seized the spear beside him and charged back onto the battlefield. His strength had now soared to the 9th rank. The top general under the Bone King, the Bone Vanguard commander, let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. A streak of white light tore through the heavens as the Bone Vanguard commander hurtled like a cannonball toward Udal, the Wraith King. Upon landing, he completed his final metamorphosis, breaking through the threshold to the 10th rank. Lich Lord. An earth-shattering roar shook the very ground within the Black Knight city, causing a massive crater over 10 meters wide to rip open. Udal's face was filled with shock as he barely raised his hand to block the assault, unable to hide his confusion. Staring at the skeletal warlord before him, Udal's heart wavered. This skeleton soldier can actually ascend to warlord? I've never seen such an absurd existence in the core region. But the Bone Vanguard commander paid no mind to Udal's doubts. Roaring, he swung his spear fiercely at the Wraith King. Though Udal's rich combat experience allowed him to react in the nick of time and block the attack, the moment he did, a devastating force sent him flying backward. He tumbled end over end dozens of times before finally coming to a stop. Struggling to rise, Udal was utterly dumbfounded. The look in his eyes was one of disbelief. How could this opponent, who had just now reached the same realm, have already grown powerful enough to rival a mid-stage warlord? Usually, such strength required centuries of soul force accumulation. Die by my hand. The Bone Vanguard commander thundered, slamming his spear into the ground. The earth cracked open instantly, heaving up countless massive boulders that formed a mountain-like fury over 10 meters high. A terrifying shockwave surged forward, blasting the Wraith King once again. This time, Udal was not merely tumbled. He was hurled far beyond the Black Knight city walls, striking the ground violently multiple times. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his plight was pitiful. The Bone Vanguard commander waved his spear as dust billowed beneath his feet. Like a fierce tiger, he leaped hundreds of meters and vanished inside the city. At that moment, Gu Erdan ceased, empowering him. The general had reached the peak of the 10th tier warlord, strong enough to defeat his foe. Yet the situation was far from stable. The Ghost Clan specialized in escape and survival, wielding soul powers that might conceal last resort life-saving techniques. Previously, Gu Erdan had held back his subordinates' growth, fearing he might become uncontrollable and bring backlash. Now that Gu Erdan himself had regressed to tier 3, even a lowly soldier was stronger than him, so why worry? A 10th tier could forcibly reclaim soul flames to slay enemies. A 4th tier could do it too. The difference was that one might perish with a breath, while the other at least had to draw a sword. Frowning, Gu Erdan swiftly gathered several generals from the crowd. As the system activated and vast energy poured into them, he spoke in a grim tone fitting his identity. There's only one order: kill him. The battle was over. Surrounded and attacked by 6 top-tier undead lords, the Wraith King Udyr's life finally came to a decisive end. Like a kite cut loose, he fell swiftly and without hesitation. The surviving skeleton soldiers began carefully clearing the devastated battlefield, only to uncover 2 complicated truths. First, perhaps because Udyr was not skilled in direct physical combat, or because he deliberately preserved his army's strength by capturing and recruiting many lesser minions, a large portion of the demon bones had actually survived. Fewer than 20,000 had truly fallen in battle, a grievous loss for Gu Erdan, but still less than expected. The second surprising discovery was that the legendary Wulong general, rumored to have long since died, was still alive. Though his bones were shattered and his body scattered, Udyr had clearly targeted him and yet had never dealt a final blow. The general's spirit flame remained completely intact and, in fact, became Udyr's last desperate threat before his death. That eerie flame seemed to be his lifeline. Holding it up, Udyr coldly warned, "Your boss is with me. Anyone who comes close will die." His words rang out with grim determination, but ultimately failed to turn the tide. At that crucial moment, General Zibao, a powerful warrior who had ascended to the 10th tier Lord Realm, used the force of a spatial domain to freeze Udyr in midair. A silent struggle ensued, and Zibao seized the spirit flame on the spot. Watching Wulong general finally restored and standing steadily on the battlefield, Gu Erdan's expression was deeply conflicted. So after all that, this fool hadn't actually died. What about all that emotional, desperate fighting before? Looking into the general's still sharp and intelligent eyes, Gu Erdan sighed and decided to promote him to the 10th tier lord. After all, he was still a general, maybe not the brightest, but equal treatment had to be upheld. Meanwhile, within the broken city of the Black Warriors, huge burial pits and shattered ruins stretched wide as groups of skeleton soldiers busily tidied the aftermath. Those utterly lost were being buried, while the rescued comrades were being carried away for urgent treatment. A squad of skeleton soldiers poured earth into a massive pita grave formed by the general's strikes during battle as they spoke quietly among themselves. The generals took down the Wraith King, chasing him from the city out and back in again, beating him savagely until he was pinned before Gu Erdan and beaten to death. One skeleton said with respect, "So does that mean every general gets promoted to 10th tier lord?" Another asked eagerly, "Of course. Haven't you seen? All the generals reached the 10th tier. Even Wulong general got it." Someone nearby agreed. "That's clearly an officer's privilege." Someone laughed, shaking their head. "If any of us become generals one day, we'll get the perks too, right? Privilege maybe, but I doubt you'll ever make general." Another scoffed. "Why not?" The Whitebone Vanguard started as a regular skeleton soldier. He became famous by risking his life to hold back the enemy. Wulong general earned his rank through sacrifice. Zibao general, fierce and brave, got there the same way. I might not have special skills, but I trust my loyalty and courage. Why can't I make it? Fair enough, but why haven't you become a general then? A curious voice asked. Mainly, no chance to prove myself, the soldier answered bitterly. The Black Warriors say the early days offer the most opportunities. Our boss earned his generalship by sacrificing his armor. Now the boss is fully equipped and doesn't need to take risks, so none of us get the chance. As the skeleton soldiers talked, their words mixed hope for the future with resignation and struggle. On this blood-stained battlefield, they buried fallen comrades along with perhaps forever lost opportunities and honors. No worries, don't get discouraged. You're easily the smartest in our squad, and you definitely have a shot at becoming a general. When that day comes, don't forget to promote your brothers. If we grow rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Absolutely, absolutely. A group of skeleton soldiers was cleaning up the battlefield while chatting casually. Clearly, the sudden deaths of their generals had a huge psychological impact on them. It became the catalyst for their determination to rise to general. The problem was, all these skeletons were rookies, far less experienced and skilled than the veterans. Most didn't even know proper formation tactics or teamwork. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up as mere cleanup troops. The true elite were the ones leading the charge. The skeletons fighting on the front lines were real hardened warriors. Not far from these scavenging skeletons, a first-tier bone rat suddenly sprang to life, darting wildly through the heap of bones, desperately trying to escape outside the city. A skeleton archer stationed on the city wall immediately noticed this uninvited guest. Holding the principle, even a mosquito has meat. You have to grab what little credit you can. He quickly pulled out his little notebook and roughly sketched a simple bone rat icon. Next to it, he drew a horizontal line marking it as first-tier strength, then nocked an arrow and prepared to shoot. It's worth mentioning that this notebook contained all sorts of undead sketches: skeletons, zombies, mummies, bats of varying strengths, all representing his past kills. Gu Erdan's military merit system was based entirely on self-accounting. Meet the kill requirement, get promoted. Some might worry about dishonesty. Sure, anyone could fudge numbers, but no one checked. After promotion, most would become squad leaders. If you lacked valor or diligence, no one could prove your exploits. Do you think other skeletons would obey someone with no real achievements? The undead's thinking is simple and direct. If you fight well, you're smart, and you have a record of success, you're the boss. If you don't, promotions mean little. Being an officer means commanding others. Only a few kittens and puppies dare defy General Wulong. At that moment, the archer, focused on calculating how many more undead he needed to kill to reach the rank of sergeant after taking down that bone rat, suddenly heard a shout behind him. Archers, assemble. His Majesty is announcing new merit rules. The skeleton archers all left the city wall. This archer wanted to deal with the rat first, but turned around only to find the bone rat had vanished without a trace. He sighed resignedly. Forget it. A first-tier rat is hardly worth any merit. Then he followed the main group away. Only after the crowd dispersed did the bone rat peek its cunning head out from behind a stone, watching the direction where the archer had disappeared, breathing a sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar roar rang out. Damn it. Damn bastard. You've made me look so bad. Just you wait. The voice belonged to none other than Uter, the vengeful king of spirits long presumed dead. Despite being savagely attacked by 6 10th-tier lords, the ghost tribe's incredible survival abilities had caught Gu Erdan off guard. Those 6 generals were all black knights and skeleton soldiers, nearly clueless about soul powers and specialized in physical offense. Even with extreme caution, it was tough to fully destroy a lord-class spirit. Uter's lingering soul had attached itself to the bone rat, scurrying close to the ground in escape. Meanwhile, the city's army of over 100,000 was already gathering under Gu Erdan's command, preparing for battle. Gu Erdan was ready to announce an exciting new decree to his troops. The city of Black Warriors began implementing a new military merit system. Anyone who beheaded an enemy could use the spiritual ghost flames in their possession to accumulate merit points at the quartermaster's office. Once enough merit was earned, soldiers could not only be promoted in rank, but also exchange points for power upgrades. Ordinary irregular soldiers were all set at a 4th level strength, a free upgrade granted by Gu Erdan. Privates ranked 3rd level with 5,000 merit points needed to advance. 2nd level privates reached 6th level and required 50,000 merit points to ascend. 1st level privates attained 7th level upon accumulating 100,000 merit points. Upon entering officer ranks, squad leaders held 8th level strength, requiring 500,000 merit points. Company commanders were 9th level, needing 1 million merit points. Battalion commanders were exceptionally promoted to undead lords at the 10th level, demanding 2 million merit points. As for regiment commanders, acting as deputies or vice generals, this position couldn't be obtained by merit points alone. Candidates had to perform exceptionally and receive nomination from 10,000 undead soldiers, all while already holding a battalion commander rank, to qualify. Deputies had the independent capability to lead troops in battle, and if they achieved great feats, they could become one of the 4 heavenly kings, securing a general's command and possibly receiving a title personally bestowed by Gu Erdan. True to his ruthless nature, Gu Erdan doubled the system's merit requirements and divided the burden among his subordinates, telling them that once they gathered the required energy, they could be promoted. The underlings knew nothing of this black-heart scheme, growing only more excited and eager to try. When it came to converting different levels of spiritual ghost flames into merit points, Gu Erdan's calculations were quite reasonable. 1st level flames counted as 5 merit points, 2nd level 25, 3rd level 50, 4th level 500, 5th level 1,000, 6th level 5,000, and so forth. Although slightly below the official system prices, considering the energy variance within each flame level of 1st level's early and peak phases could differ by several times, Gu Erdan took a median value rather than the lowest price, making it relatively fair. Of course, by charging double afterward, he guaranteed a steady profit. While the skeleton soldiers might be getting a bargain, Gu Erdan was guaranteed to come out ahead. Gu Erdan's new merit system quickly spread throughout the undead community. Though he wanted to shout to raise morale, as a skeleton soldier his voice was limited. No matter how loudly he strained, it was hard to reach the ears of hundreds of thousands of undead. Cheers and excitement echoed from the front lines, but the rear ranks were left confused. To ensure the information was transmitted accurately, Gu Erdan dispatched cavalry units to deliver the message squad by squad, row by row. Mobilizing so many to spread the news was mainly to prevent distortion. If 3 people each changed a word, the message could become total nonsense. This was often how rumors started. Once the precise information was passed down, the entire city of black warriors erupted in excitement. Hundreds of squads began leaving the city, searching for signs of wild undead. Many reputable skeleton soldiers started organizing thousand-strong units, preparing for distant expeditions and campaigns. The skeletal soldiers, capable of assembling armies of thousands, had been unusually enhanced by Gu Erdan, granting them stronger self-defense abilities while clearly establishing their temporary leader's authority. Just as the Black Warrior City was undergoing a new wave of reforms, the fleeing Wraith King Udal finally regained part of his power. Using a teleportation crystal, he arrived before a magnificent palace. The palace was entirely black, not standing on the ground, but floating among the clouds. Its massive scale was less like a building and more like a floating landmass, an island in the sky. This was the city of the dead, the divine realm of the god of the dead, and the very core of this undead realm. If fourth-tier skeleton soldiers were considered elite on the outskirts, then within the divine realm, even fourth-tier undead were barely cannon fodder. Here, resurrected undead started at the 5th tier in strength, with those powerful enough to serve under the god of the dead ranked as 7th tier. Looking around, all that could be seen were 7th tier undead, 120 legions in total, each with over 10,000 soldiers standing at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Even Prince Nicholas Pride, the 7th tier blood god knights, were just ordinary soldiers compared to the forces of this divine realm. Inside the core castle at the heart of the divine realm, a chilling aura spread throughout. On both sides of the castle stood numerous undead, easily numbering over 100. They were silent, yet their presence was so overpowering that any mortal would die on the spot. The room was filled with 10th tier undead lords. Facing them were 4 generals seated on chairs, silent and motionless. These were the 4 great generals under the god of the dead, semi-divine undead monarchs. On the main throne, shrouded in black mist and blurry, sat the legendary King of Kings, the ruler of the world, the lesser deity, known as the god of the dead. The hall was so silent it felt as though even the air had frozen. The Wraith King Udal knelt in the center, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to even breathe. After a long silence, the god of the dead finally spoke, his voice calm and heavy, echoing through the hall. You say there is an existence within my divine realm capable of freely creating undead lords? The sudden question caused Udal to shudder violently. He hurriedly nodded. Yes. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They nearly killed me with a severe blow. You are called Udar? The god of the dead queried, uncertain. Yes, that's the name, Udal answered weakly, unwilling to correct the deity's mispronunciation under such pressure. The god of the dead nodded, and then turned to his 4 great generals, asking gravely, what do you make of this? The 4 semi-divine generals exchanged glances. One cloaked in robes, the Lich King, shook his head. I have lived for 10,000 years and seen many strange things, but this is unheard of and unseen in any legend. I seriously doubt he's telling the truth. The Ghost Queen sitting beside him coldly agreed. No need to doubt. He must be lying. If such an entity did exist, they would not remain hidden. If true, that position would be mine. Their firm denials made the god of the dead tap his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, a general clad in dragonbone armor rose slowly, worry etched on his face. He was the Bone Dragon Knight, one of the 4 great generals. The 2 who spoke before were the Lich King wielding magic and the Ghost Queen reigning over the void. The last of the 4 remained silent, standing beside the throne, a horrific-faced corpse demon king, leader of the 4 great generals. Whose man does he claim to be? The god of the dead suddenly asked. He is mine, my lord, Bone Dragon Knight replied solemnly, though his face betrayed deep concern. Tension gripped the hall. The 4 semi-divine generals were shaken by this sudden threat, while the kneeling Wraith King Udal trembled, as if trapped in an ice cellar. The story pressed forward in this dark palace as the god of the dead and his 4 great generals closely monitored this mysterious and looming crisis. At this moment, not even the Bone Dragon Knight Lord himself believed his subordinates' words. Originally, he had great hopes for the Wailing Spirit King Udir, even planning to recruit this formidable warrior who had advanced to the level of a 10th rank lord into his service, granting him dominion over the entire northern border region. The rise of the Phantom Crypt faction was largely due to his dispatching forces to support them. Yet now, this once promising ally had inexplicably been gravely wounded and, worse, was spouting absurdities in front of everyone that defied belief. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord's face darkened as he barked, It's my failure in discipline. From now on, make sure he shuts up forever. With that, he spun around angrily and glared at the Wailing Spirit King Udir. Terrified, Udir dropped to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. Great lords, divine master, everything I said is true. Just come see for yourself. A single glance will reveal the strangeness. How could several 10th rank lords suddenly appear in the border region? Not to mention hundreds of thousands of 4th rank undead. This is completely unnatural. I swear it's all true. Honest. His words tumbled out in a jumble, frantic yet sincere. Hearing Udyr's stammering excuses only fueled the Bone Dragon Knight Lord's fury. Still babbling nonsense even when death is near, he's asking for trouble. Clenching his fist, he was prepared to execute this traitorous subordinate on the spot and turn him to dust. At that moment, the voice of the god of the dead cut through the tension. Enough. Since he insists his intelligence is accurate, and he serves you, you shall lead troops to investigate. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord snorted coldly. Udyr hurried to object. Great deity. This is clearly nonsense from him. The god of the dead interrupted mercilessly. I do not care if it's true or false. Someone dared risk their life to report this. There must be something strange. Better to be cautious than make a grave mistake, understood? Yes, I will dispatch forces to verify immediately. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord replied respectfully. Noyu will personally lead the elite troops. Only then will I be assured. I reward merit and punish fault clearly. If your investigation proves fruitful, he will be restored and rewarded. If it is a fabrication, the god of the dead's tone turned sharp, leaving the rest unspoken but fully understood. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord nodded firmly and led his forces at a brisk pace, leaving the grand hall to fall into a deathly silence. Long moments later, a faint chuckle echoed from the shadows. Conjuring undead lords out of thin air? What a joke. A rolling mass of black clouds poured forth from the death god's realm, howling as they swept down toward the land of the undead. Wherever they passed, thousands of souls trembled and countless ghosts shivered in fear. In the sky, thousands of Bone Dragon Knights swept through like a raging storm, roaring as they tore across the horizon. Both the Bone Dragons below and the mounted knights above moved with strict order, none below the 8th rank. This was the ace force the Bone Dragon Knight Lord took great pride in. 3,000 elite Bone Dragon Knights, all at least 8th rank, including 800 9th rank experts and 7 10th rank lords. Such a legion could strike fear into the heart of any lord-level warrior. This supreme Bone Dragon army thundered toward the border. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord rode atop a lord-grade bone dragon, his gaze fixed ahead and expression grim. Beside him, the wailing spirit king Udyr cowered in silence, too terrified to say a word, fearing even a single slip of the tongue would bring down his leader's wrathful palm. The king of vengeful spirits, Udyr, was not worried about being severely injured this time. To him, this was not a misfortune but a golden opportunity. As long as he could verify the authenticity of the news, he would become a great hero. With the favor of the god of the dead, though he did not qualify to advance to the position of the 5th general, he could restore his original strength and even earn a rank higher than other undead lords. This meant he could rise swiftly and step toward a brilliant future. Success was within reach. Far above, the Bone Dragon army thundered across the sky, unaware that below the border region, squads of patrolling skeleton soldiers silently appeared. These skeleton troops were minor subordinates under Gu Erdan, out collecting battle merits. At first, they paid little mind to the bone dragons flying overhead. At most, they glanced up briefly and murmured, if only we could kill some of those, the rewards would be great. But as more skeleton squads observed the Dragon Air Force, they gradually noticed a troubling detail. The bone dragons were actually flying toward their own homeland. Word spread quickly among the skeleton soldiers, and their chat channel erupted into a frenzy. A large number tagged the leadership, successfully alerting generals of all ranks. Before long, the news reached Gu Erdan himself, who was shaken by the revelation. After all, bone dragons were no ordinary creatures. Even the lowest among them were 7th-tier warriors. They were nearly immune to magical attacks, their bones extraordinarily hard, truly formidable weapons of war. Bone Dragon Knights, who commanded the dragons, were even more powerful, possessing strength at the 8th tier from the outset. Thousands of these top-tier 8th-tier Bone Dragon Knights were charging this way, leaving Gu Erdan utterly baffled. Could the enemy have detected the fighting here? But that made no sense either. The mere 2 million low-tier skeleton soldiers fighting like ants should not have drawn such elite forces' attention. The only logical explanation was that this Bone Dragon army was heading straight for them, and multiple lord-level strongmen appeared alongside them. That was highly suspicious and certainly warranted a response with advanced forces. Amid flickering soul flames, Gu Erdan quickly ordered the squads to assemble. But he had no intention of fighting. His plan was to hide his men instead. Faced with 8th-tier warriors, even retreating underground was unsafe, as Bone Dragon Knights could easily track deep energy fluctuations. Fortunately, Gu Erdan had a general who mastered a special domain power dark space. This force resembled a hidden pseudo-divine realm, perfectly suited for such a crisis. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers' chat channel was actually created by the Whitebone Vanguard through a domain power called the Soul Link, a branch of soul energy akin to the Protoss hive mind in StarCraft. It allowed linked souls to merge and jointly resist spiritual attacks. However, this connection required total openness, no trace of resistance allowed in the minds of those connected. Luckily, the skeleton soldiers were simple-minded, and the White Bone Vanguard, as a veteran general, held high authority, which made gaining their loyalty easy. Soon, they were all connected. Following Gu Erdan's suggestion, they set up the chat channel to facilitate communication and quickly rally the troops if facing powerful enemies. They even established an administrator system, with major generals as moderator, essentially group admins, and Gu Erdan as the group owner. As thousands of Bone Dragon Knights drew near and battle cries filled the air, Gu Erdan felt a chill run through him. Tens of thousands of 8th-tier champions pressing in was impossible for ordinary forces to withstand. At this moment, he had to rely on the dark space domain to buy them a chance to survive. The Helmless Knight unleashed his domain power, slowly unfolding the realm that belonged to him. Originally numbering over 100,000 skeletal soldiers, except for those out hunting, about 100,000 comrades rushed desperately into this space. But the problem was obvious. After advancing to the 10th tier, he had indeed automatically formed his own small world. This world was primarily meant to greatly boost his combat ability. Within his domain, both he and his troops gained tremendous power enhancement, and it also allowed him to conceal and deploy troops with remarkable convenience. However, he was still only an undead lord, and the capacity of this world was limited. Its size could easily hold 10 to 20,000 soldiers, forcing more and could at best squeeze in 40 or 50,000. Trying to cram in 100,000 at once? That was simply impossible. As the skeletal soldiers continued to shove and push, nearly half of his forces remained exposed outside, left out in the open. Listening to his minions' continuous reports on the chat channel, Gu Erdan felt the situation growing urgent and clenched his teeth. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Previously, he had worried that his trump cards weren't strong enough, hesitating and unsure which general to strengthen first. Now the enemy had unwittingly made that choice for him. Resolving to act immediately, he thought, why wait? Better to strike now. Gritting his teeth, he decisively extracted more than half of his system's stored energy and forcibly channeled tens of millions of energy units into the Helmless Knight's body. In an instant, a tier 11 demigod-level undead lord was born. The dark space rapidly expanded by hundreds of times, able to accommodate many more skeletal soldiers. Seeing this, his old comrades rushed eagerly into the newly enlarged secret domain. In a flash, the entire city of Black Warrior fell into deathly silence. After a while, sensing something was wrong, Gu Erdan once again rode out of the city with his general Wulong. After quickly setting up a disguise, he returned just as fast to the expanded domain. 10 minutes later, tens of thousands of Bone Dragon Knight troops hovered above Black Warrior City. Then, like ferocious beasts, they pounced thunderously to the ground, instantly crushing tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers beneath them. The scene was highly unusual inside what should have been a desolate Black Warrior City. The ground was littered with skeleton corpses, estimated over 200,000. Seeing the enemy descend from the sky, the skeletal soldiers showed no fear but charged recklessly, ramming their bodies against the Bone Dragon Knights. Yet the dragons' bodies were tough as iron. Each strike shattered the skeletons into fragments, a fierce and bloody spectacle. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord swept his gaze expressionlessly over the tens of thousands of first-tier skeleton soldiers before him, his look cold and scornful. He sneered and questioned the Wraith King Udal by his side. What happened to your so-called several lords and the hordes of 4th-tier undead? Is this all you've got? Udal froze instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat in the face of over 200,000 weak skeletons. Anxiously, he plunged into the skeleton ranks, wildly swinging his fists to slaughter the skeletons. But no matter how he examined their shattered pieces, no trace of anything abnormal appeared. He inspected every inch of their remains, but could find no sign of the legendary powerful undead. These were just ordinary low-tier skeleton soldiers, common everywhere low-rank skeletons. Yet inside, Udal's mind waged a fierce battle. No, this can't be. They do exist. They really are here. Right here. On the verge of collapse, he wailed painfully, his heart-wrenching scream mixed with unspeakable torment. Lord, you must believe me. I'm not lying. They exist. They were here just moments ago. His cries shook the hearts of all who heard, but all he received was the Bone Dragon Knight Lord's cold, merciless gaze. The Lord coldly retorted, "You dare lie to a god, Udal? Who else don't you dare deceive? I once trusted you deeply, and yet you've betrayed and lied to me." Outside, dark clouds congealed into a bitter frost of despair, while the conflicts raging within the city had only just begun. He reached out suddenly, grasping sharply. The pitch-black mist condensed into a massive hand that firmly trapped the king of vengeful spirits, Udyr, in its palm. Udyr's power had only recovered to the 5th tier. How could he possibly resist a half-god-level Bone Dragon Knight Lord? His struggling was pointless, every ounce of resistance instantly suppressed. Lord, please, you have to believe me. I'm not lying. They exist. They're right there. We must find them quickly. Otherwise, everything will be too late, really, everything. Udyr's desperate pleas echoed as the Bone Dragon Knight Lord's grasp tightened like a beast's bite, instantly crushing the vengeful Spirit King's body. His soul scattered, and even the flickering ghostly fire that burned within him turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Disregarding the ashes, the Lord's expression hardened like ice. Let's go. The farce is over. Without another word, he mounted his bone dragon and turned away. At that moment, the adjutant frowned. My lord, what about these skeleton soldiers? Since we're here, should we leave a squad to clean them up? It'd save a wasted trip. Agreed. The Bone Dragon Knight Lord gave a decisive order. The main force quickly withdrew, leaving a 10-man squad to finish the job. With 9 8th-tier elites versus swarms of 1st-tier skeletons, it was like using anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes effortless. After the main force left, the 10 remaining soldiers exchanged glances. One couldn't help ask, are we really going to waste time cleaning up a bunch of cannon fodder? Another sneered, you think the Lord cares if these cannon fodder die? It's just a formality. Nobody's going to show up anyway. With that, they spread out and casually attacked the skeleton soldiers. Yet as time dragged on, the skeletons proved incredibly dull-blankied, expressionless, and endlessly emitting YBABU noises that tested the patience of the Bone Dragon Knights, who longed to leave this annoying place behind. Only one Bone Dragon Knight sensed something amiss. His gaze settled on a black helmet resting on the general's chair. Relying on his innate magical perception, he detected a faint but unusual power within the seemingly ordinary black warrior, helmet, a silent pressure that felt like it could kill him at any moment. Frowning deeply, he stepped closer and carefully lifted the helmet for a detailed inspection. No matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be just a normal black warrior's helmet, nothing special. Unbeknownst to him, hidden behind it was an invisible spatial barrier. Beyond that barrier, 6 undead lords were already weapon-ready, focused on killing him. Among them stood a half-god level black warrior in the center. They waited, primed to strike the Bone Dragon Knight with a fatal blow the moment he detected anything unusual. In truth, the undead lords had been fully armed and on high alert since the Bone Dragon Knight Lord led the army's arrival. Especially the Helmless Rider, now ascended to undead lord status, who was at her peak and confident she could easily kill the mid-half-god level Bone Dragon Knight Lord with a surprise strike. With overwhelming strength, the element of surprise, and the ability to forcibly pull the opponent into her own space, it was only a matter of time before she instantly slew him. The black helmet left outside was the communication link between the Helmless Rider's pseudo-divine realm and the outside world. This link point could be embedded within any object and carried by anyone in the external world. If the link was destroyed or triggered by a powerful energy, the spatial barrier between the two worlds would rupture, opening a gateway between them. At this moment, the undead lords vigilantly guarded against the Bone Dragon Knight, activating the helmet ready to act immediately if he did. Unaware that he had already stepped onto the path of the underworld, the Bone Dragon Knight carefully examined the helmet fragment in his hand and began tentatively channeling energy into it. Although no abnormalities were detected, he still sensed an unusual presence within the helmet. As the helmet steadily absorbed energy and approached the critical threshold needed to form a spatial portal, several generals inside were poised to strike the moment the portal appeared. However, just at this critical juncture, a voice rang out from outside. Hey, quit playing around. Fall back. The urgent call from his comrades behind startled the Bone Dragon Knight, holding the helmet fragment. Instinctively, he asked, no more fighting? The voice replied with frustration and despair, fighting my ass. I'm done with this bunch of idiots. Let's go? Understood, he responded coldly. Hearing the order to retreat, the Bone Dragon Knight did not hesitate to toss the helmet piece onto the ground and turn to leave the room. With the energy source severed, the helmet that had begun to distort space instantly calmed. 10 Bone Dragon Knights rode their horses away into the night as the Black Warrior City returned to deathly silence. Hundreds of thousands of first-tier skeleton soldiers gradually quieted down and finally transformed into countless ghostly blue energies, slowly converging at the center. In an instant, over 200,000 skeleton soldiers formed into the figure of General Wulong. Domain power. Mirror domain. General Wulong murmured softly. It uses its own energy to simulate all existence. When the energy is sufficient, it can mimic Lord-level power. As a peak undead lord, he could split and imitate multiple targets. Though total energy was limited, facing a peak-level lord like the White Bone Vanguard officer, he was confident he could kill a novice lord within 100 moves. Taking on 2 opponents required some effort, for could be barely defeated, but if the enemy combined forces with more than 6 lords, the outcome was uncertain. Facing 8 or more, retreat was the only option for survival. Fortunately, General Wulong had ample energy reserves, allowing him to trade sustainability for a short burst of power to instantly copy the strength of over a dozen novice lords. Although only for a few minutes, this was enough to surround and kill a peak-level enemy so long as the enemy didn't flee. For sustained stability, He could split into 6 or more novice lords for extended periods, or lead troops by himself, producing hundreds or even thousands of level 8 or 9 skeletons. As long as at least one survived, General Wulong could never be fully destroyed. After some rest and energy replenishment, he could recover to full strength. The situation was temporarily stable as the skeleton soldiers began to step out from the false divine kingdom, but the number was fewer than 10,000. Some of these skeletons went to repair the city walls. By now, the Helmless Knight's strength had advanced to the demigod realm, and her personal domain had expanded several-fold. Where she once could only create one spatial portal connection, now she could open dozens. This convenience naturally became the best method for rapid troop transfers. By dispatching small scouting squads and confirming targets quickly, they could instantly open portals to summon large reinforcements far faster than the skeleton soldiers' aimless searching. As a result, fewer than 10,000 skeleton soldiers emerged, with some remaining behind to repair the fortress. Under the efforts of several fourth-tier skeletons, the damaged walls were swiftly rebuilt, not refined, but sturdy enough. The Black Warrior city fell once again into icy stillness, silently awaiting the next tide of upheaval. Since Gu Erdan had already decided to make the pseudo-god kingdom of the Helmless Knight a realm capable of moving freely and existing independently as stronghold, the place currently occupied served merely as a decoy and disguise. The city of the Black Knight had returned to calm, with everything inside appearing normal, yet the surrounding areas had descended into chaos. At the northern border, a roving band of lightly armored skeleton knights prowled. Their movements were strange and swift, ghost-like and elusive. Once they locked onto a target, it took only moments before the victim faced a brutal massacre by the skeletal horde. The scenes left behind were horrific, with mountains of corpses piling up. These skeletal soldiers were like phantoms. No one knew their origin. They silently appeared on battlefields, slaughtered swiftly, and vanished as if they had never been there. In just half a month, this northern frontier had been stained crimson. Only the strong managed to hide, or families fled in panic. Those without the means to protect themselves fought futilely and were wiped out. The smoke and bloodshed here failed to attract any attention since this was a barren and backward borderland. The once dominant powers had already suffered heavy casualties in previous clashes. Even when nearby factions occasionally heard whispers of the carnage, they dismissed it as new forces fighting to claim territory. In this leaderless time of chaos, the rise of fierce warlords sweeping across the land was a common sight in the undead realm. While ordinary undead remained ignorant, those who had scraped by on the fringes for years, tempered by war, were exceptionally cunning, outwitting normal beings. Their longevity and vast experience naturally gave rise to ruthless leaders. Fierce battles continued without pause. Various lords had long tried to unite against the threat, but whenever they gathered an army of 100,000, an equal number of skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared on the opposing side. Double their forces to 200,000, and the enemy did the same. Most terrifyingly, these undead warriors all possessed strength no weaker than the fourth tier. This strange situation struck terror into the hearts of veteran survivors from the last Great War, who immediately recognized their foes. Some abandoned the city to flee, others scattered in panic. The allied forces quickly disintegrated. Yet not all chose to run. Some undead took the opposite path, approaching these skeleton knights to request joining them. In the ruined city of the Black Knight, a squad of skeleton knights led two undead figures slowly through the gates. The city guards quickly opened the gates to let them in. The two caught in the middle stared in shock, clearly not expecting such a dilapidated state. The walls were nowhere to be seen intact. With such a large number of fourth-tier skeleton soldiers, the enemy should not have allowed the city defenses to fall so thoroughly, even if they never built a glorious fortress. These two undead were old acquaintances of Gu Erdan. The one on the left was Vokras, the skeletal king, formerly the top general under Elder Gress. He had clashed with Gu Erdan several times, enduring the bloody struggles of the Phantom Catacombs and resisting Elder Hussein's coalition. Whenever the situation turned bleak, he chose retreat, surviving countless battles by a miracle. Over time, he seized multiple territories and lived comfortably. Facing Gu Erdan's vast skeleton army, he wisely surrendered, claiming an old connection with Gu Erdan to save his life. Had it been anyone else, even those wishing to surrender wouldn't have escaped. The Massacrino survivors were spared by the skeleton soldiers. Standing beside him was another officer under Elder Rhaegus, the Lich Erdan, renowned alongside Vokras. Erdan had no memory of Gu Erdan, having long since forgotten their brief encounter. The reason he survived the skeleton soldiers' blades without being instantly slain was purely due to his ruthless tactics. First, he offered all his subordinates as sacrifices. Then he loudly claimed to possess a monumental secret that could aid the Great Lord. Hearing this, the skeleton soldiers thought the secret might benefit their leader and spared him, instead subduing and escorting him along. The group pressed onward, weaving through small squads of troops coming and going. These were light cavalry tasked with hunting targets and summoning reinforcements. Though numerous, their strength was inferior to the frontline soldiers. As they advanced, a relatively intact hall suddenly appeared. This was the assembly hall where Gu Erdan and the commanders once convened. At the doorway stood 12 black warriors, each clad in dark armor and exuding an imposing aura equal to that of the Lich Erdan and Valkyries, undeniably all 7th-rank masters. After confirming the newcomers' identities, the black warriors withdrew in formation, allowing the skeleton knights to escort the two inside. Inside the hall awaited no brutal leader, but a massive portal formed from swirling black mist. Passing through the portal, Vokras and Erdan were stunned. Before them stretched an endless, immense army formation, troops continually shuttling in and out of the open teleport gates. Behind it loomed a towering black wall, beyond which densely packed buildings could be faintly seen. This was the true stronghold of the Black Warriors. Only a few elite units were qualified to guard inside the city walls, namely the Suicide Corps, Skeleton Axe Squads, Skeleton Imperial Guards, and the Black Warrior Elite Guard who had always protected Gu Erdan. Other independent units had to remain stationed outside. Unlike the others, these elite forces did not need to hunt for energy. Their upgrades were controlled personally by Gu Erdan. They bore just two main responsibilities: safeguarding Gu Erdan's safety and eliminating the most troublesome enemies. Escorted deep into the city's interior, the two grew increasingly pale. If the massed 4th-rank skeleton soldiers outside had chilled them, the densely organized, powerful 7th-rank troops inside felt like plunging into an icy abyss. The further inward they went, the fiercer the guards became. The core area was defended by black warriors all at 8th rank or higher, while the two regiments guarding the halls themselves ranked at the peak 9th level. By now Vokras could no longer walk, his arms firmly restrained by two skeleton knights who dragged him forward. In contrast, Erdan was in somewhat better shape, still shaken, but able to fly and move freely. The bony doors of the hall slowly opened, and the commanders inside immediately fell silent, a deathly quiet filling the room. The 7 Lord-level generals all turned their heads sharply toward the entrance, their faces hardened into fierce expressions. Their presence alone exuded a suffocating pressure, so intense that even the Lich Erdan was pinned down, unable to take flight. The skeletal knights showed utter indifference, grabbing the two men roughly and mercilessly slamming them to the ground before turning and striding away. The two men trembled as they lifted their heads cautiously, their eyes fixed on the central throne. When their gaze settled on the occupant, they froze completely. Erdan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, almost dropping his jaw in shock. Seated on the throne was neither a terrifying, Lord-level Lich nor an invincible demigod but a 3rd-tier skeleton soldier. Gu Erdan lounged casually, propping his head up with one hand on the throne. At his feet crouched a bony steed no taller than his waist that was his personal mount, Swiftgale's Run. At this moment, Gu Erdan had completely given up hope on the sorry horse. Consider this. He was already a 10th-tier lord. Knights without helmets had even transformed from rotten corpses into living undeads. Yet this creature stubbornly remained small and stunted. He sighed bitterly. You call this undeveloped? It's a congenital dwarf that'll never grow up. Swiftgale's Run had only reached lord-level status through its own relentless fights. Gu Erdan did have cavalry under his command, so there was no shortage of horses. Yet this steed refused to let any other mounts near its master, rolling on the ground in protest to force Gu Erdan to boost its power. Gu Erdan was not one to give in easily. Sentimental as he was, he knew that enhancing a horse's strength was pointless. The same energy could be used to create far stronger undead instead. So he flatly refused, and Swiftgale's Run went berserk, attacking him outright. To Gu Erdan's embarrassment, he couldn't beat it. As the skeletal horse grew stronger, Gu Erdan's hopes of becoming a knight faded further away. With a lord-level mount constantly guarding him, other skeleton horses dared not approach, and riding it was out of the question. Couldn't afford the loss of face. He would rather walk. At least Swiftgale's Run made a qualified personal bodyguard. Also standing guard by his side was the fierce warrior who had first followed Gu Erdan's undead skull chief, the head around his neck. This skull, once a source of both love and near-death struggles for him, had now finally come into its true form and advanced alongside Gu Erdan. In fact, every part of Gu Erdan except his own body had effectively been upgraded into a deluxe version, while his main body remained as useless as an old clunker computer. After resting for more than half a month, Gu Erdan's strength still hadn't returned to Tier 4. He quietly locked eyes with the two figures below. After a moment, he frowned and stared intently, then suddenly let out an hum. The dark-faced one, haven't we met somewhere before? He muttered. Hearing Gu Erdan speak, Valkyries, the skeleton king who had already recognized him and was certain of his judgment, nodded eagerly like a threshing machine and said desperately, It's me, the skeleton king Valkyries. We've met, and even fought before, Lord Gu Erdan. Don't you remember? Valkyrie's words brought a flicker of realization to Gu Erdan's face. The skeleton king. Of course he remembered that. Usually, he was the one launching surprise attacks, so how could he forget anyone who tried to sneak up on him? It was just that all skeletons looked very similar, especially the black ones, making it hard to pick out details. So he hadn't recognized Valkyries until now. So it's you, Gu Erdan said with a smile. What brings you here, honored guest? I have come to pledge my allegiance to you. I swear loyalty. The Skeleton King spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The words of the Skeleton King caused Gu Erdan's fingers to freeze mid-tap against the skull. Ally with him. Come on. Lending a hand in times of need is for true friends. Helping when things are already going well is for strangers. Do you really think that with my current strength, I do need your support? Harsh as it was, Gu Erdan had to admit that with the sheer power of his legion, even if this guy joined, had only become a low-ranking soldier, at best a squad leader maybe. Would he be willing to settle for that? Gu Erdan's words darkened Fokras's face, his expression conflicted. His eyes swept the area. Every soldier there was terrifyingly strong, their gazes predatory and unblinking, the tension so thick it felt suffocating. Then, suddenly, Fokras lifted his head, a determined light flickering in his eyes. I can be of help. A great help. His voice rang out, firm and unwavering. I've stood my ground here for hundreds of years, absent from no battle. I know every lord's territory around here like the back of my hand, and I'm well aware of the Phantom Catacombs and the Blood Clan's hideouts. Give me 10,000 elite troops, and I will slaughter our enemies, sever their spectral souls, and seize the treasures they have hoarded for centuries. I beg you, grant me this chance. His words caught Gu Erdan off guard. Slowly, he straightened from his reclining position, clearly intrigued. Can you really pull it off? Gu Erdan probed. Yes. Fokras replied with absolute conviction. Though anxious, he forced himself to say yes. If he lost Gu Erdan's trust now, he might never leave alive. His resolve paid off. Gu Erdan slapped the armrest excitedly, then bellowed. Well said, Jerkias. No wonder you fought with me for 300 rounds. Fokras, once again called by the wrong name, looked resigned but dared not correct him. Instead, he forced an awkward, polite smile. Gu Erdan didn't notice the expression, slapping the armrest again as his tone turned serious. Jerkias, I'm giving you a chance. You won't get 10,000 elites. Instead, I'm granting you authority to deploy regular troops. When faced with tougher foes, you can even call in the Ace Legion. But I have one condition. He snapped his fingers. Behind Gu Erdan, the helmetless knight, clad only in a chest strap and a heavy armored helmet, suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same moment, Fokras and the Lich Erdan felt a chilling draft sweep across their backs. They realized a figure had silently appeared right behind them, offering 2 pieces of bone plates forward. The helmetless knight's voice was calm but icy. Look closely. Look carefully. A terrifying aura pressed down on them from behind, causing their entire bodies to tremble. This was no ordinary undead lord's presence. It was darker, more overwhelming, chilling them to the core. In that instant of sensing it, their minds went blank, replaced by a single thought: demigod. King. Trembling, they accepted the bone plates. Inscribed on them were clear vertical columns of characters, neither an arcane script nor obscure spell work, but a cold, absolute display of supreme authority. The board prominently displayed the military merit exchange system of the City of the Black Warriors. The two were permitted a brief look. The helmetless knight retracted the bone tablet from his hands, his figure flickering as he quickly appeared behind Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan spoke again, his voice carrying both authority and anticipation. Did you see the exchange conditions? This time, if your merits exceed 20 million, I will not only fully accept you and your people, but also grant you the rank of general, making you one of my 4 heavenly kings, entrusted to command the skeletal tribe. He paused, his tone suddenly serious. However, if you come up short, without any solid achievements, I won't drive you away. You will still be accepted, but only as low-level foot soldiers. So what do you think? Gu Erdan's words made Fokras's heart race uncontrollably. He had no doubts about the other's power. With 9 undead lords standing before him, plus that king who was probably close to demigod level, this strength proved Gu Erdan possessed secret arts capable of rapidly increasing one's power. The rules on the bone tablet were strict. Becoming a general required reaching lord level. This meant that if he completed the tasks, he could soar to a dreamed-of high rank. It was clearly a gamble. Failure would cost at most everything. Success would grant everything. Facing such tempting stakes, Fokras's answer was clear: vowed to complete the mission no matter what. Seeing his firm and immediate nod, Gu Erdan smiled with satisfaction. He had a strong collecting obsession and loved to gather all kinds of undead like a fanatical Pokemon trainer. Skeletal bones, being a rare evolved branch of skeletons, were especially prized. If Fokras could bring him over 20 million merits, this new Skull Legion would become a crucial ace in his forces. After testing Fokras, Gu Erdan turned to the Lich Erdan standing beside him. Once human, Erdan always appeared calm and indifferent, able to suppress emotions even in the presence of countless powerful undead and the helmetless knight's intimidation. He was steadier than even Fokras, the Skeleton King. Gu Erdan frowned, locking eyes with him. And you? What do you plan to bring me? The Lich slowly raised his head, a faint smile flickering in his gaze. Your Majesty, I cannot bring you large-scale battle merits, but what I offer is far more valuable than fleeting achievements. Oh, what is that? Gu Erdan's brow furrowed, suspicion creeping into his tone. Wisdom. The room fell into a brief silence at the word. Gu Erdan scowled, displeased. Are you saying we all here are fools? No, no, Erdan shook his head. If it's just about war and marching, I may indeed lag behind. But when it comes to wisdom, experience, knowledge, that's a different matter. In life, I was a 9th rank human archmage. Though limited by talent and never ascending to 10th rank Saint Archmage, my profound learning let me live over 5 centuries, enjoying a Saint Archmage's lifespan. He continued, to extend my life, I immersed myself in many forbidden arts: necromancy, demonology, devil magic, even dark spirit spells. It was these studies that kept me alive to this day and allowed me to transform into a lich. Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan showed a rare flicker of understanding and resignation, as if discovering the source of this lich's arrogance. So you're an old bookworm. No wonder you dare speak so boldly. He scratched his cheek, somewhat disinterested. I haven't even figured out the tricks of being a skeleton. Who has time for forbidden magic? Erdan nodded gently, his voice calm. Your Majesty, I do not belittle knowledge. It is the most precious treasure in this world. But our undead bodies are corrupted by darkness. Lifeless, they do not support learning the spells of other races. He took a deep breath, hope filling his tone. However, Your Majesty, what if I could help you restore your physical body? Those words struck Gu Erdan like a sledgehammer. He grasped the nearby rail, nearly falling over. He suddenly lifted his head, straightened up, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. What did you say? Erdan's eyes glittered with even greater amusement as he explained calmly. If I could truly help Your Majesty regain your flesh and blood form, allowing mastery over all kinds of power, would I not aspire to more than just a subordinate role? Would it be possible then to grant me the rank of general? You really have a way to restore skeletons back to flesh and blood? Yes. Seriously? Absolutely. For real? For real. Well then, if you really have a way, I'll make you a general. Although Gu Erdan never openly demanded a return to his fleshly body, that didn't mean he had given up caring. It was just that he had long abandoned the idea of lying down and giving up. After all, everyone here was nothing but a skeleton inside, and mocking each other was pointless. So he started comforting himself with an ethnic spirit approach. Recently, as his underlings were steadily promoted to 10th rank lords, Gu Erdan realized the undead world was just as fiercely competitive. Once skeleton soldiers became lords, they instantly looked majestic and awe-inspiring, with their skeletal steeds becoming even more domineering. However, once the black warrior lords advanced in rank, they could regain a living human form. This infuriated Gu Erdan. Why should the undead have special privileges? Why should there be any discrimination among the undead? Especially regarding that bare helmet knight. Being one of the only 2 female lords in Gu Erdan's squad made it all the more unfair in his eyes. The younger sister of the Death Twins had a sweet voice, a beautiful face, and a fiery figure, but most of the time she was covered in thick armor from head to toe, looking like a walking iron container. In contrast, the bare helmet knight only wore a tight bandage over her chest and a basin-like helmet on her head, swaggering around pretending to be a Spartan warrior. She was constantly flaunting herself in front of Gu Erdan all day, making him want to curse but feel powerless. He could only helplessly enter sage mode to calm himself down. Otherwise, the Black Warrior City might very well end up with a new matriarch. Now, hearing that he too could restore his fleshly body, Gu Erdan was so excited he hurried over to ask for details. Seeing him fall for the bait, the Lich Erdan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, by setting this trap, he had long suspected Gu Erdan still retained memories from his past life. Otherwise, how would a skeleton soldier display so many subtle human-like behaviors? Just as expected, Gu Erdan was very interested in the resurrection method. The Lich Erdan didn't hold back, fearing that if angered, Gu Erdan might drag him out and chop him up. So he laid out the method plainly. Before I died, I once visited the cult of evil spirits, a sect worshipping extra-dimensional beings. One of those beings they worship is called a slime. Have you heard of it, Your Majesty? Slime? Gu Erdan paused, quickly picturing a non-Newtonian fluid in his mind, then various soft, sticky, useless monsters common in novels and anime, creatures so weak they couldn't even match a useless weapon, mostly known for giving out freebies. Hearing that, is anyone really worshipping those guys? Could they be welfare party members? Once Gu Erdan mentioned this, it was the Lich Erdan's turn to be bewildered. He looked up at Gu Erdan with a furrowed brow. The slime you're talking about, our versions from these 2 worlds are really that different? Erdan had no choice but to explain. Your Majesty, maybe the slimes from our 2 worlds aren't the same creature at all. In my world, slimes are extremely fierce, completely immune to all physical attacks. Even if you cut one into 10,000 pieces, it would just become 10,000 independent slimes. What's more, their varieties are diverse, and their strength varies greatly. The flame slime can spew scorching flames, with an internal temperature so high it can instantly melt steel. When it strikes a person, it feels like being thrown into boiling molten iron. Equally terrifying is the frost slime, which can freeze someone solid in an instant. Then there's the poison slime. A mobile source of plague, just touching it causes rapid corrosion and decay. The acid slime can even eat through steel, making each of these slimes a fearsome creature in its own right. Although slimes as a species lack any cultivation system and have extremely low intelligence, in our world, even the most basic clear water slime is considered a terrifying monster above the 5th tier. If it contaminates a water source, its power before the internal moisture runs dry can rival that of top-level 6th or even 7th tier monsters. Lich Alan's words left Gu Erdan wide-eyed and speechless. He looked at the old man in disbelief. Are you really talking about slimes? Aren't those soft, squishy things no more dangerous than something that can at worst eat through your clothes? How do they become such terrifying creatures according to you? Gu Erdan's curiosity was mixed with doubt. Are slimes in your world really that powerful? Alanda answered calmly. To put it precisely, the majority of slimes across most worlds are actually extremely fierce. A creature that can change shape at will and is nearly immune to any physical attack is inherently very difficult to deal with. Even if it just envelopes your head, as long as you can't break free, you'll suffocate to death. Gu Erdan nodded thoughtfully. I see. But what does this have to do with me restoring my body? Alan's eyes gleamed as he spoke slowly. It's definitely related. Your Majesty, according to my research before I became a lich, over 13,800 species of slimes have been identified. Among them is an extremely rare type called the living slime. It can mimic any known flesh and even replicate humanoid forms with incredible detail. Unfortunately, it can only reproduce the flesh, not the bones, so it can't stand upright like a human. Also, its intelligence is very low. After learning of its existence, I have been trying to transform it into my own body, a body that can consume all things to replenish itself and never age. Isn't that the ideal form of immortality? Gu Erdan listened, shocked, and thought that this old man was not a typical scholar, but more like a mad scientist. He laughed and made a self-mocking comment. With so many better studies to choose from at a young age, you had to go into biology? Guess you really like challenging your hairline. Then, suddenly alert, he asked, wait, you spent 20 years experimenting and still failed, so why would you want me to try? Alanda sighed. The advantage of being undead is an unlimited lifespan, giving me endless time to keep trying. Gu Erdan thought that sounded like an enormous waste of time. Alanda quickly reassured him, rest assured, Your Majesty, since becoming undead, I've spent hundreds of years refining the method, including the modification of the living slime. After many years, I created a special hybrid slime. Its key feature is compatibility with dark matter, meaning it survives by consuming the death energy of undead beings. If it attaches to you, it's like having a food reserve. Since it never grows hungry, it naturally won't attack you. All you need to do is tame it, and your worries vanish. Before Alanda could finish, seeing Gu Erdan's lack of enthusiasm, he hurriedly dropped another bombshell. When a slime attaches to a body, it can mimic various neural elements and connect to the host's senses. In other words, when the slime is attacked externally, the host feels the same pain. Other sensations apply too. This is an evolved instinct to deter enemies from attacking recklessly. Your Majesty, I believe you'll find this ability especially appealing. At these words, Gu Erdan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had thought it was just a disguise, nothing more than a humanoid shell. He never expected this was actually advanced bionic technology. This was definitely worth trying. The Lich Erdan solemnly pulled a black spherical object from his backpack. The thing even bounced slightly, as if it were alive. As it hit the ground, it immediately softened, revealing a black skeleton wrapped inside. The bones emanated an aura of death, which the slime was slowly absorbing, precisely the proof Erdan had spoken of, that it fed by devouring the death aura. Gu Erdan cupped the black slime in his palm, pleasantly surprised to find it showed no hostility. It seemed to regard him as food. Instead of attacking, the slime actively wrapped around his arm, writhing and quickly twisting its form. Supported by the bones inside, it grew into a half-human arm. Gently touching the half-human, half-slime limb, Gu Erdan's eyes flickered with a fierce glow of sulfury, actually felt tactile sensations. This black slime could grant him true human sensory perception. But he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Why did this thing have to be so pitch black, giving off vibes like a black uncle? Erdan explained, its black color is due to the years of absorbing death aura. They'll try to improve it and adjust its color. However, changing the color would have to wait. Gu Erdan hesitated. What we need now is to quickly help it grow. Looking at the slime that covered only half his forearm, Gu Erdan was conflicted. The upper half of his left arm was still bare bone, while the lower half had nearly normal-looking darkened skin with simulated flesh and veins that break grotesque to behold. Hearing this, the Lich Erdan smiled and nodded. It's simple. Just feed it a large amount of soul fire, and it will rapidly expand. But when the energy inside is depleted, it will shrink back to its original size. Gu Erdan suddenly realized. So, it's like a balloon? Erdan solemnly packed away the slime. Despite its imperfections, Gu Erdan once again felt the warmth of his flesh and was overwhelmed with emotion. Looking at the learned lich before him, he kept nodding with admiration. Not only had Erdan brought a mutated slime creature, but he was also a scholar who studied and understood everything of precious talent for scientific research. Gu Erdan extended his hand and spoke earnestly. Give me your soul shard. The straightforward request momentarily surprised Erdan, but he recovered quickly and didn't hesitate to hand over his soul fragment, expecting it to be a token of loyalty. Gu Erdan took the shard and activated the system to begin energy infusion. As powerful energy surged through Erdan's withered, feeble body, his complexion gradually regained a healthy reddish glow, and his strength soared. Level 8, 9, 10. Valkyros, the Skeleton King, watched in shock as a brand new undead lord was born. The Lich Erdan was equally stunned and overwhelmed with tears. He gently touched his increasingly plump face, feeling the naturally smooth, tender skin, unable to calm down for a long time. How many years had passed since he had become undead? Finally, he was experiencing the long-lost vitality and power once again. Although he had previously relied on the mutated slime to feel the warmth of human flesh, the more he experienced it, the stronger his longing in his heart for a human body became. The reason he had sacrificed the treasured artifact that took him decades to create and offered it to Gu Erdan was precisely to borrow his power to reach the peak, to reclaim that long-lost human form. Who would have thought that happiness would come so suddenly and be so fleeting? In just an instant, it seemed as though he had found everything he desired. No, not everything. What he lacked was only one step. Just one step. His eyes suddenly burned with intensity. The Lich Arland abruptly looked up, his gaze blazing as it swept over Gu Erdan and then the helmetless knight standing beside him. That knight stood tall and imposing, radiating an extraordinary aura. A fierce light flickered in Arland's eyes. Liches are incredibly powerful, though they belong to the same mummified undead lineage. They far surpass the Black Knights in strength. Yet precisely because they are a branch of the mummified dead, restoring a human body is far from as simple as evolving into a 10th rank lord. Even as a 10th rank lord, a lich can only partially restore human functions. Outwardly, he resembles a withered old man, shriveled and gaunt, with none of the fullness or vitality of life. To fully recover a true human form like the helmetless knight, to enjoy that genuine touch and warmth, a lich must advance one step further to become a demigod. The terrifying power of Gu Erdan was vividly present, overshadowed by the daunting presence of the nearby demigod-level Black Knight. Even if Arland were dull-witted, he could understand that Gu Erdan wielded more than just 10th rank lord power. He must have the ability to forge demigods. He was the key that could help Arland leap to the pinnacle, transcending countless bottlenecks, first becoming a 10th rank lord, then ascending to demigod status. Even beyond the unfinished thoughts in Arland's mind made his eyes burn even hotter. He was about to take a step forward when suddenly several undead lords in the distance drew their blades. The sharp rasp of metal on metal cut through the air like a warning knife, slicing the tension. Arland immediately snapped to alertness and dropped flat without hesitation. At the moment he hit the ground, a swirl of black mist rose behind him, revealing the helmetless knight brandishing his blade. Two piercing eyes cut through the air like icy blades. Had Arland been even a fraction slower, that chilling weapon would have pierced through him. Your Majesty, this old soul means no harm. Please forgive my instinctive reaction just now. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Lich Arland could be both humble and resilient, bowing and rising with ease. Now he apologized respectfully, his tone sincere and beyond reproach. Gu Erdan paid no mind, casually playing with the slime in his hand. He said carelessly, enough? Just remember not to act recklessly again. You haven't officially joined our ranks yet, so be careful or you might get cut down. This old soul understands, Arland replied gravely. Good. You've fulfilled your promise, and I will keep mine. Lich Arland, since you have offered such a treasure, you deserve great reward. I hereby appoint you as one of the 4 heavenly kings, a new general under my command. Since you are a lich, your codename will be Lich King. Gu Erdan announced with a clear and resonant voice. Upon hearing his new title, Arland did not immediately express gratitude. Instead, he fell silent, a shadow of hesitation and contemplation crossing his brow. The other generals furrowed their brows at once, the atmosphere instantly tense. Even Gu Erdan was a bit surprised. Wasn't this guy eager to become a general before? Why was he silent at such a critical moment? Was he opposed to this title, or was there another plan at play? As the mood grew heavier, Arland suddenly murmured in a low voice, it's not enough. I don't want to be just one of the 4 heavenly kings, your majesty. This demigod by your side, who exactly is she? She. Gu Erdan blinked slightly. Gu Erdan glanced over at the helmless knight, paused thoughtfully, then spoke in a measured tone. She is my trusted right hand, the one who presented me with my armor. My personal guard. She is my armor itself, my shield, my talisman. Once one of the Henga generals, a veteran of all commanders. Now, the leader of the four heavenly kings, the helmless knight. As a string of titles spilled from Gu Erdan's lips, the Lich Erand listened in stunned silence. Although some of the terms sounded strange, he could plainly sense the exalted status the helmless knight held in Gu Erdan's heart. Uttering such a lengthy and reverent list was itself a silent warning to newcomers. This was a position far beyond his reach. Changing the subject, Gu Erdan continued, "Then, Your Majesty, who is the other right hand?" Before he finished, the Bone Vanguard stepped forward, his face alight with pride. "The one willing to die for Your Majesty. Your spear, your sword, the edge of your army. Once he accumulates enough power, he will be the next demigod." His words rang out like an invisible trumpet, inflaming his own pride. He straightened his chest and fixed a bright gaze on Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan was always sentimental. These two generals had accompanied him from the start of his campaigns, always held close in his heart. Even though the Bone Vanguard lacked brilliant achievements, wasn't as strategic as the Helmless Knight, not as physically strong as the Divine General of Might, nor as tactically adept as the Death Twins, Gu Erdan still regarded him as a trusted minister and never forgot him. Beside them, the Lich Erand clenched his fists tightly. Compared to these veteran generals who had lasted through 3 reigns, his own status and strength were far inferior. No matter how much he tried, he could not outmatch them by seniority. Looking around at the lords and generals nodding solemnly with no one daring to oppose, he felt the pressure mount. Yet, Erand was not without a trump card. Meeting Gu Erdan's gaze, the Lich spoke in a hoarse, trembling voice, "Your Majesty, the old fool has a second gift to offer you." The room turned edges as everyone's attention shifted. At first, few took the Lich seriously, but as he revealed mysterious items and explained arcane knowledge beyond ordinary comprehension, the atmosphere grew heavy and solemn. Clearly, Erand's power was not something measured by brute force alone. What other treasures? Gu Erdan's eyes glinted with interest as he fixed his gaze on Erand. Erand withdrew several thick volumes from his pack, their covers boldly embossed with titles: The Complete Demon Summoning Grimoire, The Complete Undead Summoning Grimoire, The Complete Devil Summoning Grimoire, The Complete Angel Summoning Grimoire. He briefly described the shared principles of summoning magic, the possibilities of reverse summoning, and the essence of these arts. Gu Erdan stepped forward slowly and picked up a volume, flipping through its pages. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He could not understand the text inside the external titles. He had only recognized thanks to knowledge imparted by the Black Warrior King Sarah. The script inside was completely different, another writing system altogether. He couldn't even fully recognize the letters on the cover, let alone the content within. Faced with this complex, profound, and difficult knowledge, Gu Erdan fell silent for a long moment. Meanwhile, the Lich Erand's gaze burned bright, knew he might be holding the key to ascension as a demigod. Glancing surreptitiously at the Lich Erand's face beaming with anticipation, Gu Erdan found himself utterly unable to bring out the words, "I'm illiterate." Fortunately, the helmetless knight beside him reacted quickly and immediately spoke up to save him. "Will any of this be useful to us?" Erand's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He promptly pulled out a book of summoning spell theory that he had personally written and confidently said, "Absolutely. After years of research, I discovered that the essence of summoning magic is actually the same: sacrificing and offering to connect with the fluctuations of otherworldly space. When someone on the other side senses these fluctuations and accepts the offering, the summoning array attached to the sacrifice forcibly pulls them over. Whether demon, angel, devil, or wraith, they're essentially mercenaries hired to get things done, taking payment to solve problems, nothing more." Erand spoke passionately, pointing to the complex array diagrams in the book. "To summon a powerful being, you must provide immense energy to stabilize the passage through spacetime. This demand creates different ranks of summoning arrays. Higher ranks require rarer materials and summon stronger entities. Some summoners who can't prepare enough resources resort to underhanded methods, using human sacrifices for power, issuing empty promises, or even dropping restrictions on summon creatures to pull off rank-skipping summons. Close this book. I want to present His Majesty with a second gift." Erand's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam. "In my youth, I sought immortality and dreamed of traversing other worlds to find its secrets. The multiverse is vast. Some worlds have people naturally immortal, some without magic altogether, and others where beings are born near divine. Among them are a group called travel mages, or LV mages for short, who can freely roam countless worlds." He paused, his voice sharpening. "Unfortunately, I lacked the talent and couldn't even become a lord. But after many attempts, I devised an alternative method of travel dislocation teleportation. By setting up arrays that intercept summons from other worlds, I can choose when to respond and be summoned there to establish corresponding arrays. This allows walking freely between 2 worlds." Erand's gaze was determined, his tone filled with ambition. Compared to some mere wraith realm, the conquest value of countless worlds far exceeds imagination. His words fell heavy and silent over the room. Even Gu Erdan was stunned. Standing before this experienced lich, he could only gape. How could he compare? By his thinking, just becoming a small lord would be enough to make him happy, but Erdan's vision was so broad, he was practically thinking of conquering the multiverse. Despite being shocked by the lich's grand scope, Gu Erdan found himself stirred. He didn't particularly care about world domination, but going home was his greatest wish. Somehow ending up in this world as a headless skeleton with no clue what had happened, he had to figure it out. After all, that was his route. Even if it lacked magic, undead, or immortality, it was still his homeland. And from a simpler perspective, the human world could easily handle low-level undead. They had machine guns, missiles, even nuclear bombs. Just slaughtering low-level undead wouldn't challenge 9th-rank undead at all. While facing 10th-rank lords who command domains with godlike power might render firearms useless, unleashed anger could bring intercontinental nuclear strikes to rain destruction across the entire undead realm. What that world lacked were single-soldier weapons capable of checking powerful foes. In terms of mass destruction, humans far outmatched those undead wielding cold weapons. Of course, this applied to lords and below. Against the nearly demigod helmetless knights, even all nukes combined might be useless. Who's ever heard of a nuke capable of damaging space itself? The air seemed to thicken with weight. Everyone's mind raced with their own thoughts, but Erdan's words planted new seeds of hope and ambition deep in their hearts. The Lich Erdan was exceptionally clever and well-versed in the ways of the world. He understood the value of trust and never took it lightly. That's why the generous gifts he presented this time were all treasures ready for immediate use. Even a partially formed, unfinished slime he offered already had some degree of humanoid traits. The upgraded summoning array he prepared showed remarkable effectiveness. As Erdan carefully and deliberately took out each item and arranged the array with precision, the people gathered around instantly received a flood of complex, layered information. These messages felt ethereal, as if condensed from the very laws of magic, floating in the air. From them, the listeners heard a mix of requests, some simple invitations to appear, others more complicated pleas for assistance in battle, and a few outright unreasonable commands demanding total obedience. These excessive demands for control usually came from summoning arrays that called forth low-level undead, meaning the summoners preferred to bind low-ranking minions for their own use. The offerings made to such arrays were typically much higher in level than the summoned undead. After all, who would willingly serve as a mindless pawn for something weak and useless? Though undead often have limited intelligence, especially at lower ranks, they still retain some basic instincts. The sacrifices these summoners presented were varied. Many living souls, corpses of powerful warriors, rare special death artifacts, and also some seemingly worthless random objects. Items like coins etched with strange patterns, ornate armor with little practical use, or sharp but mysterious swords. What these summoners intended to achieve by summoning undead from such odd offerings was puzzling. Among these various summoning arrays, the vast majority operated under strict rules and fair contracts. Pay the fee, the summon help solves your problem, and the contract ends when the task is done. But exceptions existed, what Erdan called dark magic arrays. These offered sacrifices that were often corpses or souls, sometimes even living people. The arrays themselves were incomplete, missing or damaged mechanisms meant to protect the summoner. This meant the summoned undead did not have to obey any oath. For example, a fundamental rule that summoned beings never attack their summoner was erased, so the undead could easily stab their summoners in the back. Yet paradoxically, precisely because of this lack of restrictions, these dark arrays easily summoned powerful undead. These beings often responded with the mindset of grabbing a few souls on the side for extra profit. Whether or not they chose to help, or instead ran wild, slaughtering indiscriminately, was entirely up to them. Incidentally, demon summoning arrays were also mostly unprotected for summoners. These hot-tempered fiends simply could not tolerate being bound. As Erdan's arranged summoning perception array took effect, Gu Erdan's face lit up with joy. He glanced at Erdan, whose face was full of anticipation, then rubbed his chin in deep thought. It was undeniable that Erdan's second generous gift was far more precious and meaningful than the first. Yet abandoning the earlier promise and allowing Erdan to ascend as the second demigod would feel like a betrayal of the old debts owed to the Bone Vanguard commander. After a brief hesitation, a sudden chill crept into the Lich Erdan's ear that had nearly thought that Gu Erdan would offer him no reward at all. Only when Gu Erdan finally spoke and turned his gaze toward the skeleton king Vokras did a glimmer appear on his face. Vokras, you remember the bet between us, don't you? Gu Erdan's voice was firm and unwavering. 20 million merits is your proving ground to becoming a general. As for you, Lich Erdan, I acknowledge that your assistance has been invaluable. Your wisdom is far more crucial than mere strength. Even the worth of a lord cannot compare to yours. Gu Erdan paused, then looked at Erdan once more. Now, I hereby grant you the title of Lich King, my realm's foremost strategist. Once Vokras delivers on his pledge, I will use the accumulated energy to empower him and the Bone Vanguard. You two shall ascend side by side as the second pair of demigods under my command. After careful consideration, Gu Erdan chose not to let Erand, who had only offered gifts, advance alone to demigodhood, nor did he overlook his contributions. Fortunately, the war spoils Vokras promised were substantial, at least 20 million merits, which translates directly to at least 20 million energy points. By custom, 10 million energy points suffice to help one lord break through to demigod monarch status, so 20 million can produce 2 demigods. Letting these two rise together, though resource-intensive, would at least spare the old followers disappointment. As a leader, fairness was the most basic responsibility. Vokras led his skeletal legion, fully prepared. Before departure, Gu Erdan specially strengthened their combat power. All the skeleton soldiers were 4th rank. The skeletal knights were extraordinarily promoted to 5th rank, and even Vokras himself reached 9th rank, ensuring he could fulfill the mission and not betray Gu Erdan's promise. The vast army crossed mountains and ridges, launching attacks on multiple territories under Vokras control. At departure, Lich Erand also offered substantial help, a wealth of detailed intelligence on the territories. He carefully mapped out the regions held by major factions and pinpointed key castles for Vokras. Erand's assistance was not a ploy to curry favor, but stemmed purely from worry that the Skeleton King might fail to deliver due to insufficient strength. After all, Erand had long since been exiled from the Black Warrior City, and those affairs didn't concern him. But if the energy accumulation proved insufficient, causing failure to ascend as a demigod, he would not let it slide. A fight to the death with Vokras was inevitable. Under Gu Erdan's command, 2 traitors served as spies and assassins, secretly eliminating major lords and causing the already unstable undead forces to suffer crushing defeats. Toward these undead lords who had existed for centuries with their bones long turned to dust, Gu Erdan felt no mercy, neither planned to recruit nor capture them. To him, the highest trust belonged only to the fools he had personally raised, loyal beyond doubt. Rather than risking faith in these ambiguous, old, undead lords, he preferred to select newly awakened undead within their territories and rapidly strengthen them into loyal undead lords. This approach combined combat effectiveness with certainty. No complicated schemes hidden behind and satisfied Gu Erdan's obsession with collection and cultivation. Gu Erdan, who had taken control of this region, did not expand as quickly as people had expected. Instead, he chose to take a defensive stance, cautiously maintaining the status quo. He understood that reckless expansion would inevitably draw the attention of powerful forces in the Central Territories. Perhaps because this borderland was barren, the gaze of the legendary deity had yet to fall upon it. Or maybe the deity had noticed, but was simply too occupied to intervene for now. Gu Erdan knew that if he carelessly absorbed rival factions and killed their subordinates, trouble would surely follow. The sudden arrival of the Bone Dragon cavalry half a year ago was still fresh in his Mindan attack, likely caused by some internal chaos on the enemy's side. For now, Gu Erdan preferred to avoid all-out war and instead held firm over this territory. After all, this vast and desolate border was flooded daily with countless low-level undead rising, continuously supplying him with energy he could afford to squander. 6 months passed, and besides strengthening his power base, Gu Erdan's laboratory had been hard at work. After numerous trials and improvements, he finally received exciting news: the Slime 2.0 version was officially completed. This meant the power at his disposal was about to undergo a qualitative leap. In the Great Hall, Gu Erdan stood on the platform with his arms wide open. Beneath his feet, a mass of black slime slowly writhed and spread rapidly, gradually engulfing his entire body. As the slime merged with him, it began to transform quickly, first replicating intricate veins and tendons, then filling in flesh bit by bit, and finally forming a thick layer of skin. When the black liquid finally settled, a brand new figure of Gu Erdan appeared before everyone. However, this version of Gu Erdan was entirely pitch black, roughly human-shaped, but lacking eyes, a nose, or a mouth. Only faint outlines of facial features could be discerned. He resembled a plastic mannequin displayed in a supermarket, human-like, but stiff and uncanny. The undead generals exchanged glances, and some couldn't help whispering, "Is this really what a human looks like? It's so strange. Why does His Majesty look different from the Helmless Knights? He's missing so much of his chest muscle, and there's not even a hint of eyes or a nose." Hearing the hushed comments, Gu Erdan gave a wry black smile. He remained calm, focusing his gaze on the older of the Death Twins. His body immediately began to shift. His frame grew imposing, his facial features sharpened, and even the jet black skin turned back to a natural flesh tone. In just a few seconds, Gu Erdan had transformed from a coal mannequin into a fierce, rugged man. This was the signature camouflage ability of the biological, slime rapid mimetic transformation. After the change, he closed his eyes to sense his body, then shifted again. This time, he took on the form of a slightly stooped old man with piercing eyes, a hooked nose, and deep-set sockets and imposing and authoritative presence. This was the image of Lich King Erand, a half-divine, undead ruler. After testing 2 different forms in succession and nodding in satisfaction, Gu Erdan commanded the slime to revert to its original state, his body quickly returning to the black mannequin shape. This was not his first disguise. Over the past 6 months, he had repeatedly experimented to improve the speed and fluidity of the slime's transformations. He even tried to take on the appearances of a helmless knight or the younger Death Twin sister, but the drastic changes in female form didn't suit his identity, so he quickly dropped those disguises. Now, maintaining the black mannequin form, Gu Erdan donned his heavy armor and settled back onto his throne. Thanks to the close cooperation between him and Lich King Erdan, the black slime's modification process was finally complete. Erdan's half-divine power had greatly enhanced the slime's shape-shifting potential and adaptability. Ultimately, following Gu Erdan's advice, Erdan spent 3 months creating a new and unprecedented special slimia, soul-infused undead slime, glowing with ghostly flames. With the soul integrated, Gu Erdan could mentally connect with the slime and successfully claim fragments of its soul. He further upgraded it, boosting intelligence and enhancing its full range of abilities. Yet perhaps due to the slime's inherent nature, even as an undead lord, it remained dull and clumsy, far less clever than an ordinary person. As a result, this slime unfortunately earned the nickname General Fengchu, standing alongside the renowned strategist General Wulong, but always carrying an air of awkwardness and helplessness. The domain power of this slime perfectly matched its racial trait splitting. It could divide from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Each split downgraded its strength by 1 level, but with Gu Erdan backing it behind the scenes, it could quickly recover to its original combat power. Splitting wasn't just an attack method. It was a powerful survival skill. So long as any one of its permanently split clones survived, it could possess the corpse and be reborn. However, this slime's combat strength wasn't outstanding because it had invested all its attribute points into mimicry. It could flawlessly imitate not only flesh, but even the texture of metal. Its countless split clones were assigned by Gu Erdan to his subordinates, intending for them to experience the wonder of having a physical body. Yet most generals were reluctant to coexist with these clones. The reason was simple: they could sense the unique human perception, but the associated pain significantly reduced their combat efficiency. Except for Gu Erdan himself, originally human and eager to become a true person, other native undead saw no benefit in having a body. After all, these were Lord-level intellects with Lord-level mounts and combat power, plus a main body barely reaching the peak of the 4th tier. Gazing at his Lord and demigod-level subordinates, Gu Erdan couldn't help but sigh deeply. The road ahead is long and arduous. How many more years must he strive to become a lord? Judging by current speed, even with ample resources, it would take over a century. As for reaching demigod status, forget it. Without millennia of effort by undead, that level was simply unreachable. Aside from this slime, the summoning contract's magical array was also continually improved. The formation became more stable and efficient, and a portable array disk was developed to quickly construct connected teleportation portals. Yet, relying on it to transport a large army across realms was no easy feat. Summoned beings only existed for limited time once teleported, and to extend this required a powerful presence on this side to continually supply energy. Not to mention the enormous challenges in mass transporting soldiers. Though the Helmless Knight could freely teleport within her divine realm and move flexibly there, she lacked the ability for cross-realm teleportation. To actually realize cross-realm warfare with a large force, there were only 2 options. One was to have the Helmless Knight go forward as vanguard, then open the divine realm and let her troops leap into the battlefield. But the energy cost for a demigod to teleport across realms was tremendous, often not worth it. The other was to forcibly activate a large teleportation array, sending batch after batch of conventional soldiers. This required 4 Lord-level beings simultaneously maintaining energy infusion for the portal. Gu Erdan, however, was not worried about this. Half a year had passed, and thanks to his merit-based promotions, many of his deputies, including Centurions and Millennians, had risen to Lord rank. When large-scale combat was needed, selecting 4 Lords to continuously infuse energy into the teleportation portal would be no problem. His biggest concern now was security. Who knew what conditions awaited in other worlds? If gods wandered everywhere and demigods were as common as dust, would they be sending soldiers to their deaths, or just sacrificial pawns? For this reason, Gu Erdan had been cautious about sending people to explore, fearing disaster. Now, with over 100 lords under his command and his army qualitatively scaled up, Gu Erdan felt the time had come to test the waters of other worlds. After all, now that he had a physical body, he wanted to take advantage of it and have some fun exploring other realms. That was the real driving motivation behind everything. Within the borders of the false god's domain, millions of undead stood in neat, orderly ranks, exuding an aura of formidable discipline. These were the entire military force under Gu Erdan's command. Aside from a few newly recruited novices, none were below 7th rank. Over the years, they had amassed their strength through constant patrols and sweeping up lower-ranked undead, growing to this considerable scale. Trying to chase down fledgling undead with legions of 7th, 8th, and 9th rank spirits required tremendous effort. The composition of this army was diverse. It was no longer a simple skeleton legion but a mixed force. Skeletons, zombies, corpse fiends, and ghouls gathered side by side. Gu Erdan deliberately recruited undead types he had never possessed before, creating a richly varied band. Though many newcomers appeared, the core force remained the sizable, long-serving skeleton host that had followed him the longest. At that moment, Gu Erdan stood amid them clad in black armor. His visage was dark and sculpted, sharp as a statue almost like a final boss in a game, commanding awe. Beside him stood two demigods on watch, the helmless knight, and the white-bone vanguard clad in complete skeletal armor. Lords of various factions lined the flanks, while the rear was guarded by adjutants and vice-commanders of the different legions. The Lich King Erdan stood alone at the very front, focused intently on manipulating a complex battle formation. He had once tried teaching apprentices to manage the formation, but results had been disappointing. Even skeleton mages transformed from wizard Bone Sundead born with some magical aptitude had an intelligence barely reaching half that of 500. Erdan called them deadweight openly, yet knew deep down they could never handle major responsibilities. Compared to that, the clever corpse witches and liches held potential, but Erdan distrusted their ambition and feared they might usurp his power, so he refused to teach them the critical formation techniques. Consequently, he was the only one who could bear the burden of controlling the formation. As the formation activated fully, summoning invitations from other worlds floated in the air like ghosts. The Lich King Erdan selected 3 to present to Gu Erdan. Your Majesty, these are 3 levels of summoning requests. Erdan's voice was steady. The first is the highest level oath formation, designed to call forth undead champions ranked 7th and above, in exchange for a soul of equal rank. The second is a standard summoning formation, seeking only 1 mid-rank undead, apparently for observation a trial for a newly minted necromancer. The reward is 10 ordinary human souls. The third is the lowest level formation, a modified forbidden art that offers no protection to the caster. The summoner's intent is to slaughter all targets, with a reward of 1 gold coin and 12 silver coins. Erdan glanced at the last invitation, puzzled. Such a paltry offering did the summoner expect to call a first-rank skeleton soldier? And to accept gold coins as reward, the undead would have to possess intelligence. Otherwise, why place value on this? The summoner clearly misunderstood undead summoning protocols. Gu Erdan studied the 3 summons before him, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, 3 bulky warriors emerged from the depths of the great formation, marching to the front in a line. The 3 were a towering skeleton soldier over 4 meters tall, a standard giant skeleton. Taking advantage of his burly physique, the guy forcefully pushed those around him aside and stood right in the center of the highest level summoning formation. Presented with such a rare opportunity to shine, there was no way he would let it slip by. He was determined to claim it. The 2 who were shoved aside, a zombie and a black warrior, were both forced to yield. The zombie moved back to the mid-level summoning formation, while the black warrior had to settle for the lowest level formation. This black warrior was not a veteran member of Gu Erdan's elite guard. Otherwise, no one would dare bully her like this, even with the support of the other 2 undead. She was a recent recruit to the Black Warrior Legion and had volunteered to serve as a vanguard, selected by Gu Erdan himself. Initially, the 3 of them ranged from 7th to 8th tier in strength. To ensure their safety, Gu Erdan made an exception and allowed them to evolve into lords, promising that if they performed well and successfully scouted ahead, they would be promoted to deputy legion commanders or even join his elite corps. Filled with enthusiasm and anticipation, the 3 eagerly cracked their knuckles, took the oath, and were immediately drawn into the teleportation array. Nearby, Lord-level undead on guard hurried to infuse energy into the formation. After all, the strongest casters on the other side could only summon 7th-tier undead at best. The enormous energy the formation required meant that if the power ran short, the caster's life force could be drained to nothing, causing them to vanish before the 3 even arrived. Especially for the lowest level formation, it was uncertain whether it could withstand the passage of a 3rd-tier undead. Here, the gathered people stood quietly by the formation, waiting anxiously for news. Meanwhile, the 3 undead had already appeared in a different realm. The first to arrive was the zombie. Shrouded in black mist, he rapidly scanned the surrounding environment, a dim underground chamber. Inside, an old man with a wrinkled face and emaciated frame sat cross-legged, concentrating hard to maintain the formation. Encircling the ritual were officials adorned in lavish attire and elder disciples wearing uniform black robes. The old man relaxed his furrowed brow as the formation was finally completed. With the help of his cane, he shakily approached. Everyone, this is an otherworldly corpse. Casters capable of summoning undead of this caliber are no more than a handful, and I am one of them. Speaking as he tapped the zombie lightly with his cane, the formation's constraints ensured the undead showed no fear. The summoned zombie didn't attack rashly, but instead silently observed its surroundings. Was there any formidable opponent present? Was it a threat? If the strong were few, the undead army's invasion would proceed unhindered. If many, they would temporarily abandon this place. The old man went on to explain the zombie's strength, eliciting continuous amazement from the assembled dignitaries and deep admiration from the disciples. Although they had all learned some black magic and could barely summon a single moving skeleton, often disobedient combat power of such skeletons paled compared to humans. Summoning such powerful undead proved the old man truly was a master of dark sorcery. Just then, an official suddenly spoke up. Master, didn't you personally create a zombie yourself? Which one is stronger between these two? The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. Huh. That was a masterpiece blending Eastern corpse refining secrets and Western dark magic not comparable to mere summoned creatures. But since you're curious, I'll show you. Saying this, he ordered two disciples to push aside a nearby coffin. Instantaneously, a dense black mist surged out. With a muffled thud, a zombie clad in Qing dynasty garments, covered in talismanic markings, abruptly stood. A fifth-tier modified zombie. He let out a howl to the sky, blood-red light shooting from his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura that made everyone present scream in shock. However, the modified zombie suddenly fixed his enraged gaze on the silent summoned zombie, standing in the center of the formation, stunned for a full 3 seconds before snapping out of it. Then, ignoring his master's talismanic commands, he abruptly fell back into the coffin with a loud thud. The coffin lid immediately spun shut with a snap. Staring at the zombie reclined once again in the coffin, the old man and everyone else were utterly dumbfounded, completely caught off guard. By the vast heavens and boundless earth, hear my decree. Spirits and fiends, appear at once. Rise. The old man who refused to believe in superstition clasped his hands in a spell, his voice echoing through the air. The coffin lid lifted slightly at one corner, only to be yanked back forcefully by a cold, corpse-like aura the next moment. The old man's brow furrowed deeply, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes. After all these years of cultivation, this was the first time a zombie had been so stubborn. He approached the coffin and tried several different spells, but none took effect. No matter which incantation he cast, when the coffin lid was pried open even the slightest bit, the chilling corpse energy immediately sucked it back shut. Such a crafted zombie, if disobeying the controlling magic, would have its soul torn apart. Yet this one gritted its teeth, enduring agony, refusing to appear alive or dead. What could be causing this? Unwilling to give up, the old man inserted his treasured sword into the crack, using leverage to pry it open with all his might. But his strength was limited. The coffin was heavy and solid, like a cage, and after much effort, he still failed. Feeling the piercing gazes of the high officials and nobles around him, the old man's face turned pale with embarrassment. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help. He barked sharply, startling disciples and onlookers alike. They rushed over, lending multiple hands. Together, they exerted every ounce of strength to finally lift the heavy coffin lid. But what greeted their eyes was not the arrogant, domineering zombie they expected. It was still the zombie, but now it lay face down, trembling uncontrollably like a rag doll tossed in a sieve, utterly lacking any authority. The old man's frown deepened, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind. This zombie wasn't struggling to break free from control. On the contrary, it seemed to be breathing. Before the crowd could make sense of it, a low and clear voice came from behind them. The zombie that had been silently watching finally assessed the situation, gently moving its fingers as it slowly raised its head to look at everyone. Seems there's no danger. Since that's the case, old man, how about answering me a few questions? The voice was calm, but carried a faint pressure of authority. The sudden speech froze everyone present. The old man's neck stiffened as he turned toward the source of the voice, his face turning as pale as a steamed bun. Zombies do not enter reincarnation. They do not fall into the 6 realms. They are neither part of the 3 worlds nor the 5 elements. Born of bad luck, nourished by energy, mindless and soulless. The voice sounded like a defense, echoing the deeply ingrained belief in everyone's hearts. In other words, these creatures' minds had long been corroded by energy, making intelligence impossible. Unless they had completely transformed, becoming a legendary zombie, a flying zombie. By zombie classification, the flying zombie was an 8th-tier powerhouse. According to the standards of the underworld, the 8th tier was the pinnacle, far beyond ordinary skeleton soldiers at the 4th tier, who barely understood speech. Flying zombies were truly intelligent undead. The old man's heart tightened as grave suspicion was confirmed. In this Indo-Dharma era, a 5th-tier reanimated zombie was already his trump card, and now this flying zombie's sudden appearance only made things worse. Where could one still find a Taoist master to fight to the death with such a thing nowadays? The old man was overwhelmed with anxiety and sorrow. At this very moment, the entire scene fell into a suffocating silence, the loneliness and helplessness of the Indo-Dharma age silently spreading within the old man's heart. The old man recoiled in fear, finally understanding why the modified zombie inside the coffin had been so hesitant to come out. It had clearly sensed the presence of a powerful figure from its own kind and was too afraid to show itself. Though the old man pieced this together, the disciples and high-ranking officials nearby, especially those bold but unsuspecting nobles, showed no fear at all. In fact, two men even stepped closer to the zombie, with one cautiously reaching out to poke it. "Hey, this thing can actually talk?" someone exclaimed. "The master's reputation is well-earned, master." "Master, where are you running off to?" Looking up, they saw the old man desperately fleeing. The official gently touching the zombie shuddered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. At last, he realized the danger. But before he could react, the zombie, still motionless moments before, struck suddenly, its hands shooting out like lightning to clamp tightly around the two men's heads. Its jet-black eyes scanned the crowd, a ferocious grin twisting its face, as if mocking their terrified expressions. "You guys, is this all you've got?" The zombie sneered, lips twitching into a cruel smile. With a sudden burst of strength, the captured men struggled frantically, but were hurled forcefully through the wall behind them, crashing into the ruins beyond. The shocking violence finally snapped everyone back to their senses. Terrified screams erupted as people scrambled to their feet and fled. But this bloodthirsty zombie had spent its life either battling on the front lines or rushing toward them. Now tasked with reconnaissance, it was desperate to prove its worth and wasn't about to let prey slip away. With a fierce launch, it leapt off the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning. Screams and cries filled the air as the crowd fell like dominoes. Like a ferocious tiger ripping through a flock of sheep, wherever the zombie stomped, blood and chaos followed. Eventually, the iron door was blasted open, and the zombie, its hands stained with fresh blood, stormed out of the room, looking displeased. After all that effort, killing so many humans, and only 30-something first-tier souls to show for it? "This world's pathetic," it grunted coldly. "Is it even worth invading? Or did we pick the wrong one?" Thoughts of the low-level teleportation array they'd stolen from that black warrior only deepened its disappointment. Stepping through the doorway, the zombie glanced up and saw a line of soldiers clad in strange armor, wielding unfamiliar weapons, modern troops, their guns gleaming ominously. The old man hiding nearby shouted in panic, "Open fire! Shoot him now! Kill him!" The captain beside him grimaced, hesitating to speak. "But Mayor Zhao is still inside." "Don't be ridiculous." The zombie broke through, already none of them's alive inside. The old man roared, "If we don't stop it, we're all dead." The captain gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his arm. "Open fire!" A deafening roar filled the air as countless gun barrels unleashed bursts of flame, fiercely pounding the zombie and forcing it to stagger back slightly. In the thick smoke, the zombie stood firm, its clothes shredded but not a scratch on its body. Feeling the impact ripple through its frame, the zombie raised an eyebrow. "Interesting toys, but too weak." Before it could say more, two bright flashes erupted as twin shoulder-fired rocket launchers fired simultaneously. The explosions were powerful enough to collapse an entire wall behind them. But through the dust, the zombie remained standing unharmed, though its clothes were torn to tatters. Frowning, it calculated silently, "That blast is barely tier 4 at best. Combined with the arrogant summoning from that old man, this world's power levels are absolutely pathetic. No invasion value at all." Still, to be thorough, the zombie didn't leave immediately but fixed its gaze on the old man, wanting one last confirmation of its intelligence. With that thought, it clenched its fingers tightly. Of the three portals, the second one was the first to show any reaction. Suddenly, a zombie appeared, its clothes tattered and hanging like shredded rags, yet strangely, its body bore no wounds. It knelt on one knee, gazing at Gu Erdan and the others with a calm voice tinged with helplessness. "The scan is complete. The highest level of power in that world only reaches the 5th tier. Common beings are just first tier. Cultivators are extremely rare. There is absolutely no value in invading." So this summoner is already the strongest force in that world?" Gu Erdan asked in surprise. "Then what about the caster? Where is he?" "Dead." "Dead? But didn't you say he couldn't be attacked? How did he die?" The zombie gave a bitter laugh. "He scared himself to death when he saw me approaching." After hearing this, Gu Erdan shook his head, smiling wryly. "Well, if this so-called top-tier power could be scared to death, that hardly counts as top tier. But then again, it made sense. 5th tier being faced with a lord-level powerhouse would be either terrified to death or left barely clinging to life." Sighing, he gave up on invading this world. Little did he know, the old man, who had never even seen the other's true form throughout his life, never realized he wasn't facing an ordinary flying zombie, but a legendary non-decaying bone. Such creatures only appeared twice in history, once crushed decisively by a Taoist prodigy, another time overwhelming the Taoist sect's full might at the cost of multiple grandmasters before finally being defeated. That brutal battle left the Taoist order weakened and in decline ever since. Having confirmed the world held no breakthroughs, Gu Erdan crossed his arms and turned to await information from the other two worlds. Meanwhile, Inside the lowest level teleportation array, a black warrior in distinctive black armor appeared. She wielded a spear and shield, radiating a cold, forbidding aura. Unlike the black warriors of the Imperial Guard, her armor lacked the rose pattern that was their exclusive insignia. No other black warrior was permitted to wear it, even if their strength rivaled theirs. The black warrior scanned the area quickly, brows furrowed. Flames roared around her as burning houses collapsed one after another. The streets were littered with corpses in simple medieval clothes, some still being consumed by fire. Clearly, a once peaceful town had suffered a horrific invasion. As she surveyed the scene, a faint, intermittent voice called out from ahead. It was a young girl, about 15 or 16, fair-featured but smeared with dirt and blood on her cheeks. Fresh blood seeped from her wrist wounds, dripping onto the glowing runes of the teleportation array, which pulsed with a cold light. The girl slumped to the ground, her gaze desperate, yet faintly defiant. It worked. It really worked. The black warrior looked down at her, eyes glowing blood-red behind her helmet as she asked coldly, "Are you the one who summoned me?" Summoning her remaining strength, the girl struggled to her knees in front of the warrior, her voice trembling but resolute. "Yes. It was me. Please help me. Help me kill them. Kill them all. Kill. That's my specialty. But the price you offer is laughably low." The black warrior spoke slowly, pulling coins gold and silver from her chest and casually throwing them to the ground. "You want me to step in, but tell Mato you have any payment for my services?" The young girl looked up blankly, almost whispering to herself what kind of reward she could possibly offer. After all, she was just a novice second-tier mage, with only a trace of magical talent. Her hometown was under attack, her people slaughtered with countless casualties. In utter despair, she pulled out the forbidden spellbook passed down in her family and forcibly unleashed the long-sealed forbidden magic. When she cast this summoning spell, she didn't expect to survive. She wasn't even sure if it would work on the first try. The book clearly warned that the summoned undead would not obey the caller, but might instead slay them, first meaning this spell was a deadly gamble destined for mutual destruction. Yet she ignored the risks entirely and only sought vengeance. Clenching her teeth, the girl declared firmly and loudly, "I am willing to wager myself. My body, my soul. You may take them after this. Since you can speak, you must be a high-level undead, right? Please help me avenge my people. Punish these executioners." Her words sparked a quiet chuckle from the black warrior. She was only a second-tier spirit, hardly tempting. Moreover, offering one's soul as payment was normally a devil's trade. But oh well, she needed intelligence, and this deal was acceptable. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. The door was slammed open and a group of soldiers stormed inside. Clad in heavy Western-style armor, helmets gleaming coldly, they looked like rows of iron cans on the move. Their arms were well-equipped swords and shields, long spears, or massive dual-handed greatswords. Seeing the black warrior inside, the soldiers tensed immediately. The quickest drew a horn from his waist and blew a sharp, muffled blast that reverberated through the village. Footsteps multiplied from all directions as more troops gathered at the door, some breaking down walls outright. An intimidating crowd of more than 100 soldiers surrounded the two inside, faces fierce and grim. Leading them was a handsome blond man whose eyes were narrowed coldly. He asked, "What is she?" His aide frowned and replied, "A black warrior, a third-tier undead. Not to be taken lightly." "Huh," the blond man sneered. "Only a third-tier undead? I thought she'd be tougher." He gestured to a nearby man. "Go, Raikru, finish him. As you command, master." Raikru was a towering giant over 2 meters tall, wielding a colossal, two-handed greatsword. At the order, he charged with a sudden burst of faint red fighting aura, launching a martial skill, Fighting Slash. With a roar, his heavy blade struck the black warrior's shoulder. The sword, weighing over 50 pounds, smashed down with a loud crack, yet to everyone's shock, the black warrior's armor remained unscathed. Not a scratch. Instead, Raikru recoiled in agony from the counterforce, stumbling backward with blood dripping from his palms. The soldiers gawked in disbelief. The black warrior finally moved, growling low, insufferable. In a flash, she swung her shield violently, knocking Raikru flying. He crashed through 2 houses, breaking beams and scattering tiles and stones. The dozen soldiers who collided with him suffered shattered bones and instant death. The terrifying scene silenced everyone. Seizing the moment, the black warrior raised her spear high, its tip aimed at the army. Black mist surged wildly from her, rapidly coalescing behind her into a shadowy giant, dozens of meters tall, dormant dark beast stirring to life. She announced in a stern voice, "I am a member of the Black Warrior Guard under the Skeleton King's command. I am here by his orders. Tell me, are you the one seeking death?" The earth cracked open, dust billowing into the air as surrounding houses collapsed with thunderous crashes. From several dozen meters behind, a dark shadow began to materialize, gradually taking shape until it stood over 20 meters tall, a towering black warrior. The massive figure swung his enormous sword, its blade thick and heavy like a mountain range. With a deafening roar, the sword descended, piercing through a nearby house as shockwaves echoed fiercely. The power of his domain exploded outward, divine and overwhelming, causing the ground to tremble violently and spreading a wave of dread. Everyone watching turned deathly pale in an instant. A handsome man grasped the collar of his adjutant anxiously, his eyes wide with terror, voice trembling. "What is that thing? What on earth is it? You swore she was only a third-rank black warrior." The adjutant, pulled repeatedly, finally understood the true extent of the threat. His face drained of blood, eyes filled with sheer fear. Suddenly, he shoved the young lord away and scrambled to flee the village, his hoarse screams piercing the air. "It's the Demon King! It's the Demon King!" The adjutant's shriek rolled like thunder through the village. The crowd froze in shocked silence before a voice shouted commands, scattering soldiers in a panic-stricken stampede. Yet all their fear and frenzy seemed ineffectual against the black warrior. Raising his colossal sword over 20 meters, Longha swung down once again. Black mist coalesced along the blade, extending the edge nearly 100 meters, sweeping across everything. With a massive crash, countless houses were wiped away, splinters and bones swirling through the air. The village, once grim but intact, was utterly razed by this devastating blow. The wedge-shaped gap in the village center was sharp and precise, as if cleaved by some giant blade. Among the hundreds of fleeing soldiers, none were stronger than third rank, utterly incapable of resisting such a cataclysmic onslaught. As the black mist dissipated, the victorious warrior strode calmly toward the still-stunned girl. Extending his arm, his voice cold and stern, he said, "I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is your turn. Surrender your soul to me, human." After a moment, the black warrior finally returned. Though he had failed to bring back precise intelligence like when he captured zombies, he had brought something else: a person. A girl transformed into an undead black warrior. Indeed, this warrior was the Black Warrior King himself, with the power to create others like him. The girl's heart quivered as she faced the scene. Gu Erdan and the Lich King Alanda exchanged a wary glance before questioning her for details. Learning that the summoned Demon King Black Warrior showed deep respect toward everyone present, especially the two of them, made the girl even more apprehensive. Though simple-minded, she sensed that the force before her was no ordinary threat. One that could command the Demon King's loyalty was beyond anything she had ever heard of. Through the girl's brief explanation, Gu Erdan and the others began to grasp a rough picture of that other world. The girl was a low-level figure and knew limited information, but could sketch out its basic structure and the power hierarchy of its strongest warriors. She described a medieval world with advanced cultivation systems and high-rank beings. The pinnacle forces there were the holy demon masters and sword saints, both 10th-rank sacred warriors, legendary heroes. That world was home to diverse race selves, orcs, dwarves, multifarious and complex. This time, they had uncovered a new world full of legend, energy, and conflict. Among humans, there is also a massive faction called the Church. It boasts 8 holy-ranked warriors collectively known as the 8 Cardinal Red Cardinals. Above them stands the Pope, rumored to command angelic powers capable of unleashing half-divine strength. Beyond this, another force exists in the world: demons said to have crawled up from the depths of hell, divided into 12 tribes, each led by a demon lord, ranked at the 10th tier of power. Even above these elites, a half-divine demon monarch remains hidden. At this moment, the young woman was recounting these rumors while carefully reviewing the notes taken by the Lich King Erdan beside her. She meticulously calculated the combat capabilities of both sides, revisited historical events, and confirmed that for tens of thousands of years, true gods had rarely appeared. At most, there were only 1 or 2 recorded instances of half-divine angels descending to the mortal realm. Hearing this, the Lich King Erdan slowly nodded toward Gu Erdan and said, "Your Majesty, the situation in this world looks manageable. The strongest forces top out at half-divine. About 80 to 90% of the territory is controlled by these half-divine warriors. Personally, have the ability to handle them." Gu Erdan's face broke into a satisfied smile. To encounter such a suitable second world is a great start, definitely a good omen. Just as he was about to discuss invasion plans with Lich King Erdan, their expressions suddenly changed, and those around them grew solemn. They all felt a tremor in their souls, as if someone was launching an attack against them at the spiritual level. Launching a soul attack on all of them at once could only mean one thing. Someone was using soul force, attempting to forcibly destroy the soul of one among them. This act immediately triggered the soul network established by the Bone Vanguard. The entire group's souls retaliated collectively, creating a powerful backlash. Who? Gu Erdan suddenly scanned the surroundings, his eyes sharp and piercing. Seeing confused looks on others' faces, his own expression instantly hardened like a mountain. He glared fiercely at the third portal still open nearby. Trouble. Before he could finish, Gu Erdan activated his system, furiously injecting energy into the soul fragment of the skeleton soldier entering the portal, trying to forcibly upgrade it to half-divine. But he was still a step too slow. Just as the energy was about to transfer, The teleportation array abruptly closed, severing the energy transmission. It wasn't dead. Gu Erdan's heart sank. It meant the three selected warriors all possessed soul-splitting abilities. Even if killed, they could revive. That giant skeleton was obviously sealed by someone's soul magic. Damn it. Seeing no chance to continue the energy transfer, Gu Erdan cursed angrily. Mobilize the Armago, rescue them. As he finished speaking, the rear legions quickly moved out. But before the troops even assembled, Lich King Erdan suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Your Majesty. Erdan's tone was grave. To seal a peak lord this fast, it must be half-divine power. Whether half-divine or not, kill them. At most they'll revive them. But sealing the soul like this? I want to see how many they think they can seal. Your Majesty, don't you see? We've encountered half-divine forces right after arriving. This world is deep with strong powers. There must be gods herein, likely more than just one or two. If we charge in recklessly, those sealed won't be the only ones caught. But my troops are there. The sealed one's soul array even blocks divine senses. It's basically just a long sleep. Well, wait until we're strong enough to contend with gods before moving, Gu Erdan said firmly. Otherwise, if we fight gods outright now, who knows how many will die. Erdan's words gradually calmed Gu Erdan. Sending the vanguard warriors first was meant as a low-risk trial. Unexpected things could happen, which is why the first group of adventurers were called warriors. You're right, building strength is the true path. Gu Erdan sighed and fixed his eyes on the closed portal. Mark the coordinates carefully. When we can stand against gods, we will make them pay for provoking us. Understood, came the unified response, the atmosphere heavy with gravity, yet brimming with resolve. Half an hour earlier, the last of the three heroes, the giant skeleton, had just received his payment and immediately crossed through time and space, arriving in another world. Before he could even clear his vision, a deafening roar of battle erupted in his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw a brutal scene of chaotic warfare. Looking out, the combined forces of both sides numbered in the hundreds of thousands, their tangled battle lines stretching endlessly to the horizon. The battlefield was alive with flashing blades and clashing swords, with war cries shaking the air as the two armies fought with unrelenting ferocity. On the left, the army that had summoned the giant skeleton was an allied force made up of various alien and dark races. The dark elves wore grim expressions, their eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. Undead sorcerers gripped their staves, spells swirling continuously. Shadow orcs, muscular and fierce, worshipped dark powers and seethed with battle fury. Stocky gray dwarfs stood resolute and unyielding. Meanwhile, goblins, trolls, ogres, and harpies gathered together, forming a terrifying force. Each individual fighter was formidable, especially the trolls, who stood over 4 meters tall, wielding massive wooden clubs, sweeping across the battlefield like living slaughtering machines. Facing them was a standard-issue fantasy coalition army. Orcs fought with savage bravery. Human soldiers donned polished, orderly armor and advanced weaponry. Elven archers perched high, their arrows unerring. Dwarven warriors, clad in heavy armor, were steadfast as stone. In the sky, griffin riders locked in fierce aerial combat with harpies, battling relentlessly. On the ground, Treant guardians of the forest clashed eternally with trolls. Cavalry units collided repeatedly, the clang of metal against metal echoing across the field. Human heavy cavalry, dwarf ram riders, and orc wolf riders converged in a might collision against enemy horsemen. Elven eagle-winged riders tangled with elk bow riders in stealthy skirmishes, raiding the enemy's fresh troops and supplies. Even within the Dark Alliance, a cavalry squadron launched a surprise raid, plunging into close combat amid enemy infantry. Cavalry usually avoided hand-to-hand fighting to maintain mobility, but this unit was exceptional. They were centaurs, natural horse warriors highly skilled in close-quarter struggle. They swung weapons at foes much larger than themselves, while their powerful hind legs kicked repeatedly, leaping and spinning, defending every side with fierce precision, rampaging across the chaotic battlefield like wild beasts. Blood and corpses everywhere filled the air with a stench of death. The savage war left no room for respite. The giant skeleton stood at a gathering point of undead sorcerers who were desperately casting spells and summoning all manner of the undead to fight to the death. Such large-scale conjuring came at a terrible price, but no one cared now. Losing meant death was certain. The cost could be no concern. A knight rapidly approached the giant skeleton, shouting urgently to rally the troops. Everyone, help us win this battle. If we triumph, we swear to offer all the souls across the battlefield to you. Before he could finish, a deadly strike exploded at the front lines. A zombified giant over 4 meters tall suddenly swung a massive hammer, crashing it down and knocking both the knight and his horse heavily to the ground. The zombie roared to the sky, clearly a powerful foe well beyond the 6th rank. After dealing the blow, it charged forward into the fantasy coalition army like an unstoppable tidal wave. His charge seemed to trigger an alarm, as swarms of undead surged forward from behind, indiscriminately slaughtering everything in their path. Friend or foe, no one was spared. Living souls were like a savory feast to these undead, and more importantly, such souls could be devoured easily and quickly. This made them an ideal way for the undead to rapidly strengthen themselves without long delays. The summoned undead, especially the intelligent high-ranking ones, were driven by the urge to massacre in the world of the living. Even without orders from the knights, they launched attacks on their own initiative. As for whether they might harm their own allies, these undead never once considered themselves allies. To them, all living beings were nothing more than inexhaustible food sources. Among the high-ranking undead, a giant skeleton stood apart. Unlike the others wielding weapons and furiously attacking, it pulled out a massive bone plate in one hand and a sharpened bone needle in the other, meticulously engraving marks on the plate. It was carefully recording the surrounding situation, tallying the number of powerful enemies nearby. Prepared for the task ahead, it had even learned to draw, though its sketches remained primitive and abstract. The enormous dragon descending from the sky wielded around an 8th-tier power. There were easily hundreds of dragons at this level soaring above. Nearby, a human tossed aside had 9th-tier strength, roughly equal to the dark beast it fought. Meanwhile, the chaotic mass of knights weaving through the crowd possessed an overall strength no less than 7th tier. The giant skeleton observed and sketched amid the chaos, transforming what should have been a brutal battle into a forced field study. Its huge frame, clad in heavy armor, marked it as no ordinary being. Even when it avoided conflict, others still quickly targeted it. Suddenly, a rider formation of over a dozen appeared on the distant front line, kicking up dust as they charged without hesitation straight toward the cluster of high-ranking undead. Their objective was obvious. A hulking corpse demon attempted to block them, but was swiftly overwhelmed by a volley of concentrated javelin strikes from the cavalry and fell instantly. Seizing the moment, the other undead poured in, aiming to capture these powerful souls. At that critical moment, the handsome youth at the front raised his precious sword, which blossomed with dazzling holy light. The power of the sacred light descended. The brilliant rays shot forth like a sharp blade from the tip of his sword. Soldiers blessed by the glow saw their wounds rapidly heal as vitality surged back into their bodies, restoring strength in moments. In stark contrast, the undead struck by the attack screamed as their bodies melted away like snow under intense sunshine. Even high-level undead at 6th or 7th tier couldn't endure more than 3 seconds under this radiance. This was no ordinary 8th-ring holy light magic. Together with the power of the treasured sword, the holy relic sword of radiant sight tore through the undead's encirclement. The youth, clad in golden armor shining like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, charged forward with majestic force. Spotting the giant skeleton bowed low, carving symbols onto its bone plate, the youth wasted no time and swung his sword in a decisive strike. The giant's skull didn't even lift, but the drawing hand suddenly twisted, delivering a crushing blow to the charging warhorse's head. The steed, a 7th-tier holy light unicorn armored in exquisite magical plate, could not withstand the punch of a lord-level 10th-tier warrior. Its head shattered instantly, and it toppled, flying backward. The youth, sword held high, was knocked off his mount by the blow, stunned and horrified. Before he could regain footing, the massive bony fist slammed down. With a crack, his sword broke in two as he tried to block, his breastplate shattered. The skeleton's fist tore through his torso, delivering a deadly blow with just one strike. This giant skeleton possessed multiple undead talents: 2nd-ring basic bone reinforcement, 5th-ring intermediate bone reinforcement, 8th-ring advanced bone reinforcement, and 9th-ring death god's bone. The youth's comrades, knights rushing after him with anguished shouts, saw their friend pierced through the arm. Their faces twisted with anguish and fury, flames of rage and despair blazing in their eyes. "Help! Save them!" A deafening roar shattered the air as 10 knights charged forward like unleashed tigers, heading straight for the massive, terrifying giant skeleton. Their strength was formidable. 8 were diamond knights ranked at the 8th tier, while 2 were supreme knights at the 9th tier. Yet despite their powerful ranks, the moment they collided with the giant skeleton, all were knocked off their feet and sent sprawling. One of the supreme knights erupted with fighting spirit that transformed into a swirling dragon shadow. With the legendary 7 rings technique, the dragon soul break fiercely attacked the giant skeleton. Known for its devastating impact and destructive power, this technique unexpectedly shattered against the skeleton's hard bony armor. Not only was the technique destroyed, but the knight's warhorse suffered a brutal fatigue. A gruesome silence followed as the horse's head was crushed inward toward its chest. The only reaction from the giant skeleton was a slight step back, showing no sign of pain whatsoever. With lightning speed, the skeleton swung its massive, thick arm, smashing a supreme knight with a thunderous blow. The knight was blasted backwards like a bomb, flying hundreds of meters before crashing into a distant crowd, sending up a cloud of blood and dust. The 8 diamond knights behind immediately thrust their long spears with fierce determination. Their fighting spirit burst forth as the sharp metal collided against the skeleton's bones, clang after clang echoing across the battlefield. Yet their combined assault failed to breach the giant's defenses. Instead, two diamond knights were trampled to death by the skeleton's brutal charge, while the others fell stunned, tossed aside like ragdolls. Clearly irritated, the giant skeleton raised both massive hands and swept them down in a heavy strike, knocking several knights to the ground. Everyone hit was instantly killed, their flesh and bones smashed beyond recognition. This was the death god Bonian, extremely dangerous innate ability within the skeleton bloodline, possessing terrifying destructive power. Such a skill was incredibly difficult to acquire, requiring triple-tier talent combinations. Without Gu Erdan's repeated selection of talent spells, landing this rare fusion 4 times consecutively would have been nearly impossible, akin to winning the lottery. But the cost was justified by the despairingly overwhelming results. In an instant, the battlefield was stained red. The Supreme Knight fell dead, 5 Diamond Knights died, and 3 were seriously injured. The only surviving 9th-tier Supreme Knight held back, not rushing forward because he was a ranged warrior armed with a massive bow. This fortunate distance saved him, allowing him to unleash volley after volley, each arrow imbued with explosive martial techniques, striking the skeleton over 20 times. Still, the steel-like giant skeleton remained unscathed. Clutching the corpse of a nearly dead boy, it ground its teeth in fury, its entire bony frame trembling with rage. Earlier, a knight mistook a bony plate the skeleton held for a weak spot and shot an arrow at it. The plate shattered into fragments, and the skeleton, like an enraged beast stung by pain, let out an angry roar and charged at the knight, who fled in terror. This desperate retreat unwittingly revealed the giant skeleton's weakness. Although Gu Erdan had specially enhanced its defenses, making it nearly invincible among peers, its singular focus on defense made its tactics predictable. Its stubby legs limited its speed, which turned out to be a fatal flaw. Ahead, the 9th-tier Supreme Knight urged his steed into a wild sprint, kicking up clouds of dust and scattering fleeing figures. The pursuing giant skeleton charged relentlessly, crushing even the towering trolls in its path, who were thrown violently and disintegrated in bloody mist upon impact. The two dashed forward in a frenzy, trampling soldiers beneath the giant skeleton's swinging hand, countless men crushed without mercy. The chaos quickly drew the attention of elite fighters. At first, several level 8 experts attempted to intervene, but the skeleton's speed was terrifying. It tore them apart in an instant. Then, reinforcements from the evil coalition arrived, only to be torn to shreds by the colossal skeleton. Even those thought to be allies were mercilessly shredded alive. Soon after, level 9 experts showed up, but their fate was just as grim, barely putting up any resistance before being torn apart. Finally, the giant skeleton leapt into the air and stomped down on the Supreme Knight and his warhorse, crushing them instantly. At that moment, 2 true masters arrived in a flash: one, a human sword saint; the other, an elven holy warlock. The elven beauty struck first, raising her staff. Suddenly, living vines burst out, ensnaring the skeleton while it was caught off guard. The skeleton struggled but couldn't break free as a relentless barrage of spells rained down. The level 7 spell, Rapid Growth, caused 4 seeds underground to sprout into towering trees. The level 7 spell, Awakening of Trance, turned those trees into formidable trance. Level 6 Nature's Spread extended the vines to cover the area. Then the level 9 spell, Super Force Drain, hoisted the entangled giant skeleton into the air, binding it firmly. The vines pulsed with strange energy, relentlessly siphoning out the Black Death aura from the skeleton aura plants detest most. Unexpectedly, the most potent spell weakened. The vines withered and decayed. Yet, rather than breaking, they grew even tougher and more resilient amid the infusion of deathly energy. Just then, the Holy Warlock finished controlling the battlefield and prepared to cast another spell when a roar erupted behind her. The human sword saint stood firm, spear in hand, his body suddenly enveloped in radiant light. The level 5 martial skill, Strength Amplification, level 7 Super Strength Amplification, level 8 Potential Burst, and Heavenly Power, plus level 9 Falling Sky technique increased his power dramatically. Muscle fibers bulging, he howled and hurled his spear with tremendous force. The spear screamed as it flew hundreds of meters across an open field, shattering the silence with a piercing sonic boom. Dirt and debris violently exploded, and the earth cracked open like it was being cleaved. 2 towering walls of earth rose up as a fortress barrier. The spear flew straight toward the giant skeleton's chest, but with a thunderous clash, the withered vines ensnaring it shattered to fragments. More shocking, the spear imbued with immense power exploded into a shower of sparks the moment it struck the skeleton's hardened armor. Pieces scattered like shrapnel, whipping around in a bloody gale. The chest plate of the giant skeleton was deeply dented. The Holy Warlock's face turned stunned. Even the sword saint who had thrown the spear was dumbfounded. The allied forces watching gasped in disbelief. Starfall Sword Saint Karsi shouted first, How is this possible? His defense can't be. No way. The skeleton seemed to react to the voice, a flash of red light blazing in its eyes as it suddenly roared and erupted into fiery flames. A fiery domain ignited, instantly melting the ground beneath it. The soil quickly crystallized into a hardened glassy form. Starfall Sword Saint's face turned ashen. Drawing another spear from his waist, a dazzling starlight glow surrounded his body. At his command, Meteor Domain activated. The battlefield's tension surged as the aura of battle intensified, the war's tides continuing to churn fiercely. The spear stretched out like a dragon, striking in an instant. Countless stars floating around suddenly exploded, resembling suspended cannons that unleashed thousands of blazing beams of light. These laser-like rays radiated an intense, searing heat, effortlessly melting anything they touched as if a sharp blade sliced through soft tofu. Yet, the colossal skeleton charging forward was like a heavily armored tank, impervious to blades and spears. The beams of concentrated starlight slammed against its thick armor, leaving at most dark scorch marks on the surface, while the entire bony frame remained unscathed. The Starfall Sword Saint, renowned for his offensive prowess, was rendered powerless against this defense-specialized giant skeleton. Its bones emitted an extreme heat, as if it were a walking furnace that dissolved anything upon contact. Just moments ago, it had collided head-on with a heavy armored soldier. Both forces seemed to cancel out completely. The soldier's ironclad half-body instantly melted into ashes upon touching the searing bones. Seeing his attacks futile, the Starfall Sword Saint launched a sudden counterattack, stabbing his spear forward. The long spear pierced through the air and struck the skeleton's bone armor, only forcing it back a few steps while melting nearly half the spear itself. Facing this terrifying scene, the Starfall Sword Saint's face went pale. He dared not engage in close combat any longer. Not just him, the elven holy mage beside him also felt despair. The elves excelled in nature magic, capable of healing, restraining, attacking, and supporting. Yet, at this moment, all their spells failed against the giant skeleton, which resembled a molten furnace. The moment Tongue Man approached, she was instantly reduced to ashes by the blazing flames. The Treant extended its massive arm to assist, only to have it engulfed and ignited by invisible fire. Fire remains nature's deadliest destroyer. Seeing the two in peril, elite warriors from the Just Coalition arrived rapidly to support them. The Evil Coalition refused to allow their opponents to focus forces, rallying around the giant skeleton for a climactic showdown of masters. 5, 10, even 20 Tier 10 Lord-level warriors appeared one after another. Each unleashed their unique powers until the world seemed to shatter. This was no exaggeration. A wave of their hands tore open rifts in space. Their stomps fractured and upheaved the land. Each lord became a god within their own domain. Two masters leapt into the air, tearing the void as their spatial powers clashed fiercely, cracking the sky. Giants of water and fire, hundreds of feet tall, pummeled each other relentlessly. This was a battle of natural forces. Tier 9 represented mortal limits, while Tier 10 symbolized transcendent legends and unreachable height ordinary beings could only admire, and the threshold of ascension. The gods' merciless battle ravaged the mortal realm, with dozens of Tier 10 saints fighting furiously, causing heavy casualties on both sides. On the battlefield, soldiers faced constant danger and fled desperately, unable to pay attention to the master's duel. The central battlefield fell empty, leaving only 20 or 30 lords locked in desperate combat, blood staining the ground. At this moment, the giant skeleton's rage reached its peak. With its deathly bone armor impervious to weapons and an unbearably scorching destructive aura, it had already slain 3 of the enemy's top generals, driving the conflict into a white-hot climax. Facing this ironclad monster, even the countless elite warriors of the Justice Alliance found themselves helpless. When dealing with a death god's bone of equal rank that seemed invincible, the most effective strategy was actually to avoid striking its hardened shell directly and instead target its soul. Some masters had indeed attempted this approach, only to meet even more gruesome fates. The giant skeleton's soul flame was terrifying beyond measure, a vast force connected mentally to millions of undead. Among these spirits, there were hundreds of lord-level entities, supported further by the immense spiritual power of 3 demigods. It wasn't just the attacks of the lordly souls. Even a full-fledged deity striking in person would likely suffer a brutal backlash, beaten bloody and broken. 3 warriors who tried to counterattack the giant skeleton with soul power met a tragic end. One's head exploded from the backlash, leaving no remains. Another suffered bleeding from all 7 orifices, his injuries so severe he collapsed, barely able to hold on. The third managed to resist the backlash only because his soul attack skills were weak, receiving a lighter counterstrike that let him cling to life. With each decapitated general and each captured lord-level soul, the giant skeleton's spirit grew more exhilarated. Since the Justice Alliance could do nothing against him, they were merely fish on a chopping board. In his mind, the giant skeleton schemed. If he could slay all 20-plus elite warriors of the Alliance and bring their souls back, His Majesty would surely reward him richly. Being a general wasn't enough. He craved demigod status, a true trusted position above mere generals. After all, the Lich King had become the Emperor's chief advisor just by sending a single message and placing a formation. If he could present over 20 Lord-level souls and return with a world to conquer, becoming the top battle commander would be only natural. Driven by this excitement, the giant skeleton's attacks grew fiercer and faster. Yet he was shrewd enough not to confront the Justice Alliance Hedon just yet. The optimal time would be after all their elite warriors were slain and the evil Alliance's forces were nearly depleted. Then he would launch a counterstrike. His mental calculations clacked like gears as he even planned whom to ambush first. But reality gave him no chance. Amid the fierce battle, a dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky, shimmering so brightly it seemed to pierce the heavens. Thousands of white-robed priestesses knelt with folded hands and closed eyes in prayer. Pure white sparks flew from their bodies, merging into the radiant beam overhead, flowing like living light. This was a collective transcendental spell, a cross-dimensional summoning announcing the sacred arrival of the Holy Light Sisters. Upon hearing this familiar spell name, several Tier 10 masters immediately paled, chills running down their spines. Terrified screams rang out as some dashed toward the light pillar to stop it, but were intercepted by Justice Alliance warriors. The pillar's divine power swelled, revealing a radiant formation that enveloped the entire battlefield in a luminous glow. From within the formation, a golden figure slowly emerged, clad in gleaming golden armor, hovering midair. Behind him spread enormous pure white wings as vast as half the sky, casting a protective divine shelter over the entire Justice Alliance. Feathers gently drifted down, transforming into countless points of light that fell upon the warriors, instantly healing their wounds perfectly. But should those lights fall on the evil Alliance, they felt like scalding oil poured on raw flesh, burning painfully and igniting their skin. This was one of the 8 archangels, the Archangel Hayan, making his descent. At this critical moment, a shout split the air, throwing a dozen or so evil Alliance elites into panic as they scrambled to retreat. They all knew well that Archangel Hayan was a demigod. This was no ordinary mortal peak expert to be reckoned with. These ruthless foes finally tasted true fear. The giant skeleton fled with the retreating ranks. Despite his arrogance, he understood the vast gulf between demigods and lords, far greater even than that between lords and Tier 9 masters. A half-god was simply beyond mortal top-tier warriors' ability to resist. Still, though the giant skeleton escaped, Archangel Hayan did not let him go. Summoning the Archangel had been precisely to confront this sudden, terrifying undead threat. Hayan snorted coldly, raising his radiant sword as golden light flowed from it. Knowing his time in the mortal realm was short, he had to end the fight swiftly. "My God, shine upon me," he whispered, instantly unfolding his domain, the sacred light domain, a transcendental spell. A heavenly sword took shape, sharp beyond compare. A dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, striking directly at the giant skeleton's body. The intense holy power carried a devastating blow that smashed the heart of this bloody battle. 10 minutes had passed since Archangel Hayan's arrival. Throughout this time, his relentless assault showed no sign of abating. Brilliant holy light missiles and thunderous energy blasts poured down on the colossal skeleton, yet none of it seemed to leave a mark. The giant skeleton was like a hammer forged in a furnace. Its hardness defied all reason. Archangel Hayan pushed himself to the limit, unleashing every ultimate technique he had, and finally managed to blast through the skeleton's armored exoskeleton. But what he discovered next nearly took his breath away. The bones beneath were even harder than his sacred armor. Suspended midair, Hayan's face twisted in shock and disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered a 10th-tier existence sturdy enough to withstand his fullest force. If news of such a disastrous battle leaked back to the celestial sanctuary, how could he face the other archangels? They would mock him forever, and that thought stoked the flames of his fury. Hayan redoubled his efforts with crueler blows. No matter how earth-shattering his moves, the giant skeleton remained unmoved, neither dead nor yielding. Adding insult to injury, the skeleton cleverly used the crowded battlefield to its advantage, drawing allies to shield itself and darting about to drag the fight on indefinitely. Burning with rage, Hayan ignored the risk of friendly fire, hurling attacks like skyborne nuclear strikes wherever the skeleton fled. The battlefield was shredded into ruins instantly. The massive skeleton, battered into submission, refused to give up struggling. It couldn't stand and fight Hedon. Instead, it fled wildly, desperately harvesting the souls of those killed by the bombardment, like a miser obsessively hoarding wealth, risking everything to gather its gold. Such shameless tactics only fueled Hayan's wrath further. After all, even the death god bones could only withstand so much. If the skeleton had transformed into a demigod, Hayan could safely keep bombing. But it was no more than a 10th-tier lord. Under Hain's onslaught, the death god bones finally cracked. The skeleton shattered into two pieces, tumbling out of the rubble, its escape utterly lost. At the brink of utter despair, the giant skeleton decisively pulled out a circular disc etched with a teleportation array, stuffing all the souls it had scavenged into it in one desperate act. Then it broke the jade disc with great force, as if severing all chances of retreat. With a demigod lurking in the shadows behind it, this land was hostility incarnate to invaders, allowing no traces for counterattacks. The array disc had to be destroyed. But once the disc was broken, how would it return? It never intended to live through this. It knew that crawling back before his majesty in defeat would bring only shame. A glorious death was the only option. Confident in his majesty's mercy and power, it believed it could resurrect and reclaim its lordship rank. This resolve left it fearless in the face of death. Suddenly, a silhouette fell from the sky. Archangel Hain's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as blades. He planted his foot on the cocoon skeleton's chest fragment. You lost, undead. No victory yet. Kid, the giant skeleton sneered coldly, its voice deep and grim. The wind howled across the battlefield. Mournful cries echoed from the shattered corpses of the allied forces, as if responding to the taunt. Hain's face turned ashen. How dare this loser talk back? He'll purify you now. Hain roared, gathering a blaze of pure white light. Yet the skeleton beneath his foot still spat out a cold laugh. Just wait, kid. I'm nothing but the most insignificant soldier under the Skeleton King's command. There are officers above me. Above the officers are generals. And above the generals are leaders. One day, our great army will arrive here. When that day comes, I swear I will give you a chance to fight back. The words of the giant skeleton caused Archangel Hain's expression to darken slightly. True experts all have pride even in the face of death. Few would demean themselves by claiming to be mere foot soldiers. Moreover, skeleton soldiers are naturally dull-witted, so the chance of deception was even smaller. Learning that the other party was a member of a major faction, albeit low-ranking, Hain's face grew grim. If the enemy traced this clue here, a massive battle with an approaching army would be imminent. Since he couldn't even rise to become a lord, he firmly refused to believe the opponent had no demigods involved. A cold glint flashed in Hain's eyes as he immediately activated his domain power. His goal was no longer just to kill the enemy. Because undead souls divided and protected by ghost fires were extremely difficult to eradicate, Archangel Hain prepared to unleash his full domain power, intending to incinerate every enemy soul and eliminate all hidden threats. A surging force of soul energy erupted violently, crashing against the giant skeleton's soul shield. However, things did not unfold as expected. With a sudden, agonized scream, golden blood poured from Hain's mouth and Nosy was almost killed by the rebounding soul power. Although his attack was fierce, it succeeded in alerting Gu Erdan and the others far away in another world to a faint soul fluctuation. Clutching his mouth and nose, Hain's face was filled with horror. In that instant, he sensed at least 100 lords present, among whom were several demigods. This was no small faction, it was a vast force comparable to the holy light heaven. Just as Hain was about to give up and close his eyes to accept death, the giant skeleton, surprised by the soul attack against it, was overjoyed. Its remaining right arm suddenly became engulfed in crimson flames and slammed down fiercely. The sharp sound of burning pierced the air, and Hain let out a terrible scream. His golden armor failed to block the scorching assault and was instantly burned through. Fortunately, his demigod physique made his body extremely resilient. His heart was unharmed. Still, the fiery red handprint burned deeply into his chest like a vivid skull tattoo. You damn bastard. Hain exploded with rage and launched a furious counterattack with both fists. But going head-to-head with a skeleton soldier wielding Death God's bones was sheer madness. His relentless strikes failed to break through the defense. In his fury, Hain finally regained his calm. Having lived for 10,000 years, he naturally understood the opponent's soul was very likely intertwined with demigod-level souls, forming cross-dimensional protection. Facing this nearly impenetrable soul shield, he had no way to break it. In other words, he could not completely destroy the enemy's soul. If the other side could still resurrect through soul fragments from another world, his own location here would be utterly exposed. Ignoring further thought and unwilling to clash directly with an equal power, Hain's face turned ashen as he summoned his most skilled technique, the sealing array. Rise. The massive skeleton was forcibly sealed deep beneath the papal hall of the Holy Light Cathedral by direct order of the Archangel Hain himself. It was the most heavily guarded place, a forbidden ground since ancient times for imprisoning great demons. To be confined there meant being of demigod caliber. The giant skeleton's status as a lord when locked away showed just how seriously Archangel Hain regarded the power behind him. News of the giant skeleton's sealing quickly reached Gu Erdan's awareness. Staring silently at the countless souls the skeleton had fiercely sent back with its last strength, Gu Erdan and his subordinates were solemn. Though emotions churned inside him, Gu Erdan ultimately abandoned the idea of forcibly invading that realm. After all, this mission was just to test the waters, not a suicide run. With their current strength, they had no chance going all out against demigods. So Gu Erdan could only endure for now. Still, as a reminder to himself and a tribute to the skeleton's brave resistance, a new general seat was added to the meeting hall. That new chair sat empty for the moment, but a banner behind it bore a fresh title: Fearless Vanguard, the 10th general under Gu Erdan's command. The three pathfinders finished their explorations and confirmed that one of the realms was suitable for an invasion. The undead army began massing, preparing to move out, but Gu Erdan decided to personally take the lead and probe first. Thanks to his slime disguise, he could perfectly conceal his aura and even imitate wounds and bleeding, making him an ideal scout. In that world, Gu Erdan's true identity was almost impossible to detect. Even if enemies sensed hostility, he was only a demigod, not a threat that would cause immediate alarm. If a battle broke out, his soul link protection made him fearless of personal harm, shedding heavy armor and entrusting it to the helmetless knight for safekeeping. Gu Erdan, watched closely by his adjutants and generals, walked alone to the gateway between worlds. This portal was maintained by 4 Lord-level deputy generals working together. Only their constant channeling of energy through the formation could keep Gu Erdan stable in the target realm, preventing the laws of that world from forcibly pulling him back. Amid swirling lights and shadows, Gu Erdan appeared atop scorched earth. Around him were shattered walls, smoking ruins of villages, and scattered corpses. Nearby, the land was flattened, soil uprooted a half-meter high as if sliced by a giant fan-shaped blade. Transforming into his charred, carbon-like form, Gu Erdan quickly searched the ruins for his target. After some time, among the chaotic dead, he found a prized prey, a tall, handsome man clad in magnificent armor, its tarnished sheen mottled with age. His sword, inlaid with gold and jade, looked lavish despite the broken hilt. Sadly, the armor was twisted and the man's face frozen in terror, his body horrifically deformed, obviously dying a brutal death. Gu Erdan stripped off the damaged armor and carefully reassembled it. As his slime body writhed, he transformed into the form of that handsome youth. But as for the corpse itself, after removing the formation disk from this world, Gu Erdan suddenly pried open the gap of the teleportation portal and without hesitation tossed a corpse through it. This formation disk could only teleport over short distances, carrying at most a few people at a time, and at a huge energy cost, making it unsuitable for mass troop deployment. To constantly transfer thousands of soldiers, they would need to build a massive teleportation gate. Wearing battered armor and altered in appearance, Gu Erdan was quite pleased with his new look. With this disguise, no one would recognize him as a skeletal soldier anymore. He pulled out the plan drafted by the Lich King Alun from his pocket, sat down on a rough wooden beam, and pondered what to do next. Alun's plan was simple and practical. First, send 2 people to infiltrate quietly and seize a remote faction's territory. Then excavate a large underground chamber to build a giant teleportation gate inside. Once the gate was completed, large numbers of soldiers could be transported over continuously at any time. Gu Erdan trusted the wisdom of the Lich King completely and agreed with the steps. The most urgent task now was to capture a faction first. Just as he was thinking about which faction to seize, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly came from afar. Through a break in the trees, a cavalry squad charged quickly toward him. Their armor was not particularly ornate, but it was thick and sturdy, clearly a solid force between light and heavy cavalry. Gu Erdan showed no expression and didn't even bother to look up, continuing to focus on his own thoughts. After all, they didn't know each other, so why pay attention? Were they here to invite him to dinner? Come to think of it, he could eat now. Maybe he should find a meal first. An invasion plan was important, but as a king, personal matters couldn't be ignored like a wife, a wife, a wife. Just as Gu Erdan's mind wandered, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed nearby. Kasha? Uncle Yuan. Someone help. He turned slightly. His face remained expressionless, but he saw the lead rider tear off his helmet, kneel down, and sob uncontrollably as if his soul was being ripped apart. This scene caused Gu Erdan to reveal a strange, unexplainable look. So the dead person was connected to this guy? Could it be that this man's childhood sweetheart was slaughtered, triggering a painful turning point toward revenge? The plot twist was clear in a glance. Having seen enough dark revenge heroes, Gu Erdan decided to keep his distance. These types not only cause trouble for enemies, but also become liabilities to their own team. No one would have a good time with them around. Just as he was about to get up and shake off the group, a sudden alarm rang in his head. Wait a minute. These people are connected to this place. In other words, they weren't actually enemies. And the grieving man was very likely part of the invading faction, probably high-ranking. Once he realized this, Gu Erdan sprinted away at full speed. As he moved, the sobbing cavalry suddenly grew alert and looked up all at once. Upon recognizing the armor Gu Erdan was wearing, several of them's eyes reddened, and anger flared up. He's Count Guding's man. Kill him. Kill. Several soldiers raised their weapons and charged forward, while others ran in the opposite direction obviously to mount horses and report for reinforcements. After all, horses are faster. Relying on foot soldiers alone, they would soon be left behind. Hearing the thunderous footsteps behind him and seeing the approaching crowd, Gu Erdan's heart sank with bitterness. This is such a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I really am not one of Count Guding's men. I just picked up this armor off the ground. The soldiers behind shouted louder and angrier. You're full of crap. Even when turned to dust, would recognize you. You're full of it. You're Gu Erdan, fourth son of Count Guding. That ruthless executioner. Today you'll pay for your blood debts. Hearing this name, Gu Erdan furrowed his brow. Holy crap, so my name is Gu Erdan? That reputation is pretty awful. Can I just go by Gu Erdan instead? Leaping aside to dodge a flying spear, Gu Erdan swiftly vaulted over the obstacle ahead, using his agile and nimble frame to shake off the 4 soldiers chasing him. But no sooner had he escaped than several mounted cavalry suddenly burst out beside them. A fierce mix of sword cavalry, lance riders, and bowmen charged forward with brutal momentum. One mounted archer raised his hand and loosed a sharp arrow, the tip whistling straight toward Gu Erdan's chest. With barely a moment's hesitation, he slipped behind cover unharmed. Immediately after, a sweeping lance screamed past him. He bent low and dodged cleanly. More dangerously, a third horseman spurred his mount and charged at him. Gu Erdan quickly stooped, seized a broken wooden stake scorched by fire, and swung it hard at the horse's leg. The animal cried out sharply and collapsed, throwing its rider off during the fall. In just a few swift moves, Gu Erdan used sheer skill and reflex to hold off multiple cavalry rounds. Then he froze for a moment, staring at the overturned rider. Something fell off. Though his strength rested at the peak of the 4th tier, easily outmatching regular foot soldiers in the camp, these foes wore finely crafted armor and radiated a formidable presence, yet seemed to be below the 3rd tier. His current ability shouldn't have made him wary. Suddenly enlightened, Gu Erdan snapped alert and without hesitation abandoned retreat. Like a fierce tiger uncaged, he charged into the enemy ranks. Cavalry brushing past him felt a heavy impact in their backs. Both man and horse were sent flying several meters, crashing heavily into the dust. The other riders watching couldn't help but look on with surprise. No longer daring to attack recklessly, they regrouped quickly on horseback, forming a tight circle to surround him. Seeing the trap close in, Gu Erdan only grew more confident. With a loud aha, he drew his sword from his waist. But when his eyes fell on the broken blade barely palm-sized in his hand, he hesitated, expression tinged with helplessness. The surrounding cavalry, once intimidated by his disruptive charge, saw the ridiculous weapon he wielded and burst into mocking laughter. The jeering cut sharply into Gu Erdan's pride. His face darkened as he fiercely brandished the broken sword, shouting, "Laugh all you want. Don't think this broken blade is useless. Even fractured, I can still kill every one of you." Before he finished speaking, the horsemen exchanged a glance. Almost in unison, they dismounted and drew long lances taller than themselves from their saddles. Looking at the towering spears compared to his tattered sword, Gu Erdan's face turned ashen. The weapon slipped from his fingers with a clatter. "Look, if you've got the wrong guy, I'm not Gu Erdan. Do you believe that?" The riders didn't answer but wore grim expressions, brandishing their spears as they slowly closed in on him. Gu Erdan's heart tightened. His face flushed with embarrassment as he took a few steps back. The grin vanished completely, replaced by an awkward, bitter smile. Clearly, they didn't believe him, and to be honest, neither did he. Just as a fierce battle seemed about to erupt, the sound of urgent hoofbeats broke the tense silence. A rider galloped furiously toward them and shouted before getting close, "Retreat! Count Guding's forces have arrived." Count Guding? Gu Erdan's mind stirred. Though unfamiliar with the name, he understood it meant reinforcements were here. It seemed the Gu Erdan he impersonated had some connection to Count Guding. Hearing that aid was near, a long-lost smile blossomed on his face. Yet the smile didn't last. The situation remained fraught and uncertain. Hearing that, the cavalrymen didn't choose to mount their horses and flee. Instead, their eyes met with determination, and they charged straight at Gu Erdan, spears raised in unison. These guys actually planned to pierce Gu Erdan to death with their spears, and then slip away during the chaos. Gu Erdan let out a startled shout, swinging his arms to block the incoming spears while skillfully pinching a spear shaft under his armpit to prevent the enemy from pulling it back and stabbing again. The riders' faces instantly turned grim. None of them had expected Gu Erdan to be so agile. Gripping the spears tightly, both sides struggled fiercely in a tangled clash, evenly matched despite the intensity. If it had been the original Gu Erdan, just 2 or 3 cavalrymen would have been enough to impale him in an instant. But Gu Erdan was different. Reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with extraordinarily tough bones and the added strength granted by slime power. Right now, he was practically a living embodiment of divine strength. He swung the spear with great force, slamming it into his foes until several started losing their footing. Sensing danger, the riders exchanged a glance and suddenly released their spears at once, drawing their waist knives to charge. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Gu Erdan frantically swung his spear in wild arcs, pushing the enemies back. Just as the skirmish continued, a distant rider's scream broke out. Retreat. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Their captain bellowed angrily, shooting Gu Erdan a fierce glare before swiftly vaulting onto his horse and fleeing. Gu Erdan, you just wait, Dion, swear I won't rest until I kill you. Dion roared furiously. He was about to rush back when his companions grabbed him tightly. Knowing lingering would only spell death, Dion reluctantly reined in his horse and followed the retreating troops. Seeing this, Gu Erdan's eyes gleamed as he snatched up a spear and hurled it with all his might. The power of a fourth-tier peak attack was formidable. It was no joke for these weaklings. A scream echoed as a rider beside Dion was pierced through by the spear, trembling before tumbling off his horse. Gu Erdan clicked his tongue in disappointment, aimed for Dion, but missed. Was it the wind? Or just the other's luck? Either way, it had nothing to do with his marksmanship. Meanwhile, from another path came the sound of pounding hooves. Moments later, more than 20 armored riders galloped toward them, their armor shining neatly. The leader's lance bore a banner embroidered with a crossed sword's insignia. The leader pulled his reins hard, abruptly halting his steed. He surveyed the retreating riders, then turned to Gu Erdan with a furrowed brow. So it's you, fourth young master. That's me, the fourth young master. Gu Erdan grinned excitedly, grabbing the man's trouser leg and shaking it vigorously. Go after them. Catch them for sure and kill them. Letting them go is like releasing wolves back into the mountains, a disaster waiting to happen. They're vicious criminals with countless sins. Countless. Gu Erdan suddenly paused and muttered, actually, I think maybe not chasing them is fine. You shouldn't be too ruthless. Cold, disdainful stares from the surrounding soldiers made Gu Erdan release the leg awkwardly. He then smoothed the wrinkles from the captain's pants. The captain fixed Gu Erdan with an icy glare, full of contempt. Fourth young master, where are your troops? Oh, my troops? Well, I'm afraid, probably, maybe most of them are dead, Gu Erdan replied carelessly. Dead? 120 carefully trained elite soldiers. Dead just like that? The captain's face darkened in disbelief. They're elite? Gu Erdan looked puzzled. I didn't see anything elite about them. Unless you mean elite as in precious elite? The captain's frustration only deepened. Their count of personal soldiers under the Earl numbered less than 500, and this bastard had just wiped out 120 of them and now dared to question their martial prowess. If not for the man's status, he'd have stabbed him already. These 500 were the Earl's own carefully selected, elite troops. Though the overall scene was chaotic, the clash between Gu Erdan and the cavalry remained charged and real. The fierce struggle between foes and allies painted a brutal, fiery combat picture. Let's go. Back. At the patrol captain's command, he tightened his grip on the reins and led the cavalry squadron back toward the castle at a gallop. With so many dead from this accident, it was clear the situation was far worse than anyone had anticipated. Seeing this, Gu Erdan was anxious and desperate, sprinting after them while waving his arms and shouting, Hey, don't leave me here. What am I supposed to do without a horse? At least give me one. The patrol captain's mouth twitched at Gu Erdan's persistence, like a stubborn burr stuck to his leg. Irritated, he snapped, Give him one then. With that, he cracked his whip and urged his horse forward, the riders quickly following his lead. As the squadron rode off, Gu Erdan was left standing alone in the wind, looking embarrassed and flustered. Wait, not quite alone, there was still a horse lying beside him. Gu Erdan turned to look at the horse the cavalryman had left behind and instantly felt a mix of awkwardness and helplessness. It was a small pony, barely reaching his waist, leisurely nibbling on fresh grass. Gu Erdan gave a wry smile and muttered to himself, Do you happen to have a brother named Jifeng Zapoju? This little pony was as tiny as a child. How could it possibly run faster than he could on foot? What made it even more ridiculous was that this thing was going to be his mount from now on. Far off, the cavalry squadron was already riding fast toward the horizon. The deputy captain glanced back at Gu Erdan sideways and quietly asked, Captain, are we really giving him that endurance pony? Is it suitable? The captain rolled his eyes. What? You afraid of offending him? The deputy immediately replied, No, it's just I'm worried he'll fly into a rage and kill our horses. The captain laughed heartily. That useless wreck? You think he could even kill a chicken, let alone a horse? The deputy frowned deeply. Enough about him. That idiot is responsible for the deaths of 120 soldiers and has seriously weakened the Count's forces. Even if he's favored, Lord Count probably can't protect him anymore. They exchanged a grim look as their horses charged up onto the main road. It took less than half an hour to reach the Count's castle. In this region, human noble ranks correspond closely to the vampire hierarchy, the 5 basic titles being Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Beyond those were powerful Grand Dukes, esteemed princes, and ultimately the Supreme King. The Count was a third-tier noble, ruling over about 30 villages, wielding considerable influence. Count Guding's manor was the typical medieval-style fortress, encircled by a circular wall topped with watchtowers and lookout posts. Built against the mountainside, It was grandiose and could house over 1,000 residents. Inside the castle lived 500 personal soldiers under direct command of the count, plus over 300 maids and attendants, along with members of the Guding family itself. Outside the walls lay farms and cottages, with bustling commercial streets and a busy market. Surrounding the town was a 3-meter-high fortified wall, meant to keep wild beasts at bay and manned by a militia made up of townsfolk. The best militiamen could be promoted to reserve personal soldiers, making their strength critical to defense. As the cavalry squad returned to town, the militia swiftly opened the gates. The riders dismounted and stood ready, eyes scanning for Gu Erdan, eager to see him looking embarrassed. But no matter where they searched, he was nowhere to be found, deepening the darkening expressions on everyone's faces. The captain and deputy exchanged worried glances, brows knitted tightly. How could it take so long just to cover this stretch? The air was heavy with urgency and an unspoken sense of unease. Even if he ran on 2 legs, such a short distance should have been covered by now. Although that guy was a bit useless, he was still a 3rd-tier swordsman, must have decent leg strength. Could the enemy have seized the chance to counterattack and completely surrounded him? The 2 men's faces darkened. Unwilling to take chances, they gritted their teeth and decided to backtrack to search. Just as they were about to move, the sound of cheerful hoofbeats came from afar. Everyone was taken aback as Gu Erdan appeared, riding slowly on a pony no taller than his waist. His legs dragged along the ground like a slow-motion turtle. In his hand was a homemade fishing rod with a carrot tied to the tip, wobbling wildly as the pony swayed unsteadily forward. "Come on, brother. Faster, faster. You're almost at the carrot." Gu Erdan's enthusiastic cheers echoed across the open field. The pony kept stretching its head forward, biting the carrot, which was covered in countless bite marks but hadn't snapped. That was because Gu Erdan had cleverly threaded a wooden stick through it, propping up the fragile carrot. The wobbly pony clattered past the city gate, passing through the bewildered patrol cavalry with carefree joy as it gradually vanished into the distance. "Hey, come back here." The stunned patrol captain regained composure, sprinted after him, and grabbed Gu Erdan by the collar, hoisting him off the pony like a chick. "Where do you think you're going?" Poetry in distant lands." "Poetry in distant lands? How about first explaining to the count the missing soldier situation? I guarantee your corpse will be farther than any poetry or distant lands." The captain was merciless, dragging Gu Erdan briskly toward the castle. The lieutenant followed closely behind, and the other patrol members dispersed immediately. Crossing broad fields and silent villages, they arrived at the castle's main gate. As the gate slowly lowered, the 3 finally stepped inside. Gu Erdan glanced back at the moat, sucking in a breath. Indeed, the moat was a real river, teeming with fish and shrimp. Nearby, a maid casually scattered breadcrumbs into the water, causing splashes that drew waves of large fish leaping out. His eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Erdan quietly admired. Initially indifferent toward Count Guding, it now seemed this man was extraordinary. Transforming the moat into a vast fishery to stockpile food for wartime showed exceptional strategic insight. The castle's sturdy architecture, complete with giant ballistae on the rooftops, was clearly built for war. The soldiers were well-equipped and capable of holding their own against a powerful 4th young master like himself, indicating a high rank in the military. Respecting military strength and taking defense seriously, this was undoubtedly a sand-hidden dragon, destined to soar when the time came. Gu Erdan's silent all went unnoticed. The patrol captain and lieutenant flanked him as they entered the main hall. The captain went to report while the lieutenant kept a vigilant eye on Gu Erdan, clearly fearing he might try to escape again. Watching the watchful gaze, Gu Erdan guessed that Count Gu Erdan here had run off more than once after causing trouble. As the 2 men held a tense stare, the hall's door suddenly opened. The captain came out, smirking slightly as he motioned Gu Erdan inside. "Go on in." "Is he angry?" Gu Erdan twitched at the corner of his eye. "No, he's not." "Really? Really?" Gu Erdan exhaled in relief and cautiously stepped into the hall. The captain and lieutenant closed the door firmly behind him. As the door shut, the captain's ominous voice echoed behind him. "Oh yeah, forgot to mention there are more than 20 people inside, all high-ranking family members. The count's not mad, but 7 of them have already fainted from anger. Have a pleasant negotiation, 4th young master." With a heavy thud, the hall door closed. Standing outside, Gu Erdan caught a glimpse through the crack of the furious faces inside and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Judging by that atmosphere, having a pleasant negotiation was probably harder than climbing to the sky. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and tense. An elderly man with white hair sat solemnly in the main seat, while 4 middle-aged men gathered around him. Below the dais stood a group of men and women in various attire. Armored soldiers, middle-aged stewards in formal uniforms, nobles dressed in lavish robes, and a few young people mixed in. The dim lighting cast a somber, oppressive mood over the scene. Suddenly breaking the silence, one of the 4 men seated above a middle-aged man in armor spoke coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. "You sent out 120 men, and the one who comes back is you. You pig. How dare you show your face again? As he spoke, all eyes turned sharply toward Gu Erdan, their gazes filled with reproach and disdain. In just one day, the family's forces had been reduced by 30%, a loss too grievous to describe as mere injury. If not for Gu Erdan's special status, he would have been hacked to pieces long ago. Gu Erdan forced a wry, awkward smile, his eyes flickering among the onlookers, lingering especially on the armored man. After a moment's pause, caught between family loyalty and dignity, he decisively chose the former. Rubbing his hands together, he tried to sound casual. Ah, it's just a small loss of troops. Why get so worked up? Compared to what we have between us, 100 soldiers is nothing. It's really no big deal. Don't you agree, Dad? The armored man froze in place, his expression instantly shifting to one of confusion, like an elderly person lost while scrolling on a smartphone, surrounded by question marks in his mind. Dad, no, no, no. It was a reflex. Just a reflex. I didn't mean to take advantage of you, or anything. You've got to believe me, Dad. But the armored man's anger flared anew. Kid, you can't fool me with your act. Whether or not I'm your father, I'm going to personally take you down today. Not my father? Then who are you? Gu Erdan asked, voice tinged with helplessness and forced humor. I'm your fourth uncle, the armored man replied coldly. Gu Erdan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Studying the man before him, he realized that compared to how he looked now, this uncle's face was rough and coarse, like a defective product without any finesse. He had mistaken him for someone else and could only smile awkwardly. Another man sitting beside the armored uncle chuckled softly, his tone teasing. All right, the kid is still young and sometimes makes foolish mistakes. As elders, we should be more forgiving. Catching sight of this, a faint spark lit up in Gu Erdan's eyes. He looked up carefully at the man who had just spoken. The man had a handsome, commanding presence, radiating an energy far too youthful for his age. This wasn't his father disguised as a young man. Gu Erdan would have made a grave mistake. His heart suddenly warmed, and he called out excitedly, Dad. The handsome man, just about to sip his tea, choked and sprayed the liquid across the table. He coughed violently while tears streamed down his cheeks. Wiping his face, he looked back at Gu Erdan with a complex expression. Gu Erdan's reaction had clearly struck a nerve. You're not my father? Gu Erdan asked. The man shook his head. I'm your eldest uncle. Eldest uncle? Gu Erdan glanced at the four main men, confusion deepening on his face. Each of them looked strikingly different, as if from different worlds. While it couldn't be said they had no relation, their differences were stark, offering Gu Erdan a vivid lesson in the varied talents of their family. If these two were eldest and fourth uncles, then among the other two, was there no one who was his real father? His eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he turned toward the remaining middle-aged men. Before he could speak, they both shook their heads hastily, as if afraid he might cause more trouble. One is your third uncle. The other is your fourth uncle. Utterly defeated, Gu Erdan's face twisted into a helpless, rueful smile. Uncles 1 through 4 were all accounted for. But what about my father? Startled, Gu Erdan suddenly realized something. His eyes filled with panic as he hurriedly glanced at the old man sitting in the main seat. Please don't tell him, after all. This is supposed to be his real dad. Judging by the status of the four uncles, this fake father was most likely the fifth brother. As the current earl sitting in the main seat, that seemed reasonable. But the old man's appearance was shocking, not just aged beyond mercy, but looking as if he was halfway to the grave, prematurely frail in a truly terrifying way. His lips trembled slightly, and despite every fiber of his being resisting, Gu Erdan forced himself to speak up. Father? The moment the word left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly thickened. The four uncles sitting upright all cast cold glares his way, while the old man in the main seat twitched the corners of his mouth and turned an ashen face toward him, saying coldly, I am your grandfather. Hey, old man, can you stop insulting me? I'm telling you, I'm your grandfather. Gu Erdan snapped back angrily. Just as the old man slammed his hand on the table, ready to stand and give this disrespectful grandson a beating, a rotund man dressed in luxurious robes suddenly strode out from the crowd. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. This little bastard's born with a few screws loose, the fat man said cheerfully. After so many died this time, he's probably just scared silly. Don't take him seriously. Calm down. Calm down. Hearing this, the old man's anger didn't fully fade, but he no longer argued and sank heavily back into his chair. Then what do you propose we do about this? Someone asked. Of course, strip him of all his titles and powers and place him under house arrest for 6 months. What do you all think? The finance official said firmly, receiving nods of agreement from the relatives present. Though they outwardly consented, Gu Erdan's heart was filled with objection. House arrest for 6 months? How am I supposed to carry out my grand plans? How am I going to build the teleportation gates? Recruit people to help? He shook his head vehemently, anger writ large on his face. Why should I be confined? It's only about 100 soldiers at most. I can just find a new batch. The finance official was taken aback for a moment, then flew into a rage. You little bastard, shut up. Curse whoever you want. Fire me if you must, banish me if you like, but house arrest? No way. You want to rebel? Fine. I can just start fresh somewhere else. So what if I rebel? Gu Erdan retorted arrogantly. By the way, just who the hell are you? I'm your father, damn it. The fat man's face flushed red with anger as he suddenly slapped Gu Erdan hard smack. 5 minutes later, in the private dungeon beneath Guding Castle, two soldiers roughly dragged Gu Erdan and threw him inside a freezing cell alone before slamming the heavy door shut and walking away. This prison already held quite a few inmates, so Gu Erdan's arrival barely caused a ripple. He lay face down, his cheek pressed against the cold stone floor, motionless. After a minute, his body trembled slightly as he began to come to terms with the drastic upheaval. Suddenly, he sprang up and grabbed the iron bars of the door, shaking them desperately. It's a miscarriage of justice. I am innocent. Don't blame me for this. Who would have thought that wrinkled old man was really my dad? He shouted. Someone please. I'm being wronged. His cries stirred echoes among the other prisoners. The cell block filled with lamentation and accusations of innocence. But Gu Erdan was infuriated by their noisy protests, pounding on the iron gate and shouting, "Shut up. Can't you come up with your own lines? Don't you know plagiarism is illegal? After all this time, you're still crying innocence? Give me a break." His sudden outburst caught everyone's attention. Several prisoners widened their eyes, falling silent for a few seconds before suddenly lunging at him, clawing desperately. Scared, Gu Erdan backed into the farthest corner of the cell. "Innocent, my ass. We were all imprisoned because of you. And you're still talking about innocence? Gu Erdan, you want die in peace. They'll make you pay for every drop of my son's blood. The gods will punish you." The prison, usually deathly silent, was unusually noisy today. A group of prisoners pressed against the iron bars, their arms desperately clawing and struggling inside the cell. The atmosphere was tense and fierce. Yet in the center of the cell, Gu Erdan sat calmly in the deepest corner, hugging his knees and leaning against the wall. Despite the terrifying scene, he remained unafraid. After all, this gruesome display was nothing compared to his battles with skeletons in the underworld. Not only was he unafraid, but he casually critiqued the others' efforts. "Hey, big guy over there, your insults are weak. Only 10 minutes, and your voice is already shot? And you, brother, don't stop swinging. Are you trying to kill or just scratch an itch? Come on, even revenge needs some professionalism. With this kind of energy, what big deeds can you hope for?" His teasing immediately darkened the prisoners' faces. They wanted to shout and curse just as badly, but they had no strength. Years behind bars had drained their stamina, and with food scarce, where could the energy to yell come from? Just as Gu Erdan's mock battle of words kept the momentum going, the prison gates creaked open. Two armored soldiers strode in and came straight to his cell. They unlocked the door and freed him. "Come with us. Lord Earl requests your presence." Gu Erdan called out to the others, "Comrades, I'm leaving ahead. No need to see me off." Amid the jeers and curses from the crowd, he followed the soldiers, quickening his pace toward a study deeper inside the castle. The door swung open to reveal a stout, middle-aged man, his biological father, who knew him only as a disguised youth. Gu Erdan stared at the man with a strange, hard-to-place expression. They looked nothing alike, as if from entirely different species. Whether a genetic mutation or a throwback, the stark difference sparked his curiosity. Seeing Gu Erdan enter, the man exhaled sharply, but his eyes still burned with anger. He glared and snapped, "I knew you'd be trouble all day long. You've made me lose face in front of everyone. You little brat. I could tolerate when you messed with the uncles, but how dare you cross me? Your own father?" Gu Erdan was left speechless by the scolding, but the man wasn't finished. Slamming the desk, he yelled, "Mark my words. Keep your nose clean. If it weren't for that engagement protecting you, with how many soldiers you've killed, I wouldn't even be able to shield you. If you screw up again, and that engagement gets called off, the Guding family will hang you from the flagpole for all to see." Engagement? The word sent waves crashing through Gu Erdan's mind. Childhood betrothal? Broken engagement? 1 year of hardship? 1 year of prosperity? Don't underestimate a young man's fate. Could this boy's disguised identity really have a protagonist's destiny? His eyes gleamed with excitement as he blurted to the stout man, "Good deal for that old dad of yours. Could it be that my mother has been missing for a long time too?" "Your mother is missing?" The stout uncle raised an eyebrow and asked, "Which mother are you talking about?" Do I have many?" "Not that many, just a little over 20. "Then tell me, do I have any family heirloom rings?" "Heirloom rings?" The stout uncle snorted. "Our Guding family has only just established itself for less than 200 years. Where would heirloom rings come from? And even if there were any, how could a useless guy like you have gotten your hands on one? None of this information matches up at all. Could I be one of those tragic protagonists? What about that childhood friend I'm betrothed to?" "Childhood friend?" The stout uncle's tone grew heavier. "That's just a political marriage. You haven't even been decided on yet. If your brother didn't already have a fiancée, this heavy responsibility wouldn't have fallen on you. So, I'm basically not close with this betrothed person?" "Not exactly. Didn't you spend 3 years acting as a toady for the Marquis' second daughter? How could you not be familiar?" "Toady." Gu Erdan was about to complain, but the stout uncle interrupted quickly. All right, I know you feel wronged, but what can you do? She's a Marquis' daughter, from an old established hereditary Marquis family. We're only newly made hereditary counts who just got rich by expanding our territory. If the Marquis family weren't after the mineral veins in our lands, they wouldn't have bothered to tie the knot with us. You just have to put up with it. Just put up with it, and it's over? Gu Erdan sneered. No, no. Put up with it means you'll get used to it. Hearing the cheap stepfather's indifferent tone, Gu Erdan's face immediately fell into a bitter grimace. A useless start, rejected by his family, forced to be someone else's lackey. This life was just too miserable. Might as well run away. Leaving home and striking out on his own was better than rotting here. The next half hour saw the two of them engage in a deep conversation, or more accurately, the stout uncle spent half an hour scolding Gu Erdan. In the end, Gu Erdan was stripped of his command authority and had half a year's salary docked. The so-called 6-month house arrest wasn't really enforced, mainly because the Guting family still wanted him to keep acting as the toady for that Marquis daughter. Political marriages have a lot going on behind the scenes. If the marriage succeeds, it means having a top talent or prodigy attached to the family, which is a huge advantage. Such political marriages rarely lock down a specific target. Whoever is most suitable is chosen. For the past 3 years, the one pretending to be Gu Erdan was actually a guy named Gu Erdan who had borrowed his appearance, constantly courting the Marquis' second daughter, Zhao Mingqi. Zhao Mingqi was a cultivation prodigy at only 17. She was already a top-tier level 4 sword master, about to break through to level 5. If she could be brought into the Guting family, it would definitely add a fierce warrior. This kind of ambition wasn't rare. Many families had their eyes on the Marquis' young lady, so there were no shortage of toady suitors around her. Fortunately, the fake Gu Erdan, Gu Erdan, had decent social skills and a good relationship with Zhao Mingqi, making his chances of success significant. Otherwise, the heavy loss of over 100 soldiers this time would never have been so easily overlooked. Losing 1/3 of the troops in one blow, anyone would be executed for that. Especially since the defeat was mysterious. What got slaughtered was a village in their own territory, and no one knew the cause of death. Sure, the village was secretly collaborating with rebels, but that didn't justify a massacre. How could just attacking one village cost so many soldiers? Gu Erdan was at a complete loss. How could he even explain this? That he sent out a lord-level undead who wiped out his men effortlessly? Or confessed that he wasn't really the son, only borrowing his appearance? Worse, that he killed the real son, wore his face, spent his money, ate his food, and even dated his daughter-in-law? If he dared speak those words aloud, the stout uncle standing in front of him would surely strangle him on the spot. Although the process was difficult, Gu Erdan eventually integrated smoothly into human society without raising any suspicion. Despite having no memory of anything here, being completely unfamiliar with local customs, and not even knowing where the restroom was, no one detected his true identity. The reason was simple and straightforward. Gu Erdan's original master, Gu Erdan, had a terrible reputation and was widely despised. Whether within the Guting territory or the entire family, almost no one wanted to get close to him. As a noble, he was arrogant and condescending, saw himself as superior, and flagrantly abused his privileges, causing countless troubles. The village that had been slaughtered previously actually belonged to the Guting territory, just in a remote area. The massacre was not triggered by any major incident. Rather, Gu Erdan heard a report claiming the village was suspected of secretly communicating with the rebel army and that some villagers had joined the rebellion. Without any investigation, he immediately led men to conduct a search. As a result, a minor dispute escalated into a brutal massacre. Ultimately, his cruelty backfired. An otherwise low-level female mage desperately cast a necromantic summoning spell, calling forth Gu Erdan's subordinates. The balance of power reversed, and the entire group of nobles was wiped out. Since sneaking into the castle, Gu Erdan had been unusually quiet for days, staying indoors and not causing trouble, behaving like a good child. He was diligently studying the local knowledge. Fortunately, although the Guting family had a late start, as count-level nobles, the castle was not short of basic books. For Gu Erdan to teach himself an entirely new system of knowledge would normally take years. Luckily, he had a powerful backer. In his room, Gu Erdan quietly activated a teleportation disc, sending books into it and transmitting them to the underworld. The long-waiting Lich King Alund quickly organized the materials, sealed all the knowledge into a crystal, and sent it back to the living world. Absorbing the crystal's energy, Gu Erdan instantly acquired the wisdom domain knowledge that Alund had compiled. This was the Lich King Alund's domain power, the domain of wisdom. It could store and transmit complex knowledge, allowing the recipient to quickly grasp advanced concepts that normally took years to understand. Although this power didn't directly enhance individual combat ability, it was crucial for the team as a whole. At that time, Alund served as the chief instructor of the undead army, responsible for mass-producing and teaching various combat skills to soldiers. The wisdom domain also had a terrifying function: subconscious influence. When a belief was implanted and fully accepted by the recipient, it would gradually permeate their will, achieving ideological assimilation, in other words, brainwashing. This became an effective method to improve soldiers' loyalty. Alund was using it to massively reshape the undead army's subconscious minds. Ostensibly, this was to prevent anyone from harming Gu Erdan, but in reality, there were deeper motives at play. This guy was mainly afraid that once these undead earned promotions, they'd steal his achievements. As for those already generals, fine after all, they're on the same level, and the Lich King Erdan wouldn't dare interfere with their subconscious minds lightly. If he were caught, he'd definitely face serious punishment. So it was hard to avoid generals competing over credit. But the other undead had to show him respect, or else his top god status under Gu Erdan wouldn't be guaranteed. Yes, god status. Just like humans, undead ambitions grow bigger. The Lich King Erdan worked so hard to strengthen Gu Erdan's army because he was paving his own way toward godhood, and his ambition went far beyond simply becoming a god. He wanted to become one of the strongest gods, an emperor god, a lesser god, a middle god, a higher god, a chief god, or even the legendary creator god. Having already witnessed Gu Erdan's power, he never doubted he could use Gu Erdan to become a god, but he always worried whether he could be the first to reach godhood. After all, above him stood two formidable threats, the twin generals of breath and laughter, the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard. To prove himself, he had to give it his all. There were even rumors that before all his generals became half-gods, Gu Erdan wouldn't consider forging a true god. Recently, even this usually reclusive scholar who rarely handled affairs had started commanding troops to harvest souls. The domain of wisdom was undoubtedly a dangerously sharp blade, especially its power to influence hearts and minds more terrifying than any other ability. Although the Lich King Erdan had already become a half-god, his soul shards had yet to be retrieved and still resided within Gu Erdan's soul. So Gu Erdan didn't worry about Erdan secretly causing trouble using domain powers, otherwise the soul shards would have fluctuated. This gave Gu Erdan complete peace of mind about him. Learning is always joyful, especially when it requires little effort. But this ease didn't last long. Just as Gu Erdan prepared to learn some human magic, his bothersome stepfather showed up and, without a word, grabbed him and hauled him out. The Marquis' second young lady in retreat, Dang, had finished her isolation and was ready to lead a team out on an adventure, testing her newly improved abilities. At such a critical time, the Gu Ding family, whose marriage ties were at stake, naturally wouldn't fail to send people to keep tabs. Although Gu Landan was useless and arrogant, he was reasonably handsome and could put on a facade. He was assigned two powerful subordinates to follow him closely, leaving an impression, bad or not. An impression was better than none. And so, after over half a month of staying cooped up in this world, Gu Erdan embarked on his first adventure. Alongside him were two fourth-rank greatsword masters. Upon learning that the so-called family elite consisted of only these two fourth-rank swordsmen, Gu Erdan's expression immediately darkened. When he started complaining, the two men's faces also quickly turned grim. Previously, Gu Erdan had boasted arrogantly, dismissing their strength and receiving little goodwill from them during the journey. Meanwhile, Gu Erdan treated these two with no mercy, thinking to himself, these two chumps are just cannon fodder skeleton soldiers. In my old base, I have over 1 million. Unknown, I have at least a 90 chance to win. The Gu Ding family is a marquee house. If they can't produce a top expert, a 7th-rank sword master or 6th-rank greatsword sect leader would do. But these so-called family talents clearly look down on me. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a young man down on his luck. When I master my skills and return, I'll crush every last one of you. Gu Erdan vowed silently. Outside the Black Wind City gate, 3 figures rode swiftly on horseback, clad in battle gear with determined expressions. After their identities were confirmed, the gates quickly opened to let them in without delay. These were Gu Erdan, disguised as Gu Erdan, and his 2 skilled companions. The trio galloped along the city's wide stone-paved avenue until they reached a grand architectural complex. The entire site spanned at least 500 meters square, with a bold and imposing design that clearly marked it as an important location within the city. Above the main entrance, 5 large characters were carved: Adventurers Guild. That name immediately brought to mind the group, known for taking on high-risk tasks, whether it was exploring uncharted lands, hunting rare treasure, or heading into perilous battlefields to rescue lives. Wherever danger lurked, their footprints would be found. As long as the reward was sufficient, there was no mission they wouldn't dare accept. The Adventurers Guild was renowned across this continent, boasting a huge membership that rivaled the population of a small country. Its many experts stood alongside those in the Mercenary Guild and the Mages Guild, forming the 3 most elite organizations among civilians. This gathering point for the mission had been designated by Zhao Mengqi, the Marquis' daughter. Though Gu Erdan was using the identity of Gu Erdan, he was himself a member of the Adventurers Guild, ranked at the bronze level. Adventurer ranks were divided into 9 tiers, from the lowest trainee up through hardwood, steel, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and ultimately hero. Higher ranks allowed greater freedom in task selection and better rewards. However, a good job here wasn't simply a high-difficulty mission. While some tough assignments had level requirements to filter out the less capable, the truly coveted good jobs were those requiring little effort, but offering rich returns like helping university researchers collect medicinal herbs or guarding apprentices on expeditions. These lower-risk, but well-paid tasks never appeared on the public job board. Only adventurers of certain ranks could access them. Although Gu Erdan was bronze rank, it was the result of extensive money investment. Early on, he bought recommendations and repeatedly completed tasks to quickly reach this level. But this money-driven approach only worked at the start. Advancing further depended on true skill and passing evaluations. Fail to meet the standard, and you were stuck or even demoted. Attempting to bribe evaluators in such a powerful guild would be severely punished. That was why he remained stuck at bronze. The three entered the mission hall, and Gu Erdan pushed open the door with his companions, immediately locking eyes on their target Zhao Mingqi, the Marquis' daughter. She stood out in the crowd, elegant and naturally beautiful without need for any flamboyant adornment. She wore a fitted leather armor that hugged her figure, protecting against scrapes and insects alike. Over this, she wore metal armor intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, clearly no ordinary craftsmanship. The armor gleamed coldly, radiating an aura of authority and enigma. At this moment, everyone's thoughts churned beneath crossed gazes, the atmosphere subtly tense. Gu Erdan took a deep breath, knowing this meeting would mark the critical starting point for all that lay ahead. The armor was entirely green, offering excellent camouflage if she slipped into the jungle. She'd probably blend in perfectly with her surroundings. It was truly an ideal outfit for jungle combat. The longsword beside her was coated with anti-reflective paint, her hair tied back into a neat ponytail, and she wore a helmet that protected her cheeks and forehead. Seeing her gear, Gu Erdan's eyes lit up immediately. His impression of her sharpening this woman's equipment was professional, her gaze sharp. She wasn't dressed up just for show, clearly well-prepared and experienced. Obviously, she wasn't the kind of woman who came here for a casual afternoon stroll. She was a true adventurer, a seasoned veteran, not a rookie. Although her equipment was impressive and much like that of the other adventurers around, just more refined, her tablemates were downright flamboyant by comparison. How to put it? It was a dazzling display of colors, like peacocks fanning their feathers. Over there, a guy wore armor that shone entirely in gold. Under the lights, the armor reflected a blinding glow. Out in the jungle, he'd be a walking target. Rumor said some magical beasts liked collecting shiny objects, so this guy's outfit clearly screamed bait. He carried a sword and shield, clad in heavy armor, the classic tank build. The two beside him were even stranger. One wore a jet-black mage robe with a giant four-pointed magical circle emblazoned on the chest, clearly a fourth-tier archmage. The robe itself wasn't flashy, but his hands were covered with magic rings, a magical necklace hung around his neck, and his staff was embedded with an enormous magic crystal. Honestly, when he channeled magic through it, it was a staff, but swung as a weapon. That huge crystal could easily serve as a warhammer. Who was this sucker? Didn't he worry about being jumped by bandits wanting his loot and getting his pants pulled down? But the most ridiculous was the last, Oni young woman. Yes, a young woman. With an eye-catching figure, she wore a midriff-bearing outfit and carried a tumter-long steel spear on her back. Her armor was broken and riddled with gaps. Gu Erdan nearly wondered if he had somehow stepped into a mobile game world. Could it be that in this world, the less you wear, the higher the defense? Her belly was completely exposed. Was she some kind of fire-spewing battle warrior? At that moment, not only was Gu Erdan stunned, but the group who'd been chatting enthusiastically nearby also froze when they noticed him. Gu Erdan wore a hooded jacket with half his face hidden beneath the hood and a mask, revealing only his eyes. The group exchanged glances, silently wondering what suspicious character had just arrived. Then, suddenly, Gu Erdan threw off his coat, revealing what he privately called his infinite springtime, quite surprisingly without any sense of awkwardness. The two sides locked eyes in silence. The man in the lavish attire, whom Gu Erdan privately dubbed the nouveau riche, was the first to recognize him. His face immediately darkened. What rubbish are you doing here? Are you trying to embarrass us with that outfit? Unfazed, Gu Erdan pulled out a chair and slouched into it leisurely. Dear nouveau riche, sir, before you criticize anyone's taste, maybe you should check your own. Honestly, compared to your blinding gold armor, I think I look much more normal. That remark hit a sore spot. This man's family history wasn't as long as Gu Ding's lineage, just 3 generations tops, making him a genuine parvenu. And nouveau riche was a label he despised. His anger immediately flared. Coldly, he shot back, nouveau riche. Gulandun, you're asking for trouble. Seeing his rage, Gu Erdan leaned back fully and stretched into a classic lazy recline, taunting. What? You want to fight? Just so you know, I've got 2 masters with me. Dare to make a move, and they'll join in. No sooner had he finished than 2 fourth-tier greatsword wielders behind him perked up, fixing their gazes on Gu Erdan. The mage froze, utterly shocked, staring at him incredulously as if he never expected Gu Erdan to shamelessly talk about ganging up. Internally, he cursed. Doesn't this guy care about dignity at all? The atmosphere instantly grew tense and complicated. All right, all right. Both of you tone it down a bit, there's still a long journey ahead. No need to start with internal conflict. Seeing the stalemate, a man clad in golden armor quickly stepped forward to mediate. He seemed a bit cautious, worried that Gu Erdan might actually attack his male mage. So he let out a cold snort and resumed his seat. Gu Erdan was momentarily surprised on hearing this. His gaze shifted toward the man in golden armor, hadn't expected a peacekeeper in the group. Whether it was genuine kindness or a well-acted performance, he raised his hand in a polite salute and said, as expected of a gold saint, "You really know how to get along. I look forward to working with you all on this adventure. By the way, please keep some distance from me when we set out. I don't want to accidentally hurt anyone." The golden-armored man's expression grew complicated as suspicion filled his mind. Normally, this kid didn't get along with him. So why suddenly the politeness? Could there be an ulterior motive? Just as the atmosphere among the group eased slightly, Zhao Munchi, who had been silent in the main seat, suddenly spoke with a sharp edge. "Gu Erdan, didn't I tell you not to bring your retainers? You go out on a trial and bring along guards and servants?" At this, a fiery young woman nearby couldn't help but snicker. Most of them came alone not because they lacked strong fighters at home, but because Zhao Mengqi insisted on it. Gu Erdan clearly knew she disliked it, but still deliberately pushed against the rule. Was he just asking for trouble? Gu Erdan, meanwhile, was sprawled out with his legs crossed, head tilted toward the golden-armored man. What? Who else is going to fight if there's no bodyguard? Should we count on this human walking lamp here? Or maybe that flashy little golden mountain? Or perhaps that gorgeous lady standing by your side? Those three who had been quietly laughing suddenly turned hostile, standing and glaring fiercely. Who's a walking lamp? Gu Erdan, you're asking for a beating. Their aggressive stance made Zhao Mingqi shoot an unusual glance their way. She actually thought those three weren't reliable. Their gear looked less like adventuring armor and more like noble ball attire. The stark difference in status kept her from calling them out directly. She said coldly, "Gu Erdan, you really think that outfit is normal? Who wears a mask and gets dressed like that in broad daylight? They're either thieves or bandits only, making people suspicious." The male mage was the first to lash out, with the other two quickly nodding in agreement. Though secretly scheming against each other, for a moment they united to berate Gu Erdan. In truth, they weren't clueless, just inexperienced adventurers. To impress Zhao Mingqi, they had deliberately put on their finest gear. The noble's collection was flamboyant, but not practical. It wasn't ugly exactly, just completely out of place for adventuring. Only after entering the Adventurers Guild did they realize just how conspicuous their outfits were. But now, facing Zhao Mingqi, there was no turning back. They would have to grit their teeth and stick with it, since changing gear was obviously unrealistic. Originally, I planned to come up with some excuse before the adventure to either disguise my gear or just change into a completely different outfit. But then Gu Erdan called me out right to my face, almost setting me off on the spot. "Gu Erdan, your getup seriously gives the wrong impression. And worse, it's going to make gathering intel a nightmare." "Exactly. We could disguise ourselves as rookies or flashy rich players to attract other adventurers and fish for information. But you only make people suspicious. Take off that ridiculous mask right now. Everyone around is watching us like a spectacle." The three of them bickered back and forth, somehow managing to talk the awkwardness of my gear into a full-blown issue. Listening to their advice, Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow. "My equipment looks weird. Extremely weird." Someone shot back. "It's obvious you dress like that just to gather intelligence." "Nonsense." Gu Erdan sneered. "I want to talk to someone dressed like you." Still fuming, the three kept criticizing Gu Erdan, clearly trying to embarrass him and draw Zhao Mengqi's attention. He shook his head, leaned back in his chair, then stood up. "If you don't believe this gear can help me collect intel, they'll show you how it's done. Watch closely, you little kids. This is espionage." Without a sound, he walked right up to a burly man clad in armor, who immediately shot a wary glance his way. The others chuckled quietly. Even Zhao Mengqi shook her head with a sigh. After all, adventuring is a risky business requiring constant vigilance. Blending in with ordinary clothes really isn't easy. But what happened next floored all four of them. Gu Erdan suddenly yanked open the big man's armor, revealing a stash stuffed with all kinds of photos and small books. "Brother, want some photos? Buy one, get one free." The books all had risque covers, and the photos were shamelessly explicit. They were downright hard to look at. The burly man, still sucking on some juice, nearly spat it out. "You've got some nerve. Selling this stuff in broad daylight. This is an insult to my dignity." Gu Erdan lowered his voice. "Quiet. I just saw your lady partner head upstairs to submit a quest. She won't be back soon. Better buy these photos quickly." "Ahem, how much?" the big guy asked, eyes wide. 5 silver coins a photo, 2 gold coins per small book," Gu Erdan said bluntly. "Damn, that's highway robbery. Are these photos made of gold? Are the covers trimmed with gold too?" The man exclaimed. "Robbery? Robbery doesn't make money this fast. You won't find photos or books this clear anywhere else nowadays. Mine are all hand-drawn. Take it or leave it." Gu Erdan pressed on relentlessly. "Don't want to buy? I'm not desperate to sell either. So buy or not." The man hesitated, his face twitching. The others nearby, originally focused on briefing quests, began sneaking peeks at the scene. The atmosphere warmed up quickly as curious adventurers gathered. Oddly, among the crowd were several hot-tempered women, some shoved through the throng to exchange information. Others yanked men or teammates by the ear, dragging them out forcefully. After a while, Gu Erdan sold every last item, wearing a satisfied grin, clutching a handful of invaluable intelligence on the monster forest. He slumped back in his chair like he was lounging, lazily eyeing the few people left speechless from shock. What are you staring at? Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow. Looking at the intel, obviously. Gu Erdan's words instantly snapped the four of them to attention, drawing strange looks from everyone. Don't you feel ashamed? One of them couldn't help but ask. Ashamed? What's more important, pride or life? Gu Erdan answered calmly. Brother, we're adventurers, not some noble family sleeping in a warm bed. One wrong move and you lose your life, not just your face. If we don't gather intel like this, do you want to rush in and fight Hedon? Another quickly retorted, but this is just too dirty. Gu Erdan sneered. How else do you expect to gather information? Pour a glass of wine and try to wheedle secrets while dancing? This is the Adventurers Guild, a place where you're literally risking your neck. Those aristocratic games won't help here. His words left the four speechless. Especially the man in golden armor and the male Magathi were clearly shocked. To openly trade explicit photos for intel in front of Zhao Mingqi was bold beyond expectation. Yet the wealth of information spread before them was convincing proof of how effective this method was. However, their real motive wasn't adventure, it was to woo Zhao Mingqi. If they tried such tactics, their impression points would plunge, practically self-sabotaging their image. But Gu Erdan paid no mind to their looks of disbelief. He was no traditional Granton. Romance was not his concern. With so many skilled players around, what mattered most was understanding the world's power system and learning what he needed. Once fully equipped and informed, he would consider launching his kill switch. Gu Erdan thought to himself, when the million-strong undead army truly descends on this continent, those so-called elite counts and marquises soldiers will be no more than fodder for the undead ranks. By then, Zhao Mingqi had begun sifting through the intelligence, her face tinged with red, eyes avoiding Gu Erdan's gaze, clearly embarrassed by his actions. Gu Erdan couldn't help but smile inwardly. This girl had definitely peeked at the explicit photos had shown, and not just one otherwise. Her reaction wouldn't be so strong. Looking at her fierce and valiant demeanor, he hadn't expected her to be so easily stirred. If he tried to tease her now, there was a high chance she'd fly into a rage, not only kicking him out, but possibly giving him a beating. Weighing the pros and cons, Gu Erdan wisely decided not to stir up trouble for himself. With the intel sorted, all the information detailed recent internal changes within the beast forest, shifts in the wolf tribes, the appearance of a high-level lion pride near the border, and the successful breeding of a tough high-level monster. None were earth-shattering, but all were highly valuable for their journey. With this knowledge, they could avoid most dangerous monster territories and greatly reduce conflict. Most importantly, hidden in the tangled data was a valuable clue. Their target had been encountered before by another adventurer team. This would undoubtedly save them a lot of exploration time. With the intelligence organized and supplies packed, it was finally time to set off on the adventure. Zhao Mingqi glanced up at the two bodyguards standing behind Gu Erdan, her brow slightly raised. Let them stay, she said without hesitation. Why wouldn't she want more people for strength in numbers? First, I don't want people accusing me of outsourcing the quest. Second, their power isn't necessarily greater than ours. When facing tough enemies, they might not hold the line. As soon as Zhao Mingqi finished speaking, the three companions straightened their chests proudly. Each of them wore a professional merit badge on their chest. One was a 4th-tier Grand Mage, another a 4th-tier Great Swordsman. Only the young man clad in golden heavy armor was a bit weaker, a 3rd-tier swordsman. Yet his lavish golden saint armor was so formidable that even 4th-tier experts found it hard to match him. Opposite them, Zhao Mingqi herself was also a 4th-tier swordsman, but unlike her recently promoted comrades, she was at the peak of the 4th tier, poised to break through to the 5th tier at any moment. This journey was likely aimed at pushing her limits and achieving that very leap in a harsh environment. Their strengths were roughly equal, but the equipment gap was obvious. The voices urging Gu Erdan to bring along those two great swordsman bodyguards were not without reason. Gu Erdan shrugged indifferently. Fine, if you're unwilling, then don't bring them. He wasn't particularly confident in those two either. Two great swordsmen calling themselves bodyguards? To be a competent protector, they at least needed to be at the level of an 8th-tier black warrior. Protecting whom? Gu Erdan thought sarcastically. So he simply sent the two bodyguards back on their own, and the foreman team officially set out. Choosing Black Wind City as their gathering point was no accident. The city lay adjacent to the legendary beast forest, rich in resources, mineral veins, and teeming with magical beasts of every level from low to high. It was a favored destination for adventurers. Within the beast forest, beasts were distributed in tiers by level, with higher-tier beasts near the core where spiritual crystals were found, and lower-tier beasts scattered on the outskirts. The allure of the spiritual crystals made the area bustling with adventurer traffic and continuous quests, some for gathering large quantities of materials, others for searching for lost persons. Opportunity and danger mingled freely. The five-person team left the city and quickly reached a small village close to the beast forest's edge. After a brief inquiry in the dim local tavern confirmed the forest situation was stable, they stepped forward into the wilderness. As they walked through the forest, Gu Erdan clutched a mission briefing, his brows furrowed. This task was to hunt a fifth-tier magical beast, the Windtail Tiger. The mission was rated silver grade, requiring them to retrieve the tiger's magic crystal and deliver it to the client. The reward, 1,500 gold coins and a wind elemental magic sword. For nobles, 1,500 gold coins was a considerable sum. After all, an ordinary family barely spent 10 gold coins annually, typically trading in copper or silver coins, the exchange rate being 1 gold equal to 10 silver or 100 copper coins. The market price of an ordinary Windtail Tiger magic crystal hovered around 1,000 gold, somewhat inflated due to the beast's rarity and difficulty in catching. But this bounty was far above market value, indicating urgency on the client's side and a likely plan to use the crystal to break through cultivation level. Both magicians and swordsmen usually needed to absorb magic crystals of the same element to speed up and increase the success of their breakthroughs. A fifth-tier beast, Gu Erdan looked his teammates over, weighing the situation. Their skill isn't bad, but with our wealthy group combined, winning should be no problem. We might even challenge it solo. Then he considered, the Windtail Tiger is incredibly fast. Being able to hold it down will be the key. The narrow forest path led beneath a canopy of greenery, accompanied by faint bird calls and the rustling of leaves. The five-person team moved cautiously, as if the shadow of the Windtail Tiger might leap out from any corner at any moment. The real test was about to begin. Forests have always been closely associated with mystery, vastness, and danger. When magical beasts roam within them, peril lurks around every corner. Here, getting lost isn't even the worst threat. The real danger comes from sudden attacks that can strike from all directions at any moment. The group of five had only trekked through the forest for just over 2 hours when they were ambushed several times. Besides the frequent appearance of fierce beasts, various venomous snakes, insects, and scorpions constantly plotted harm. Fortunately, they were all highly skilled and well-equipped. Even Doya, who usually dressed provocatively and seemed fragile, was protected by an automatic defensive magic array on her skin. Without that, if a venomous snake had bitten her exposed abdomen, the others might have had to carry her away in retreat. Among the attacks, the most surprising threat wasn't ferocious beasts or venomous snakes, it was a wild boar. Yes, a massive boar-like magical beast. The boar stood over a person's height, its bulky body like a tank, head lowered silently before charging violently at them. Though it was only a third-tier creature, its brute force was extraordinary, even capable of snapping small trees in its path. The Grand Mage Orleans, who walked at the rear, unfortunately became the target. The boar leapt at him like a predator ambushing prey, its charge inflicting sharp pain in his waist and back. Had it not been for his enchanted robe absorbing the impact at the crucial moment, the blow might have knocked him unconscious. Yet, no matter how fierce, the boar was no match for blades and magic combined. Zhao Mengqi quickly stepped forward. As the boar charged again, she nimbly dodged and delivered a powerful slash. Her heavy blade split the boar's head clean off. The severed headless boar thrashed forward for several meters on sheer momentum before collapsing. Gu Erdan couldn't help but silently admire how tenaciously the magical beast's life force endured. The boar's death brought good news and bad. The bad news was that Orleans had suffered a herniated disc from the impact and slumped painfully against a tree. The good news, tonight's dinner was finally secured. Shaking, Orleans swallowed a 50 gold coin healing potion, an incredibly precious commodity that most adventurers would never waste unless facing life-threatening injuries. While Orleans grimaced and struggled to ease his pain, Gu Erdan and the others busied themselves setting up camp. 5 tents were quickly pitched. Aside from the 2 carrying standard gear, the others had a bit more personality, especially the golden tent belonging to the Golden Saint Ivan, topped with a spinning miniature carousel that lent an oddly playful air. Watching the tiny glowing carousel twirl and sparkle, Gu Erdan quietly thought to himself that Ivan's childlike spirit was taken a little too far. The worst part wasn't just the carousel hanging in the tent. It glowed and played music. Did he want to attract trouble faster? With a scowl, Gu Erdan strode over and ruthlessly yanked the carousel down, snapping it off with a loud pop. Ivan, who was tidying his bedding, gasped in shock when his beloved horse was destroyed. Dropping his pillow, he covered his face and screamed, "No, my horse! How dare you kill my horse? If you don't keep quiet, it won't be just the horse that dies." Before he could finish, Ivan drew a small dagger from his belt and snarled a threat toward Gu Erdan. Unfazed, Gu Erdan waved the dagger in front of him and cautioned, "Say one more word, and it'll give you a stab in the eye." This unexpected campfire skirmish revealed a different kind of chaos in this perilous magical beast forest. Beyond the flash of swords and magic, the adventurers still had their eccentric moments. Damn it! The distance between them was closing fast, the tension snapping tight, and a fight was about to break out when Zhao Mengqi hurried over to mediate. After all, as the Marquis' daughter, once she spoke up, neither side would want to lose face. Gu Erdan reined in his impulse, stepping back to his tent, folding his arms inside his sleeves, eyes coldly fixed on Ivan tinkering with the wooden horse. A bitter smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Him? Fix this lousy wooden horse. Don't make me laugh. They'll just watch, Gu Erdan grumbled silently. Just as he thought, Ivan was completely lost. The more he fiddled, the more frustrated he got. In a fit of anger, he snapped 2 sections of the wooden horse in half, glared fiercely at Gu Erdan, then stormed into his tent, slamming the door shut. Zhao Mengqi shook her head helplessly and strode over. As she approached, Gu Erdan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Where did you drag these half-wits from? Can't you find teammates who at least make sense? Better to spend some gold hiring real adventurers or share tasks more to boost efficiency. Don't tell me you're short a few thousand gold coins." Zhao Mengqi could only give a sheepish smile. She sat down and lowered her voice. "It's for safety. We know each other well. Even if they're a bit dumb and lack common sense, at least they won't stab us in the back." She suddenly stared at Gu Erdan with a strange look and raised an eyebrow. "Gu Erdan, you're acting weird today." The words hit Gu Erdan like a jolt. He snapped upright. "I am weird today?" Zhao Mengqi nodded. "Usually you're the least sensible one in the group. Yet today, your behavior was surprising." Gu Erdan forced a nervous laugh. "That's because I crammed a ton of knowledge in advance. You know my Gu family is hereditary marquises, built on past military achievements. When it comes to fighting skills, nobody beats us. I had to prepare well this time can embarrass the family." Zhao Mengqi smiled teasingly. "Really? You're usually so concerned about your image you wouldn't stoop to dealing with low-level adventurers. Calling their dirty deals and info trading beneath you doesn't sound like your style." Gu Erdan looked helpless. "That was my dad forcing me. He said if I don't perform well this time, he'll kill me." Zhao Mengqi stood and smiled brightly and sincerely. "Whatever the case, Gu Erdan, you honestly exceeded my expectations. I'm glad you joined us on this adventure." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Gu Erdan laughed awkwardly as she walked away. As her figure faded, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold resolve. He whipped out the fruit knife at his waist, eyes hardening. She had noticed something off about him. This could ruin everything. He couldn't let her live. A flash of thought crossed his mind. Just end it with a single stab? But killing her here would surely implicate him. He reconsidered and sheathed the knife. Still, swirling doubts gnawed at him. What if she survived and uncovered his secrets? That couldn't happen. She had to be eliminated at all costs. The blade moved in and out of his grip, his expression torn and conflicted. After long hesitation, Gu Erdan decided not to strike himself. His combat power paled compared to this famous prodigy girl. If things turned violent, who'd fall first was anyone's guess. Then another idea came up. Just let the wildlings loose, stage a scene, kill her, and send her straight to hell? But that was too risky. If anyone saw her head roll, the fallout would be worse than being caught by her. Weighing everything, Gu Erdan settled on a safer route. First, find reinforcements to deal with this mess. Sitting inside the tent, Gu Erdan took down a palm-sized white bone plate from his neck. With practiced ease, he stuck lit candles around it, and then tossed a gold coin onto the plate as an offering. As the formation activated, the Lich King Erdan from the spirit realm quickly responded. After clearly stating his request, a suitable subordinate was immediately teleported over. It was a completely red crow, slightly smaller than an ordinary crow, one of the Air Force units Gu Erdan had been assembling recently, the captain of the 3rd Air Recon Squad, Blood Crow. Its power was modest, only 9th rank, a typical Centurion level. It specialized in surprise attacks and rapid movements, killing enemies stealthily without leaving a trace. By now, Gu Erdan commanded an undead army exceeding 3.3 million troops, with 10 generals and 337 deputy officers at the rank of battalion commander. Each deputy had their own standard legion of 10,000 soldiers, but these legions were not directly assigned. Instead, once their military achievements met the required criteria, they would lead their core team to break off and independently recruit new soldiers to form fresh units. Additionally, there were over 1,000 thousand-man commanders, more than half promoted to undead lords based on merit. The rest, though not reaching promotion standards, became leaders by special exemption due to being veteran subordinates of Gu Erdan. As for centurions, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Normally, such critical tasks for the king would require officers at least at the 1,000-man commander level, but due to a shortage of generals skilled in speed and surprise attacks, Gu Erdan had to temporarily select Blood Crow from the centurions. Upon completing this mission, Blood Crow would be promoted to 1,000-man commander, which made it extremely excited. It straightened its wings and stood ready before Gu Erdan, eager to receive orders and charge thousands of miles into battle. However, since everyone lived together, If anything happened to Zhao Mingqi, no one could avoid blame. So Gu Erdan remained patient and did not act rashly. Summoning Blood Crow first prepared for battle as a precaution. Before making a move, he needed to confirm whether the enemy had noticed his abnormal behavior. The next day, the squad set off again, though everyone looked a bit tired. That night, the night watch was Gu Erdan and a certain mage, taking the first half of the night. Yet the mage secretly dozed off, which infuriated Gu Erdan enough to order Blood Crow to teach him a lesson. Not to cause serious harm otherwise with Blood Crow's 9th rank power, it might have pulverized the mage's brain matter. Blood Crow swiftly flew over and jabbed its sharp beak sharply into the mage's rear, causing him to jump half a meter in pain like he'd been electrocuted. But this guy really had a selective memory when it came to punishment. After a while, he was still drowsy. Gu Erdan had no choice but to keep instructing Blood Crow to peck him ruthlessly. The mage cried out repeatedly, but still couldn't fully wake up. They struggled like this for half the night until Blood Crow was caught right as it flew out of Gu Erdan's backpack, exposing their position. The scene was utterly disastrous. Orleans burned with rage and didn't hesitate to slash and set fire to Gu Erdan's tent. Furious as well, Gu Erdan grabbed the flaming tent and hurled it carelessly, hitting Orleans' camp. Instantly, flames from both sides' tents intertwined and turned everything to ashes. To make matters worse, sparks ignited several nearby tents, and the fire quickly spread, engulfing the entire encampment in a raging inferno. In the end, the entire force was wiped out, with only a weary handful left standing. After a sleepless night, everyone was mentally and physically exhausted, staggering with every step. Only Zhao Mengqi appeared calm and composed. She was long accustomed to this kind of perilous life and managed to steal brief moments of rest to recover some energy. As for the Blood Crow being exposed, it was actually no big deal. That Blood Crow was just a low-tier magical beast. Though it looked slightly more refined than an ordinary crow, as a scavenging semi-undead creature, even the mutated variants rarely ranked above 3rd tier. Even if Gu Erdan now claimed it was a 9th tier magical beast, few would be convinced. So he sent the Blood Crow soaring high for reconnaissance, and the group continued trekking in the direction indicated by the intel. After traveling for half a day, as everyone was preparing to rest and eat, suddenly a streak of crimson light cut across the sky and landed neatly on Gu Erdan's shoulder. The Blood Crow lowered its head and meticulously preened its feathers. Gu Erdan quickly exchanged information with it through a mental link, then gave a slight nod of confirmation. The nest was found. Nearby was indeed the habitat of the Windtail tiger. The Blood Crow had just tracked its trail, and now that creature should be dragging prey back to its den. Gu Erdan's words stunned the others. Ivan shot him a complicated look. "You can talk to that crow?" Someone asked. "Not exactly talk. I trained it. We have a signal system using different nods and shakes of the head, so I can roughly understand the intel it gathers," Gu Erdan replied. "So incredible." The group looked at the Blood Crow with curiosity. The crow rolled its eyes at them, then suddenly bobbed its head rapidly, so exaggerated it could have been the star dancer at a nightclub. This silly act immediately made the two women burst out laughing, with Doya even laughing to tears and teasing. "You bird is adorable. How much to sell it to me?" "You can't afford it," Gu Erdan said arrogantly, lightly tapping the crow's head. He had every reason to be confident. This was a thoroughly obedient 9th tier magical beast, beyond mere money's value. Such a creature was a prized guest in the households of counts, marquises, dukes, or even grand dukes. Doya was about to retort when Orleans interrupted her. "I advise you not to buy it. It's no ordinary beast. It's a semi-undead that feeds on decaying corpses. They say it often attacks its own era, real menace you can never tame. Watch out, it might peck your eyes out." Orleans' words instantly changed Do Ya's expression from joy to disgust. "Eating carrion? That's a terrible habit. And untamable on top of that, why keep one at all?" Hearing Orleans' slander, the Blood Crow began rubbing its head fiercely against Gu Erdan's finger, its expression turning grave. Its gaze sharpened coldly on Orleans. If not for Gu Erdan's restraint, it definitely would have lunged to teach him what a real peck to the eye means. "Peck the eyeballs out." "No." Noid shoved the whole eye right through the back of his skull. The Blood Crow does have a taste for carrion. That much is undeniably true. Even though Gu Erdan, this particular Blood Crow, has advanced to the 9th rank, he cannot shake this innate craving. After all, it's a deeply ingrained trait of their species. However, to say he's not loyal would be a grave insult. If Gu Erdan were disloyal, how could he have risen to become the only centurion in their clan? This Blood Crow is the pride of the entire Blood Crow tribe, and their sole hope for the future. The clan looks up to him, eagerly anticipating his promotion to deputy commander, so he can personally lead them in forming a military legion unique to the Blood Crows. Among the undead army under Gu Erdan's command, any undead who dares to question the loyalty of a general is no different from publicly calling him useless. A fight might be trivial, but serious offenses can even cost lives. Right now, far off to the side, Orleans is completely unaware that he's unwittingly offending a 9th rank powerhouse. He confidently shares the information he's read, going into detail about the blood crow's habits, classifications, and strength levels, explaining everything clearly. He doesn't hesitate to sharply criticize a half-undead species very similar to the blood crow, the blood bats. His words attacking the blood bats are fierce and cutting. Because of this, the blood crow appears unusually pleased. After all, the blood bats are their chief rivals for the role of air reconnaissance in the undead forces. Thanks to Gu Erdan's speed advantage, he won this position. Otherwise, the blood bats would likely have taken the lead. Hearing the old enemy being harshly condemned puts the blood crow in high spirits. He can't help but share the critical remarks through the soul connection channel so the entire undead army can hear. Predictably, the soul connection channel erupts instantly, with thousands of blood bats shouting furious curses in response. The atmosphere becomes tense, charged like a drawn sword. Now Orleans has offended not just one blood crow, but several thousand blood bats, each at least 6th rank. If he dares set foot in the undead realm, he will certainly face their furious retaliation and could be reduced to ashes in an instant. Next to a hidden cave, several figures stood silently against the wall. They were Gu Erdan and his companions, stationed on both sides of the entrance, exchanging sharp glances that silently communicated their plans. What should we do? Charge straight in? Someone whispered. No, the cave entrance is too low. I can't wield my spear properly, Gu Erdan replied, shaking his head with furrowed brows. Then we force them out. Zhao Mingqi quickly laid out the strategy. Our lying. You use your magic to assault the cave entrance. Doya and I will ambush from the sides. Ivan, you're good at defense. Stay close to our lying and protect him. Gulandun, cover our retreat and block the entrance. We can't let them slip back inside. Her orders were sharp and decisive. No one objected. Zhao Mingqi's battlefield experience far surpassed theirs. Gu Erdan admitted silently. He knew a little about marching and fighting, but had no clue about stalking beasts. Pretending to know only led to getting hurt. He thought back on his countless battles in the underworld. He rarely gave direct commands, usually just setting the broad strategy: who would charge forward, who would sneak behind, and let his officers handle the details. Fine control was an art not easily learned, and faking it ended badly. He remembered well someone who once bragged about advantages and ended up with a shattered head. So he climbed to the top of the cave, gripping a jagged rock with one hand like a monkey hanging above the entrance. The moment the tiger appeared, had leaped down and blocked the passage firmly. With preparations complete, Auerlein took his position and began his solo show as a mage. Mages were famously called spell kings for their overwhelming damage output. It wasn't that they just dealt damage, they wielded overwhelming firepower. Remote turrets, mass damage weapons, walking artillery, the nicknames were earned. Given time and space, their damage could easily crush enemies several levels above them. Killing beyond one's rank was as easy as drinking water. But without a stable environment, mages were vulnerable, being chased down even by equal or weaker foes. Unless you specialized in flash magic but also invested in melee skills, getting caught up close was often fatal. Auerlein planted his staff firmly, and a dazzling magical circle instantly appeared before him. His movements were swift and steady, his eyes radiating unmistakable menace. This is the killing blow. He chanted his spells in sequence. Tier 1 spell. Chant amplification. Tier 1 spell. Formation setup. Overlevel casting. Tier 5 spell. Twin fire dragon. Spirits of flame who wander the world, heed the summoner's call. Grant the fierceness and burning power of the blazing inferno. Twin fire dragons. Chant amplification was an essential skill all mages mastered. The longer the chant, the stronger the mana. Simple spells required no chanting, just formation casting. But those requiring long incantations usually meant they were breaking rank limits. The air began to warp, waves of heat rolling out as the scent of flame almost took shape. The curtain had risen on the battle. The more powerful the spell cast. Take the holy demon mages, for example. Some can patiently chant for an entire hour before unleashing a divine curse in a single, explosive burst. But such spells have another name: forbidden curses. These are god-level spells that only deities can wield. Without hesitation, Orleans waved his hand, casting a fivering spell. The formation before him erupted into flames as spiritual energy flooded it, transforming into blazing fire elements that condensed into two furious giant dragons. They roared as they broke through the air. A fire dragon, nearly a meter thick, howled as it soared into the cave, lighting up the darkness with endless flames. After launching this attack, Orleans showed no sign of easing up. He thrust his staff into the ground and raised both hands high. A dazzling formation appeared above his Hiata foraying spell, the Blaze Fire Dragon. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the cave. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and countless semi-transparent wind blades shredded through the flames as they roared forward. The walls instantly cracked and splintered wherever the blade struck. This was the signature move of the Windtail Tiger Gale Slash. Before the wind blades could exit the cave, the fire dragon above the formation let out an angry roar and dove down to collide headlong with them. Flames erupted, scattering wildly in all directions. Fire and wind clashed fiercely, holding a tense standoff for over 10 seconds. In the end, the wind blades weakened and, lacking follow-through, were ripped apart by the flames like kites with broken strings. Seizing the moment, the fire dragon broke through the wind formation and charged into the cave. Immediately afterward came the furious roar of a tiger. Despite landing 2 solid hits, Orleans' face remained impassive, or rather, grew even more serious. A magical beast, as the name suggests, is a ferocious creature able to cast magic. Unlike humans, they can't carry equipment or wear armor. Yet when pitted against humans of the same rank, it's often the humans who die first. Their bodies are strong and dense, some so tough even blades and spears barely harm them. Their power can surpass armored humans. Even facing beasts of equal rank, Orleans couldn't confidently say these 2 powerful spells would kill the enemy, especially since the opponent was a rank higher. Rather than slaying the foe, overusing these killers would only enrage it. Orleans dared not risk casting high-level curses again. Crossing his hands before him, a stream of small magic circles, each palm-sized, materialized entering spells. Fireball. With a fierce shout, he thrust his hands forward, launching over 30 fireballs like cannonballs. The cave instantly exploded in flames. Amidst the flickering firelight, he glimpsed a huge shadow emerging from within the blaze. The wind-tailed tiger had broken free. With a thunderous crash, the massive figure bounded out of the flames, like a creature reborn from fire. A giant turquoise tiger, 1.5 meters tall, broke through the blaze with a furious roar. It radiated ultimate strength, its fur tinged with an ethereal cyan glow. Most striking was its unusually large tail, over 1.5 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, fluffy as a feather fan, almost matching its body size. Every time the tail swung, it stirred a howling gale. That was how the wind-tailed tiger got its name and why its tail was its deadliest weapon. After bursting forth, the tiger didn't immediately pounce. Instead, it spun sharply in place. Its enormous feather fan tail swept through the air, producing a sharp whistle that echoed around the cave. Wherever the tail passed, the wind condensed into several palm-length, translucent wind blades that scattered and screamed toward all directions. Centering magic. Wind blade. Though only a one-ring spell, the weakest among formal spells, unlike zeroing tricks, this had real killing power. The wind blade strike might not shatter bone, but could easily slice through flesh, and a hit to a vital spot was often fatal. Facing the onslaught of razor-sharp wind blades, Orleans decisively stepped back. Right beside him, the shield warrior Ivan immediately stepped forward, raising his shield as his internal energy swiftly surged into it. Instantly, a translucent barrier spread out like rippling water, rapidly coalescing into a massive energy shield wall, 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. The third ring martial skill, shield wall. The wind blade slammed against the shield wall with a clanging impact. Countless sharp blades instantly deflected. Ivan let out a slight breath of relief, but the danger was far from over. A dark shadow suddenly crashed into the shield, and with a cracking sound, the energy shield shattered into pieces. Ivan was thrown several meters back, crashing heavily onto the ground. If humans typically cultivate either magic or battle energy alone, then magical beasts are powerful beings who master both. They are not only naturally skilled in magic, but their close combat prowess is extraordinary. The third ring shield wall couldn't hold even for a second. Had it not been for Ivan's incredibly tough armor blocking the lethal claws, he would have already been bleeding heavily. Grunting, Ivan instinctively took a step back, then quickly regained his stance and charged forward. He knew as a shield warrior, especially one tasked with protecting Majest living Shielda, could never retreat easily, even at the risk of his life. If the shield warrior fell back, the main attackers would be exposed to the beast's claws, and if the main force was lost, the entire team would collapse. With a fierce roar, Ivan swung his shield, a blue light flashing as he activated the third ring martial skill Gale, Shield Strike. A wave of azure energy shot forth from the shield's edge, smashing hard into the forehead of the charging tiger. The beast wavered and was knocked several steps back. Seizing the opening, Ivan pressed forward, pushing the tiger back several paces and finally creating some distance from Orleans. Suddenly, the tiger let out a deafening roar that echoed across the battlefield. This was no blind fury but the unique innate spell of the wind-tailed tiger, the fourth ring spell, Soul Calming Roar. An invisible wave of sound rippled outward. Standing less than a meter away, Ivan felt his head thunder, vision instantly blacking out. His body swayed, almost collapsing when the tiger's paw swept down, striking him and sending him flying 3 or 4 meters. The front line was shattered, but Orleans seized the chance to put a dozen meters between them as he chanted a spell, forming a magical array. The fourth ring spell Firewall was completed. In an instant, blazing flames surged from the ground, forming a burning wall over 3 meters tall, roaring violently. Its power was unknown, but it radiated an intimidating force. Even magical beasts dreaded fierce fire. Seeing the firewall, the wind-tailed tiger halted abruptly, wary of rushing in. It opened its blood-red maw and blew out a swirling wind orb. The fifth-ring spell wind pressure cannon thundered forth like a cannonball, shooting directly at the firewall. The wall exploded, a huge hole blasted open. Orleans narrowly dodged, barely escaping the orb's blast, drenched in cold sweat. Through the gap in the firewall, the tiger crouched its limbs, preparing to leap through. Just as it cleared the opening, the other team members finally took action. Leading the charge was the lightly armored silver-haired Doya, her spear flowing like a dragon. She unleashed the third-ring martial skill flowing cloud acceleration, followed by the third-ring cheetah power, and then the fourth-ring skill flowing cloud super acceleration. Her movements became swift and agile like a cheetah, dashing at the tiger with lightning speed. Her entire body transformed into a streak of light as Doya instantly closed the distance of several dozen meters, charging forward like a fierce gale from afar. Instead of a direct stab, she sprinted at full speed while preparing to throw. Fourth-ring martial skill, Meteor Strike. She executed a difficult split, anchoring her legs firmly in a straight line to gather strength. In the next moment, the spear burst from her grip with the force of her whole body behind it. Driven by momentum, the spear flew forward like a cannonball, tearing through the grass and even cracking the earth beneath it. A visible spiral of wind swirled through the air in its wake. It was a surprise attack. The spear aimed directly at the unprepared wind-tailed tiger. A piercing, agonized roar echoed as the spear violently pierced deep into the tiger's chest, nearly impaling it on the spot. The wind-tailed tiger lived up to its reputation, dominating the border of the demon beast forest for a long time and displaying seasoned battle experience. Despite the severe injury, it did not panic. The tiger whipped its tail fiercely, instantly unleashing a barrage of sharp wind blades that rushed wildly toward Doya. Forced to react hurriedly against the sudden storm of wind blades, Doya quickly drew her spear from the ring and spun the blade rapidly with both hands, forming an impenetrable spear shield. The shield shattered the wind blades one by one, but cost her the chance to press the attack. Sensing danger, the wind-tailed tiger swiftly turned and bolted toward the cave, clearly intending to use the narrow environment inside as cover. The tunnel resembled a gun barrel, ideal for it to unleash the full power of its wind magic. The tiger's judgment was correct, but behind it, the adventurers had long laid a deadly trap. The cave entrance was tightly sealed by two defensive lines. Gu Erdan blocked the entrance with relentless focus, while Zhao Mingqi stepped forward, taking the most crucial position in the formation. The most powerful among them, Zhao Mingqi, let out a fierce roar and swung her twin greatswords down like thunder. Fourth-ring martial skill, Shockwave Slash. With the heavy clash of blades resounding, fighting spirit was infused into the ground, generating powerful gusts from below. Caught off guard, the wind-tailed tiger was struck in the jaw and jerked its head sharply back. Immediately, pillar-like gusts of air shot upward from the earth, violently crashing into the tiger's chest. After 7 consecutive hits from the wind pillars, the tiger was slammed flying backward. Though still sturdy upon landing, it suffered grievous internal injuries, its vital organs severely damaged, bleeding profusely inside, with combat effectiveness reduced by over 30%. Blood dripped from its mouth as it steadied itself with trembling legs, eyes still burning with fierce murderous intent. Zhao Mengqi and the others quickly closed in, their gazes as sharp and ruthless as hawks. There was no wildlife protection law in this world, and even if there were, it would never protect demon beasts. These creatures attacked travelers, raided villages, and stole livestock. Especially the high-level demon beasts active at the forest's edge, they were a scourge and cancer to intelligent civilizations. If peaceful coexistence were possible, the Adventurers Guild would not receive so many village commissions for demon beast hunts. The issuance of such contracts often meant locals had already suffered harm. Some demon beasts appeared in packs that ordinary adventurers simply could not handle. Facing these threats required summoning dozens, even hundreds, of mercenaries from the mercenary hall at great cost. That expense far exceeded a handful or 100 gold coins. As for enlisting the local territorial guards, noble private armies were theoretically available, but sending them after demon beasts was prohibitively expensive. The already poorly paid guards earned only a few coins per month who would risk such dangers and serve others for so little. Roars and furious growls exploded simultaneously as Zhao Mengqi charged forward, gripping her greatsword tightly with both hands and launching the very first attack. Close behind her, Doya flicked her spear, sending out a dazzling arc of steel that aimed straight for the tiger's vulnerable spot. Although severely injured, the wind-tailed tiger refused to surrender and instead fought back with even greater ferocity, its strength now intensified by nearly 30%. The more wounded a beast, the more savage it becomes. This rule applies not only to ordinary animals, but also to fearsome magical creatures. With a sweeping strike, the tiger's broad, fan-like tail unleashed a fierce gust of wind as the beast surged toward the two women. Razor-sharp wind blades rippled through the air, coming in relentless waves that seemed endless, assailing Zhao Mengqi and Douya from all sides. Douya swung her steel spear defensively, the blur of its movements like an intricate web that blocked every deadly wind blade. But Zhao Mengqi's approach was strikingly different. Seeking speed, Douya wore only light armor, trading defense for agility, while Zhao Mengqi donned thick leather beneath heavy iron armor, her entire body sealed in an impenetrable shell. Facing the storm of sharp blades, Zhao Mengqi raised a single hand to shield her eyes and stubbornly bore the onslaught heated. Any ordinary adventurer caught in such an attack would be soaked in blood, their flesh torn to shreds. Yet thanks to her heavy armor, Zhao Mengqi withstood the fatal wind blades and closed in step by step on the tiger. Without hesitation, she swung her great sword hard against the beast. One strike, two, three. Like a mad spirit possessed, Zhao Mengqi lashed out wildly, her 3 blows meeting the tiger's might heated. The tiger's claws slammed against the thick armor with incredible force but failed to break through. Each slash from her greatsword carved deep, bleeding furrows across the tiger's flesh. Desperately struggling, the wind-tailed tiger opened its gaping maw, condensing air into a fierce blast that seemed set to unleash a devastating gust of wind right in Zhao Mengqi's face. Such a fifth-ring spell, if it connected, would severely injure even someone clad in the sturdiest armor. Yet the fierce and battle-hardened Zhao Mengqi stayed calm under pressure. At the crucial moment, she released her grip on the greatsword, stepping forward quickly to deliver a brutal upward punch to the tiger's jaw. With a sharp crack like iron striking iron, the tiger's rows of fangs rattled violently, and its concentrated breath shattered instantly, scattering blood and teeth in all directions. The tiger let out a broken wail and toppled backward, utterly incapacitated. Seeing this, Zhao Mengqi finally exhaled, and the tense memories in the surrounding few warriors eased. Though it seemed effortless in the end, the fight with the wind-tailed tiger had never been simple. When creatures of equal strength clash, humans typically face grave disadvantages against magical beasts, especially during an outsized hunt like this. Without flawless teamwork, precise coordination at every step, even if the tiger couldn't prevail outright, it would have found a chance to escape. Any slip-up would greatly increase the odds of the tiger counterattacking, making victory uncertain. Zhao Mengqi retrieved her great sword from the ground and raised it high, preparing to sever the tiger's head. At that moment, the situation shifted suddenly. The tiger's eyes, now clouded and fading, abruptly bristled with raised fur, especially its thick tail, which shot upright in an eerie display of unnatural power. The tiger's tail, already several times larger than a normal tiger's, suddenly became even fluffier and more voluminous, so much so that it outgrew the size of its own body. Zhao Mengqi's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Reacting instantly and without hesitation, she raised her greatsword horizontally in front of her. The sharp shout of "Watch out!" came at just the right moment, alerting those around her to spring into combat mode. Douya braced her spear to defend, Ivan lifted his shield, and Orleans didn't even dare to get close. Then, with a sudden whooshing sound, all the hair on the wind-tailed tiger's tail shot out like a volley of arrows, scattering like pear blossom petals in a downpour. The clinking and clattering of the stiff hairs colliding rang out repeatedly, sparks flying with each hit. Zhao Mengqi's sturdy armor absorbed the assault completely, leaving her unscathed. Douya, skilled with her spear, managed to block the majority of the attacks, dodging smoothly whenever she was missed. By comparison, Ivan seemed to be struggling much more. As a shield warrior, Ivan's heavy armor was thick but far less refined than Zhao Mengqi's fine plate. Several muffled groans signaled the pain coursing through him. It was as if his whole body had become a porcupine, bristling with sharp quills. Thankfully, his enchanted armor was top tier among heavy armors, though it couldn't fully block all the hairs. Very few actually pierced through, most becoming lodged firmly in the metal. A savage, soul-piercing roar tore through the air as the wind-tailed tiger, which had seemingly played dead on the ground, suddenly sprang back to life, cunningly lunging toward Ivan, the obvious weak link. At peak rank 3, a skill level lowest among them, Ivan was the weakest of the group. Having just endured the tail's quill barrage, the tiger's powerful charge blasted him several meters back, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The moment Ivan was sent flying, their once solid triangular formation shattered instantly. Douya and Zhao Mengqi hurried forward to try to block the tiger, but it ignored their attempts. Douya jabbed her spear into its side, but the tiger fearlessly flipped over and endured Zhao Mengqi's sword strike, even losing a chunk of its strongest tail segment. Though battered and bleeding, the wind-tailed tiger still forced its way through the defense and charged headlong toward the cave entrance without looking back. Gu Erdan, crouching guard at the cave mouth, was startled by the sudden fierce attack. Seeing the danger barreling toward him like a mad dog, he didn't hesitate to jump aside, clearing the way. Zhao Mengqi's eyes widened in alarm as the tiger entered the cave, and she shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. Not long after, the tiger, bloodied and wounded, disappeared into the cavern, Two loud explosions echoed from inside. The rocky walls trembled slightly. A turbulent gust mixed with dust blasted out from the cave mouth. The tiger struggled desperately to escape, kicking wildly, but its fur was singed and charred, disheveled as if it had been put through an ion perm, looking utterly pitiful. No one knew exactly what had happened inside, but faced with this wounded, cornered beast, the trio did not ease up one bit. Zhao Mingxi struck first, with Ivan and Douya following closely, launching a fierce combined assault. The tiger made one last attempt to flee sideways, but it had no strength left and failed to break through the circle a second time. When it collapsed again, a spear was impaled deep into its chest, its breath growing faint. Ivan exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground. To prevent any mishaps, Zhao Mingxi didn't hesitate to cleave off the tiger's head and retrieve the crystal-clear azure magic gem embedded within. With the magic gem in hand, the mission was successfully completed. The group, battered and exhausted, exchanged wry smiles. Their gazes involuntarily fell on Gu Erdan nearby, completely unharmed. Not even a speck of dust on him, and they couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief at his fortune. Looking bedraggled, Zhao Mingxi sized up Gu Erdan from head to toe, finally unable to hold back her burning question. Although Gu Erdan hadn't thrown a single punch the entire time, he had forced that wind-tail tiger to desperately flee the cave. His move was decisive and final. If the tiger had retreated back inside the labyrinthine cave system, hunting it down would have become exponentially harder. Before Zhao Mingxi could finish her question, Gu Erdan shrugged lightly and pulled out several scrolls made of sheepskin. Seeing these, the nearby mage Orlean's eyes lit up. Magic scrolls? He examined the parchment carefully, confirming, these are second-tier spells. Fireburst bombs. Fireburst bombs. The ones with short range and slow speed, commonly considered useless spells? Orleans couldn't help but be skeptical. Gu Erdan shook his head. There's no purely useless spell. If it's still passed down, it must have unique merits. He flicked the scrolls in hand and began to explain. It's true the spell is slow, inaccurate, and pathetically short-ranged. But its strength lies in concentrated explosive power. It delivers pinpoint destruction. Siege soldiers and engineers often rely on it. The best part is the cost. Only 10 gold coins a scroll. He put the scrolls away with a hint of pride. I'm not confident in fighting the wind-tail tiger, Hedon. I knew I couldn't stop it. So I laid this kind of magic scroll all along the inner cave walls. Whenever any creature comes close within range, the scrolls automatically detonate. The group exchanged glances. As a fire mage, Orleans was well aware of the power of fire spells. Although second-tier, fireburst bombs packed a punch rivaling many third-tier spells. Still, could a handful of second-tier scrolls actually scare off a seriously injured wind-tail tiger? Even his own fourth-tier fire dragon spell hadn't dealt fatal damage. Noticing Orleans' furrowed brow, Gu Erdan added, you have to understand, a single scroll can't hurt it. But it's not me. How would it know I hid an entire ring of these scrolls inside? Even damaged like this, or if the tiger recovers and dares to crawl back out at full strength, it's as good as dead. Besides, this is a cave. Chain detonations can easily collapse it. He paused, his tone calm and calculating. The tiger's only options are being buried alive inside or charging out in a desperate last fight. If it were you, wouldn't you choose the same? Orleans and the others looked on with complicated expressions, their gazes growing stranger. That was a pretty ruthless trick of yours. Gu Erdan just chuckled and patted his chest. No, not at ruthless. It's called setting a trap and using your brain. Otherwise, what choice do I have? You don't seriously expect me to stop that beast with this puny frame? He tugged at his clothes. Actually, his outfit was all magical gear and outer windbreaker over tight magical chainmail armor underneath. You can't just stubbornly bang your head against the wall. They want you to solve problems with your brain, not brute force, Gu Erdan said with a teasing grin. Though light-hearted in tone, his words brimmed with sharp wit and quiet confidence. Everyone nodded in approval and praised Gu Erdan's cleverness. Clearly, Gu Erdan had outdone himself this time by successfully blocking the wind-tail tiger, much to everyone's satisfaction. Seeing their faces break into smiles, Gu Erdan couldn't help but show a silly grin. Well, ahem, everyone, though this method works, it does come with some after effects. After effects? Their expressions changed instantly. Gu Erdan scratched his head and said obediently, actually, the method has a minor flaw. Parts of the cave might have collapsed from the explosion. To get the spoils inside the wind-tail tiger's den, we'll have to dig around and put in some effort. As soon as he finished, the four of them grew tense. Zhao Mingxi glanced toward the cave entrance and sighed quietly. It's okay, the cave is still pretty big. We can at least stand up inside. Getting the wind-tail tiger's loot is a win. This little trouble is nothing. Actually, there's more. Gu Erdan continued. I put up 12 second-ring explosion scrolls inside. Just now, only 8 were triggered, so 4 remain unexploded. Be careful while digging not to step on mines. He smiled with an extremely obedient look. But the few people staring at him began twitching at the corners of their eyes. Couldn't you set up some safeties to retrieve them later? Dude, you're a mage, not me. I barely know how to ignite a scroll, let alone deactivate one. Yeah, you're not a mage? Then would you mind going in and deactivating them? With all this chaos inside, who knows where the scrolls are? And I'm just a scrawny little guy you want me to get myself killed? Orleans flatly refused. His gear did have magical attributes, but almost no defense, because defensive magic equipment would block magic sensing and absorption. Wearing defensive armor is basically like putting a mage under anti-magic, drastically lowering combat power. Worse, stepping on an explosion scroll right at the entrance, he was afraid they might really have to carry him out. Gu Erdan was just as unwilling to risk himself, and said arrogantly, I bought those scrolls with my own money. No one asked me to do the hard labor. Eventually, after much half-hearted urging, heavily armored Ivan reluctantly crawled inside. Just 3 seconds in, a muffled boom sounded, followed by flying dust. Half an hour later, the minesweeping was finally done, and the cave was fully cleared. Zhao Mingxi started listing the treasures inside and dividing the loot. This time, they divided them lying down after Ivan detonated multiple explosion scrolls. His head was buzzing, and he hadn't recovered yet. But don't underestimate the treasures in a beast den. On the contrary, these wild creatures' collections are often impressive. Though the windtail tiger wasn't fond of shiny trinkets, its beast nature made it favor magical items, such as unsuitable elemental magic crystals, magical equipment taken from hunted travelers, and various magically infused horns and pelts. In this haul from the windtail tiger's den alone, there were 7 fourth-ring magic crystals, 22 third-ring ones, and even greater numbers of first and second-ring crystals, piled layer upon layer like bedding. Besides these, there were many magical materials for crafting equipment, all collected from the bodies of other magical beasts the windtail tiger hunted. There were even several pieces of magical gear, though badly damaged, crushed, cracked, and incomplete, a chaotic assortment. The only relatively intact item was a helmet engraved with a flame array. They found it deep in the nest, its surface covered in what looked like licking marks, clearly used by the windtail tiger as a makeshift stove. Golden Saint Ivan sustained severe injuries in the battle. Although he used a second-tier healing scroll and a bottle of holy water for treatment, his wounds were far from fully healed. After completing the mission objective, the group decided to return immediately to find a priest for a thorough healing before taking on any new adventures. Just as Ivan took out the bottle of holy water, Gu Erdan noticeably sensed an intensely repellent aura. It was the energy of light, completely opposite to the death aura inherent in undead beings like them, and naturally a mortal enemy to that dark essence. Pouring this light energy onto an undead body would have an effect as harsh as splashing sulfuric acid. Yet, for living people, this light aura was an excellent healing relic. Most importantly, its price was quite affordably. A bottle of holy water blessed by a cleric cost only 5 gold coins. Normally, it could cure minor ailments and injuries, but in critical moments, it could even save lives. This accessibility is one key reason the Chuch's influence is so widespread across the world and multiple planes. The light system's constant central role in justice owes much to these outstanding healing properties. On the way back, the group's dynamics noticeably softened compared with before. At least they weren't so tense and hostile. Gu Erdan had to admit he had underestimated them. While lacking some adventuring know-how, they were far from mere decorations. Careful observation revealed all 5 had extensive real combat experience. Coming from prominent families, they certainly didn't focus only on books while neglecting martial training. From childhood, countless top experts had drilled them incessantly, resulting in exceptional battle skills. The return trip passed without incident because they traveled on the so-called official route. This didn't mean a smooth road, but rather a specially marked path on government maps. The route directly connected to towns and was heavily trafficked. Even bandits dared not attack on this official road because, during any fight, another escort team might suddenly appear to provide reinforcements. With third-party intervention, bandits would soon find themselves surrounded and overwhelmed. While stories exist of bandits lurking in mountain trails, there were very few tales of anyone bold enough to rob or scam in bustling marketplaces. Upon reaching the village closest to the monster forest, Zhao Mingxi and the others hurriedly took Ivan straight to the priest's residence. Only Gu Erdan made an excuse to rent a room beforehand, not following them. Inwardly, he mused, meeting the priest? Are they planning to get me spiritually prepared for death? Over the next 2 days, the 5 spent their mission earnings lavishly. Each receiving 300 gold coins was no small sum, especially considering that a full set of knight's armor plus a warhorse cost just over 100 gold coins. In other words, their haul was enough to outfit a 10-man cavalry squad easily. By noon on the 3rd day, the 5 returned to the adventurer's hall to start filtering through potential missions again. They hadn't gone on any quests for several days, partly to rest their minds and partly because suitable jobs matching their criteria were scarce. The enemies couldn't be too weak, since Zhao Mingxi still hoped to break through by fighting. If their strength was too low, it wouldn't challenge her. But they also couldn't be too strong. 5 of them teaming up to take down a 5th-rank monster was already tough. If they ran into a far stronger foe, it'd likely be a death sentence. At that moment, they were worrying about the lack of suitable tasks here and discussing whether to try their luck in another village. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the adventurers' hall. A group of burly men in matching armor surged inside. Their leader strode straight to the task board and pinned up a new notice. Adventurers nearby immediately gathered around, murmurs of surprise spreading quickly. Gu Erdan and the others joined the crowd. The armored men looked well-equipped and solidly built, clearly men of some standing. They had guessed scenes like this before. Such soldiers were either government troops or mercenaries. Since no village guards appeared, this group was clearly mercenaries. Coming to the adventurers' hall to post a contract meant they lacked manpower and hoped to enlist adventurers for help. Exchanging looks, the five squeezed through the crowd to see the freshly posted notice. Reading it, they involuntarily gasped. Urgent mission: explore a tomb. A newly discovered ancient tomb requires immediate adventurer support due to shortage of personnel. Required strength, bronze rank or above, minimum 3rd rank. Compensation varies by rank. Bronze 400 gold coins, silver 700 gold, gold 1500 gold. Half advance payment upon acceptance, remainder upon completion. Treasure collected en route can be kept freely, but taking valuables from the main burial chamber is strictly prohibited. Issued by the silver-ranked Thunderbird Mercenary Corps. The name Ancient Tomb alone made hearts race. Tombs preserved since ancient times must be held together by magic and packed with treasure. Legend said that thousands of years ago, during an ancient war, demons invaded the world, nearly overwhelming the allied forces until angels descended to help stop the catastrophe. Many powerful beings died, their bodies and souls forged into holy relics, often buried with their families. If luck favored them, this expedition could uncover priceless relics artifacts capable of challenging even 9th-rank warriors. The Thunderbird Mercenary Corps was well known, a silver rank group with at least 1,000 members, at least a tenth of whom were silver rank fighters, meaning at least 4th rank experts. With such strength, sieging castles was no problem. At the mention of the mission, Orlan's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Ivan and Doya also seemed interested, while Gu Erdan and Zhao Mengqi appeared more reserved. Zhao Mengqi furrowed her brows, staring thoughtfully at the notice. Though adventurers working with mercenaries meant secure pay, ancient relics were perilous. Once inside, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? Her hesitation drew a quick rebuke from Doya. It's just an ancient tomb. It won't be that hard. At worst, some skeleton soldiers or dark knight suite can crush them easily. Gu Erdan watched her coolly, but said nothing. Doya pressed on. If something happens, we've got big guys protecting us. The Thunderbird Corps is powerful. Other adventurers might be in danger, but we've got our gear. She patted her armor confidently. Even if a 5th-rank sword sect shows up, we'd still try. If we lose, we run. Nobody can crack our turtle shell. Hearing that, Zhao Mengqi nodded slowly, a trace of resolve shining in her eyes. All right. Honestly, I want to see the ancient tomb myself. Since everyone agrees, let's take this mission. Around this urgent notice fluttering on the board, the young adventurers felt a wave of excitement and tension. Their story was about to turn a new page, deep within the ancient tomb's shadowy halls. Taking on the mission was not complicated, especially for a large-scale contract like this. None of the group had ever met members of the Thunderbird Mercenary Corps before. All they needed to do was register at the Adventurers Guild front desk, verify their identities and skills, and they were officially part of the team. Following the staff's directions, the 5 of them arrived at the designated location, which was packed with people. Thousands of mercenaries gathered there, all well-equipped. Each wore a prominent emblem of a lightning-wielding monstrous bird on their chest, clearly marking them as members of the Thunderbird Mercenary Corps. The entire corps numbered a bit over 1,000, and seeing such a vast assembly now, it was obvious that nearly all the seasoned fighters had been called together. Right beside them were the other adventurers contracted for this job, busily collecting their pay. The Thunderbird Mercenary Corps was financially strong and showed great flair when handing out wages. It was common knowledge that ordinary adventurers or mercenaries usually accepted payment splits heavily favoring the employer, like 7,030 or even 80-20, with truly upfront half deposits being extremely rare. This generosity clearly signaled how seriously and urgently they regarded the mission. 2 hours later, everyone had gathered. Over 2,000 participants set out together toward the target. They showed no concern about exposing their route, seemingly unafraid of outside observation. After all, whoever discovered an ancient ruin first claimed ownership. To avoid unnecessary trouble, explorers had to pay a development fee to the local king in exchange for official approval and protection. Unless the land belonged to some famous noble with personal interest, royal and military guards effectively barred outsiders from entering. Anyone trying to hijack this venture risked defending not only the king, but also the 3 major guilds of the region. Even royal protection wouldn't stop the onslaught of retaliation in that case. As they advanced, they deliberately chose quiet paths. After 3 hours, they finally halted in a remote mountain area deep within the monster forest. The peaks were bare and lifeless. Gu Erdan squinted as he stared ahead, his brow twitching slightly. If someone can find a tomb in such an unremarkable place, could there really be those ancient tomb robbers who can pinpoint exact burial spots? He thought silently, but said nothing more. At that moment, the captain of the Thunderbird Mercenary Corps appeared before the group. He skipped formalities, as the relationship was strictly professional. Calmly, he addressed them. Everyone, the usual procedure applies. Adventurers have different strengths and skills. Please use your talents to help us detect and clear traps and obstacles ahead. Finishing, he clasped his fists in salute, and the mercenaries stepped aside to form a path. A stir rose among the adventurers. Dozens of lightly armored figures quickly emerged from the crowd. Their appearances varied, but they all shared one simple streamlined leather armor emphasizing speed and agility above defense. This group was known by a distinctive name, thieves. This title didn't mean they were outright criminals, but that they possessed expert skills in stealth, climbing, and silent movement specialists in covert operations who could navigate dangers without leaving a trace. This scene marked the opening act of the adventure about to unfold. Many of them came from the same guild, known as the Thieves Guild. They handled tasks like lockpicking and disabling traps, and they also took on jobs involving tracking and assassination. At this moment, their services were far from free. Such specialized skills naturally commanded a premium fee. Dozens of thieves quickly received payment from the adventurers, each moving with efficiency and readiness to begin their performance. Their expertise caught Gu Erdan's eye. One of them leapt, swiftly hanging upside down from the ceiling like a spider, nimbly climbing with agility. With a flick of the hand, he shot a rope straight into a distant wall, then stepped lightly along the rope, as if walking on air. It was no surprise, since most guild members were lean and agile, many of them women. After all, this kind of masterful technique suited only certain body types. Too bulky, made such fluid movement difficult. But the thieves' finesse was only the surface. Their true prowess lay in observation and demolition. Spotting a trap, they pulled out specially designed iron clamp-sharp spikes. At one into pierced the wall. Immediately, magic scrolls attached to the clamps were detonated. With a thunderous boom, the targeted section of wall exploded cleanly, precise enough to avoid widespread collapse while completely destroying the trap. This method was far superior to Gu Erdan's previous reckless blasting. The tomb passageways were filled with various deadly devices, javelins, arrows, poisonous smoke, flying axes, each more deadly than the last, but none survived the expert thieves' swift disarming. Watching this, Gu Erdan nodded repeatedly, already making a decision. He had to recruit a truly skilled thief, then use the Lich King Erdan's power to extract their memories and replicate an elite unit of specialists trained in these techniques. He had a name in mind: engineers, devoted to overcoming the many perils of tomb raiding. After over 20 minutes of intense work, the tomb corridor, once a death trap, lay in ruins, any danger cleared away. Leading the way again were the thieves, with the main force following closely behind, pushing deeper inside. The scene reminded Gu Erdan of chefs tasting fugu, the deadly pufferfish. If anyone had to die, it might as well be the thieves first. Their dismantling of traps paved a safe path for the adventurers to follow. This time, the operation went unusually smoothly. No hidden mechanisms were triggered, and the large group moved unimpeded through the cold, dark tunnel until they reached the tomb's inner chamber. Awaiting them was a second trial. Massive stone pillars stood firm, supporting the vaults to prevent collapse. Faint magical patterns shimmered across the pillars, filling the air with pressure and menace. The Thunderbird mercenary captain glanced back with a nod, his voice steady. "Old sir, we'll need your help here." Nearby, an elderly man shuffled forward supported by a cane. He nodded slightly and slowly approached the stone door ahead. Carefully, he examined the magical devices embedded in the doorway. This was not a trap the thieves' skills could crack. It was a highly complex magical barrier pulsing with arcane energy. This challenge was now purely one of magical knowledge. If it couldn't be decoded, there was no option but to blast it open. Yet the door was linked to the stone pillars. If those collapsed, the entire tomb would cave in, trapping everyone inside. The adventurers were surprised to see the old man. They whispered among themselves. His scholarly appearance, wearing a durable, plain robe and magic spectacles capable of hidden sight, marked him as an indispensable tomb explorer, someone skilled in ancient texts and arcane lore, able to decipher intricate mechanisms. But a sharp observer noticed something was off. Ivan, the Golden Saint, scrutinized the old man with narrowed eyes and frowned. "Everyone, look at the patterns on his clothes. They're not from our Qin kingdom." Following his gaze, several looked closer, studying for a while. Finally, Zhao Mengqi spoke uneasily. "That's the symbol of the neighboring Flame Kingdom." "He's from the Flame Kingdom." The Yanhua Kingdom lay close to Qin, with their powers roughly balanced, but their proximity bred constant territorial conflicts, frequently sparking clashes. Yet now, surprisingly, a scholar from what should be an enemy faction had come here to help exhume a Gravian. Odd and unexpected move. Doesn't Qin even have its own scholars? Why must they seek help from the enemy? Several people muttered in confusion, when suddenly an adventurer broke the silence. Why would anyone from Yinhua come here? That question immediately stirred a wave of whispers. The vice captain of the Thunderbird Mercenary Company hurried over to calm them down. This all happened suddenly, and this place is right near the border of the beast forest. The only scholar capable nearby is this one. We can't send someone from farther away. It would take too long. We had no choice but to ask for his help. But what if he's a threat to us? Someone asked warily. The vice captain quickly reassured them. Don't worry, our lives are the guarantees absolutely safe. Right now, we and you are all in the same boat, our interests tightly linked. Humph, who says we're in the same boat? You mercenaries have no borders, but we adventurers are different. This is Qin territory, and all adventurers here are Qins. One adventurer stood up, took out the payment he had received, and slammed it heavily on the ground. Sorry, but we can't risk our lives on someone from an enemy country. We're leaving. He turned and walked away, soon followed by many others. What had once been a massive group instantly shrank by over 300, leaving fewer than 700 adventurers still willing to stay. Only then did everyone realize the true intent behind the Thunderbird Mercenary Company's move to recruit so many at once. They had already anticipated that some would abandon the mission. The five of them gathered again, and Orleans whispered, "Should we leave too? Let's wait and see." Zhao Mengshi frowned in thought, and the others wore solemn expressions. Rumor had it that the Thunderbird mercenaries had close ties to Yinhua, and were likely assembled by them secretly. Now it seemed the truth was far more complicated than outsiders imagined. Within Qin, unrest stirred the gap between the ruling class and commoners grew sharper by the day. Rebel forces were rising, each taking their own stand against aristocratic oppression. Yet despite this internal turmoil, when it came to the enemy state, both sides could put aside their strife and unite against outside threats. It wasn't internal unity, but deep hatred between these two nations that held them together. Decades of war had taken heavy tolls, birthing grudges too deep to vanish. Adventurers were different from mercenaries. They cared for their homeland and felt the call to arms whenever war broke out. Naturally, their hatred of Yinhua ran deep. Otherwise, so many wouldn't be deserting. Noble families were even less willing. If war came, they'd have to lead their private armies, pouring out family wealth and blood. Would they comply willingly? Given this situation, how could hatred not burn fiercely? Watching the crowd slowly disperse, the Thunderbird captain sighed and glanced around, stopping his gaze on the scholar. Experienced as he was, how could he have made such a rookie mistake? If no Qin scholar was available, he could at least disguise this one, change his clothes so no one could tell which country he was from. The problem was someone refused to back down, brazenly revealing their identity. He dared not argue, and thus things escalated to the current state. Captain Lania bowed his head, letting out a long sigh filled with exhaustion. Such spoiled brats, truly a deep-rooted curse. Muttering this under his breath, he raised his hand and waved. "Open the gate. Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir," came the thunderous response from the mercenary company as they surged forward, pushing hard against the heavy stone door that had long been sealed. The door bore the weight of countless years' dust and history. With the combined effort of many hands, it slowly began to give way. Seeing this, everyone outside immediately raised their weapons, faces stern, ready to meet whatever lay ahead. The tomb's design was consistent with ancient tradition. First, cunning traps aimed to weed out unwanted guests. Once those failed, hidden magical doors and enchanted stone pillars would intervene to block intruders. If those defenses were breached, it meant the invaders were well prepared, and then only the true army could stand in their way, the undead legion that slumbered alongside the tomb's master. With a loud creak, the hefty stone gate finally swung open fully, revealing a straight corridor stretching hundreds of meters. It was wide and open, flanked on each side by huge sloping ramps, winding with countless steps leading upward. What chilled everyone even more was the base of these slopes. Heaped high with dense piles of human skulls and bones, these skeletal mounds were like mass graves. This was the standard burial rite of ancient times. Corpses bought or collected from enemies alike were dumped in towering heaps. Old runes were etched into the surrounding ground, ready to awaken the skeletons should any living being approach. Then these bones would rise as an unending undead army, launching relentless assaults. Though these undead had slept for countless years and hadn't grown stronger, their evolving power still made them no easy foe. Standing before the bone-filled pit, Captain Lania furrowed his brow deeply, his stern expression betraying his heavy thoughts. He slammed his shield hard, and the mercenaries immediately formed a tight shield wall of hundreds of men, advancing steadily forward. The adventurers at the rear gathered closely, moving in step behind them. As they stepped inside the corridor, the magic runes on the floor suddenly ignited. Thousands of bones that had lain dormant beneath the surface trembled, then began climbing out. A low, guttural roar echoed as countless skeletons surged forward like a tide. Captain Lania bellowed, "Everyone, take their money and clear their troubles. It's time to show what you're made of. Charge." At his command, the group drove forward, colliding fiercely with the skeletal soldiers swarming from every direction. Without hesitation, Gu Erdan drew his sword and swung at a skeleton's head. With a crunching noise, he was shocked to find this skeleton wielded power equivalent to the peak of the second tier. Looking around, most of the skeletons matched that strength, with many even breaking into the third tier. As he fought alongside his comrades clearing the undead, Gu Erdan thought to himself, just as the lore says, this undead Tomb Guardian Legion was a formidable foe. Though they grew slowly, their bones were indestructible, and once turned into skeletons, their numbers steadily increased. Some ancient runes were said to catalyze the rapid birth of entire legions of 3rd and 4th tier skeletons, a true nightmare for any trespasser. If not for the undead's general lack of intelligence and purely instinctive attacks on living beings, their sheer numbers and regenerative ability would make them an incredibly cheap yet enduring force. The adventurers did not recklessly charge. Their primary task was to draw the undead's attention, creating openings for the mercenaries to break through. Halfway through the passage, they paused and quietly split into small teams, carefully making their way toward the depths of the bone pit at the base of the slopes. There lay the secret entrance to the burial's annex chamber. According to the rules, these annex tombs operated on a first-come, first-served basis. The parties involved had already reached an agreement with the mercenaries. As long as the main tomb remained untouched, all other items belonged to the first to arrive. Thus, the adventurers set off together to seize the annex tomb ahead of others. Gu Erdan and the others remained rooted on the steps, not moving an inch. Doya furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed on the mercenary group blocking the entrance to the main tomb passage. The mercenaries on guard were on high alert, which made her whisper in concern, "What should we do? Should we try to loot the accompanying tomb as well?" Meanwhile, Zhao Mengshi gripped her greatsword tightly, unleashing a fierce sweeping strike that cleaved through 3 skeletons before her. Though their bodies were split in 2 by the blade, they weren't dead. Their upper halves wobbled and crawled toward her. Frowning, Zhao took a heavy stomp that instantly crushed one skeleton's skull into fragments. "We can't give up so much treasure," Doya whispered urgently. "No one would normally leave behind such valuables during a tomb raid. You have to remember, the real riches are often hidden in the accompanying tombs. The main tomb houses the Lord's remains and the burial treasures. Mercenaries wouldn't abandon a fortune just for a single trinket. Something's fishy here. So you think?" The group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Before anyone else could say a word, Zhao Mengshi clenched her sword grip with resolve. "Let's go in and see for ourselves." The others turned toward the main tomb entrance, their expressions reflecting a mix of determination and doubt. It sounded easy enough, but daring to storm in front of over 100 mercenaries would be anything but simple. These mercenaries were no fools. Even though the 5 of them were well-armed and capable of fighting 10 men each, the mercenary troop was far from a pushover. They worked together smoothly, and many mercenaries rivaled or even surpassed some noble-born private guards in skill. They were a formidable challenge. Zhao Mingxi understood this predicament but couldn't think of a good way to break the deadlock. Charging in headfirst would have them riddled with arrows on the spot. Recruiting other adventurers wasn't an option either. Given the tension, most discontented individuals had already left, and those left were solely focused on profit and unlikely to help. Even if reinforcements came, it would alert the mercenaries, probably leading to their expulsion or a bloody clash. Nearly 1,000 powerful warriors ranked 3rd tier or above were amassed here. Losing them lightly would be disastrous for future wars against rival states. As a noble daughter of Qin, Zhao Mingqi would never allow them to die pointlessly in this chaotic tomb. Just as everyone wore anxious expressions, Gu Erdan suddenly stroked a ring on his hand and slowly said, "What if I give it a try? You have a plan?" The others looked at him with surprise and doubt. "Just a simple trick, I don't even know if it'll work." Stepping forward half a pace, Gu Erdan flicked his wrist. A small black ring shot out a tiny glowing green orb. Using his sling like a bowstring, he launched the orb precisely toward the mercenary troops guarding the entrance. The battle-hardened mercenaries reacted quickly. One swung up his shield with a clang, blocking the orb. But before it could fall, the same mercenary kicked hard at the orb with his foot, shattering it into pieces. "Who's there?" The mercenary glared angrily around, but all others were busy fighting skeletons. No one turned to sneak attack. Looking down at the shattered fragments, he saw countless faintly glowing green ghost flames escaping. Curious, he reached out a finger to touch the drifting lights. To everyone's shock, one flame darted into his fingertip, then surged up his arm and into his body. A chilling cold gripped him to the bone. His face turned pale in alarm as he frantically waved his hand to dispel the possessed ghost fire. "Damn it! It's undead ghost flame," he cursed through clenched teeth. "Who's this evil?" The ghostly flames of the undead chilled to the bone. Once they invaded a body, they could ravage it mercilessly and might even destabilize the soul or possess the flesh entirely. For ordinary people, even a touch could bring grave illness or drive them insane. Yet here someone dared to shoot soul ghost flames at them? It was sheer madness. The mercenary's fury surged as he harnessed his internal fighting energy to forcibly disperse the lingering flame inside him. As he glared around, furious and hunting for the attacker, the situation suddenly turned strange. The undead who had just been locked in brutal combat with nearby adventurers abruptly all turned their gaze toward this spot. Their eyes flickered wildly with green flames, burning fiercely. The mercenary froze for a moment before a heavy realization dawned. His face drained of color. No, it's high-level soul ghost flame. Defend. Before he finished, thousands of undead surged forward like an overwhelming tide, some abandoning their original prey altogether. Gu Erdan observed the astonishing scene with a smirk. His tactic was simple: to exploit the undead's low intelligence. Though the undead under his command treated soul ghost flames as mere ordinary combat signals, to Gu Erdan they were far from the quickest path to advancement. Most undead feared fire as if it threatened their very existence. The mid-level 5th grade soul ghost flame he shot should have posed no real threat to these highest-ranking skeletons only at 3rd grade. Yet it acted like deadly bait, triggering an instinctual frenzy in a huge number of undead. Driven by primal instinct, the undead swarmed toward the flame's source, crashing into the mercenary lines. What followed was a chaotic, tangled melee. At first, the mercenaries held their shield walls tightly, successfully blocking the undead from closing in. Such tactics might work well against other enemies, but were clearly faltering against this undead swarm. The skeletons climbed atop one another, the front ranks holding shields while those behind scaled bodies, forming dark, shifting masses that piled up layer upon layer, pressing against the shield wall, eventually breaching the defense and spilling into the ranks, unleashing screams of terror and fierce fighting. With their situation worsening, the mercenaries were forced to break formation and fight individually to avoid being encircled. Groups of 3 to 5 covered each other, desperately breaking through the undead encirclement, but this left the tomb tunnel entrance unguarded, plunging the whole passage into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Gu Erdan's group quickly trailed through the side tunnels, hugging the walls to flank around to the main tomb passage entrance. Though scattered, some mercenaries remained alert. Several raised shields and charged headlong only to collide with Zhao Mengqi wielding her giant sword. Her swinging blade stormed through, crushing and warping the shields instantly. A horizontal slash sent opponents flying with shields in tow. Like a fierce tiger unleashed, Zhao Mengqi's sweeping sword tore through the front lines, carving a path. With a heavy crash, the first 3 skeletons blocking the way were cleaved in half. Zhao Mengqi took the lead, bursting into the tunnel, with the others following close behind. Douya moved through, picking off the severed undead heads with her spear, each clean shot echoing sharply through the gloom. At the rear, Gu Erdan was far from idle. Sweeping his hand, he summoned blood crows to gather the soul ghost flames. These blood crows were 9th grade undead of incredible power, bursting out rapidly, then dividing 9 into 81 in an instant, bloodlight flashing spectacularly in the ritual of the 8th ring spell blood avatar. Though the souls of over 10,000 lower grade skeletons were minor in his eyes, even mosquitoes were flesh. His efforts could not be wasted. As they pressed into the tomb's main passage, prepared to push deeper, an unexpected group blocked their advance. The mercenary forces proved far more experienced than anticipated. A dozen elite fighters stood firm, some crouched, shields raised, forming a solid line. Having just heard the clash around the corner, they stood ready with fierce eyes fixed on the charging group. There was no retreat now. Only a desperate, brutal life-or-death fight remained. Who are these people? Why waste time with so much useless talk? 12 burly men charged forward fiercely, brandishing weapons. Though well-equipped, the cramped tomb tunnel limited their use of long weapons, so most had switched to shorter arms. Some wielded hammers paired with iron shields. Others carried sword and shield combos, and a few archers stayed hidden in the rear. Only 2 towering warriors held onto long spears over 2 meters in length. Thrusting their spearheads forward as they charged, such reach made them nearly untouchable by ordinary foes. The 5 defenders' faces turned grim at the sight. Douya acted decisively, spinning her body and hurling 2 javelins through the air. 2 sharp clang sounds echoed. The first javelin struck a shield-bearer's thick shield, forcing him to stagger back, but causing no real harm. The second was craftier. It slipped through a small gap left by that shield-bearer's retreat and pierced an archer's chest with deadly precision. The archer didn't even cry out, was driven backward by the impact 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, already dead. Charge! With their comrades suddenly felled, the others' expressions darkened like iron as they raised weapons and roared, surging forward. 13 combatants exploded into fierce, close combat instantly. 8 wielding short weapons pushed forward alongside the 2 spear users, continuously pressing the 5 defenders' line. 2 archers originally ready to strike from behind lost one to a javelin and saw their ranged firepower dwindle drastically, a severe disadvantage for their side. The mercenaries coordinated smoothly, but the real gap was in equipment. Though forged from sturdy high-grade steel, their weapons were no match for the elite magical arms of Gu Erdan's group. Especially Zhao Mengqi's heavy sword. Its sharpness was beyond imagination, and its weight so immense it nearly split a thick steel shield in half with a single blow. Against that, all other weapons paled in comparison. A spear thrust toward her, but Zhao Mengqi deftly sidestepped, cleaving the spear's blade in two with one stroke. Seizing the opening, she spun, her treasured sword tracing a swirling cutting arc like a rapidly spinning top crashing into the enemy, shield line four-ring technique. Rotating slash. Zhao Mengqi spun 5 full turns, sending many opponents reeling and cleaving several shields clean in half. After finishing that move, Zhao Mengqi glanced sideways. In the next moment, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air. It scraped her sturdy helmet, sparking bright flashes, barely grazing her without injury. At the same time, Zhao Mengqi, forcing open the defense line alone, struck the ground with her sword. A mighty pillar of force erupted like a geyser, blasting all enemies ahead backward onto the ground. At that moment, Gu Erdan and the others advanced in unison. Fireballs roared down onto the enemy ranks, flames and shockwaves crashing together as spears and sharp blades swept through. In mere seconds, the foes suffered heavy casualties and their formation began to crumble. Seeing their shield wall torn apart, the mercenaries did not flee or retreat hastily. Instead, they took several deliberate steps back and pulled heavy military crossbows from their packs, bracing them on their forearms as they aimed. The bowstrings gleamed coldly with a steely radiance. This isn't good. Ivan and Zhao Mengqi's expressions turned grave. Ivan immediately raised his shield for protection. Brilliant light surged across its surface as he activated the Three Souls technique. The tense, fierce battle was about to erupt again, the air instantly thick with deadly intensity. Shield wall. A square energy barrier, solid as a real wall, firmly blocked off the entire tunnel, fitting perfectly with no gaps, like an impenetrable shield. Zhao Mengqi reacted swiftly, raising her giant sword without hesitation and stepping forward to protect Orleans, the mage with the weakest defense. Just as they responded in an instant, several crossbow bolts hurtled through the air with a whistling sound, striking the shield wall with precise hits. If these were ordinary bolts, the shield could have easily blocked them. But these arrows bore intricate armor-piercing magic runes, immensely powerful and designed specifically to break magical defenses. The shield wall didn't even last a second before being violently pierced through. A sudden, agonized scream rose from the crowd. It was Douya, hit by one of the arrows. Faced with the sudden attack, she tried to dodge as before with her agility, but the armor-piercing magic rendered such maneuvers useless. A sweeping strike barely missed her, yet a side bolt cruelly penetrated her shoulder, spraying blood. At the moment Douya was injured, Orleans completed his spell. Sidestepping Zhao Mengqi, he raised his staff high and quickly formed a complex magic circle before him. The foraying spell, Firewall, slamming the staff onto the ground. A fierce burst of fire elemental energy surged into the earth and erupted. The narrow tunnel instantly filled with scorching flames that twisted and spread, forming a blazing wall. With nowhere left to escape, several crossbowmen screamed before being engulfed in the inferno, reduced to ashes. The fire raged for more than 10 seconds, doubling the temperature inside the tunnel. Then, the mercenaries were nothing but charred husks, their armor glowing red-hot. Zhao Mengqi strode forward and carefully examined the scattered magical arrowheads. Despite the extreme heat, these arrowheads remained intact, making her expression darken further. Military-grade crossbow bolts were somewhat understandable, occasionally circulating on the black market, but these magic arrowheads were rare, tightly controlled weapons closely guarded by nations. Having a few made sense, but possessing so many was impossible without outside interference. After the arrowheads had cooled somewhat, Zhao Mengqi picked one up and inspected it closely for clues, but found none. Indeed, no country would leave any traceable marks on weapons used in such incidents. All surface markings had been thoroughly erased. Just as she turned to check on the help-adept Douya, she was stunned by the sight before her. Gu Erdan, the usually sneaky fellow who secretly collected living souls to study their differences, was standing quietly. She stared at him and asked, "Gu Erdan, are you okay?" He calmly replied, "Me? I'm fine." Startled, he quickly straightened up, inwardly worried his little schemes might have been exposed. Zhao Mengqi pressed, "Are you really okay?" "Of course I'm okay. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Gu Erdan confidently patted his chest, but as he spoke, he looked down in shock to see an arrow shaft lodged in his chest. He froze and fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly remembered. To avoid interference, he had long ago instructed the slime inside his body to suppress any pain sensation. "Damn it! I've been hit. No wait. I've been shot." Before he finished speaking, Gu Erdan let out a piercing scream, lost his footing, and collapsed heavily to the ground, lying still like a powerless puppet. "Golandan, are you alright?" Compared to Douya's shoulder, which was pierced directly by an arrow, the wound in Gu Erdan's chest was clearly more serious. The others quickly gathered around, only to find Gu Erdan lying almost motionless on the ground. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The arrow had struck his heart with deadly precision. Such terrible luck it was hard not to be both amused and horrified. If Zhao Mengqi and the others were the main characters of this story, then Gu Erdan in his current state was nothing more than a minor side character meant to heighten the drama by dying. Now, how could he possibly stand up? And how could he explain to the enemy that his heart was somehow on the wrong side? There wasn't even time to have a slime pretend to be his heart. After a moment of painful thought, Gu Erdan's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the arrow shaft and pulled hard, yanking the arrow free. Zhao Mengqi and the others held their breath in shock. Pulling out an arrow on your own usually tears the wound open worse and can be fatal. Strangely though, there was almost no blood on the arrowhead. While everyone was puzzled, Gu Erdan reached into the arrow wound and pulled out a medal, his face full of feeling. Since being kicked out of the squad, I thought this Centurion medal was worthless. Never expected it would save my life when it mattered most. A Centurion medal? You actually held rank? Zhao Mengqi stared at the medal in confusion. Why does this medal have no scratches at all? Because it's made of super hard material. Gu Erdan replied awkwardly. You know, stuff in the army is always top quality. As he prepared to put the medal back into his storage ring, Zhao Mengqi suspiciously snatched it away. Zhao Mengqi's family had a military background and was very sensitive about ranks and medals. She examined the oddly shaped medal more closely, growing more bewildered. I've never heard of a skull-shaped medal in Qin. Is this made out of bone? Yes. Of course it's made of bone. Gu Erdan eagerly answered, pride on his face. It's my war honor. A trophy I took from the enemy's Hiata Special Honorary Medal. Zhao Mengqi had never seen such an unconventional medal because it wasn't Qin military equipment. It was a skull Centurion medal issued by the Legion Gu Erdan served under, crafted from the skull bone of a lord-level skeleton. These skeletons possessed the Death God's bone trait, making their bones exceptionally hard. Fortunately, the arrow hadn't struck directly on the metal, or it would have left marks. Besides, Gu Erdan wasn't really a Centurion and wouldn't normally wear this. Taking a bone fragment from an enemy's skull as a trophy was brutal, but also a form of respect and acknowledgement that even though you died by my hand, I remember our fierce fight. Such bone trophies were often made into medals, necklaces, pauldrons, or helmets. Using them for mundane items like chamber pots or dishes would be pure contempt. Zhao Mengqi's amazement deepened as she recalled the medal's smooth surface. This bone is so flat, did you really pry it off the skull? Is it naturally formed? That can only be a single bone. You actually tore open the enemy's skull? Gu Erdan, still checking his wound, didn't even look up, as if this was all routine for him. Precisely in the center of the crown of the head. I took this bone from a big shot known as the Crouching Dragon General. To this day, his head really is missing this exact piece. Saying that, Gu Erdan's eyes shifted as he asked, shall we keep going further in? If we dawdle any longer, we'd better watch out. Before he finished speaking, suddenly an arrow whistled through the air from afar, piercing straight through his armor and lodging deep in his kidney. Seeing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Gu Erdan looked down at the arrow piercing his side, smiling faintly despite the pain, his hand trembling as he slowly pulled the arrow out. It's a minor injury, no big deal at all, he said, as he quickly reached into a storage ring at his waist and pulled out a finely bound small book. Knowledge is power. This book saved my life once again. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden barrage of arrows rained down fiercely from around the corner. Holding the book, Gu Erdan was struck by 6 arrows in quick succession. His chest heaved with each hit until finally he collapsed like a dead bamboo stalk. At the same time, the book he had dropped onto the ground revealed a bold title on the cover, Xiao Dan Bone, made Gu Landan. Seeing their companion fall so brutally, Zhao Mengqi and the others finally snapped out of their shock and shouted, rushing toward the corner. From a distance, a few mercenaries who had been drawn by the sound of roaring flames exchanged tense glances, their faces grim. Weren't we supposed to aim at one target each? You're all shooting at him. Who exactly are you aiming at? How was I supposed to know you locked onto him too? He was swaggering up front with no guard at all. Of course I aimed at him first. Enough. Stop arguing, charge together. Take them down. The 12-man squad burst from around the corner, slamming into Zhao Mengqi and her group. It was no contest. The previous group was nowhere near a match, and this new squad, adorned in shining opulent armor, easily resisted the enemy's weapons and swiftly defeated them after a brief clash. After the skirmish, the group returned to Gu Erdan's side. Before anyone could speak, he suddenly snapped upright like a corpse coming back to life, startling everyone. Do Ya's eyes widened, horrified. You're not dead. Gu Erdan's eyes bulged as he patted himself down, pulling out a book, a gold coin, a box of snacks, a dagger, a neatly folded handkerchief, and a severely bent safety pin. Doya picked up the pin, staring at its mangled shape with an expression like an elderly person suspiciously staring at their phone on the subway. That thing's supposed to stop an arrow? He's not only insulting the arrow, he's insulting my intelligence. Just as she was about to scold him, Zhao Mengqi interrupted, enough. Since Gu Erdan doesn't want to talk about it, we shouldn't press. Maybe it's a treasure armor, or magic, or some other trick we don't know, but it's clearly something valuable. Let's keep moving. They got up and continued onward. Gu Erdan finally breathed a sigh of relief that no one pushed him for details. Walking at the rear, he suddenly raised his hand and released a streak of blood-red light. It was the blood raven returning with spoils. He received a large amount of souls absorbed from the raven, quietly reflecting for a moment before secretly infusing its body with energy. The ninth-level realm was too dangerous. If he ran into a tough opponent, there was no guarantee he could escape alive. He certainly didn't want to die and embarrass himself in front of his brothers. After adjusting things, Gu Erdan elevated the Blood Raven to Lord rank. That way, if they ever faced someone stronger, it could at least stall and summon reinforcements. With that done, he swiftly set off after the others, Blood Raven flying alongside him. As they pressed further in, the group realized that the Thunderbird mercenaries' defenses were nearly flawless. Inside the tunnel, almost every corner was guarded by a small squad of soldiers standing ready. At the tunnel's end, a 100-man unit formed a solid blockade, their front line heavily fortified. Rows of gleaming crossbow bolts were aligned in 3 ranks, aimed precisely and mercilessly covering the entire passageway, leaving almost no chance for any intruder to catch a breath. Anyone daring to force their way through would be instantly caught in a rain of arrows, as all 3 volleys fired simultaneously. So dense it was, as if even a fly passing through would lose a wing. Despite this, the group broke through multiple squads' resistance one after another, their momentum unstoppable. Yet the squads that followed clearly avoided heating clashes. Once they sensed someone had forcefully broken through, they immediately judged their comrades ahead had suffered heavy losses and understood that their small numbers couldn't hold back the enemy alone, choosing instead to retreat and regroup defensively. This tactic caused the enemy forces near the entrance to swell rapidly, sharply increasing the difficulty of penetrating the defenses. However, their fallback strategy also created an opportunity for the group to exploit. Mimicry Illusion, a 5th-rank wind spell, creates a dense ring of airflow around the body that serves as a near-perfect camouflage, fooling observers into believing it is genuine. But the spell had a fatal flaw. It could easily be exposed by direct contact since the illusion had no physical substance. Touching it would immediately reveal the deception. Orleans was a fire mage with no skill in wind magic, but he was wealthy and happened to have a Mimicry Illusion scroll on hand. Why he carried such a scroll no one could guess. After casting the illusion on himself, it didn't guarantee complete safety, since they couldn't be sure if the mercenaries used secret signals. To be safe, Gu Erdan decided to add a second layer of disguise. The second ring water elemental summon spell was one of the most basic summoning spells, calling forth water elementals from the elemental realm to aid in battle. The combat power of water elementals varied greatly. Top-tier ones could challenge 6th or 7th rank experts, while common ones barely held up against ordinary humans. The water elementals Gu Erdan summoned were obviously low quality after all. Those scrolls cost only 10 gold each, far from summoning elite lords. More importantly, these water elementals weren't for fighting, but served as decoys. Stripping off their armor and donning these elementals, then injecting tomato juice inside, they created perfect replica dummies. These water elementals disguised as Thunderbird mercenaries slowly trailed Gu Erdan's group without arousing any suspicion. The mercenaries shot arrows as soon as the enemies appeared around the corner. The volley instantly killed 2 of the water elementals. But it was their impatience that caused this. They fired just after turning the corner, allowing a few decoys to survive. The remaining 3 dragged their armor, riddled with arrows, limped back into the corner, leaving puddles of watery liquid mixed with tomato juice on the ground. The bleeding seemed unrealistic, but the tunnel's darkness obscured their vision, so they could only vaguely identify the bright red fluid and assumed successfully intercepted enemies, which made them tighten their defenses even more nervously. As for Gu Erdan and his companions who had infiltrated the team, no one paid them any attention throughout. The 5 exchanged glances, carefully avoiding the main force, and quietly slipped deeper along the tunnel wall. Perhaps they feared wasting too many troops, making it impossible to deal with what was inside. Once out of the tunnel, all the soldiers had withdrawn, revealing an open plain ahead. Though strictly speaking, it wasn't perfectly flat. Gu Erdan squatted beside a corpse, carefully checking its wounds before shifting his gaze to the nearby shattered stones. The broken rock fragments were clearly traces left by gargoyles. Indeed, while many things in this tomb might be missing, the gargoyle presence was undeniable. It seemed this place had been attacked by gargoyles before. Zhao Mengqi, who was inspecting the battlefield nearby, shook her head and objected. It's not just gargoyles. These broken chunks don't carry the death aura. I suspect these are fragments of stone golems. At the mention of stone golems, Gu Erdan's eyes lit up. He had only seen them in books, never in real life. Stone golems were large servants crafted by alchemists, with the lowest rank starting at 4th tier. They were said to possess immense strength, excelled at carrying heavy objects, and had bodies as tough as steel, fighting fiercely without hesitation. Being solid stone, their bodies were exceptionally durable. Even stronger were the iron and bronze golems, with even greater defense. Beyond those, there were specialized golems as well, mithril golems to counter mages, and holy golems designed against undead foes. Alongside golems were creatures called jingwai, small, agile beings with large heads and tiny bodies, intelligent and quick-witted. Though they couldn't practice magic, they were skilled artisans, essential assistants to alchemists and mages for crafting magical scrolls and alchemical tools. Using gargoyles as tomb guardians was very common. The manufacturing process was simple. Form a rough shape from soul mineral ore, then imbue it with spirit flame. Once buried underground, these statues absorbed energy, gradually coming to life over decades or even centuries to become intelligent gargoyles. Stone golem production, however, was entirely different. Each one cost thousands and was extremely hard to acquire. For the tomb's occupant to command large numbers of stone golems as soul guardians showed their immense wealth and status. The deeper they ventured, the heavier their hearts became. Corpses littered the path, with stone gargoyle and stone golem fragments shattered and scattered everywhere. Even iron and bronze golem remains lay broken, their core magic crystals removed by others. The bodies grew denser until they reached the main tomb chamber at the end. It sprawled as a magnificent palace, dust-covered, yet still exuding grandeur and imposing power. Hundreds of soldiers were scattered across the plaza before the palace, some standing, some seated with closed eyes as they meditated. Originally, the Thunderbird mercenary force numbered 1,000, but now barely 500 remained. Adding the 200 guarding the entrance, fewer than 800 soldiers were left in total. This meant over 200 were lost in the Tomba heavy toll. Behind the mercenaries, at the main hall entrance, dozens of soldiers clad in finely crafted heavy armor formed a tight formation. None wore the Thunderbird mercenary uniforms. Instead, they donned a unified, dignified armor and wielded about 1.5-meter-long polearms, radiating an imposing aura. Hidden in the shadows, Do Ya's expression changed dramatically. Those are the Tianyin Imperial Guards from the Flamefire Kingdom. Each one is at least 4th tier and directly serves the royal family. How could they appear here? Zhao Mingqi shook her head. Whatever the reason, they're here with sinister intentions. We must stop them. Everyone exchanged glances, anxious but silent. They couldn't possibly defeat those guards on their own, let alone the hundreds of troops outside. The situation was at a stalemate. Zhao Mingqi turned to Gu Erdan. In the time they had spent together, she had noticed his unconventional thinking. Though often surprising, his ideas usually proved effective. Unable to come up with a better solution, she instinctively pinned her hopes on him. The others also looked toward Gu Erdan. Feeling all 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Gu Erdan cleared his throat and bent his head, rummaging through his storage ring. After a moment, he pulled out a scroll. How about I give it a try? In the darkness, a bizarrely shaped object suddenly shot out, swiftly gliding along the wall. It was an oddly designed eyeball, glowing with a yellowish light. On either side of the eyeball, small wings fluttered gently, propelling it forward with steady wing beats. This was the Eye of Sand, a magical artifact belonging to secondary earth magic. The caster could use it to share its vision. However, its abilities were limited. It could only move a short distance, and the visual resolution was coarse. Compared to a 5th ring water mage's water sprite vision, it was laughably inferior, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. But low-level meant ease of use. Simple spells were easier to cast, and easier casting meant they were simpler to inscribe onto scrolls. That was why the Eye of Sand scroll had many sellers on the market. At this moment, the scroll proved exceptionally useful. The 5 of them were hiding behind a massive pillar, eyes fixed on the outline formed by drifting sand particles on the ground. Orleans and the others looked complicated, their gazes full of doubt. Finally, none could hold back, and all turned to Gu Erdan with questioning eyes. Why did you buy so many scrolls? Gu Erdan stared at the vision transmitted by the Eye of Sand without looking up. I can't cast spells, so am I not allowed to buy scrolls to use? Who hasn't dreamed of being a wizard? Orleans and the others' expressions grew even stranger. Orleans couldn't help but say, but you're already a mage. A 3rd-tier earth mage, right? If you can cast those spells, why do you need to buy scrolls? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Erdan froze, a shocked expression spreading over his face. He looked up at them seriously. Am I a mage? What? No way. I mean, I don't know how to use the Eye of Sand spell. Think about it, humans have tens of thousands of secondary spells, and earth spells alone number in the thousands. How could I possibly know them all? Not to mention the auxiliary types. Orleans nodded thoughtfully and replied, true. I only know about a dozen secondary fire spells, mostly offensive. Nobody cares much for auxiliary spells. But what did you mean by you humans? Aren't you human too? Gu Erdan said confidently, of course I am. I'm a true human. Don't believe me? Go check my ID. Then he shook his head. Come to think of it, ever since we met, haven't you noticed I've been acting weirder and weirder? My personality's changed, my temper's changed, even my behavior and mannerisms are different. You know how much I used to love showing off my earth magic? How come I haven't cast a single spell lately? As Orleans spoke, the others turned their heads sharply. their eyes suddenly piercing like needles. They hadn't noticed before, but now it hit them since their first meeting. Gu Erdan hadn't actually cast a single real spell, had been relying entirely on scrolls. Gu Erdan felt their skeptical gazes pierce his heart like needles. Anxiety made his mind race wildly. If it weren't for his stiff body being tightly controlled by the slime, he might have broken out in a cold sweat. Hesitating, he suddenly clasped his head and sighed deeply. This. To be honest, just a couple of weeks ago, I led a team to the village to crush the rebels, but unfortunately, I was seriously injured. The doctor said my brain was damaged beyond repair. I lost all my previous memories and completely forgot how to cast spells. But since I had already made a promise to Miss Zhao Mengqi, and our family elders wouldn't allow me to break it, I was forced into this position against my will. As for why I prepared so many scrolls, it's precisely because I can't perform magic now and don't want to be a burden, so I brought them as a backup plan. Gu Erdan spoke with clear logic and reasonable explanations, mixing in enough facts to make it 90 true and 10 false. There wasn't a single flaw to catch. Coupled with his perfectly timed tearful acting, he was absolutely convincing. Honestly, the greatest credit goes to the slime by his side. Its precise control was flawless. No wonder people joked he had an Oscar-worthy performance. It felt completely natural. Everyone exchanged glances. Doya whispered, I heard the Gu Ding family lost more than 100 soldiers recently. Could those have been yours? Gu Erdan immediately sighed heavily, turning away in sorrow. Ah, painful memories. Don't mention it, or it will only bring more sadness. The other four glanced at each other and wisely chose not to press further. Their doubts about Gu Erdan's behavior nearly evaporated after all. His excuse was too convenient and perfect. What no one noticed was that when Gu Erdan turned his back, he quickly drew a fruit knife from his chest and shot a sharp glance at the blood crow nearby. Both their eyes were filled with ruthless malice, as if silently agreeing. If anyone dared ask one more question, a knife would be waiting for them. Even if no one asked again, it wouldn't matter, because these people, especially that one called Orland's roasted chicken wings, had already been blacklisted by Gu Erdan, waiting for the right moment to be dealt with. Apparently, they didn't understand the saying loose lips sink ships. Ignoring the deadly intent radiating from Gu Erdan, once the misunderstanding was cleared, the group tightened their focus and attentively observed the internal situation. They held a better impression of the current Gu Erdan. They felt he was far better than the scoundrel he used to be. Using the eye of sand scan, the hall scene came into sharp view. Mountains of treasure and gold coins dazzled the eyes, all priceless artifacts. However, none of the people entering this area paid the slightest attention to the wealth. Their target was very clear. The coffin in the center of the hallier, more precisely, the pearl floating above the coffin. In the sand-formed image, the few people's lips kept moving as if whispering secretively. Zhao Mengqi and the others exchanged looks. Does anyone read lips? Someone asked softly. Sorry, just learning magic is hard enough. No time for lip reading, another replied. No one knew what they were saying. Yet for people from the Yanhua kingdom to silently infiltrate here, carrying the royal guards with them, their intentions were clearly hostile. No matter what their goal is, we have to stop them. Outside, the group quickly reached a consensus. These people didn't care about the treasure at all. If they could just make things difficult for Yanhua kingdom, they would be happy. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the five figures standing before the coffin wore excited expressions on their faces. Among the five, a young man was intently fingering a jade token in his hand. The front of the token was engraved with the bold characters, Flame Fire, while the back bore a finely carved line of small script. This man was the third prince, Yin Yang. Though his heart was racing with excitement, his expression remained remarkably calm. If not for the quickening rhythm of his fingers tracing the jade, no one would have detected the slightest flicker of emotion on his inscrutable face. Old Zhang, what do you think? Yin Yang asked, his voice tinged with hope. The elderly scholar, standing before the coffin and carefully examining the precious pearl inside, nodded slowly. Wiping his glasses, he struggled to contain his excitement as he said, Yes, it is indeed the legendary sacred artifact, the immortal pearl. This really is the tomb of the undying emperor. Can this really save my father, the king? Absolutely. The immortal pearl harbors the power of the life realm. It absorbs the essence of all things to extend the bearer's lifespan. The undying emperor himself lived for over 2,000 years by harnessing this power, the old man said in a low, grave tone. Unfortunately, as he absorbed more, the empire began to buckle under the enormous drain on its life energy. Under his tyranny, the people reached their limit and rose up to overthrow his rule. Legend has it that at his death, the undying emperor cast a forbidden spell, attempting to transform himself into an undead spirit. To prevent his resurrection, the people removed part of his soul and bones and forged them into this immortal pearl. They sealed powerful enchantments over the coffin to suppress his spirit, ensuring he would never rise again. The scholar gazed solemnly at the pearl, which emitted a faint, eerie green glow, then turned to the third prince. Your Highness, the sealing rune array covers the entire surface of the coffin. I fear the rumors are true. If anyone recklessly takes the immortal pearl, The consequences could be devastating. As the elder hesitated before speaking, the third prince of Yin Yang's expression darkened instantly. He clenched the jade talisman tightly in his palm. After a long pause, he finally retrieved a jade orb from his bosom. It was a ninth-level soul artifact, crafted from the branches and leaves of the spirit tribe's sacred tree. Though not as powerful as a holy relic, it was strong enough to hold for a while, temporarily replacing the undying orb. The third prince's words drew a frown from a man standing nearby in the Forbidden Guard's armor. Third prince, Qin and our Yin Hua kingdom have long-standing grudges. Why do you still concern yourself with their safety? Why not just take the orb by force? His tone was laden with confusion and anger. The third prince's gaze was cold and voice resolute. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. The undying emperor was a holy demon mage, and though dead for over 10,000 years, if he's awakened, his power will be no less than before. Moreover, he has become an undead. If such a lord-level undead rises, it could trigger a disaster of undead plagues. If Qin manages to hold the line, that's one thing. But if they fall and abandon their defenses, the chaos will spread eastward. Then the people of Yin Hua will suffer and perish in the ruin. To harm 800 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of our onis, that a price you'd accept? This is not the outcome I wish to see. Our goal is territory, our people, prosperity, not scorched earth, or endless armies of undead slaughtering everything in their path. Even if it's war, I want to win honorably. The third prince spoke with commanding authority, silencing the leader of the Forbidden Guard in just a few sentences. He extended the jade orb with a slight nod. Begin. Yes. The elder stepped forward, hands moving swiftly, summoning layered magical arrays at his fingertips. Not just a scholar, he was also a high-level mage. After setting the formation, he carefully removed the undying orb and replaced it with a new jade orb. The moment it was removed, violent tremors shook the ground beneath. Thick black mist poured out from the coffin. Luckily, the black mist was suppressed by the new orb. Although a ninth-level soul artifact cannot compare to a holy relic, it was made from a vigorous natural sacred tree's branches, ultimately stabilizing the situation. Watching the black mist seep from the cracks and be continuously purified by the orb, the third prince furrowed his brows. He muttered, "How long will this last? 3 years? 10 years?" Intelligence suggested somewhere between 3 and 10 years. 3 years is enough. The third prince clenched his fists. 3 years from now, I will lead the army to personally conquer Qin and eliminate this calamity. With that, he swung his cloak over his shoulders, pulled up his hood, and turned away without looking back. The Forbidden Guard leader sighed helplessly over the lost orb, but followed closely behind. Nearby, the Thunderbird mercenary captain exchanged a glance with his deputy. The captain quietly asked, "His Highness just left like that?" The third prince stopped, turned slightly, eyes sharp and cold. "You earned your rewards this time, but no one is allowed to lay a hand on that orb. If anyone dares, I won't hesitate to appoint a new captain." The deputy hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. That treasury, no one dares touch it." The third prince warned again, "One more thing. As for any filthy human trafficking deals within the Yin Hua kingdom, I won't say this outright, but I absolutely won't overlook it. Anyone caught, kill without mercy." His words hung heavy in the air, his aura radiating authority. Every member of the Thunderbird mercenaries felt it deep in their hearts. The moment those words were spoken, the excited smiles on the commander and deputy commander's faces froze instantly, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads and streaming down uncontrollably. The atmosphere turned icy, as if the very air had solidified. The third prince's voice was sharp and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. "I'm giving you one last chance. Since you live off the government salary, you'd better watch your words and actions. The state of Qin has never owed you anything. The money we gave you could last 10 lifetimes. Don't push your luck." Having said that, he shot a cold glare at the two of them and swiftly departed with his retinue, leaving the commander and his deputy standing there, drenched in sweat that soaked through their clothes. "Brother, what do we do now?" The deputy commander looked up fearfully, unable to meet his elder brother's icy gaze. "What else can we do? They've already taken the money. Now you go tell them we're done." The older brother's voice was low and grim. "Do you think they'll just let us be?" The third prince is ruthless. Those spies and bandits, they sent over 200 corpses hung on the city gates for a whole month. I was the one who hung them up. How do you think I wouldn't know about this? I don't need you to remind me. But we really have no choice. You think Qin's people are easy to deal with? If we back down now, they'll strip us bare. Those high officials aren't any less ruthless. The deputy commander trembled as he spoke. "We'll increase vigilance from now on. Deploy more brothers to keep watch. Also, no one but our most trusted men can go on any missions with them." The elder brother's orders were sharp and decisive. "Yes, brother." They quickly began packing away the funerary items scattered around the room. Though dozens of such items lay piled on either side, their actual value was limited. Over 1,000 adventurers had been hired this time, and even if each earned 300 gold coins, the total expense still ran into tens of thousands. The funerary items might sell for about 1 million gold coins, but split among the 1,000-member mercenary group, each person would only get a few hundred coins. Compared to the enormous profits of illicit trades, this tomb-robbing business was peanuts. Meanwhile, the third prince and his group had already exited the main hall, heading back directly. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed in the distance, shooting straight for the third prince's vital spot. Startled, he stumbled back several steps. The captain of the royal guards and the elderly scholar quickly moved forward, a long spear intercepting the incoming attack at an angle. However, as the third prince retreated, he stepped right into an ambush. Dust erupted from the ground as a bizarre-looking magical beast burst free from the earth and leapt up, throwing the prince high into the air. Even worse, the precious bead hanging on the prince's neck was bitten by the beast and, with a thunderous roar, driven back underground. A burrowing beast, a fourth-tier magical pet. Someone shouted urgently, "Stop it!" The third prince crashed heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. The royal guards wildly swung their weapons and slammed at the dirt, but this burrowing beast could move astonishingly fast underground and dive deeply, rendering surface attacks useless. The old scholar reacted even faster, clapping his hands to unleash a magical array. A foraying spell of ultrasonic sensing immediately locked onto the tracks of Gu Erdan and his party. With a wave of his palm, a light spell shot off toward the distance. The guards hurried toward the beacon, but the mercenaries resting in the square were caught completely off guard, colliding head-on with the guards. Chaos erupted instantly. The mercenaries scattered blindly, and the guards had no time to explain, resulting in mayhem among the crowd. By the time the guards broke through the confusion, the mercenaries had vanished without a trace. Gu Erdan and his group had long since escaped. Damn it! After them! I want that undying bead back. The third prince was helped to his feet, ignoring the pain as he growled orders. The royal guards and mercenaries gave chase immediately. At the same time, the commander and deputy commander hurried out of the hall. Hearing the bead had been stolen, they dared not hesitate and rushed to pursue. After they left, silence fell once more over the hall, heavy and suffocating. Then, suddenly, a blood-red crow darted out from a shadowed corner, a ring hanging from its neck. It soared swiftly through the air, eyes fixed on the green bead floating above a coffin. Without hesitation, it snatched up the bead and flew off. As the bead departed, thick black smoke erupted violently from within the coffin, smashing the stone lid into shards midair. The darkness spread rapidly, and from the shadows, a figure slowly emerged with a deafening roar. I, the undying emperor, have returned once again. A sudden roar broke the silence. Shui Wuiying, busy collecting payments, was startled and turned his head. Floating before him was a mummified corpse clad in ornate golden armor, exuding an ancient and oppressive aura. Shui Wuiying rolled his eyes disdainfully, ignoring it and continuing his practiced demands for money. Not far away, the undead emperor's expression darkened instantly, a flash of anger in his eyes. "You beast! You dare stand before me without kneeling?" he bellowed. Shui Wuiying, busy trying to store a giant golden statue into his ring, casually replied, "Who the hell are you?" To the emperor's surprise, he hesitated, astonished. "You actually have some intelligence. That's good. You broke my seal. Well done. I am willing to take you as my pet. Hurry and show your gratitude," he declared with haughty authority. Shui Wuiying glanced at him with impatience. "Who even are you? Sleeping for 10,000 years. Your legend has long been forgotten by the world," he said. "But whatever. I'm coming back to life, and this time, it'll make them feel a terror worse than ever before. No, not just terror, and even more terrible fear." The undead emperor shouted. "Will you just speak English? Who the hell are you?" Shui Wuiying sneered, uninterested. The tension broke with his laugh. "I am the eternal ruler from over 10 millennia ago, the incarnation of the heavens, the undead king, the lord of the world. Countless legends sing of me." Before he could finish, Shui Wuiying transformed suddenly into a streak of blood-red shadow, vanishing instantly. The undead emperor, caught off guard mid-roar, and while casting his defensive magic circle, paled at the unexpected threat. He summoned his shield just in time, but in the next moment, Shui Wuiying's soul arrow pierced through both shield and flesh. A sickening crack sounded as a massive hole exploded across the emperor's forehead, and he fell heavily to the ground, his crown flying off. Shui Wuiying reappeared, face twisted with contempt. "Who the hell are you?" he muttered. When the emperor gave no answer, Shui Wuiying lost interest, turned on his speed field, and instantly accelerated to land a fatal headshot, sucking the emperor's soul into his ring, another trophy to present to Gu Erdan as a battle achievement. After all, His Majesty had said that with excellent performance, promotion to centurion or even adjutant was possible. Shui Wuiying was determined to give it his all. Securing the soul, he happily turned to leave, but then stopped abruptly, suddenly realizing something. He rushed back and vigorously stripped the undead emperor's corpse of everything: ornate armor, robes, crown, staff, boots, even his undergarments, all stuffed into his storage ring. A thief should leave nothing behind. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Keep it might come in handy, Shui Wuing muttered, flying away with his spoils. As he departed, the grand hall sank back into deathly silence. Not a single coin remained in the empty chamber. Only the bare mummified corpse beside the coffin lay still, silently speaking of unspeakable desolation. Meanwhile, as Shui Wuing casually finished off the revived undead emperor, the escaping group of 5 ran into trouble. Nearly 200 mercenaries guarded the tunnel entrance. If caught, they were doomed. Fortunately, Gu Erdan's quick thinking saved the day. Risking it all, he shouted loudly while running. The tomb's master has risen and turned all my brothers into undead. His words struck fear into their pursuers, buying precious time for their escape. Mercenaries naturally didn't believe such claims after all. Their commander and vice commander were both elite 7th rank sword masters. There was no way they could be taken down so easily, let alone resurrected on the spot as undead. Yet the chaotic crowds surging around them and the sudden wave of indiscriminate attacks forced them to hesitate. This mad onslaught was clearly recklessly harming their own allies. Had something gone wrong inside their ranks? An officer stationed nearby was about to step forward and inquire when the leader of the 8th rank Forbidden Guard shoved him away with a brutal punch. The enemy took the initiative to attack, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Frenzied mercenaries desperately tried to restrain their seemingly maddened comrades from breaking the line, while the pursuing mercenaries and the Forbidden Guard fought tooth and nail to press forward in hot pursuit. Chaos erupted instantly, until a Forbidden Guard, driven to the edge, swung his sharp blade and struck down a friendly mercenary. This strike ignited the battle. What had been mutual shoving quickly escalated into a raw, no-holds-barred fight to the death. Weapons swung wildly, spells scattered through the air. Friends and foes blurred together in the melee, fighting fiercely in a brutal carnage. Taking advantage of the chaos, a few fortunate individuals sprinted into the tunnel without pause, striding desperately toward the end of the passage. At the tunnel's exit stood a mercenary company of about 100, although over 20 had been lost in the earlier turmoil. The remaining 70 or so, all wounded, were tense and alert, watching the adventurers steadily approaching. Some of these invited adventurers were busy hunting skeletons, while others cast calculating glances at the mercenaries. The tomb's burial treasures were plentiful and the rewards generous enough for anyone to make a fortune. The greed inherent in human nature was impossible to suppress. The more one earned, the more one craves. If the burial chamber held such wealth, how staggering would the main tomb's riches be? Were it not for the formidable reputation of the Thunderbird Mercenary Company restraining them, these adventurers would have already split up and started fighting over the spoils. Just as the tense atmosphere was about to erupt, hurried footsteps echoed inside the tunnel. 5 men clad in Thunderbird mercenary armor burst out, the leader shouting as he ran, "Bad news. High-level undead have revived inside, killing and turning people into more undead. The commander and vice commander are leading the resistance. They sent us to warn one must escape." Instantly, the mercenaries stiffened, turning to raise their weapons defensively toward the tunnel. As the 5 passed, the captain leading them suddenly reached out and stopped a few mercenaries, his eyes narrowing in confusion. "Wait a minute, I don't remember any women in our mercenary company." His words froze Zhao Mingqi in place. She had forgotten in her haste to flee the Thunderbird Mercenary Company was all men. The captain's comment drew wary glances from nearby mercenaries, some raising weapons to aim at them. With tensions rising, Gu Erdan suddenly exploded out of the crowd and slapped the captain hard across the face. "Mind your own business. I'm hitting you. Who cares where this woman came from? Go ask the commander if you have the guts." He shouted fiercely, refusing to back down. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't know what you shouldn't. Got it? Huh, got it." The captain rubbed his cheek in helpless resignation. Seeing this, the mercenaries quickly parted and watched the 5 men leave. Still unsatisfied, Gu Erdan ripped off his helmet and hurled it at the captain, who barely dodged and glared in anger. "You little..." Hesitating only briefly, the captain dared not strike back. His deputy whispered, "Captain, I remember the commander says no women are allowed during missions. Bringing women is bad luck, isn't it?" The captain slammed his helmet on the deputy's head. "What good does asking me do? Go ask the commander. Something's wrong. Let this woman flee first. Tell me, who brought her in?" While the captain scolded his men, another burst of chaotic footsteps sounded within the tunnel. A large group of soldiers clad in the Flame Nation's Forbidden Guard armor stormed in violently, blood still smeared on their plates. They showed no sign of slowing, rushing forward like demons. Everyone felt a chill and hastily formed defensive lines, bracing for a deadly showdown. "Identify yourselves." The lead Forbidden Guard commander commanded fiercely, then swung his sword in a powerful slash. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Clashing steel, frantic spells, and desperate survival all converged in a violent cyclone inside the tunnel. In the Warcraft forest, the group of 5 was fleeing for their lives. At that moment, each of them summoned their magical pets. Except for Do Yas' burrowing tunneling beast, the others were rare creatures. a reed hawk circling overhead, and a steel-clawed wolf shadowing closely. All were at least 3rd tier in strength, some nearly 4th tier, worth a fortune. Yet most of these pets were little help their combat skills impressive, but none could increase the group's escape speed. The real asset was Zhao Menqi's 5th tier ironclad dragon. As a sub-dragon species, this massive beast was known for its high defense and large size. The 5 squeezed together atop its hard scales cramped, but a small price to pay for the dragon's swift pace. Zhao Mengqi was a prodigy at the peak of the 4th tier, now commanding a 5th tier beast. Her talent was extraordinary. The ironclad dragon thundered across the ground, smashing countless towering trees aside like an unstoppable heavy tank. Its thick scale armor covered its whole body. The ride anything but comfortable, the rough plates scraping tenderly at the riders. However, its speed left the other pets far behind. Still, despite riding this dragon warrior, the 5 wore grim expressions. Their pursuers were relentless, especially the Imperial Guards who drew ever closer. Compared with the Thunderbird mercenary corps, whose mounts were limited in number and power, their enemies' riders were much harder to shake off. Most mercenaries relied on 3rd-tier Thunderbirds that only loosely held onto their mounts' claws while flying erratically. The Imperial Guards were different. As the Emperor's elite, they had access to advanced magical gear and weapons. More terrifyingly, ranks of gale-running bird pets blocked the rear. Though birds, these swift-winged birds could not fly. Resembling ostriches, they sprinted at astonishing speeds, easily clearing obstacles. As 3rd-tier creatures, their velocity rivaled a lightning bolt. After more than 10 minutes of desperate running, the ironclad dragon's roar and the crash of broken trees filled the air, yet the enemy steadily closed the gap. The riders atop shot nervous glances. Zhao Mengqi cast a worried eye downward at the dragon's immense form, her brow furrowed deeply. The dragon's stamina was draining rapidly, it couldn't hold on much longer. She thought to herself, could a potion restore its energy? No, the dragon's endurance was a fundamental weakness. No amount of medicine could sustain it for such prolonged flight. What then? Split up and scatter? Without the dragon's shield, they would die faster, picked off one by one. This dilemma left them in utter panic. When grabbing loot, they acted swift and decisive, but now fleeing for their lives, they were at a loss. If the Imperial Guards caught them, no mercy would be shown, they would be torn to pieces beyond doubt. As for declaring their identity, though it sometimes worked against foes from other nations, it was suicidal against the iron-blooded guards of Yanhua Kingdom, who were ruthless in their pursuit. Seeing the situation worsen, Gu Erdan suddenly shouted, slamming hard on the dragon's back. Then he leapt down. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off, Delu, hang tight. Before finishing, his footing slipped, and he tumbled wildly for several rolls before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. In the wind, the ironclad dragon and the 4 others pressed on desperately, while Gu Erdan's figure quietly melted into the forest, facing the pursuing soldiers alone. The battle was not yet over, and life or death remained uncertain. Seeing this scene, the few who had been fired up and inspired by his fearless spirit suddenly froze, their excitement wiped away in an instant. No problem. I can hold on. Gu Erdan gritted his teeth, painfully pushing himself up from the ground. He straightened his back and turned proudly to face the surging pursuers behind him. In a flash, 2 fruit knives at his waist were drawn with a sharp swish, their blades glinting as his posture instantly exuded an intimidating aura like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, unbreakable. A fierce roar shattered the air. Hey, who dares to challenge this general? The Imperial Guards charging full speed on ostriches didn't hesitate. They whipped their reins, surging forward with even greater speed, whistling past Gu Erdan's side, without the slightest acknowledgement of his presence. Run! Zhao Mengqi panicked and slapped the armored dragon's back, pushing it to speed away with all her might. More than 20 Imperial Guards chasing closely behind quickly vanished into the dense forest. However, the Thunderbird mercenary corps trailing after did not abandon Gu Erdan. On the contrary, these mercenaries skilled at crushing weaker foes swiftly surrounded him in tight layers from inside, and outforming an unbreakable encirclement. Faced with such a menacing blockade, Gu Erdan showed no fear at all. His spirit grew even fiercer, as if it were the enemy troops who were trapped instead. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy. The commander and vice-commander glared angrily, radiating overwhelming pressure. Both were 7th-rank sword sovereigns, mighty figures not to be underestimated. Listening to their threats, Gu Erdan sneered coldly, flipping a fruit knife to aim squarely at the 2 commanders as he shouted, "You're the ones who should surrender. Yield in 3 seconds, or there will be no grave to bury you." The vice-commander snorted, "This kid isn't that powerful, but his mouth is big." The commander responded decisively, 3 seconds? Even 30 won't make a difference. Fine. If you want to accept a friendly toast, you'd better drink the bitter wine. Gu Erdan shouted fiercely, brandishing blades in a wild dance as he howled to the sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed quickly. Yet the surroundings remained dead silent. No one answered, no one moved. The mercenaries watching first showed puzzled looks, then shifted to anger and scorn, clearly feeling toyed with by this brat. As expected, he was just a delaying pawn meant to be sacrificed. The commander and vice commander exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes flashing a murderous light. Big brother, just chop him up. Chop what? His soft, smooth flesh? Tie him up and sell him on the black market. Plenty of old women like that kind. The vice commander sneered wickedly. Doesn't matter male or female, anyone fetches a good price if you pay enough. Their cold words flashed a trace of bitter grief across Gu Erdan's face. He thought to himself, the only value these people saw in him was this flesh, but this flesh was slime-made. Was he truly worthless? Just as the enraged mercenaries closed in, Gu Erdan suddenly waved a hand. Pause. Wait a moment. Got any last words, brat? Just wait 2 seconds. My bird network has a slight lag, he said mockingly, feigning calm. Hold your horses. Still trying to stall? Tie him up. The commander and vice commander shouted in unison. Weapons brandished, the mercenaries charged forward. At this critical moment, a streak of blood-red light shot across the sky like a meteor blazing toward Earth, moving at an astonishing speed. The blood light instantly split into hundreds of rays, piercing through numerous mercenaries' bodies, blood spraying everywhere as they collapsed in chaos. But before they died, the blood light inside them split again, forming countless dense beams darting through the crowd, piercing and causing the survivors to scream in agony and collapse lifelessly. What kind of demon is this? The two commanders shouted in shock. Before they could finish, the vice commander was pierced in the back by a blood-red beam, lifted off the ground as his body was torn apart by blood light from all directions, limbs dismembered, dying a gruesome death. The commander, pale as a ghost, raised his sword in terrified defense. The next moment, the great sword and his forehead were pierced by blood light too, leaving a huge hole in his head. The sword showed no blood, but fresh blood streamed down his forehead. The flood of blood-red beams rapidly converged, finally solidifying into a crimson crow that landed on Gu Erdan's shoulder. The crow held a green pearl in its beak, looking harmless as Gu Erdan gently shook it with a finger. 3 seconds late, minor demerit. He muttered quietly. Caw, but for protecting my master, great merit. The crow chirped softly. Gu Erdan casually caught the pearl, shouldered the blood crow, and turned to leave. At the very moment he turned away, over 100 pursuing Thunderbird mercenaries suddenly dropped to the ground simultaneously, blood gushing from their wounds, none surviving. Gu Erdan, bothered by the troublemakers, didn't rush after them. For one, he had no mount at all, so even if he wanted to catch up, he couldn't. For another, chasing after them wouldn't benefit him in the least. If those guys managed to escape, good for them. If they didn't and got cut down by others, Gu Erdan would actually be relieved. Others taking action meant less trouble for him, and no need to constantly worry about being suspected. Instead of following the crowd's escape route, he turned the other way, heading toward the small village outside the demon beast forest. That was the rendezvous point they'd agreed on, and anyone who made it out would certainly go there. Back in the village, Gu Erdan first enjoyed a long, refreshing bath, and then had a proper authentic Chinese meal. Afterwards, he brewed some tea, paired it with snacks, and watched a show, living the carefree life to the fullest. It wasn't until evening that a few companions finally returned. Seeing them safe and sound, Gu Erdan couldn't hide his disappointment and sighed heavily. These guys from the Flamefire Kingdom are really useless. Honestly, I'm a little let down. As the group approached, Gu Erdan suddenly noticed that things weren't as bad as had imagined. His main concern, the person whose name was clearly written in the little black notebook as Orland's roasted chicken wings, was nowhere to be seen. Dead, leg broken, captured, lost. No matter what happened, just knowing this guy got into trouble strangely eased Gu Erdan's mood. Everyone was stunned to see Gu Erdan unscathed. Before anyone could say a word, Gu Erdan shook the teacup in his hand and strode forward, bluntly asking, "Where's roasted chicken wings?" "Wait, Orlands. Why's he missing?" Zhao Menqi's expression darkened. Before she could answer, Gu Erdan suddenly cupped his forehead and mockingly moaned. "Don't say anything, I get it. Brother Orlands. We may not get along, and we've clashed often, but I never wished you dead. Such a talent snuffed out too soon like a dragon, dying young. How tragic. Truly tragic." His face was a mix of mock reflection and barely suppressed laughter, leaving Zhao Menqi and the others exchanging uneasy looks and growing gloomier. "Stop crying. He's not dead." Zhao Menqi frowned. "Not only is he alive, he's actually okay. Not dead. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why did I waste all those emotions?" Gu Erdan twitched his face, turned around, and took out the little black notebook to rewrite Orlands after having crossed it out. Where's he then? Bitten by wolves and lost a leg? Bruised by bears? Hands eaten by tigers? Or blown up by monkeys? Gu Erdan's questions were cut off by the others. He defected, Doya revealed, opening her cloak to show large, burned wounds on her waist, her armor twisted and deformed, horrifying to see. As the group explained the story, Gu Erdan quickly pieced together the full sequence of events. Although he had held off the Thunderbird mercenary corps, the Imperial Guard was still hot on their heels. At the critical moment, Orleans had come up with a plan to use a disguise to lure enemy fire, sacrificing himself so the rest could escape. The whole situation was complicated and messy, with casualties and betrayal tangled into an unsolvable web. Standing there, Gu Erdan's expression was full of mixed emotions and complex feelings. Everything really happened just as they told it. The mimicry disguise spell, which had only been used once before, proved useful again. At the cost of sacrificing the armored drake, they cast the disguise magic on its body, successfully diverting the enemy's attention. Misled, the foes all chased after the armored drake and eventually left. Just as everyone was starting to breathe a sigh of relief, Orleans suddenly betrayed them. The seven-ring spell, twin fire dragon array that he had prepared, combined with the fire dragon magic scrolls previously attached to the three of them, instantly unleashed scorching flames that severely wounded the trio. After snatching the orb, Orleans quickly fled. If it weren't for the emergency healing scrolls the three carried, they likely would have died under the vicious jaws of the magical beasts or been captured alive by the arriving royal guards. Orleans' betrayal caught them completely off guard, filling them with a mix of anger and helplessness. Zhao Menqi's mood was especially heavy. She had decided that once back, she would ask her father to take action and bring down the Orleans family completely. The orb was considered a precious treasure by the ruler of the large tomb, even attracting the imperial family of the Flame Kingdom, traveling thousands of miles to seek it. Its value was extraordinary, possibly even a legendary sacred artifact that many marquises had never seen. Once this matter was reported to her father, the entire Zhao clan would undoubtedly mobilize fully. Facing such overwhelming pressure from a colossal force, a minor Viscount family was hard-pressed to endure. Moreover, the Orleans family had only just risen, possessing only the territory of a hereditary Viscount, ranking even lower than the Gooding family's level. The few of them had originally hoped for an enjoyable adventure, but it ended with such a heavy and disappointing conclusion. The four parted ways without joy, each deciding to return home. Gu Erdan dragged his weary body and the half-dead crow no one liked, riding in a sedan chair he had hired for 100 gold coins, carried by four bearers. After 2 rough days of travel, they finally arrived back in their hometown. However, upon arriving at the Gooding castle, something felt very wrong. The castle was under martial law, with white mourning cloths flying everywhere, signaling ill news. Anxious, Gu Erdan took the blood crow straight to the inner city and collided with a young direct-line scion of the Gooding family, Gu Lanqiang. They were of the same generation, both descended from the 4 cheap elder uncles. However, Gu Lanqiang's father ranked lower than Gu Landan, who held the count title and was protected by their father. Though talented, Gu Lanqiang was often suppressed by Gu Erdan, breeding resentment toward Gu Landan. Hearing Gu Landan had returned home, he greeted Erdan with a sly smile. They exchanged glances, both wearing bright, yet meaningful smiles. Gu Lanqiang half-joking, half-smugly teased, "Who died? White cloths everywhere. Is there a wake? I want to sit at the kids' table." Gu Erdan replied coolly, "Who died, huh?" Complex emotions hid behind their tones. Suddenly serious, Gu Lanqiang dropped news that shocked Gu Erdan. "Gu Landan, I've got bad news, your dad's dead." The smile froze on Gu Erdan's face. He slapped Gu Lanqiang, shouting, "Nonsense. Your dad's not dead." Angrily, Gu Lanqiang retorted, "How dare you hit me? Your dad really dead? You still deny it?" Gu Erdan roared, "Your dad's not dead." Gritting his teeth, Gu Lanqiang said, "No. Your 5th uncle really died, along with your 4th uncle. Their bodies are in the main hall right now." Covering his face in grief, he was resolute. Seeing Gu Lanqiang so serious, a sinking feeling rose in Gu Erdan's chest. Could it be that this devastating news had happened while he was away? This was terrible. He shoved Gu Lanqiang aside and rushed into the hall. Before him lay the spacious hall adorned with mourning cloth, 2 bodies covered in white lying silently in the center, and 2 black and white portraits on the wall. The faces in the photos were vivid, his father's expression clear as life. Gu Erdan's heart tightened. Grief overwhelmed him. "Dad!" He suddenly slid forward, grabbed the body, and shook it desperately, crying his heart out with tears streaming. Bound by slime control, he could cry freely, his sobs more sincere than any actor's. The sudden wailing startled several people nearby, wiping their own tears. After confirming the bodies, a young woman gently nudged Gu Erdan's shoulder. "Hey, stop crying. What's wrong? Your dad died, aren't you supposed to cry? Why are you so cold-hearted?" Gu Erdan turned angrily. "Cry for your own dad if you want. But he's my dad." The girl's words stunned Gu Erdan. His face was full of disbelief, but without hesitation, the girl pulled back the white cloth covering the body. Sure enough, the corpse beneath was nothing like the chubby man they expected. Gu Erdan wrinkled his nose at the stench of decay, then immediately lifted the body and shook it desperately. "Father, why are you so thin? How could you go hungry like this? How much suffering did you endure before you died?" Tears welled up in his eyes, his grief overwhelming. "Father, Galandon." Meanwhile, the other family members remained calm and composed despite Gu Erdan's wailing and failure to recognize the corpse. If they hadn't been pulled back in time, they might have hurled a brazier at him. Pulled away forcefully, Gu Erdan wiped his tears and moved toward another corpse, choking on his words. Father, let me just confirm first. He gently lifted the cloth again and caught a glimpse of the battered face, his heart tightening painfully. He lifted that corpse and shook it fiercely, crying out, Father, who did this to you? Who? I swear I will avenge you. Standing nearby, Gu Lanxiang, following the commotion, couldn't help but smirk. It was the rebels. They somehow dragged over 20,000 people and brutally plundered the combined Tuthisan person, caravan our family, and others had assembled. Rebels? A few insignificant traitors. What can they possibly do? Gu Erdan clenched his teeth, shouting fiercely, Tell me, how many do they have? They'll drown them in blood to avenge my father. Seeing the boy's determined expression, Gu Lanxiang smiled wider. Not many, just a bit over 20,000 total. Their achievement is only that caravan robbery. Gu Erdan glanced at him, then immediately knelt beside the corpse with despair deepening in his eyes. Father, don't blame me for being powerless. I fear this life is unable to avenge you. I am so ashamed, unworthy to be your son. Today, I will shave my head to show my resolve and sever all ties with the Gu family. The mountains remain, the rivers flow farewell forever. With that, he drew a fruit knife, about to cut a lock of hair, but a hand grabbed him firmly. Let go of me. Gu Erdan struggled angrily. If I can't avenge father, how can I keep my place in the Gu family? Let me be. The one holding him back was old Master Gu. His expression was as dark as burnt charcoal. Those rebels are already tied to the Qin Kingdom's official army, they haven't even come here. Haven't come? Gu Erdan was shocked. You're really not lying? No lie, the old man said sternly. Then forget it. Cutting off blood ties can wait. Gu Erdan put away the knife and once again shook the corpse hard. Father, wake up. Your son is here. How could you make a white-haired man bury a black-haired man? Wait, no, a black-haired man bury a white-haired man. Quick, call the priest to resurrect him. No, a necromancer. Someone help. Where's the battlefield medic? Where are they? Old Master Gu sighed and grabbed Gu Erdan by the collar, flinging him out of the hall. Try coming in again, and he'll break your legs. The two eldest uncles' funerals proceeded on schedule. One had managed the family business. The other was the nominal heir to a countship. For a count to be hacked to death was undeniably a shocking bloodstained event. This incident caused quite a stir. A rebel force of 20,000 was no small matter, prompting the Qin state to mobilize its standing army along with the allied forces of neighboring lords to suppress the uprising. Guding's domain originally commanded only 500 private soldiers, plus a militia numbering over 2,200. Although this militia was nominally composed of civilians, once clad in armor and armed, they effectively became semi-professional troops. Still, to be precise, the count of actual regular soldiers under the Count's rule remained just 500. Some time ago, an accident had already cost the Count's forces 120 soldiers. And in the recent rebel raids, another 220 were lost, including the deaths of both the general and a Count himself. The losses were devastating, severely damaging morale. When called upon to send troops to help quell the rebellion, they declined, citing insufficient manpower. Of course, it wasn't a hard refusal if sending out squads of 10 counted as deployment, then the Count's domain was actually somewhat proactive. As for how the surrounding battles were going, Gu Erdan wasn't in the loop. He only felt life growing more unbearable day by day. The protective umbrella that had once shielded him had collapsed, shattering his comfortable existence. Formerly afraid to openly provoke his direct relatives, now they were baring their fangs one by one. Even the soldiers' attitudes shifted abruptly, turning cold. Today, the real power behind the Count's domain, the elderly patriarch Gu, who had nominally stepped down and passed authority to his son, suddenly summoned Gu Erdan. When the door opened and Gu Erdan stepped in, he saw the old man looking far more haggard than the last time they met. The sudden deaths of two sons had dealt a heavy blow to him. Even worse, with the sons gone, the household was thrown into chaos. Many affairs were neglected, giving the patriarch a severe headache. Though many family members volunteered to take on responsibilities, the old man was shrewd enough to see through their opportunistic intentions. If this band of useless relatives were allowed to take advantage of the turmoil, the Count's domain would suffer irreparable harm. Reluctantly, he had to personally step back in to manage family affairs, which was the real cause of his exhaustion purely from overwork. Seeing Gu Erdan enter, the patriarch sighed deeply as he sorted through documents at his desk, a note of helplessness in his voice. Boy, you've lost your backing. Understand? The blunt and sudden statement caught Gu Erdan off guard. After a pause, he nodded. Understood. Then I'll be direct, I don't want to keep protecting you. And since you can't find new backing either, your only option is to give up all your authority and retire somewhere peaceful. Oh, what exactly do you mean by authority? Do I still have any rights? Of course, said the old man firmly. You're a direct descendant of Gu Lhasa, so you still have some inheritance claims. I won't touch those rights. You can inherit a small domain to retire in. Beyond that, your previous engagement will be broken off and assigned to someone else. He then took a hand-drawn map from the desk and laid it flat in front of Gu Erdan, folding his hands seriously. Pick any village you want. From now on, you'll be the village chief there. That village becomes your domain. You're responsible for collecting rent for the count's domain, and the count's domain will pay you 500 gold coins annually in return. Gu Erdan scanned the map carefully, unable to hide a grimace. Why are all these on the outskirts? Of course, the good land's already been divided up. There's nothing left for you, the old man stated decisively. How's the economy of these peripheral villages? You live off the land and water. The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities to make money. Those villages are wealthy. Can I keep some kickbacks? No problem, as long as you don't mind getting stabbed. Do whatever you want. Getting stabbed? Being a village chief is really that dangerous? Seeing Gu Erdan's shocked expression, the old man cracked a smile. You think those dangerous villages are full of saints? The last several village heads were all hacked to death. On the official road, Gu Erdan rode shakily on a skinny donkey, heading off into the distance. He had already lost his influence. With the fall of his powerful backer, the once untouchable second-generation official scion had now become the vulnerable fallen heir everyone dared to bully. His family casually exiled him to a dilapidated little village, and the old patriarch coldly took away the marriage contract that should have belonged to him, effectively casting him out from the family. In truth, this was already a form of leniency. The overt and covert power struggles among the nobility were far more brutal than they appeared. If they hadn't cared about bloodlines and saving face, why bother giving him a village at all, or letting him keep any authority? If they wanted him silenced for good, they could have easily hired a couple of thugs to come in the dead of night and break his legs, making sure he never spoke again, and the marriage contract would naturally pass to someone else. After all, once a person is dead, you can't force them into a ghost marriage with a marquis' daughter. Gu Erdan stared at the map in his hand and sighed deeply, feeling the world had changed and people's hearts grown cold. The village assigned to him was desolate, over 400 households, all living in crude little wooden huts. The only exception was the village chief's house, which had become the lone dilapidated straw hut. Why was no one willing to inherit this straw hut and take the position of village chief? Because the last chief was hacked to death at home after raising taxes just a short while into his term. The chief before that had quarreled with villagers and suffered a brutal stabbing attack at night. Though he survived 3 stab wounds and desperately tried to escape while shouting, he was pursued and killed more than 20 minutes later, during which no household dared open their doors. What about earlier chiefs? The last 3 either died from dismemberment or were knocked unconscious on a dark road. One former chief was even crushed to death in a cesspit while going to the toilet, a horrific end. The violent and ruthless public sentiment had become an infamous mark of this village's character. Before leaving, the old patriarch gave Gu Erdan some advice on officialdom. He warned him not to provoke the locals lightly, a tightly knit brotherhood. Raising taxes? Forget it. They would rather replace the chief with one who didn't tax them. Collecting taxes without resistance? That was unlikely too. Though the village was poor and tax revenue meager, the villagers were clever. They would loyally pay the standard taxes rather than face the marquis soldiers. Embezzlement was a fantasy. In short, Gu Erdan was only fit to live on an annual salary of 500 gold coins. That number was already the maximum the old patriarch could support. Typically, village chiefs earned about 250 or less. The old man also stressed there was no need for Gu Erdan to live in the village every day. He could collect his salary in town, operate as a minor landlord, hire cheap servants, and marry a few decent wives or concubines, living comfortably. He only needed to go to the village at year-end to collect taxes. It was none of his concern otherwise. What gave Gu Erdan the most reassurance was the old patriarch's guarantee. As long as he lived, the salary would never be cut off. As for whether this old man might soon pass away right after giving his instructions, don't forget this was a 7th-tier sword master. Living over 200 years was effortless for him. Compared to his lifespan, the old man was confident he could see Gu Erdan's son off into the next generation without issue. Originally, Gu Erdan wasn't very talented, but if it were Gu Erdan's undead body in his place, he was confident he could drive the Gu family to extinction. Gu Erdan was actually quite pleased with this cheap old man. Although Old Master Gu usually wore a stern expression and seemed cold, his words and actions revealed a deep care for family. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, why bother intervening? It would be easier just to kill Gu Erdan on the spot, or toss him away to fend for himself, saving the trouble and expense of supporting him. Don't think Old Master Gu acted out of convenience. In fact, he was very calculating. If he assigned Gu Erdan a prosperous village, it would likely attract attention, and someone would try to harm him sooner or later. But if the village was too run down, the residents might refuse to pay taxes or rebel during droughts and floods, and then Gu Erdan could very well end up hanging from a lamppost. The only workable villages were those just mediocre enough. No big profits to tempt others, but reliable and paying high taxes on time. Only then could Gu Erdan rest assured and live out his days in peace. Old Master Gu went through all these troubles intentionally. Gu Erdan understood perfectly, so when he left, he showed proper respect, and even promised he would come back to carry the banner if the old master ever passed. The old master almost laughed right then and there hearing this, while Gu Erdan, whose steps slowed from running away from the old master's belt, was close to laughing with exasperation. Leaving the castle, stepping onto the main road, Gu Erdan rode his little donkey, ready to head to Gu City to assume his role as village chief. Suddenly, disaster struck. From the roadside, a troop of horsemen burst out fiercely, surrounding him threateningly. Leading them was none other than Gu Lanxiang, the third uncle's son, who had grown powerful after two consuls died. Gu Lanxiang wore heavy armor all over, his face fierce and menacing, and he had already taken all of Gu Erdan's magical equipment. Seeing this, Gu Erdan remained calm. It was a kind of resigned composure. What do you want? Gu Erdan asked. Nothing much. I figured now that you're village chief, you probably can't ride a horse. Why don't you hand it over to me? Gu Lanxiang sneered. Are you blind? That's not a horse, it's a donkey. Gu Erdan blurted out. I don't care. Mule or donkey, just hand it over. Gu Lanxiang snapped without a trace of politeness. The tension skyrocketed. Gu Lanxiang revealed a deadly intent, and Gu Erdan flew into a rage. His entire livelihood depended on that donkey. This guy wanted to steal, it was making life impossible. Anyone who touches my donkey, he'll slice with my knife. Gu Erdan warned fiercely, drawing two fruit knives from his waistband. But Gu Erdan, riding a donkey and wielding fruit knives, did not intimidate the attackers. Gu Lanxiang leapt down from his horse and charged at him, his armor thick and heavy. Pointing at himself defiantly, he taunted, Come on, stab me here. If you manage to pierce through this armor, the donkey's yours. Otherwise, I'm eating it tonight. Donkey meat stew. What are you gonna do? His breastplate was impenetrable. Even a huge sword would struggle to cut through. Seeing Gu Lanxiang's recklessness, anger swelled in Gu Erdan's chest. He hooked one hand around the man's neck and raised his single knife high, plunging it fiercely. With a sharp crack, the armor shattered like paper, and a palm-sized wound appeared in Gu Lanxiang's abdomen. Eyes wide with shock, Gu Lanxiang staggered back. Seizing the advantage, Gu Erdan stabbed over 20 times, each blow piercing and perforating the armor almost like paper, turning the once impenetrable breastplate into a sieve. Blood soaked through, turning the battle scene gruesome indeed. Gu Lanxiang, stabbed more than 20 times, trembled violently all over. His mouth hung wide open, and his eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. He never expected that the two fruit knives the kid had been clutching tightly could actually slash through his sturdy armor. Magical weapons. And high-level magical weapons at that. Who on earth got it into their head to enchant fruit knives? Did they think cutting fruit was too slow and had to be upgraded into combat weapons? Meanwhile, in the realm of the undead, Lich King Alanda was teaching and brainwashing his newly recruited undead minions when he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he glanced sideways at the skeletal vanguard officer beside him, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Were you just cursing me behind my back? Alanda asked coldly. The skeletal vanguard officer said nothing, only scratching the back of his skull helplessly. Alanda went on. You've been following me, overseeing my memory transmission to the undead. Don't you trust me? The skeletal officer simply nodded. This completely infuriated Lich King Alanda. His Majesty treats me as his right hand and trusts me without question. Why don't you trust me? Is it because when I was brainwashing them, you secretly influenced them to vote for yourself as the first ascended god? And I caught you red-handed. He paused, then coughed lightly, forcing a flattering smile. Brother skeletal officer, we're all on the same side here. Helping each other is normal, right? Why don't you just turn a blind eye to this? I promise you'll be the second to ascend as a god. What do you say? The skeletal officer's eyes widened, his tone icy. You're trying to bribe me? You really think such a small temptation could shake my loyalty? You're seriously underestimating me. That's slander. I'm going to report you. Alan's bribery plan fell flat. This guy hated any challenge to his loyalty above all else. Seeing the skeletal officer about to report him, the Lich King panicked. Although a report at this level was insignificant and Bone King likely wouldn't care, if all the generals united to accuse him of abuse of power and favoritism, all the hard work he'd done lately would be for nothing. He lunged at the skeletal officer, hugging him tightly and shaking his head like a rattle. Brother, big bro, senior, becoming a god has been my lifelong dream. Your betrayal is like wishing me death. Nonsense. Didn't you say before your biggest dream was to become a demigod? The officer retorted. That's done. Now I have to set a higher goal. Alanda patted his chest confidently. Hey, race the deal. It'll boost your skeletal troops' forces by 50%. More than that, and it gets suspicious. See, fair enough? But, Your Majesty, the officer hesitated. Don't worry, I'll do my best to squeeze out the Black Warrior Legion and make your skeletons the king's personal guard. The king's guard has to be skeletons. Alanda said firmly. Hearing this, the officer who was still hesitant grabbed Alan's hand tightly, shaking it excitedly with the look of finding a kindred spirit. Deal. Gu Erdan was unaware of what was happening on the other side of the underworld. He had already drawn the small knives in his hands and casually released Galankiang. Galankiang collapsed to the ground stiffly like a wooden doll. Though dead, his eyes still held a lingering look of shock. Not even he could have imagined that those two seemingly ordinary fruit knives were specially forged weapons made for him by the undead army, crafted from bones imbued with the death god's power by the Bone Lord, and engraved with magical runes personally carved by the demigod Lich King, Erand. Their hardness and sharpness were such that even the most advanced magical armor would struggle to withstand them, let alone ordinary iron armor. Young master, seeing their lord effortlessly slain, a dozen or so guards standing nearby turned pale with fright. Their master had only recently risen to power, yet now the young master was dead. The future looked uncertain, and a single thought consumed them all: to avenge their young master. A furious roar erupted, and the dozen guards raised their weapons, striking in unison toward Gu Erdan. But he remained calm, spinning his twin knives with sharp clang 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 sounds as countless blades shattered and fell to the ground. Facing their stunned gazes, he raised his knives confidently and shouted, "Who else wants to try?" Before his words had fully fallen, one guard seized a broken spearhead and thrust it violently at Gu Erdan's waist, nearly killing him instantly. Then more spears came at him like venomous snakes, leaving several bleeding holes quickly gathering on his body, kidney, stomach, heart, liver, not one spared. Gu Erdan could only grit his teeth, his eyes rolling back as his grip on the knives weakened, and they clattered to the ground. Just as the crowd believed victory was assured, Gu Erdan suddenly trembled, raised both hands, and grabbed his head firmly. With a muffled sound, he violently yanked his own head from his neck. The guards were stunned, dumbfounded, their faces as if seeing a ghost, unable to believe their eyes. Gu Erdan hurled that terrifying severed head toward one guard. A cracking sound rang out as the two heads collided. The guard's head rippled like water. In an instant, the two heads fused into one. The guard's eyes turned blood red, his wild rage surged, and he began fiercely slashing at his comrades with his spear while howling. The shocked guards were quickly cut down in two, but the fallen bodies refused to stay still. They trembled violently, their eyes turning red as they awakened, struggling to get back up. Undying skull. The domain power. The flesh domain. The rotting flesh was activated by a terrible force, spreading infection rapidly. The battlefield descended into chaos. Some of the reedied risen ones fought each other recklessly, initially hesitating but growing more ferocious and bloodthirsty as the deaths mounted. Worse still, these enemies infected by the undying skull could not be killed. No matter how many heads were severed or limbs cut off, they cruelly got back up, crawling with even a single arm, clawing at their opponent's nostrils. The infected were fully reanimated, their flesh violently activated. Unless completely destroyed, they could not be eradicated. And these third-tier soldiers had no means to resist. The battle raged on for several minutes. Except for Gu Erdan and his mule, every living thing on the field had been devoured by the infection. Facing the bloodshot, violent horde of corpses, Gu Erdan snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the bodies collapsed. From one corpse, flesh suddenly reformed, reshaping the head, which flew back into Gu Erdan's grasp. Calmly, he pressed it firmly back onto his neck. He gave a thumbs up, gently tapping the restored head, then slowly moved his cervical vertebrae to ensure his vision returned unobstructed. Surrounded by heaps of corpses, Gu Erdan fell into deep thought. Killing was satisfying, but handling these bodies now posed an unsolvable problem. In the small grove beside the main road, Gu Erdan was performing a mysterious ritual. Carefully, he placed the jade talisman inscribed with a formation around his neck onto the ground and lit several candles nearby. As he poured the spectral ghost fire into the talisman, the air around the formation twisted and warped as if alive, and a black mist slowly spread outward. His necromantic summoning array had successfully activated. At the same time, elsewhere before another formation, the Lich King Alanda and his companions promptly responded to the order. The Blood Raven flew back to deliver the message, explaining Gu Erdan's request in detail. Then, leading those who qualified, they crossed the array's threshold to arrive. There stood a gaunt elder with deeply sunken, dark, piercing eyes. Clutching a weathered staff adorned with skull motifs, his sinister aura was unmistakable. Accompanying him were 4 black-armored warriors, their heavy armor impenetrable except for their sharp eyes visible through their helmets. These 4 were centurions of the Black Warrior Guard, elite lords in their own right. This old man was the helper Gu Erdan needed, a corpse mage. Compared to a lich, he was a budget version. Corpse mages also wielded dark magic, capable of raising and transforming undead, and were intelligent, but fell far short of the ingenuity and power of liches crafted by top archmages with unpredictable means. In truth, these corpse mages were mutated failures, low-level mages who never became liches. Yet this particular corpse mage had risen to a 10th rank lord, wielding formidable power, no weakling, even facing a true lich. His role was not only to handle the dead bodies, but also to act as Gu Erdan's personal guard, ensuring his safety. Gu Erdan had been ambushed by lowly enemies, suffering great physical and mental damage. He had painfully realized how treacherous people could be, and keenly felt the inadequacy of his protection. For a king to have to lead the charge himself, how embarrassing. So he resolved to strengthen his forces. More importantly, after assessing the world's overall strength, he believed the time had come to launch the invasion. As for the 4 black warriors beside him, they were originally dispatched by Gu Erdan's old subordinates who believed a single corpse mage guard wasn't enough. While they lacked prowess in dark magic, their close combat skills easily overshadowed those of a corpse mage. Besides, all 4 were lord-level beings with tremendous combat power. The newly arrived corpse mage was visibly excited. Back home, Gu Erdan commanded a corpse mage legion numbering over 2,000, and even the rare liches like the Lich King Alanda had assembled over 20. To earn a spot in this deployment, he had fought fiercely, even clashing with his peers while wielding his staff. He respectfully bowed to Gu Erdan, suppressing his excitement, and introduced himself in a serious tone. Centurion of the ranged mage unit, the corpse mage legion Bhopal. Your Majesty. Hearing this, the 4 black warriors standing behind quickly straightened and replied in unison, Centurions of the Black Warrior Guard, Your Majesty. Gu Erdan smiled and shook his head, saying, well, a bit more company than expected, but at least I have a few trusted followers now, even if I'm just a village chief. Why would the person who showed up be a corpse warlock? I actually thought that Iran would send a lich instead. Gu Erdan said casually, prompting the corpse warlock Bhopal to bow again. Your Majesty, you might not realize this, but although liches are knowledgeable when it comes to crafting undead, they're far inferior to us corpse warlocks. At that, Bhopal quickly fell silent. In fact, he was holding back something else. Lich King Erdan was notoriously petty and forbade any other liches from entering his territory, fearing threats to his status. After spending so much time together, the general's personalities were well known to all the undead. The Bone Vanguard was fanatically loyal. For him, loyalty was all or nothing, just a hint of disloyalty, and he'd turn ruthless immediately. The Helmless Knight was the most cautious, especially when guarding Gu Erdan's safety. She sealed off the places where Gu Erdan's soul fragments were hidden with heavy troops, assigning different undead races to guard separately, forbidding them from interacting to prevent rebellion. Every precaution was meticulously taken. General Shunwei valued ability above all. General Zibao lived by courage. General Wulong, well, he had his own style. Lich King Erdan's personality was also clear. He cared deeply for his subordinates, sharing knowledge, granting power, offering promotions, managing everything efficiently. But he never tolerated any corpse warlock or lich overstepping their bounds. Simply put, you could be an official, but never outrank him. Bhopal stood out not for exceptional skill, but because his domain's power didn't threaten Erdan's status. The Death Domain. This was Bhopal's ability to freely manipulate corpses and imbue terrifying power, making him a master at creating undead. He could even create 4th-tier or higher undead monsters from ordinary corpses. But with a heavyweight like Gu Erdan around, this power was almost irrelevant. After all, no matter how strong the undead you create, they couldn't match Gu Erdan's rapid advancement. So Lich King Erdan considered Bhopal no threat and deliberately chose him as Gu Erdan's personal steward in this realm. The group approached a dozen or so corpses, and Gu Erdan gave a slight nod to Bhopal the corpse warlock. Bhopal, show us what you can do. Bhopal was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, are you asking to turn these bodies into undead? Exactly, Gu Erdan replied. May I ask how you plan to transform them? Bhopal frowned. It turned out there were many ways to create undead. The simplest method was to keep them in human form, turning them into zombies, skeleton warriors, or Black Knight Sundead in humanoid shape. The downside was limited modification and average strength. A more complex method involved large-scale alteration, turning them into brute monstrosities like corpse demons, which significantly boosted power. Another way was to stitch all the corpses together to create a stitched beast, what necromancers called a patched abomination. Although the corpses weren't great quality, there were plenty of them, and Bhopal was confident he could forge a 7th-tier stitched abomination. Bhopal the necromancer's words opened Gu Erdan's eyes. He had originally thought that raising the dead was as simple as waving a wand and having the corpses instantly stand up with a hollow sound. But the scene before him was completely different. Gu Erdan stared at the corpses on the ground, lost in thought for a long time. If these dead bodies simply vanished, it would only bring trouble upon himself. It was better to keep them intact, transform them into slowly moving zombies, and then order them to attack the fortress. If they died at the hands of the castle's defenders, suspicion would never fall on him, right? Having worked this out, he nodded and made up his mind. All right, he'll get started right away. Bhopal the necromancer stepped over to the corpses and swung his staff fiercely. A chill aura swirled around him, accompanied by black particles that swiftly seeped into the bodies. The power of the resurrection domain combined with an advanced necromantic revival spell. The dozen or so corpses trembled faintly before slowly rising. They uttered meaningless moans while their eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Following Bhopal's command, the zombies staggered unsteadily toward the distant fortress. Watching this, Gu Erdan nodded with satisfaction, silently praising Bhopal's skill. Once the matter was settled, he led the group to continue their journey, quickly pushing the incident to the back of his mind. What Gu Erdan didn't realize was that Bhopal had gone all out to impress him. He had used the formidable, nine-earring great technique, the advanced resurrection of the dead spell. Under the strain of powerful magic and domain energy, the dozen zombies had barely been raised to 6th level strength. They stumbled slowly, moving steadily closer to the fortress walls. Black Wolf Village lies on the frontier of the Qin Kingdom, in an extremely harsh environment. Wild beasts roam freely here, and the number of magical creatures is equally alarming. The surroundings are dominated by either steep mountains or dense forests. Although the land is fertile and resources are abundant, this very richness has bred many bandits. Only those of ruthless character would dare establish a settlement in such a cursed place, which explains why no one within the Earl's jurisdiction is willing to serve as the village chief here. The rulers of Qin were far from foolish. Despite the numerous nobles scattered across the kingdom and their countless fiefdoms, most of these lands were located on the edges. This created a ring of nobles who formed a defensive barrier around the Great Wall. When enemies attacked, these nobles' private armies were always the first to face the assault. If they refused to fight, the enemy would surge forward unchecked, yet the loss would not be of Qin's core territories, for behind these borderlands stood towering city walls and treacherous natural defenses. Nobles cared little about losing these peripheral lands. Moreover, if a noble refused to intervene outside his own holdings, he shouldn't expect aid from other nobles when his own land was besieged. Mutual non-interference was the unwritten rule among the aristocracy. Because of this, when the Yinhua kingdom launched invasions, Qin's nobles harbored deep resentment. They were always the first to bear the brunt of the fighting. To defend their homes, they had no choice but to form alliances and mount fierce resistance. The front lines often presented a strange sight. Noble private troops fought desperately, bleeding to hold the enemy back, while Qin's main armies quietly gathered behind, sometimes arriving only after the battle was over. The Earl of the Guding family faced a similar situation. His domain lay on the border in an area surrounded by mountains and forests. Beyond the desolate woodlands stretched the infamous Beastmen territory. Those orcs would steal anything during raids. They wouldn't even spare a family's chamber pot. Absurdly, when armies met again on the battlefield, it was not uncommon for the orcs' helmets to be fashioned from those very stolen pots. The Beastmen were poor and dumb. They neither farmed, nor smelt metal, nor tended herds. Their entire existence revolved around fighting. Initially, humans hoped to improve their lives, thinking that with training these strong orcs could become excellent soldiers and laborers. But the orcs learned nothing and instead fixated on seizing human wealth. Since then, they crossed mountains and forests repeatedly, raiding human lands. After many years of brutal struggle, humans confirmed their assessment. These orcs really were well suited for soldiering. This made the Earl Guding's territory effectively a buffer zone against Beastmen invasions. The village sat right on the border with the orcs, so clashes were frequent. Indeed, the word fight perfectly captured the nature of life here. The villagers were tough and fierce, and many even had Beastmen blood. But this wasn't because the orcs kidnapped women to be concubines. Their aesthetics were too different from humans. Rather, the blood mingling happened because the villagers themselves had voluntarily bought orc women, bringing them back as their own wives. Although orcs generally look down on humans' appearances, humans are often easily attracted to orcs. In any world, people have little resistance to furry creatures. On top of that, orcs grow rapidly and reproduce at an astonishing rate. With enough money, newborn orc pups are readily available, and one can even buy half-grown orc juveniles from families unable to care for their offspring. When Gu Erdan led his squad into the place known as Black Wolf Village, he stood at the entrance, staring in disbelief at the villagers gathering around. Is this really Black Wolf Village? Had he come to the wrong place? The orc population here outnumbered humans. The village had about 1,000 residents, and over 80% showed obvious orcish traits. Those with subtle features had fine hair on their cheeks, large furry ears atop their heads, or sharp claws and swaying tails. Those with distinct traits looked almost like typical orcs. Half-beast faces covered in thick fur, bulky muscular builds exuding a wild aura, clawed paws barely able to grip weapons and unsuited for delicate tasks. Heavy wolf-like tails dragging behind, casting shifting shadows with each breath. Hundreds of villagers clustered, faces stern and fixed on Gu Erdan's team, their eyes filled with resentment, an unspoken message carved deep. You are not welcome here. Gu Erdan froze, confusion and inner conflict written all over his face, his worldview shaken. Though he had heard of orcs' impressive reproductive and infiltration abilities bearing litters of 3 or more, a pregnancy cycle of only 3 to 5 months, and a rapid growth that reached near human size within a few years, with almost every survivor managing to live on, the scene still tightened his chest. Currently, all nations strictly ban orc trading and forbid them in cities, not because they suddenly feel mercy, but because if unchecked, these places will become orc strongholds in decades. Orcs' bulky forms are ill-suited for delicate labor, and their relatively low intelligence combined with brute strength often leads them to thievery or rebellion. As mercenaries or adventurers, their limited wits and repeated betrayals by humans tend to push them into cycles of violence and banditry. Looking at this village, where more than 70% were orcs, Gu Erdan understood that this group's tempers had to be fierce. Even a normal person would learn to strike first, think later. Sitting atop his donkey, he forced a faint smile and pulled out a crumpled parchment from his pocket, clearing his throat. A letter of appointment. Count Gooding hereby appoints Glandon as the new village chief of Black Wolf Village. Speaking respectfully, he added, I look forward to your kind cooperation. Silence fell. The villagers' hateful, tormented stares bore into him. Gu Erdan exchanged looks with Bhopal, the silent corpse sorcerer beside him, and tried to take a step forward. To his surprise, things were not as hostile as he had feared. Though the villagers rejected them, no one charged immediately. Instead, the crowd slowly parted, forming a narrow path. Riding the donkey, flanked by 5 companions, Gu Erdan advanced cautiously, feeling the scorching, hostile gazes all around. Lowering his voice, he quietly asked, Bhopal, do you think we'll die inside the village chief's office? The corpse sorcerer shook his head, his expression grave. Old bones say if we get into a fight, we'll probably die right on this road entering the village. Navigating through the uneven wooden houses, Gu Erdan finally arrived at the legendary village chief's office. Before him stood a dilapidated thatched hut, its roof worn and patchy, with loose straw swaying in the wind. Beside it was a roughly built wooden house that, though crude, still offered some shelter from the elements. Gu Erdan shook his head softly, quietly admiring the former chief's integrity and simplicity. Pushing open the door, 4 black-clad warriors immediately on guard took their positions on either side of the entrance, preparing once again to face the restless orcs outside. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy. A guest had long been waiting there. The 3 occupants included 2 orcs. One was a burly orc male, his exposed skin marred by jagged scars, with sparse hair partially covering the wounds, giving him a fierce and rugged look. The other was an orc female noticeably smaller than her companion, though only by orc standards. Her body was covered in thick, dark fur. Her slender arms were at least twice as thick as an average human's, not from muscle but from naturally robust, thick bones. Most striking were her massive paws, with thick pads covering their surface large enough to hide a grown man's face. A single slap from her hand could easily deliver a concussion. Seated between the 2 orcs was a gaunt-faced, middle-aged human man, his smile unsettlingly sinister. Seeing Gu Erdan enter, the man rubbed his hands together and offered a false yet warm smile. Welcome, village chief. I am the local gentry, Yang Lin. These 2 are Captain Carl of the militia and Captain Yada of the hunting party. Gentry? Gu Erdan raised his eyebrows in surprise. This place actually had local gentry? You haven't been robbed? He thought, stunned inwardly. Living among orcs, yet remaining unharmed, this was incredible. It was like throwing a fat sheep into a pack of hungry wolves and expecting them not to attack. Didn't these orcs value strength and believe might made right? Could it be that these orcs had somehow evolved to reason? Just as Gu Erdan quietly rejoiced, hoping for a glimmer of hope, Yang Lin's smile grew brighter. They are brave warriors, yes, but they don't understand business. Luckily, that's my expertise. I help them sell their hunted game and gathered herbs. After all, the money is theirs. Why would I rob their own funds? Gu Erdan's expression tightened as the truth dawned on him. Yang Lin was nothing more than a local tycoon using commerce to control the orcs. Through a web of entrenched connections, he kept them tethered as his enforcers. Suddenly, Gu Erdan realized, with this man around, who really held the village chief's power. What's more, Yang Lin had shown up uninvited with the militia and hunting chiefs, brazenly stepping into Gu Erdan's space. This was not a hospitable welcome, it was a warning. The true power in this village lay with them. You may be the chief, but don't meddle beyond your bounds. Gu Erdan fixed his gaze on the sly, fox-like man before him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. I didn't expect a person like you in this village. Truly rare to meet. No, not this village. Actually, I own properties in nearly every village within a 10-mile radius, and the buying and selling of goods in all those villages goes through me. Oh, I didn't realize you had branch stores. Congratulations. Not at all, just a small business, nothing compared to your skills. Judging by your name, you must be from the Earl's family, quite distinguished indeed. The 2 of them bantered back and forth, each trying to flatter the other, before finally steering the conversation back to business. Gu Erdan stared at Yang Lin, who wore a pleasant smile, and after a moment of thought said, Mr. Yang, you've come at just the right time. I've only recently arrived here, and am not yet familiar with the local customs. I was hoping to seek some guidance from you. Please, am happy to share everything I know, Yang Lin replied straightforwardly. That's good to hear. I've heard the annual tax revenue here is substantial. Gu Erdan began. Hiling Village has 1,000 ching of fertile land and a sheep farm, so they don't lack food or clothing. The population thrives at about 1,300 people. According to the Earl's domain, Each pays 5 taels of silver annually, totaling 6,500 taels, which converts to 650 gold coins. The 1,000 ching of farmland equals 10,000 mu, each mu levying 2 taels, adding up to 20,000 taels or 2,000 gold coins. The farm contributes 100 gold coins per year, so all the villages combined generate a total tax of 2,750 gold coins. Every year end, I collect the taxes house by house, ensuring there's no over or underpayment, and hand it over to the village chief on time, Gu Erdan said firmly. You collect them yourself? Young Lin narrowed his eyes. Exactly, I collect it personally. The villagers can be hot-tempered and troublesome, so it's easier if I handle it directly to avoid trouble, Gu Erdan answered. At this point, Yang Lin glanced over at the corpse sorcerer Bhopal and Gu Erdan standing nearby. By the way, village chief, the border wasteland isn't very safe. It's best to avoid going out at night, and soldiers should stay in the barracks after dark. There are many bandits, and accidents happen easily. Yang Lin's earlier tone had been polite, but this comment was clearly a veiled warning. Gu Erdan's anger flared into a mocking smile as he leaned forward with a friendly expression. Well, a local landlord like me, and you dare threaten me so openly? Planning to resist, are you? No sooner had he spoken than Carl, the burly werewolf who had been grinding his nails nearby, paused. Yada, the female werewolf, was even more direct, slamming her hands on the table, her sharp nails biting into the wood. She bared all her sharp teeth, her fur bristling as if ready to leap onto Gu Erdan and bite him. Gu Erdan stared at Yada's fierce, menacing stance, leaning forward aggressively. A strange sense of familiarity crept over him. This was exactly how a guard dog behaves when it sees a stranger. Come to think of it, he had trained guard dogs once. Ignoring Yada's hostile glare, Gu Erdan dug into his pocket. Seeing him disregard her like that, Yada finally opened her mouth to roar. But at that exact moment, Gu Erdan pulled out a chicken leg and pressed it against her lips. Yada, just about to roar, suddenly found her mouth filled with the fragrant chicken leg. Coughing, she stumbled back a few steps to the table. She opened her mouth, ready to rage again, but the delicious smell held her back. She couldn't just lose the chicken leg now, not when she was still trying to intimidate people. Chewing on the chicken leg, Yada glanced at the two men beside her, hesitated, and finally started munching. She had intended to snarl and flick the chicken leg away to show her fierce werewolf nature, but it smelled too good to waste. Better to finish eating first, or 2 more seconds wouldn't hurt. The crisp sound of bones being gnawed echoed clearly. Gu Erdan watched Yada bite through the bone and swallow the fragments, shivering involuntarily. That's some seriously strong teeth, must have grown up gnawing rocks. The negotiation with the local landlord ended in bitter failure. Gu Erdan stood by the window, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. The landlord stormed out in anger, followed closely by the male werewolf named Carl, while Yadaho had been grabbed roughly by the collar trailed behind them. The landlord's calculation was simple. As long as Gu Erdan didn't interfere with his business or challenge his authority, they could coexist peacefully, each living quietly in their own sphere. But what he never expected was that Gu Erdan didn't care about money at all. What Gu Erdan wanted was a territory of his own in Black Wolf Village, remote and barren with its harsh environment, was the perfect site to build a teleportation portal. This sealed the fate that the landlord and Gu Erdan could never coexist. After a few rounds of threats, the landlord finally lost his temper and slammed the door as he left. Before departing, Carl shot Gu Erdan a cold glare, then walked away, still gripping Yada tightly by the collar. Speaking of Yada, she was the very embodiment of animalistic instinct. After finishing a chicken leg with a grimace, she found her mouth stuffed with meat whenever Gu Erdan caught her in the act. After several times, she seemed to think that flashing her smile would get her food from Gu Erdan, even daring to sit beside him. When she failed to get any food, she stared fiercely at him, her face nearly pressed against his arm. Passers-by who saw this would most likely assume she was on Gu Erdan's side. After devouring 2 roasted chickens and a pork chop in quick succession, she finally succumbed to full stomach, only to be dragged away by an exasperated Carl. Before leaving, the landlord Yang Lin coldly warned, "Don't stay in the village anymore. The house is old and could collapse on you at any time." Gu Erdan's retort was sharp and resolute. "Even if I lived on the main road, I wouldn't leave the village. If robbers show up, who lives or dies is still uncertain." And so, the first day on the job came to an end. The villagers dispersed and resumed their daily routines. On the surface, Black Wolf Village appeared peaceful and harmonious, with the occasional scuffle being the only disruption. As night fell and the moon slowly replaced the sun, the village lights gradually went out. Yet darkness never fully swallowed the place. In the endless night, pairs of green, glowing eyes occasionally pierced through the gloom. Those were the eyes of werewolves reflecting moonlight, the source of their night vision. The village chief's office, located on the village's edge, was usually dim and quiet, but tonight it was lit by candlelight. Inside, Gu Erdan was nervously discussing plans with the corpse witch Bhopal. Outside, 2 black warriors stood solemnly by the door, taking turns on guard duty, while two others patrolled the village chief's courtyard separately. Clearly, Gu Erdan's proposal for a nighttime operation was no empty talk. Such a brazen provocation quickly caught the attention of Yang Lin and his supporters. Without hesitation, they began rallying their forces, ready to teach this arrogant official's second-generation son a harsh lesson. Amid the darkness, faint rustling sounds occasionally drifted by, barely audible over the howling wind. A squad of orcs moved stealthily around the village chief's courtyard, not a single one wearing shoes. Their thick paw pads muffled every step, so whether they trod on soft sand or creaking wooden planks, not a sound betrayed their presence. In the distance, the footsteps of a patrolling black knight grew louder. 10 werewolves exchanged glances. The leader made a throat-slitting gesture. They all nodded. Everything was set. The black knight's steady boots approached with measured rhythm. Carrying a long spear on his shoulder, he was about to step into the wolves' ambush. Suddenly, he halted. Without any sign of alarm or sound, he calmly focused his gaze into the shadows where the wolves hid, as if piercing through the concealment to see their very forms. The unnatural silence sent chills down several wolves' spines. The leader's eyes widened fiercely. He snarled, "Who put their tail up?" Chaos exploded instantly. Some comrades scrambled to check their tails, some grabbed theirs hurriedly, others curled their tails beneath themselves. Shouts rang out, "My tail's right here. Not mine. I'm hiding mine under my rear. Wait, why do I have two tails? You're holding mine." Amid the confusion, tails got tangled, frantic wolf howls blending panic with frustration. The leader's face darkened to the point of despair at his foolish tribe. After all, being a half-blood werewolf with mostly human lineage, he barely showed wolf traits and was relatively intelligent, which is why he led these dim-witted followers. Suddenly realizing their cover was blown, he bellowed, leapt from the shadows, and roared, "Charge! Take her down!" No longer hiding his identity, the leader and his pack of 10 surged forward. Orcs are naturally strong beasts. Although most cannot cultivate doki or magic to enhance their strength, their raw power rivals many ordinary cultivators. Werewolves rank mid-tier among orcs, roughly matching a human second-rank greatsword master, while gifted few reach third rank. The 10 wolves attacked ferociously, claws sharp as blades and nearly as long as fingers. Leading the charge, the pack leader slashed a claw fiercely at the Black Knight's neck, a strike so swift it was like a white streak, revealing seasoned combat skill. Clearly faced armored foes many times. But he hadn't expected the Black Knight's power to far exceed his estimate, nor that this knight possessed natural night vision. More precisely, most undead can sense soul energy. Living souls glow like infrared heat to them. The Black Knight had locked onto the leader's move. Before the claw could land, she sidestepped and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen, hurling him backward. The incoming wolves followed, but the Black Knight dodged deftly, grabbing a tail and swinging it hard, scattering the 10 wolves like bowling pins. The pack crashed to the ground everywhere. She held back deliberately, obeying Gu Erdan's orders. Her aim was to use these rather foolish wolves as cover. She couldn't afford to slaughter them all or make enemies here. The command was clear. Keep some alive, no crippling wounds, but fight hard and knock them down if possible. Thus, most wolves were injured but survived. Several frightened yet defiant wolves scrambled up to attack again, agile but still knocked down by her punches. After 3 failed attempts, they finally accepted this was a formidable opponent. Tucking their tails between their legs, the pack panicked and turned to flee. But the Black Knight wasn't letting anyone escape. She gave chase, landing punches that knocked down retreating wolves, leaving them stunned on the ground. The pack leader, struggling to his feet amid the carnage, lifted his head and let out a piercing howl that shattered the still night, echoing through the entire village. Soon, every household in the village lit their lamps simultaneously, flooding the darkness with light. In the early hours, Gu Erdan pushed open the door and sighed deeply, exhausted after a whole night of hard work. The slime creature was somewhat useful, but far from fully realistic. Its digestive ability was astounding. It could break down anything it swallowed in no time. That wasn't entirely bad, as it saved him a lot of trouble. Yet the slime was just a disguise. Gu Erdan's true body was that of a skeleton soldier, who neither needed nor could sleep. Although sleep seemed like a waste of time, an unnecessary luxury, the difference between being able to sleep and not was enormous. The feeling of sinking into a deep dream, with mind and body fully relaxed, was something Gu Erdan only realized was precious once he lost it. Rubbing his sore, dry eyes, he stretched lazily and stepped out of the room. The sight before him nearly threw his back out. In the village chief's yard, werewolves were sprawled all over the ground, each one frozen in place. They lay twisted and scattered like prey pinned down by force. 4 black warriors patrolled nearby, their gazes sharp and unforgiving. If any wolf moved even slightly, they would be booted aside without hesitation. Staring at the tightly packed mass of werewolves on the ground, Gu Erdan propped his chin on his hand and bit his lip hard. What on earth is going on here? He wondered. As he appeared, several black warriors hurried over to report. Your Majesty, these criminals launched a surprise attack on our forces last night. Following your orders, we captured every single one alive. A surprise attack? Gu Erdan frowned. You call the whole village attacking you a sneak attack? That's just an open brawl. The village only has about 1,300 people, and nearly 1,000 of them are lying here now. Don't tell me you caught every last one of them. He looked around. The ground was practically covered in werewolves. He smacked his forehead heavily. Luckily, he had ordered them all taken alive yesterday. If had commanded them executed instead, the village would have truly been slaughtered. He squinted through the crowd, locking eyes on the militia captain, a male werewolf named Kair. Tilting his head slightly, he nodded discreetly to a nearby black warrior, who stepped over and roughly yanked Kair up. Kair, badly beaten the day before, panicked and wildly scratched the air. Stop hitting me. Stop it. I surrender. Gu Erdan crouched down, smiling gently. I'm not here to hit you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Go ahead, kid. Who ordered you to attack me? Kair blinked in surprise. Order? No one ordered us. Really? No one gave orders? Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow. You better think carefully. Kair nodded without hesitation. Really, no one did. Attacking the village chief to force him out. That's something you don't need orders for. Seeing Kair's blunt answer and lack of common sense, Gu Erdan's expression darkened and he frowned. You mean you were the one who orchestrated all this? Yeah. Kair nodded repeatedly. All right then, since you're so proud, I'll grant you your wish. Before he finished, a black warrior grabbed Kair's tail and dragged him firmly toward the exit. Though slow-witted, Kair wasn't stupid. He desperately clawed the ground to pull himself back, his voice panicked and rising in pitch. Wait. Don't kill me. I won't do it again. What good's being scared? You think just apologizing makes everything okay? Then what's the point of the cops? You know what it means to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Gu Erdan said coldly. In the yard, the fallen werewolf's eyes were full of complicated emotions. The black warriors patrolled with firm solemnity, and the turmoil was gradually settling. Gu Erdan's gaze grew heavier. On the surface, the village seemed calm and peaceful, but beneath, dark currents churned relentlessly. Paying for one's mistakes is only natural. Gu Erdan waved his hand, signaling the black warriors to halt, then crouched down with a friendly smile as he fixed his gaze on Carl kneeling before him. Yet beneath that smile was a sharp edge of pressure. Unless you're not the mastermind behind all this, I'll ask one more time. Carl, who exactly ordered you to do this? Carl hesitated, instinctively glancing at his comrades nearby. Terrified, they all quickly lowered their heads, fear written plainly across their faces. After all, they weren't pure-blooded orcs with fearless bloodlines. When lives were threatened, fear made them weak. Gu Erdan scanned the cowardly expressions around him. Suddenly, Carl took a deep breath and wore a resolute expression, as if ready to die honorably. It was me who ordered it. You really are a stubborn girl. Gu Erdan shook his head, thinking this half-witted fool clearly couldn't think straight. Kid, it's good that you don't want to betray your own people, but don't forget this village isn't just full of your own kind. Are there no outsiders here? Outsiders. Carl frowned, confused. Then, prompted by Gu Erdan, realization dawned, and he stared blankly at the crowd. You mean, you're the outsiders? Before the words left his mouth, a loud slap struck the back of Carl's head, making him stagger forward dangerously. What? You want me to believe you invited them to kill us? Not a chance. You clearly don't know about the Horse King, do you? The Horse King? Carl furrowed his brow, puzzled. Who's that? What does how many eyes he has have to do with us? You. Black warrior. Hang him. Hang him. Gu Erdan roared in fury, completely done trying to reason with these idiots. Because they've got no brains. Just as two black warriors grabbed Carl to hoist him up on a flagpole for public display, a werewolf nearby suddenly raised a hand, voice trembling but clear. It was young Lin who ordered us. Gu Erdan blinked, turning to get a better look, and was surprised to recognize a familiar figure. Yetta, the female werewolf once thought to be quite tame. This lazy, flesh-loving troublemaker turned out to be the smartest among the werewolves. The two black warriors released Carl abruptly and dragged Yetta before Gu Erdan. Gone was her usual arrogance. She cowered, clearly bearing the marks of last night's beatings. Seeing this, Gu Erdan's expression softened into a warm smile. Well, aren't you cooperative? Tell me, why did young Lin want you to attack me? Yetta stammered. Because he wanted to, but Gu Erdan's smile froze. Suddenly clutching his chest, he gasped as if pierced by some painful emotion. My heart's so tired, never mind. Might as well just kill him outright. Yetta panicked. Because he has bad intentions. He wants to kill us and take our stuff. He's got something wrong with his head. Though inwardly, she thought it was clearly them who had the problem. Gu Erdan was done wasting words on these werewolves. With a toss of a command, the black warriors forced the group to accompany them toward the grand mansion in the village center. The village covered roughly 2 hectares, with Yang Lin's residence standing out for its luxurious single quadrangle courtyard stretched 500 meters square. Gu Erdan raised an eyebrow, sneering. I told you guys you live in wooden huts while they have a fancy courtyard and you find that unfair? The werewolves exchanged glances, shaking their heads. No, 3 of the rooms are granaries, 1 stores pelts, and another is for meetings. Most of the land actually belongs to us. Where's the imbalance? Yours? Gu Erdan glanced at the heavily guarded gates, and then at the so-called granaries and conference rooms, realization hitting him like a slap. He pounded his forehead hard. That granary is really Yang Lin's storehouse. The pelts room is where he keeps valuables. The conference room is just the guest hall. Your land? Are you blind or what? The exposed lie left the werewolves visibly flustered, while Gu Erdan's disdain showed openly. Leading the captives closer to the opulent main gate, the guards at the entrance immediately tensed up, stepping forward to confront them. What do you think you're doing? The guards and retainers at the gate were impeccably dressed, some clad in armor or leather, others wearing nearly new clothes. Though their attire couldn't quite match that of true nobility, it was far above the common folk and even rivaled the guards of wealthy landowners. Clearly, Yang Lin was financially well off enough to have his men dressed so finely. These retainers and guards were no ordinary good guys. Most had fierce faces or were covered in scars, looking every bit like battle-hardened veterans. Just standing there, without any special effort, they resembled ruthless enforcers running amok. Faced with these intimidating servants, Gu Erdan glanced at Karl and Yada, thinking to himself, how on earth do you get along with them peacefully? Karl and Yada exchanged uncertain looks. We just get along normally, Karl said. Then how do you get in to see Yang Lin? Gu Erdan pressed. If we're in a good mood, we just ask to be announced. If not, we walk right in. Karl scratched his head. Then, on Gu Erdan's signal, walked over to negotiate with the guards. But having just taken a beating, Karl looked grim as iron and not in a mood to deal with pleasantries. Seeing this, the head guard quickly spoke up. Wait. You want me to announce you? Announce what? Do I need his permission just to enter my own house? Before he finished, Karl slapped him hard with a huge, fleshy hand. The force was extraordinary. The guard spun around, and his helmet got dented and crushed. Holding his head in pain, the guard wanted to shout in anger, but saw over 1,000 orcs glaring fiercely. Remembering how the previous captain was torn to pieces for provoking them, he swallowed his rage and forced out a stiff smile. Master Karl, our lord is resting. Shall I call him for you? The captain tried to ease tensions. What time is it? We were getting beaten over there. He dares to sleep this early? Get out of my way. Karl grabbed the captain's collar disrespectfully and yanked him outside. Then he strode toward the door. The retainers and guards blocking the door dared not stop him. They pushed the door desperately to hold back the intruders. Seeing them resist, the werewolves behind roared fiercely without pause. Some climbed walls, others crashed the door. In less than 15 minutes, the 2 thick wooden doors were smashed open and a corner of the wall collapsed. Looking at the chaos and the guard captain being beaten terribly, his helmet and arm guard taken, the truth dawned on Gu Erdan why they got along with these fearsome guards. Compared to the vicious retainers, the werewolves were many, united, and truly the overlords here. Master! Master! Trouble! The werewolves are rebelling again. The guard captain screamed as he ran into the inner courtyard, startling everyone inside. A young man of about 18 or 19 hurriedly slipped on his clothes and dashed out of the room in a panic. His sharp shout instantly broke the quiet of the early morning. Who's there? Who dares cause trouble so early? Don't want to live anymore? His voice was loud and resolute, immediately capturing the attention of the werewolves in the courtyard. Those who had been beating on the servants and guards stopped abruptly, and all turned to look at him. Faced with thousands of green glowing eyes staring back, the youth's expression changed drastically, and he froze even in the middle of getting dressed. After 2 silent seconds of eye contact, he didn't hesitate. He spun around and slammed the door shut behind him. Cowed already? Seeing the young man retreat back inside, the werewolves resumed their brutal assault on the guards and servants with renewed savagery. Some were lifted and slammed violently into stone walls and doors. Others were thrown against the ceiling, then crashed down hard to the ground. Even more cruelly, some were tossed into the central water pool repeatedly. Each time they climbed out, they were thrown back in again. Chaos erupted throughout the courtyard. There were fights with the guards, and houses being torn apart. The once elegant, meticulously carved, and orderly yard quickly turned uneven and filled with debris. At that moment, distant footsteps approached. Yang Lin, the local landowner, finally arrived, accompanied by his steward. He stared at the wreckage with a wince of pain in his face, then abruptly turned to glare at the steward and demanded, "What's going on? Didn't you deliver this month's wages on time?" The steward shook his head vehemently. "They were delivered 2 days ago." At that, Yang Lin pressed on. "And the end-of-month dividends? Were those sent as well?" The steward replied quickly, "All sent together." Yang Lin inquired further about the purchased meat and wine, and the steward assured him, not a single bit was missing. Yang Lin frowned and asked, "Are you secretly skimming money? Now it's not enough again." The steward looked hurt and insisted, "I swear, sir, I'm not cheating. The last one who did that was thrown off a cliff by them. His body was never found." Seeing the steward's pitiful expression, Yang Lin's suspicions eased. Though the steward was greedy, who would risk their life stealing from these werewolves? The previous steward who dared had met a terrible fate shortly after taking office. If no pay was withheld and no goods were missing, then what exactly were the werewolves after by causing this uproar? Yang Lin looked around in confusion, then suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Stop! Everyone, stop right now!" At his command, the werewolves who had been smashing and looting immediately ceased, expressionless as their glowing eyes fixed on him. Yang Lin scanned the crowd and quickly focused on Captains Kair and Yada. "Captain Kair, Captain Yada, what's going on here? I sent your wages 10 days early." Kair, who had been punching a guard, glanced sideways at Yang Lin without saying a word, then discreetly looked to his side. At that moment, Gu Erdan's voice rang out, "Talking to him is pointless. This is something you need to discuss with me." With that, Gu Erdan stepped out from the crowd, followed by 4 black warriors and the corpse sorcerer Bhopal. Yang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed upon seeing them, the very people he feared most. "It's you. I never thought it would be you," Yang Lin said, his voice laden with complicated emotions. His gaze swept the silent werewolves, none of whom dared make a sound, and an intense stillness fell over the scene. Yang Lin understood all too well that to command over 1,000 werewolves' obedience was no small feat. Werewolves had simple minds and brutal tempers. Only overwhelming power could force them to submit. A greatsword sect master capable of controlling so many was surely a master of the 6th rank or higher. But the question gnawed at him: why would such a high-level greatsword master choose to lord over a desolate village? With that status, couldn't he be respected and live comfortably anywhere? Serving under a mid-sized faction offered wealth, honor, and security. Why settle for this backwater place? A dark suspicion stirred in Yang Lin's mind. Could it be that Gu Erdan had set his sights on him? His own faction's rapid expansion recently might have provoked this adversary. Yang Lin's face grew even gloomier as he silently instructed 2 burly men nearby, "Keep a close watch." This situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Having already guessed that Gu Erdan's side must have some experts, Yang Lin's attitude suddenly shifted, becoming completely unlike his earlier blend of soft threats and hidden force. A warm, long-lost friend smile appeared on his face, his tone relaxed as if speaking to a close confidant. "Young Master Gu, why go to all this trouble? You manage the village, and am just running a small business. If you govern the village well, my business naturally thrives. If my business grows, the village benefits too. We're like fish and water, bees and flowers. Why bring swords and fighting into it?" Yang Lin's words struck the perfect balance, steady yet flexible, revealing the smooth wit of a seasoned merchant. A glint flashed in Gu Erdan's eyes. This guy was clearly born for business, knowing when to push and when to yield, when to be firm and when to show goodwill. Seeing Gu Erdan remain silent, Yang Lin clenched his teeth, a flicker of anxiety crossing his mind, reluctant to give up, yet afraid of losing the initiative. He understood that if he couldn't get past this hurdle today, the future would be bleak. But even in a crisis there lies opportunity. With skillful maneuvering, he still had a chance to turn danger into safety. Suddenly, Yang Lin shot out his hand, holding up 5 fingers. 50%. From now on, young master, you will take half of my business profits. And all prices in Halong village will be raised by 30%. As his words fell, the surrounding werewolves burst into murmurs. Although somewhat clumsy, they were by no means foolish. The extra 30% profit meant a big leap forward for their already decent livelihood. Gu Erdan was stunned by Yang Lin's generous offer. Buyers bargained hard everywhere, driving prices down. But who had ever heard a seller cleave off so big a slice from his own profit? Such magnanimity proved this man was truly talented. Still, business is about balanced exchange, so Gu Erdan knew Yang Lin's generosity must have a deeper meaning. A serious look gradually spread across his face. "So then, Gu Erdan ahem, Yang Lin, what's the price?" Yang Lin gave a dry laugh, but kept a humble tone. "Please don't joke, young master. I'm just a small merchant. How could I bargain with you? The money is yours, just a gift. But lately, bandits have been rampant outside, constantly robbing our goods. If merchandise gets stolen, I lose money. Loses means smaller dividends. If your bodyguard expert is willing to escort my caravans a few times, it would be enough. No need for constant protection, just enough to let the bandits know there's a strong hand here to deter them." He rubbed his hands, smiling earnestly to show his sincerity. When Gu Erdan's expression softened in understanding, Yang Lin added, "You won't need to worry about guarding the caravans all the time. Though my operation is small, I do have 2 5th-rank sword sect bodyguards stationed here, so security is solid." The sword sect? Gu Erdan frowned while looking up at the 2 bodyguards beside Yang Lin. Both were composed and steady, with sharp gazes and upright postures. Feeling the faint but powerful aura radiating from them, Gu Erdan couldn't help but smirk. This was clearly a message to him. Don't think you, Gu Erdan, are the only sword sect expert here. If that were true, he would at least have to acknowledge these 2. They might not defeat the top sword sect master, but they sure had a chance to escape alive. If the 2 of them deliberately made trouble, even a guard from the great sword sect would struggle to handle it. Such a pity. Gu Erdan suddenly raised his hand and grabbed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. 50% is too little. Absolutely not enough. How about a 6,040 split then? Someone hesitated. No matter what. Does His Highness intend to take 70? Gu Erdan sneered coldly. Master Gu, I'm in business, not charity. Who does deals that lose money? Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is not wise. If you drive me away, who can still make money here? 37%? You really underestimate me. Yang Lin, I want it all. Gu Erdan's words stopped Yang Lin dead in his tracks, his face turning pale instantly. What? You? Before Yang Lin could reply, Gu Erdan waved a hand and turned around to leave. Bhopal, this guy's a talent, and we need some seed money ourselves. Let's reluctantly let him join us, Gu Erdan said with undeniable authority as he walked away. From now on, take 90% of the profits, leave him 10% for his hard work. Yes, Your Majesty. The corpse shaman Bhopal straightened his chest and saluted, a twisted smile creeping onto his gaunt face. Watching Gu Erdan's retreating figure, Bhopal suddenly spun around and fixed a cold glare on Yang Lin. The latter jumped in fright. What are you doing? Yang Lin warned. I'm a 6th-rank greatsword sect. You'd better think twice before messing with me. He hesitated. There are 7 noble territories nearby, plus all the rural gentry as my allies. If you... Before he could finish, Bhopal coldly waved his hand. His staff shot forward like lightning, slicing through the air and leaving an afterimage. A sharp pain stunned Yang Lin's chest as he was lifted off the ground and violently impaled on the staff. Blood spat from his mouth and nose, disbelief freezing in his eyes. He never expected the other party to dare attack him without hesitation. Master Yang. 2 nearby 5th-rank sword sect disciples were about to intervene when suddenly their leader was hoisted by a staff. Blood poured from 7 holes, and his spine was grotesquely twisted. He looked close to death. Fury boiling over, they roared and charged forward, weapons raised. But before their battle chi could explode, Bhopal suddenly stomped the ground. Noise. With a thunderous sound, an invisible shockwave burst forth in all directions. Thousands inside the hall were violently thrown back. The courtyard center was left with only Bhopal and Yang Lin impaled on the staff. The 2 5th-rank disciples slid down the wall, coughing up blood, gravely wounded. You. One leaned against the wall gasping, terror on his face. That strike just now is far beyond the power of a 6th-rank great sword sect master. And that was just a casual blow. Who exactly is he? A 7th-rank sword sovereign? An 8th-rank great sword sovereign? Could he be the legendary 9th-rank sword emperor? The other disciple, stunned by the shock, fainted, banging his head against the wall. Bhopal snorted arrogantly, filled with disdain. Humph. A bunch of ants. If it weren't for His Majesty wanting to play, I wouldn't bother with you. Then his expression shifted completely, shedding all pretenses. Dark, cold sovereignty emanated from him. His eyes black as ink scanned the crowd, resting on the cowering werewolves and guards, as he kept snorting disdainfully. Fixing his gaze on Yang Lin once again, Bhopal's cheek twitched. A stiff smile appeared. Lucky little guy, bowed down gratefully to His Majesty. There's no way you could imagine the kind of power that has favored you. With that, he twisted his staff, releasing a surge of dark energy like a tidal wave straight into Yang Lin's abdomen. The black energy exploded into a dozen smoky fragments at once. Bhopal withdrew his staff and casually tossed Yang Lin's body to the ground, stooping as he leaned on his staff and slowly walked away. No one in the hall dared to belittle the frail, old man anymore. Not one dared to meet his gaze or speak again. As for Yang Lin, sprawled on the ground, face turned up, still frozen in terror, his eyes dimmed, and life slowly slipping away. At night, the Yang family estate was draped with white cloths everywhere, casting a solemn and mournful atmosphere over the grounds. In the center of the courtyard, a dozen or so people dressed in mourning attire knelt before the coffin, holding Yang Lin's body, their cries wrenching and heartrending. Master, you died so cruelly. These mourners were Yang Lin's relatives. His wives and concubines numbered over a dozen, and he had 6 or 7 children. The sobbing rose and fell relentlessly, suffused with unbearable grief. Nearby, the steward, several guards, and household servants stood in a line with grave expressions, silently guarding the funeral. 2 swordsmen of the 5th rank from the sword sect, both severely injured, stood quietly in a corner, their faces pale and their wounds not yet healed. Their eyes flickered with caution and tension. Inside the main hall, another group of werewolves clad in white cloth gathered, quietly observing the mourning. Leading them were Karl, captain of the werewolf militia, and Yada, head of the hunting team, clearly having come to pay respects to their old friend. Though their presence was ostensibly for condolences, it was obvious many were more interested in the food and drink afterward. Some whispered mockingly, "Why all the tears? It's just a dead man. Our village sees plenty of death bitten by beasts while hunting, or dying in fights gone wrong. If we all cried like you, would be blind by now." Werewolves were born into the cycle of life and death, unbothered by death itself. unable to grasp the depth of the family's sorrow. Yet their eyes were fixated on the feast, knives and forks already clutched in eager anticipation. Amid the cries, watching, and waiting, Yang Lin's primary wife suddenly wiped her tears and spoke firmly. This cannot be allowed to end like this. Her words caused an immediate stir, especially catching the injured swordsman off guard, who took a cautious step back. She quickly added, but as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. What matters now isn't revenge, but reviving our family's legacy. With the master gone, there is no leader at home. We cannot just sit and wait to die. My son is young and promising. I believe he is the one who should lead. At this, the crowd instantly understood that this was, at its core, a battle over inheritance. Though her words sounded righteous, they barely masked her greed for the estate. Another wife, who had secured connections, promptly retorted, "Sister, that's not right. I entered the household later, but am the master's favorite. My youngest son has already started managing business with grandfather. If we're talking about supporting the family, I believe my son is more suitable." Another voice followed quickly. "While fifth sister's son is clever, he is still too young and inexperienced. My son is the eldest. The eldest brother is like a father. He is the right choice to take charge." The hall, once filled with wailing, quickly erupted into loud arguments, the wives fiercely clashing over family assets. The concubines, who had no direct power to fight, began gathering allies to sway the balance of power. The bickering grew noisy and intense, with no side willing to yield. Although thoughts of violence flickered, they could not act. Yang Lin had been powerful and ruthless in life. His wives had never been involved in managing the family business, and thus lacked support from servants or guards. With no one to back them, their quarrels would remain bitter yet powerless words. Amid the chaos, one figure stood out: Yang Lin's fourth son, the young man who had earlier sneaked out from a room, but then cowered back under the werewolf's intimidating gaze. He did not join the brawl or choose sides. Instead, he knelt by his father's coffin, crying out loud, tears streaming freely down his face. He wasn't truly without desire or ambition. It was just that his mother had died long ago, and he himself had no real skills or means. There was simply nothing worth fighting for. As he wept, the boy suddenly froze, caught in a strange illusion. He faintly saw his father's corpse twitch ever so slightly. Confused, he widened his eyes and slowly moved closer. Just as he was about to press his face against the coffin, Yang Lin's eyes suddenly snapped open. "Mom!" The sudden scream shocked everyone. Faces filled with disbelief, the boy scrambled backward 3 or 4 meters, wildly pointing at the coffin. My dad. My dad's come back from the dead." "Ridiculous. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one coming back from the dead." The eldest wife slammed her hands on her hips in anger and scolded him. "With the master gone, don't act like no one can control you. But my dad really came back. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves." The boy insisted urgently. "Humph. Scoundrel. The master's lying there perfectly still. I say you're the zombie." Here, before she could finish, the eldest wife leaned over the coffin to take a look and instantly turned pale with terror. Inside, Yang Lin's corpse had pitch-black eyes that glared sideways at her. Bulging veins stood out on his face, with black patterns slowly crawling and writhing along those veins like living creatures. She was so frightened she collapsed onto the floor, desperately kicking her legs to put distance between herself and the coffin. The room erupted into chaos, others panic-stricken by her screams. Before anyone could react further, a black-veined hand suddenly burst from the edge of the coffin, smashing the wooden boards to splinters. Yang Lin slowly sat upright. His eyes were as dark as ink, his veins twisted grotesquely, and his face looked like a demon risen from the underworld. The hall fell into a heavy silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at him, frozen for several tense seconds. "He's a zombie." A sharp shout shattered the silence. People scrambled to flee in terror. The werewolves seized the chance to loot food, and the servants slipped away. Only a few guards remained calm enough to draw their swords and circle around him. Yang Lin's gaze was distant as he stared down at his own hands, vaguely sensing something was wrong with his body, but unable to pinpoint it. Suddenly, one guard lunged from behind, swiftly wrapping an iron chain around Yang Lin's neck, trying to drag him from the coffin. Startled, Yang Lin grabbed the chain with both hands and tugged hard. There was a horrific scream as the guard and chain were flung violently to the ground. The guards were terrified by the scene, and Yang Lin himself was taken aback. Instantly, they pulled out wooden clubs and chains and attacked from all sides, trying everything to subdue him. Some grabbed his arms, others locked his legs, using all their strength to restrain him. Yet after being tightly bound by multiple clubs and chains, Yang Lin suddenly unleashed a fierce burst of power. With a loud crack, chains snapped, guards were thrown flying, and clubs shattered into splinters. Watching the guards writhing in pain on the floor, Yang Lin lowered his head, staring at his hands as a faint smile crept across his lips. Before his laughter could break the silence, a fifth-rank sword sect disciple rushed forward, pulling at the chain and swinging a heavy blow. The chain struck Yang Lin's body forcefully, but didn't move him an inch. Yang Lin grabbed the chain with his other hand and yanked hard, pulling the disciple off the ground and toward him. As the disciple came close, Yang Lin swung a palm strike, landing squarely in his abdomen. The disciple coughed up blood with a gurgle and fell heavily to the ground, badly wounded. The sudden display of strength overwhelmed Yang Lin, who clenched his fists tightly and let out wild laughter. Uh-huh, power. I can feel it. Strength like I've never known before. The name Shirgui might sound similar to Ghoul, but they are entirely different entities. Shirgui are a unique type of undead, created by transforming a living person. If the practitioner is powerful enough, the resulting Shirgui will be nearly perfect before even moving. Their appearance is indistinguishable from an ordinary human, allowing flawless disguise. Conversely, if the practitioner lacks strength, the Shirgui will have obvious flaws, easily revealing their true nature. At this moment, Yang Lin was just such a Shirgui, transformed by a Lord-level master necromancer known as Bhopal the Corpse Witch. Bhopal personally controlled the process, forging Yang Lin into a 6th-level Shirgui with nearly impeccable form. Yang Lin's body was covered with bulging veins slowly pulsing, and his eyes gradually regained a natural human color, though his pupils remained deep black with a strange, abnormal gleam. This resurrection stirred a huge uproar within the Yang family. Everyone in the family was initially terrified, but as time passed they noticed Yang Lin retained his intelligence and behaved completely normally. In fact, his strength had increased dramatically. Gradually, their panic gave way to calm. In a world where might makes right. Even though Yang Lin's appearance was once grim and unsettling, once people learned he wielded immense power, how could the Yang family not rejoice? After all, with such a formidable expert standing guard, their family's wealth and status were sure to rise. Bandits and raiders would no longer dare to act recklessly. At this moment, Yang Lin was leading his family members toward the village chief's courtyard, each person brimming with fierce determination to show the chief a lesson. Trailing behind was a large crowd of curious werewolves, their numbers steadily growing. This beast clan was naturally aggressive and loved watching fights. The more intense, the more excited they became. Nearly the entire village had gathered to witness the scene. The massive procession reached the gate of the village chief's courtyard. Yang Lin's gaze fixed on 2 black-clad warriors guarding the entrance. He took a deep breath and stepped forward confidently. Suddenly, 2 long spears crossed to block his path. The black warriors' faces were expressionless, their eyes shining coldly. Halt! One stern voice rang out, instantly freezing the surroundings in an eerie silence. The Yang family members, who had been eager to confront the chief, fell silent, afraid to speak. Yang Lin looked up to meet the black warrior's gaze, forcing a faint smile, though it was stiff and heavy with restraint. Gentry, Yang Lin wishes to speak with young Master Gu. Please inform him at your earliest convenience. His tone was unexpectedly humble, lacking any previous authority or arrogance even when facing only 2 guards. The Yang family members behind him were stunned. None anticipated such meekness from Yang Lin. The 2 black warriors remained expressionless. One responded flatly, His Majesty is resting. Please come back tomorrow. Ah, yes, of course. I merely came to deliver a formal greeting. I shall visit at noon tomorrow. Kindly pass along the message. Yang Lin respectfully handed over a greeting card and slightly bowed before turning to leave. Just as he turned, a low, amused voice came from deep within the courtyard. Boy, you've come. I wasn't mistaken, you truly are clever. From the darkness, an aged face slowly appeared. It was Bhopal the Corpse Witch. Though hunched over and leaning on his cane, his eyes still shone brightly. Seeing him, Yang Lin was struck with sudden shock and quickly turned around, bowing respectfully, my lord. The atmosphere immediately tightened, filled with a silent sense of awe and anticipation at the extraordinary presence. I thought you might be a bit swollen or dazed upon waking, and that I'd have to help snap you back to reality. But it seems your newfound, subtle power hasn't clouded your judgment. Wise of you, my lord. Though I'm just a humble squire from a remote village, am not without some insight. Someone capable of casually bestowing power like this is not to be trifled with. Such strength is scarce even in ancient records. You must be a revered sage of the highest order. No sooner had he finished speaking than everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. What is a sage? A being beyond ordinary comprehension. Even the vast church openly recognizes only 8 such saints. Other great nations have but a handful, 2 or 3 at most, sometimes only 1. Leading kingdoms like Qin or Yanhua lack openly acknowledged sages altogether. And now, standing before them was a seemingly frail old man, revealed to be a legendary Tier 10 powerhouse. The news stunned the crowd beyond their wildest expectations, almost unbelievable. As Yang Lin's words hung in the air, the corpse mage Bhopal's smile grew even brighter. You are indeed clever. You have not disappointed me. I am no great figure, merely a lowly soldier in His Majesty's legion. He chuckled lightly. I jest. A man of your stature surely cannot be idly, huh? I am Bhopal, a centurion entrusted with His Majesty's counsel in this realm. I strategize for His Majesty and handle the trifles that do not merit his attention. Since you have come willingly, I trust you have made your choice. Let us talk this over properly today. As he spoke, Bhopal's footsteps were steady and sure, the waves of his presence rolling out to quiet the assembled crowd. Just as his aura peaked, two long spears suddenly clashed in front of him with a sharp clang. A black-clad warrior's voice rang coldly. His Majesty has decreed a curfew this night. No one may enter. Bhopal frowned, and his commanding presence evaporated instantly. I was just about to leave. You shall not leave, the black warrior said firmly. But how can I negotiate if I don't get out? No matter what, you're not going out. His Majesty only forbade entry. He did not say I can't go out. No one is allowed in. So how could you be allowed out? The two black warriors glared like blades, causing a twitch at the corner of Bhopal's mouth. The power of the royal guards was legendary among this undead army. To directly confront them was suicide. With no choice, Bhopal hesitated, then lowered his voice in plea. Gentlemen, we are comrades. Resolving the funding issue is my duty. Please help me. Otherwise, I cannot report to His Majesty. That's not our concern. You still can't leave. The guards were resolute. Please, I am a centurion. My rank is not inferior to yours. Humph, a ragtag centurion daring to challenge the royal guard? The black warriors glared fiercely, and Bhopal's rising momentum crashed and died away. After all, the royal guard was His Majesty's most trusted unit. Anyone who dared oppose them heathen was courting death. Reluctantly, Bhopal gritted his teeth. Then I'll just have to see His Majesty myself. Is that a threat? The black warrior asked coldly. Don't worry, I'm not snitching, just following proper protocol. Besides, it's well past midnight. His Majesty is surely resting. Disturbing him for such a trivial matter weighs on my conscience. He smiled wryly. The two guards exchanged glances. Though they had no fear of Bhopal, disturbing the king at this hour was another matter. After a long hesitation, they finally lowered their spears. Humph, then settle your business quickly. If you wake His Majesty, don't blame us for being harsh. Understood, understood. If I do bother His Majesty, they'll offer my head, Bhopal said with a smile as he left the courtyard. He quickly recovered his serene composure and approached Yang Lin. All right, the problem's handled. Now, let's discuss the matter between us. That night, the corpse sorcerer Bhopal and Yang Lin sat together under the dim light, deep in conversation, finally settling all the business details. Yang Lin was the embodiment of sharp business sense, decisive and efficient. He understood clearly that power outweighed money, and strength outweighed power. So when he chose to align with Gu Erdan, he did so without hesitation, pouring out his entire fortune and offering up his whole industrial network as collateral. Only then did Bhopal realize with surprise that he had underestimated this man. He had thought Yang Lin was just an ordinary local landowner, but in fact, he was a key member of a vast hidden organization. This invisible, intangible alliance was made up of countless gentry and merchants secretly united. It was neither a public group nor a simple interest faction, but a web of covert connections pulling at many forces. For a long time, merchants and gentry had been preyed upon from all sides. The wealth of commoners was sucked dry by them, but their own resources were in turn plundered by stronger lords and nobles, forming a brutal hierarchy of big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. When facing clever people, they could preserve themselves peacefully enough, at worst losing some wealth to survive. But encountering the foolish often meant ruthless exploitation, killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Whenever rebels rose, these merchants and gentry were the first targets. Wealthy, but lacking real power, they became easy marks. Fed up, they finally exploded in rebellion. Protests were crushed, uprisings suppressed, and without courage to fully revolt, they hit a dead end and so united to form a secret organization, the Wealthy Merchants and Landowners Revenge Alliance, or simply, the Avengers Alliance. The name might sound absurd, but their methods were vicious. At least half of the recent rebel forces received funding and supplies from this alliance. When no one resisted, they were exploited. When rebellions arose, they were still exploited. So they chose to supply arms to rebels after all. They never sought to seize power themselves, only to remain safe, rich lords, and claim a share of the spoils. Members of the alliance were clear-headed. If the rebels won, they'd be heroes and gain rewards. If they lost, it just meant backing a new faction, which caused them no real harm. The smarter ones never turned on the alliance. That would be like killing the golden goose. Yang Lin was one of the secret backers of a nearby rebel force. He supplied them with 180 suits of armor, 90 warhorses, and over 30 tons of grain, forging a close bond. Local gentry and landowners were even negotiating with the orc tribes over the mountains, planning to pay them to harass the area and draw the main Qin forces here, sparking more battles. Thanks to the steady flow of weapons and resources from the gentry landlords, these rebels had at least a 30 chance of overthrowing the Qin aristocracy. Is a 30 chance too low? For these wealthy local landlords, it didn't matter at all. If they lost, the rebels would just die off, no big deal. They'd support the next batch. Problems that could be solved with money were never a concern for them. In the early hours of the next day, the moment Gu Erdan stepped into the hall, his eyes were stunned by the mountain of wealth stacked before him. The corpse wizard Bhopal and Yang Lin sat there as if nothing was happening, while over 4,000 gold bars lay quietly on the side. For a mere rural landowner spanning a dozen or so villages, to possess such an enormous fortune was beyond belief. One gold bar could be melted down into 100 gold coins, and rough calculations put this man's total assets at over 400,000 gold coins. Gu Erdan quickly did the math in his head. With that kind of wealth, he could buy more than 4,000 suits of armor and build a regular army of 4,000 soldiers, although it didn't sound too exaggerated. This force would far surpass the military presence in the Count's territory. Truly, local lords never let their wealth flow to outsiders. With this vast sum in hand, Gu Erdan's domain finally showed promise. But for now, he only controlled a small village. The territory was far too limited. Even if he could teleport a large army over, the sheer numbers would draw attention, making stealth impossible. The most urgent task was to expand the land. The method was simple: buy up unclaimed lands from the Count's domain to bring them under his command. As for the remaining bandits and outlaws, that was another matter, and purchasing was one thing, but cleaning house was not their job. Gu Erdan took 50,000 gold coins from his purse and decisively marked out a large plot around him. Looking at the red flags densely scattered on the map, he couldn't help but brood. Somehow, there seemed to be more bandits than villagers. The bandit locations on the map came from Yang Lin's careful intelligence gathering. According to him, without good relations with these surrounding bandits, survival would be incredibly difficult. Otherwise, every few days a new group would raid in waves. Before long, you'd be head-spinningly overwhelmed. The problem was not whether Gu Erdan could beat them was strong enough to rout any bandit group in a few moves, but there were simply too many, tangled and widespread, constantly wearing him down. Around the territory were outlaw dens composed of orcs, ranging from dozens to over 1,000 in number. They fought like madmen, each fiercer than the last. Even with Gu Erdan's overwhelming strength, easily driving one group away, it hardly made a dent. Once one gang was scared off, another passing band saw the new village and swarmed down in a flash like autumn leaves scattering in the wind. After 3 gangs took turns wreaking havoc, there was no time to catch a breath. By the time you finished wiping out one group, the first would have forgotten their fear and returned to stir up trouble again constantly. No one could hold their ground under such persistent harassment. There were countermeasures, however. The most straightforward was to find a larger bandit den and buy protection with bribes. Pay them a cut, and they'd shield your village. If anyone else came to cause trouble, these bandits would be the first to jump to your defense. Those who couldn't defeat these bandits had to bow and submit. But what if an even stronger bandit force showed up? Then you'd hire an even more powerful gang as your backers. Orcs were brutal, but not very smart. As long as the price was right, they'd fight and die for you. The key was not to overpay. If you gave too much, the orc band would swell rapidly, growing ever hungrier for more, eventually turning on you. After draining your coffers, they'd betray you, seize your lands, absorb surrounding bands, build a massive coalition, and launch a fierce assault on the city. Humans called that the orc invasion. Having thoroughly understood the orc nature, Gu Erdan's mind hatched a daring idea. Summoning undead skeletons into battle offered powerful warriors, but required enormous energy, and the skeleton troops couldn't last long, posing huge risks. While creating undead locally might be possible, it would provoke massive hatred from living beings. If a large-scale undead disaster ever broke out, the fledgling phase would be swiftly crushed by a united front of life. By contrast, harnessing native orc populations rapidly reproducing and battle-ready, simple-minded, easy to command might be better suited to building a sustainable army. Using local soldiers for local wars seemed the fundamental solution. The only problem was the orcs' weak combat ability. If only there were a way to dramatically boost their strength to match that of the undead soldiers, everything would be much easier. On a makeshift operating table, Gu Erdan and the corpse witch Bhopal were deeply focused on their work. On the table lay an orc. To secure this subject for his experiment, Gu Erdan had spent 3 roasted chickens, successfully convincing an orc to join his modification project. Emulating the Lich King Alun's method of transforming slimes, he aimed to grant the orc the power of undead ghost fire. However, reality proved far harsher than he anticipated. After countless attempts, the brave and fearless orc ultimately could not survive his death, claimed by the Reaper, caused by dissection. Staring at the dull, lifeless corpse, Gu Erdan shook his head in helplessness, removed his white surgical cap, and turned to gaze out a distant window. Notify the next of kin. I did all I could, he said. With that, he pushed the bloodstained work clothes and left the room. Outside, the orcs who had been eagerly scrambling for roasted chickens froze at his exit, their expressions complicated as they watched him walk away. Once his silhouette disappeared, a few of them resumed excitedly fighting over the chickens. Inside, with Gu Erdan gone, corpse witch Bhopal rolled up his sleeves and took the stage. Though unfamiliar with living body modifications, he excelled at reviving the dead. With the combined power of his domain and magic, the corpse of the orc creaked as its bones moved, and it returned to animate more accurately. It returned in the form of an undead. Though now a fifth-tier undead, the orc retained his intelligence and joyfully rushed out, hands ready to punish the orcs outside who had been stealing his roasted chickens, arguing they had stolen his livelihood. Hearing that Gu Erdan had discovered a method to boost strength through modification, orcs grew increasingly excited and lined up to volunteer as experimental subjects, enthusiastically beyond expectation. Pain was nothing to them. If gaining power required enduring pain, they were willing to suffer even more intensely. Thus, the orc modification project dragged on for days, filled with endless trial and error. For days later, after more than 20 orcs had tragically died in modification, the undead quack, Dr. Gu Erdan, finally gave up on his unrealistic scientist dream and turned to the Lich King Alund of another plane for help. Alund's response came quickly. Despite the tremendous power required, he mobilized over 100 undead lords to maintain the portal and forcefully transported himself over. Staying only one day, he efficiently solved Gu Erdan's problem. Back in the undead realm, Alund began testing mass production of the technique, which was not difficult in itself. Soul Ghost Fire was essentially the flame formed when a soul is tainted and condensed by the aura of death. The real challenge was granting this Soul Ghost Fire to a living body. After a long series of experiments, the top great scientist Lich King Alund finally broke through the bottleneck and discovered the key solution: semi-undead transformation. Similar to the states of blood crows and vampires, it retained a living Bodis form but possessed soul flames. After half a month, he found the balance point and successfully created the first orc with Soul Ghost Fire. That orc's pupils turned jet black, marked with eerie patterns across his body, and Gu Erdan named him the Undead Orc. This first success made subsequent experiments much smoother. Once the knowledge of the sculpting transformation array spread, the underworld quickly saw a surge of high-level undead mastering this technique. The corpse warlock Bhopal, after returning to study intensively for several days, successfully mastered this art. When he returned to Gu Erdan's side, it took only one day to transform 1,300 villagers. After these villagers offered fragments of soul fire, Gu Erdan attempted to strengthen the transformation effect and was very pleased with the result. The enhancement was a complete success, with the upgrade process flawless. However, the downside was that the orc's intelligence remained unimproved, still maintaining their usual smug look. Now possessing an army of his own, Gu Erdan was fully satisfied and began planning his next scheme: to recruit more soldiers, build an even larger legion, and launch a reinforced orc invasion. He wanted the world to witness firsthand just how terrifying it could be when a massive orc army of fourth-tier strength charged across the land in overwhelming force. However, subduing the nearby bandits and mountain raiders posed a serious challenge. A direct assault was one option: crush them into submission, then absorb them into the ranks. But making a huge commotion risked drawing unwanted attention, and early defeat could embarrass the whole operation. After weighing the risks, Gu Erdan decided to stage a cunning trap: invite the enemy inside the urn, so to speak. Orcs instinctively prey on the weak and avoid the strong. If they appeared vulnerable and lacking powerful backing, certain orcs or bandits would inevitably provoke trouble. Gu Erdan planned to exploit this by luring out the raiders in batches, then subduing them one by one. Though troublesome, this method was safer and avoided entangling human society. Under the blazing sun, at the village square's center, Gu Erdan sat with arms crossed on a massive beast-hide throne, his expression stern as he stared ahead. Over 1,000 orcs, wearing ragged clothes and expressionless, mirrored his gaze. The standoff lasted over a minute, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Finally, Gu Erdan frowned and turned to the corpse warlock Bhopal beside him, raising an eyebrow. "Do you think these guys look like villagers who'd get robbed?" Bhopal looked down at the orc horde, feeling their wild, murderous aura and fierce presence, then slowly shook his head. "They seem more like the ones doing the robbing. Expecting these guys to lure out bandits? What? So the bandits can come pay respects to their mountain gate." Gu Erdan slammed his palm down on the armrest, his face flushed with frustration. "I've taught you all for 3 days. Can't you act a little more docile, cuter, easier to bully? With the way you look now, only an idiot would want to come rob you." The orcs exchanged glances, the air thick with awkwardness. After a long pause, the orc captain Yada stammered. Boss, just call me your majesty." "Fine, boss. But we're werewolves." Carl piped up from the side. "I don't care if you're werewolves or not. Even calling you werewolf exterminators won't help." Gu Erdan scowled. "What I mean is, werewolves survive by robbing others. The soft, easy-to-bully ones that would be sheep people, rabbit people, cat people, that sort." Carl shook his head. "No, cats may fear the strong and bully the weak, but when strong, they're vicious beasts that rip enemies apart." Their conversation made Gu Erdan think deeply. Upon reflection, expecting werewolves to be easy targets was unrealistic. Maybe he needed different bait. Do you know any orcs that are easy to bully? Gu Erdan asked. Yes. Really? The orcs leaned forward with expectant eyes. Easy to bully orcs can be bandits? Bhopal asked skeptically. No, villagers. 30 li to the right. There's a den of sheep people whore, quite easy to bully, Yada reported. Good. We'll go meet them and capture them as bait. Gu Erdan decided firmly, rising with an irresistible authority. This decision signaled that the next phase of the subjugation operation was about to begin. Yangjiao Village, originally called Yangjiao Village, was a remote settlement tucked away on the border. At the foot of the village rose a tall mountain, and beyond it lay the gathering place of the Beastmen's sheep clan. The sheep clan was no ordinary tribe among the Beastmen. They were one of the few who knew how to raise livestock, specializing in sheep herding. Perhaps because their own aura closely resembled that of sheep, their flocks were unusually obedient and easy to manage. Logically, their mastery of sheep farming should have ensured a comfortable life, if not great wealth, but reality was far less kind. Other Beastmen tribes had no interest in animal husbandry. They thrived on hunting and raiding. Every so often, marauding groups would invade, stealing the sheep clan's flocks. Unable to defeat these fierce raiders in battle or outrun them, the sheep clan could only stare helplessly as their herds were plundered. Over time, they sank deeper and deeper into poverty. Because of the constant threat from neighbors, the sheep clan preferred to roam rather than settle, traveling with their flocks wherever they could. But even on the move, they were often followed by other beastmen hoping for easy loot. Then one day, a group of sheep clan members crossed into human territory, intending to raid like their kin. To their surprise, they discovered that humans also kept sheep. With this unexpected common ground, the two groups quickly struck up a rapport and began living side by side. Centuries passed, and the joint human-beastmen village gradually grew into what became known as Sheep Village, where beastmen made up 90% of the population, most of whom were sheep clan members. On this particular day, an unwelcome party arrived outside the village. Gu Erdan led a band of over 20 werewolves, including his 4 elite protectors, the shaman corpse warrior Bhopal, and a newly recruited merchant named Yang Lin into Sheep Village territory. As soon as they crossed the boundary, they were stopped by a group of more than 20 dogmen blocking their path with fierce expressions. Unless they possessed a special pass, intruders were turned away. These dogmen were hired guards, literally watchdogs employed by the sheep clan to keep troublemakers at bay. Originally members of a nearby small bandit gang, they were relatively level-headed and intelligent compared to other beastmen. After being recruited, their main task was to prevent idle raiders from stirring up trouble. Though fewer in number and not stronger than werewolves, their tight group cohesion made them a force to reckon with. Gu Erdan had no interest in provoking a fight. Even though his group killed a few dogmen in a scuffle, they feared igniting a larger conflict. In the end, Yang Lin stepped forward. Without a formal pass, he used his status and wealth to persuade the dogmen to allow the party through. After all, Sheep Village did not just breed sheep for their own needs. Surplus flocks had to be sold to buyers, and merchants were one of the few groups able to bypass the dogmen's blockade. Passing through layers of defenses guarded by dogmen, catmen, and snakemen tribes, the group of dozens finally laid eyes on the legendary Sheep Village. Gu Erdan grew increasingly amazed along the way. This was just a village, and though plentifully supplied, its resources were limited. How could it support so many beastmen? The answer was clear: these beastmen were easy to manage. A little food ensured their cooperation. Sheep Village spanned a vast area, dotted with large pastures where cattle and sheep were densely penned together. Situated at the foot of the mountain range, this village, an unusual blend of sheep clan beastmen and humans, had become a unique landmark on the border. The outermost layer consisted of houses where the sheep people lived, forming successive rings around the pasture to tightly guard the grassland. The main purpose of this setup was to prevent the hired bodyguards from sneaking a bite of the sheep. If they weren't watched closely, the flock could be roasted into skewers within just a few days. Word spread that merchants had arrived, and immediately several sheep people came out to greet them. But instead of just sending one village chief, more than a dozen leaders stepped outside to gather all heads of various powerful factions. Such a small village was surprisingly home to a dozen or so lead rams, each commanding a loyal group of followers, guarded by numerous hired bodyguards. Gu Erdan silently signaled with his eyes, and Yang Lin stepped forward to negotiate, hoping to persuade some of the sheep people to visit their village. Whether those visitors stayed or left once there, however, was beyond the sheep people's control. Gu Erdan and his men spread out and began wandering around the village's outskirts. Though a bit bored, he kept busy observing many new kinds of beast folk had never seen before. There were dog people with honest faces, cats with sly, constantly scanning eyes, and fluffy sheep people that looked like they wore thick padded coats. The village even hosted a group of cattle-headed folk, though they didn't have actual bull heads. These beast folk were quite different from the orcs in Warcraft, more like highly anthropomorphized animals. Or monster girls. Or monster boys. After all, which young man hasn't fantasized about cat girls and dog girls? Gu Erdan watched them all with excitement. But the beast folk were extremely wary of outsiders like Gu Erdan. The moment he got close, fierce snarls and bared fangs greeted him. On the other side, Gu Erdan's own wolfmen began growling back, baring their teeth. The two groups ground their teeth and glared at each other like wild dogs fighting over territory. Almost getting bitten put Gu Erdan off entirely. He decided not to provoke these bodyguards and instead turned his attention to the sheep people. Most sheep folk in the village were heavily guarded, surrounded by cat and dog bodyguards, leaving no opening whatsoever. Gu Erdan had no choice but to leave the guarded area and wander the village alone. After some searching, he finally found a surprisingly unprotected group of sheep people. This group had healthy wheat-colored skin with hints of gray, appearing darker than usual. Their fur remained fluffy and white, and their bodies were small. What set them apart were their long, sharp sheep horns, shaped like twin blades atop their heads, instantly memorable. After confirming no one was watching and no large man would suddenly attack, Gu Erdan cautiously approached this group. They were focused on knitting sweaters, spinning yarn from their own wool to sell. It was a major source of income. Though their knitting skills were somewhat clumsy, the wool itself was 100 authentic sheep's wool. Gu Erdan gently reached out and pinched the fur on the head of one female sheep person, quickly pulling back his hand. The woman sheep looked at him confusedly, touched her head to make sure she hadn't lost any wool, then returned to her knitting. He repeated the pinching motion several times, growing bolder after 4 or 5 tries, and even considering tugging a little. Suddenly, the female sheep sighed, put down her yarn, and slowly stood up. Before Gu Erdan could react, she turned to face him and bowed deeply, her sharp horn tips pointing right at him. Only then did Gu Erdan realize what was happening. His face turned pale and his heart pounded wildly. Very well, village chief, the deal is settled then. This time we will purchase 1,000 sheep, priced at 5 gold coins each. This is just the initial cooperation. If the trade goes smoothly, we will continue to make purchases in the future. Yang Lin stepped out of the room, a confident, businesslike smile spreading across his face. The sheep herders following behind him were also smiling, though their expressions were more genuine than Yang Lin's. Selling 1,000 sheep all at once was unquestionably a significant deal. The village chief regarded it highly. This wealthy merchant was no ordinary buyer. Rest assured, our sheep are top quality, the village chief declared earnestly. They graze only on natural grasses, all carefully hand-harvested by our people and our allied tribes. To show good faith, I'm even willing to gift you 500 wool sweaters, each made from 100 pure sheep's wool. The extra gift helped warm the atmosphere, but Yang Lin admitted, however, this is our first time doing business with meat sheep, so we might not sell them all quickly. To move them in bulk, we'll probably need to raise them for some time first. He paused, then proposed, could we invite some sheep herders to visit our village? It's just a few dozen miles to the left, called Hiling Village. The village chief hesitated for a moment. Hiling Village? Wasn't that a place full of werewolves? Sending sheep herders there sounded like sending sheep into the wolf's den. Even if the chief agreed, the timid sheep herders might not want to go. Seeing the village chief's uncertainty, Yang Lin smiled and shook his head. If you think it's not suitable, no worries. We can raise the sheep ourselves for a short time. We originally planned to hire some consultants to help build a temporary sheep pen, offering 10 gold coins per person. 10 gold coins each. The village chief's eyes lit up instantly. A sheep sold for only 5 gold coins, yet paying someone 10 gold coins for help? That's more than the value of a sheep. He rubbed his hands excitedly and nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. Helping customers is our duty. That's customer service, yes, after-sales service. So, 10 gold coins per person, right? How many do you need? 300? 500? Or 1,000? Yang Lin sighed in resignation. They were only buying 1,000 sheep in total, not hiring people to herd land. There was no way he needed that many workers. Hiring 1,000 people to assist would cost more than the revenue from selling the sheep. Even 5 gold coins per sheep was already tight, bringing in so many workers would mean a loss. All right, then let's go with 300, Yang Lin finally agreed, a hint of hope in his eyes. I plan to develop my village thoroughly, focusing on selling livestock to humans in the future. I look forward to your continued support, village chief. The chief nodded repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. Selling 1,000 sheep at 5 gold coins each brought in 5,000 gold coins, with a profit margin of at most 3,000 after costs. Yet paying people to help could easily generate 3,000 gold coins at once, with food and lodging included. Where else could he find such a lucrative opportunity? Secretly, the chief congratulated himself on having scored a great bargain. This sucker definitely needed a harsh lesson after all. Once this opportunity was gone, there'd be no second chance. Some worried whether having so many people on site would cause trouble. What kind of trouble? Human traffickers? Even if they were traffickers, the price for orcs would never be as high as 10 gold coins. Besides, human cities strictly prohibit orcs, and few buyers dare deal in them secretly. In contrast, business for elves was booming. A typical elf easily sold for over 100 gold coins. The best could fetch several hundred, or even thousands. Compared to elves, orcs were practically unwanted freebies. Nobles hardly dared buy them, and even village chiefs were wary who would risk raising orcs. Decades later, orc numbers exploded, especially in your birthplace, Black Wolf Village. It might even become orc territory one day. Facing these strong but not so bright orcs, plotting political schemes was suicide. While you play mind games, they'd stab you right through the chest. Killers must pay with their lives? Orcs would just flee to the mountains and become bandits. The bandit gangs up there were their creations. Bloody lessons had long warned humans. Raising orcs as concubines or pets ended in disaster. Orc gatherings in remote villages often started because a villager wanted novelty and took an orc partner. So the village chief didn't care if Yang Lin had ulterior motives. Well, even better. If Black Wolf Village became Black Sheep Village, wouldn't the way be wide open for selling sheep in the future? When both parties had agreed and were about to round up sheep and select suitable sheep people, two gray-black-skinned sheep people passed by carrying a stretcher with someone lying on it. At first, Yang Lin and the village chief didn't think much. This was an orc settlement after all, so casualties weren't unusual. But a casual glance from Yang Lin caused his hair to stand on end. Lying on the stretcher, face up, was their boss, the infamous Gu Erdan. Yang Lin rushed forward, staring at the pale-faced Gu Erdan, veins bulging on his forehead as he demanded harshly, "Who did this?" The two sheep people carrying the stretcher exchanged indifferent glances, then suddenly slammed it to the ground with a loud thud. Gu Erdan was jolted awake, weakly reaching out to grab Yang Lin's arm. Gasping, "Yang Lin, something's wrong. This sheep, it's vicious." He passed out before finishing. Yang Lin's gaze sharpened as he turned to glare fiercely at the village chief behind him. "Village chief, is this how you treat your guests in Black Sheep Village?" The village chief was dumbfounded, nervously wiping cold sweat from his brow. This must be a misunderstanding." Yang Lin cut him off. "Misunderstanding or not, I want an explanation. Otherwise, I'm not buying these sheep." The chief hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. Let's talk this through. I'll explain everything to this brother right away." Hearing the deal was on the brink of collapse, the village chief took a deep breath, his expression hardening as he stormed over to the two sheep people and shouted, "Speak. Who gave you permission to attack our honored guest? Do you even respect your village chief?" The two sheep people met his anger with blank stares, then suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Then bang. The poor village chief was slammed by one of the goat men and was sent flying 3 meters as if launched by a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. He struggled for a long moment, but couldn't get back up. Another goat man charged mercilessly at Yang Lin, his thick, curved horns like the bumper of a car, extremely hard and dangerous. A hit from those horns would cause severe injury or even death. But Yang Lin was no longer the immature boy he once was. His cultivation had already reached the 6th stage. With a furious roar, he grabbed the attacking goat's horns with both hands and forcibly knocked him down to the ground. Although he had subdued his opponent, Yang Lin's face suddenly changed. Those horns packed incredible strength. Even a 3rd-stage sword master would struggle to withstand such an impact. Were the goat tribe really this formidable? How had he never heard of them before? Seeing the struggling goat man in his grip, Yang Lin summoned his inner energy to the dantian and yanked the horns hard, hurling the man like a stone onto the ground. The goat man immediately fell unconscious. The other one's expression darkened sharply. Suddenly, he drew 2 crescent-shaped scimitars, their blades flashing like lightning as he unleashed a fierce combo attack. Despite the swift and sharp strikes, Yang Lin's overwhelming power completely neutralized them. A heavy punch to the chest sent the attacker flying several meters before he collapsed, unconscious. Yang Lin instantly recognized these 2 goat men by their weapons. They were from the militant Dajiao Yin Goats, a warrior tribe within the goat clan. Their skills in herding and knitting were mediocre at best, but their combat abilities were maxed out. While other goats were busy running from beast packs, these ones went against the tide, bullying everyone else. If they weren't good at sheep farming, how had they become the village tyrants among this group? Yang Lin raised his hand and blew a horn, summoning werewolves and black warriors to rush over. Although Gu Erdan lay motionless on the ground playing dead, his body was fake, so the impact didn't hurt. Surrounded and chased by more than a dozen go-men, feigning death was a wise choice to avoid fighting back. The village chief was helped up, gazing sorrowfully at the 2 unconscious Dajiaoyan goats, then suddenly burst into tears. "We can't live like this anymore." The villagers gathered around to question him. From the chief's words, they learned the origin of the Dajiaoyan goats. They had come to rob the village. Possessing some of the strongest brute strength among the beast men, they easily overwhelmed the entire sheep village's guards, first stealing goats, and then plundering money. Seeing how much wealth the village had, these bandits decided to settle down and never leave. Since they were all goat men, having fellow goats move in was tolerable at first, like hiring powerful bodyguards. But the problem was that the Dajiao Yin goats answered to no one. 8 or 9 times out of 10, whenever someone died from falls or wounds, it was because of them. They were brutal, violent, thieving, and reckless with fights. No one could control them. Though few in number, they were the undisputed bullies of the goat village. This directly caused business in the village to plummet. According to the chief, in just 3 years, 11 merchants were beaten to death by the Dajiaoyan goats. With such a high death toll, who would dare to come and trade in the village anymore? Those bullies showed no restraint even toward the merchants. Just because you happen to have a sweater in hand, they'd demand an outrageous price like an entire gold coin for it. And there was no way you could refuse the deal. If you dared to talk back, they'd shove you. If you tried to resist with a knife, they'd cut you down without hesitation. Most of these thugs were around tier 3 in strength. Even a proper military force would struggle against them, let alone our small sheep village here. Yang Lin kept pestering the village chief, repeatedly promising that this deal would not be cancelled this time, managing to stop the chief from attempting suicide in despair. Watching the chief's tear-streaked, snotty face full of grievance, Yang Lin could only shake his head with a sigh. With these bullies targeting them, this sheep village was probably doomed. But whether the village survived or not didn't concern Yang Lin in the slightest. His mission was simple: carry out the orders from the boss. He was to find a group of sheep-like humanoids to serve as a disguised bait, luring nearby orc bandits to come and raid. Right now, there were 1,000 meat sheep and another 300 easily slaughtered sheep people. Surely the orc bandits would soon catch wind of this and come running. After saying goodbye to the chief and watching him leave to gather tribesmen, Gu Erdan and his group got to work. After a hectic but orderly flurry of activity, all 1,000 meat sheep were quickly sorted. One had to admit the sheep people really knew their breeding. The meat sheep were all fat and healthy, easily top-tier quality if sold in a modern market, and quite valuable individually. But this was a fantasy world, and no amount of breeding tech could compete with natural magic. In just 3 days, one could summon a new sheep. These intense competitors drove meat prices down, pulling all meat and grain values down with them. Armor, weapons, and horses were mass-produced and cheap. The orcs kept their eyes glued to the humans, always itching to raid because humans had abundant supplies. Even if they often got robbed, they still lived comfortably. Normally, one meat sheep would never sell for 5 gold coins. 3 gold coins was already a stretch. Even naturally bred mutton only broke even when sold to the nobles. Gu Erdan stood beside the flock, bored, absently rubbing one sheep's head. Originally, he wanted to stroke the heads of the sheep people. Their heads probably felt nicer than the sheep's woolly skulls. Had been tired of stroking werewolf heads and paws lately, hoping for a change, but nearly got a slip disc from a werewolf's sudden shove. Now it seemed he couldn't even stroke sheep people's heads. Wait, no? The 300 sheep people were right in front of him. Surely these soft, fluffy sheep folk wouldn't shove him around like werewolves, right? As Gu Erdan daydreamed about how he'd rub the sheep people's heads later, the village chief returned with his chosen tribesmen. Seeing the large group behind the chief, Gu Erdan's smile stiffened. Massive curled horns, dark gray-black skin, cold and gloomy eyes. Wasn't this the big horned rock sheep? Of the 300 sheep people, over 200 were big horned rock sheep, with even some not fully grown lambfolk among them. Were they relocating their entire family to this territory? Gu Erdan silently turned to meet the chief's gaze, his eyes clearly asking a question. The chief lowered his head, eyes flickering uneasily, unwilling to meet Gu Erdan's stare directly. Well, the rock sheep heard you wanted a consultant, so they decided to personally escort you this time. So you ended up sending all 300 rock sheep? No. It's 243 rock sheep and 57 sheep people. The chief quickly corrected. After all, we only have 243 rock sheep in our whole village. Gu Erdan smacked his forehead hard. Good grief, they really did bring their whole families along. He glanced back at Yang Lin, then surveyed the thick rock sheep army before him, barely able to suppress a twitch at his mouth's corner. Do you think these guys look like they're here to be robbed? Yang Lin shook his head with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Honestly, I think they're more likely here to rob us. Gu Erdan led his team back to the village, accompanied by more than 200 rock sheep people and an equal number of sheep people. Hoping to use this notorious gang of bullies as bait was clearly wishful thinking. They were unlikely to lure any orcs over, and at best could only scare them away. Because of this, Gu Erdan had to bring in extra reinforcements, hiring 200 sheep people as advisors. Fortunately, there were only about 200 rock sheep people in the village, and the village chief did not pull in more bullies to pad the numbers. Back in the village, facing the gathering werewolves, the sheep people behaved quite obediently, sticking close together as if afraid to break formation and scatter. By contrast, the bighorn sheep were a completely different story. They understood the essence of being bullies intimately. Not only were they fearless, but they often provoked trouble on their own. They claimed territories, snatched rooms, tore down old houses, and built fences. When they dismantled the outer fences, the werewolves turned a blind eye. When they tore down the surrounding wooden houses, the wolf pack still held back their fury. But when these troublemakers set fire to Gu Erdan's village chief's deluxe thatched house for warmth, Gu Erdan wasn't sure if the werewolves could endure it, but he certainly couldn't. At his command, the werewolves bared their claws and closed in. Unexpectedly, when the wolf pups made a move, the bighorn sheep showed no fear. They fiercely drew their dual knives and fought back. Gu Erdan himself was unlucky to be caught in front. One of the bighorn sheep charged him violently, hitting his abdomen hard and causing his recently reset spinal disc to herniate again, making him the first injured on his side. The rebellion of the bighorn sheep was quickly suppressed after all. The werewolves mostly had 4th-tier combat power, and they hadn't leveled up further mainly because Gu Erdan hadn't fully confirmed their loyalty yet. In the village square, Gu Erdan lay back in a chair, expressionless as he stared at the group of sheep before him. Now the bighorn sheep had been squeezed into the middle of the sheep people. Realizing they couldn't actually beat the others, these bullies gave up surprisingly quickly. But their submission wasn't simple, they also acted cunningly, forcing their way into the relatives group of the sheep people, pushing those distant kin outward, trying to use the sheep people as shields. Unfortunately, though they all belonged to the sheep clan, the sheep people only sported tiny horns, mere palms in length, while these bighorn sheep proudly bore 2 massive antenna-like horns that made them stand out like sore thumbs, impossible to hide. As a result, the bighorn sheep were soon dragged out of the formation by the werewolves. Gu Erdan held his waist, shaking his head repeatedly as he looked at this group of bullies now squeezed together and no longer so arrogant. Their strength was real, especially their brute physical force. Despite Gu Erdan being a 4th-tier pinnacle bone frame with insanely tough bones, he was nearly knocked down by a single charge from a bighorn sheep. The legendary impact power was no myth. These guys could fatally strike soldiers clad in heavy armor with their heads, even kill horses charging headlong at them. Their strength was undeniable. Who's the leader here? Step forward. Gu Erdan's cold voice rang out. At once, the crowded bighorn sheep began to react. A sharp crack sounded as the smallest, skinniest ram standing at the outer edge, the one with the shortest horns, was mercilessly thrown at Gu Erdan's feet. She glanced up and couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. This ram was clearly underdeveloped, probably not even an adult, yet he was being pushed forward to take the fall. To so blatantly scapegoat some ineditant, they have even an ounce of brains? With this kind of caliber, there was no way he deserved to be their leader. Yada, grab that ram all the way in the back. Gu Erdan gestured, and the female werewolf named Yada immediately rolled up her sleeves and began making her way slowly toward the innermost group. After a chaotic scramble, a proudly adorned ram in luxurious silk robes and fine brocade was unceremoniously dragged in front of Gu Erdan. Finding the leader wasn't difficult. None of the other rams were dressed with such finery, all clad in coarse hemp or beast-hide armor. If anyone doubted this guy was the boss, they were clearly blind. Gu Erdan's face softened into a friendly smile as he tried his best to appear gentle. Don't be afraid. I just want to talk about cooperation. He even signaled for Yada to release her grip. Unfortunately, his goodwill earned him not an ounce of trust. The orcs didn't understand the value of subtlety. When met with goodwill, their suspicions only grew. Just as everyone held their breath, the ram leader's cold expression shifted suddenly. With a swift motion, he drew twin blades, pressing their sharp edges against Gu Erdan's neck, one to the left, one to the right. The seemingly docile figure was now fierce and snarling with rage. Let my people go, or I'll chop your head off. The surrounding black-clad warriors exchanged tense glances and gripped their weapons tightly, the air thickening instantly. Before they could act, Gu Erdan raised a hand, calming everyone. Hold on. I only want to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Cooperation is you handing over your money and goods obediently. The ram leader's voice was cold and resolute. How long do you think your temporary funds will last? When that's gone, won't you still be stuck fighting here? Listening to such arrogant nonsense, Gu Erdan felt exasperated. He wished he could slap himself. If only had known these guys were this thick-head, he wouldn't have wasted time expecting reason. This kind of scoundrel only understands force. With blades pressed at his throat, Gu Erdan suddenly chuckled. What did you just say? What happens if I don't obey? They'll chop your head off. No joke. The ram's voice was full of murderous intent. Chop my head off? Well, say no more. Gu Erdan grabbed his own head and, with a grunt, pulled it clean off his body. He calmly held it out to the ram leader. Hey, race my head. Careful with it. So, now do you want to talk? The ram leader froze, clutching Gu Erdan's severed head for a full 3 seconds before snapping out of his shock. Orcs like this had guts few could match. Most people would have fainted at the scene. But this one was different. With a sneer, he threw the head aside. Cheap trick. Don't think you can scare me. Suddenly, his twin blades clashed sharply with a spear with a ringing metallic clang that echoed through the area. In the next instant, several black warriors moved quickly to shield Gu Erdan. One of them suddenly drove his knee up hard, thudding the leader's skull with the heavy knee guard. Thud. The ram's legs gave way as his eyes rolled back. He staggered several steps back before collapsing hard. Leaning back in his chair, Gu Erdan shrugged with disdain. Looks like these guys' IQs are hopeless after all. If they don't want to cooperate, then they're going to be my mutton stew. They'll start cooking you all right now. I'm innocent. They forced me into this. This has nothing to do with me. I wasn't involved at all. You've got the wrong person. I'm not a big horned ram. I'm a sheep, a gentle sheep. Outside the door, one big horned ram after another was being dragged roughly by the werewolves and shoved violently into the room. Heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously. The rams struggled desperately, but it was like watching trapped beasts thrash in vain. Don't get the wrong idea, this wasn't a slaughterhouse, and Gu Erdan was not about to shear their wool. Inside the room stood a necroconverter, a mysterious array forged by the Lich King Alanda, capable of transforming living beings into eerie half-undead forms. The device, crafted in the realm of the undead, was made of icy cold materials and adorned with grim, bone-like carvings and shadowy runes that sent chills down the spine. It was precisely this haunting aura that drained the color from the rams' faces, making them curl up in fear. To an outsider, the place looked like a grim torture chamber or an electric chair, perhaps even a roasting pit for lambs. The chaos went on for over an hour, until the array gradually came to life, and the first batch of half-undead beasts was born. Gu Erdan wasn't stingy. Each newly transformed ram was immediately boosted to a level 4 combat capability as a basic joining reward. With their bloodlines surging and physiques suddenly strengthened, the rams circled together, cautiously testing their new strength. Their eyes shone with surprise and excitement. The noisy turmoil in the room finally eased. The rams stopped screaming like slaughtered animals, and Gu Erdan breathed a sigh of relief. Before him stood a force of over 1,000 werewolves, more than 200 big horned rams, and nearly 200 sheep. Though far smaller than his vast undead realm, this was still a genuine army capable of fighting on the battlefield. This was Gu Erdan's Jiang Kuno, Jiang Shan. However, Gu Erdan's smile faded quickly. After a brief conversation, the rams suddenly all turned toward him, eyes burning with fierce intent. Smirking familiarly and clutching gleaming curved blades, a cold, murderous aura quietly rose. They were about to mutiny. Hand over that thing. In less than 10 minutes, over 200 rams fell to the ground, surrounded on all sides by thousands of werewolves. Fresh with new power, these rams had rebelled, wildly trying to seize the necroconverter only to be met with brutal suppression. They collapsed once more, feigning injury and humiliation. Gu Erdan crouched before the ram leader, waving a paper rod made from book pages, lightly tapping the leader's head with helpless frustration. So you're rebelling, huh? Trying to rob me? How about thinking for a second? That trash machine didn't give you your strength, me efforts did. I raised you all myself. Did you think your brains were filled with horn-growing nutrients while you were growing up? At that moment, Gu Erdan was both shocked and furious, his tone full of disappointment and resentment. Fortunately, although these undead weren't very bright, they were loyal to the core. If they had been like these rams, turning traitor the moment they gained power, Gu Erdan wouldn't have lasted, as leader might have been overthrown by his own subordinates long ago. Nearby, the black warriors of the guard looked grim and furious. As Gu Erdan's trusted enforcers, they deeply resented witnessing this rebellion. Someone finally broke the silence, offering their advice. Your Majesty, given how fickle this race is, I suggest we just kill them and use their corpses to create skeletons or zombies to boost our forces. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ram leader, who lay feigning death on the ground, suddenly twitched all over, struggling to crawl deeper into the herd, but Gu Erdan ruthlessly stomped on him, without mercy. Gu Erdan was filled with resentment, cursing these bastards in his heart. Honestly, these guys all looked pretty cute, but their behavior was shameless one after another. He really couldn't understand how the Furii clan could be so quick to draw knives and stab people over trivial disputes. How was anyone supposed to keep them under control? He reached out and grabbed the ram leader by the collar, lifting him up like a kitten with all his strength. The guy, barely 5.5 feet tall, hung his head low now, no longer arrogant and bullying, almost collapsing. A cold, cruel smile twisted Gu Erdan's face, uglier than tears. He fixed the leader with a threatening glare and said, I'm giving you one last chance. Either obey me and become my men, or tonight this village will be serving mutton soup. Having taken a beating twice already, the ram leader dared not resist. He nodded frantically, helpless and resigned to accept. Gu Erdan's expression softened as he took in the scene. Years as a leader had taught him the value of both carrot and stick. Beatings alone weren't enough. The best approach was a carrot plus a stick. So he softened his tone and patted the leader's shoulder. Comrade Lamb, I'm not asking you to work for free. Do you remember those 2 female werewolves and the male werewolf? They were only rank 3 at the start, but because they performed well, I made an exception and promoted them to rank 5. If you all pull your weight, I won't hesitate to boost your strength too. He paused and glanced at the leader, feeling conflicted inside. On one hand, he wanted to grant this ram's leader more power to prove how awesome he was. On the other hand, he worried that if his strength improved, the guy might cause trouble or rebel again. After hesitating briefly, Gu Erdan decided to take action. Empty promises won't convince anyone. You need proof right in front of you. As for future betrayals, if this ram dares to revolt again, Gu Erdan swore he'd shave off every last hair on his head. Selecting a suitable soul shard, Gu Erdan injected energy into the ram leader's body. Black veins immediately spread over his skin, his eyes flared like burning flames, and in an instant his power surged to rank 5. Seeing this, Gu Erdan stopped the energy infusion at once. Watching the stunned faces of the ram and his tribe, he smiled proudly and clapped the leader's shoulder. See, this is the reward for obedience. I won't treat you unfairly. Manage your tribe well, and serve me faithfully, understood? The ram leader's spirit lifted sharply upon hearing this, and he drew his dual knives swiftly. Gu Erdan's face froze, and he nearly slapped him. Thankfully, the ram was quicker. This time, instead of unsheathing the blades, he pulled out both knife and sheath together, holding the two crescent-shaped horn knives respectfully before Gu Erdan. Then he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Just then, Gu Erdan felt a sharp pain in his head as a massive horn nearly knocked him down. It was the signature horn of the great horned rock ram tribe, slicing through the air with a rustling sound. Holding his throbbing head, Gu Erdan nearly lost control and wanted to retaliate, his trembling hand gripping the paper tube. With the situation like this, he reluctantly froze. The ram leader spoke in a steady voice. The great horned rock ram tribe pledges loyalty to the strong. As he finished, over 200 rams behind him bowed in perfect unison like rolling waves, their clashing horns cracking sharply through the air. Watching the entire herd bent at right angles, Gu Erdan's hand shook for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and put down his weapon. Fine. Your joining makes me stronger than ever, like a tiger with wings, adding glory and flair. Gu Erdan growled. But remember to step back when you bow next time. If you get too reckless again, I swear I'll saw off your horns. Hearing Gu Erdan's grumbling warning, the ram leader bowed again fiercely and declared firmly, Yes, great king. Bang. The toughest challenge had already been conquered, so the sheep clan naturally didn't need much persuasion. They didn't even entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Like herding chickens, the big-horned sheep merely gave them a sharp warning, and the panicked sheep pressed into the room. Faced with this sudden change in authority, the sheep quickly took on the role of lackeys. Under the commanding presence of the big-horned sheep, they obediently sat down and even tied themselves up before anyone else could make a move. Behind their compliance was the fact that they had witnessed firsthand the big-horned sheep's leap in power. The sheep were cowardly, but not foolish. If they could be broken by electric therapy that easily, they would have desperately resisted long ago. After all, their constitution was still fairly sturdy. Though not as tough as the big-horned sheep, they could still easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary humans in a fight. They went through the usual routine, racial transformation, and a power upgrade. By the time the sheep left the room, they had already advanced to 4th-tier sheep folk. Seeing them enter, the helmeted Gu Erdan lowered his head to adjust his gear. When the sheep came in, he immediately took a cautious step back and carefully kept his distance, afraid of accidentally hurting someone. Fortunately, these sheep were far tamer than the big-horned sheep. They didn't revolt, pull knives, or even bash Gu Erdan with headbutts. Instead, they quietly submitted and offered a token of loyalty. Gu Erdan took the cute, pure woolen hat with 2 little horns sticking up from it. For a moment, looking into the hopeful eyes of the sheep, he found that getting headbutt wasn't such a big deal after all. With a sigh, he took off his steel helmet and put on the wool hat, immediately sparking cheers and excitement. After the initiation ceremony was complete, he called over the sheep leader, casually upgraded his power by 1 tier, then gave the order to send them off to build the farm. The bighorn sheep were naturally not spared this fate. Though they grumbled loudly that they were warriors and shouldn't be doing farm work, Gu Erdan doubted the loyalty of this group of simpletons and forcibly sent them to the farm alongside the sheep. By comparison, the fiercely tribal werewolves made better underlings. At least they didn't talk back. After a night had passed, in the early hours of the next day, Gu Erdan came to the new farm with 4 black warriors to check on progress. But the tense, uneasy atmosphere in the air immediately put him on alert the moment he arrived. The werewolves were gathered together, with Yang Lin supervising among them. Even the corpse sorcerer Boper had been roused, standing nearby with his cane, his expression grave. Gu Erdan hurried over to get a clearer view, and his heart sank. Someone had died. Not just any men, but 23 bighorn sheep had died overnight. Their bodies lay neatly lined along the edge of the pasture, covered in dirt stains. After asking around, he learned that these bodies had originally been buried in a nearby empty lot, but had been dug up because the werewolves' keen noses detected the smell of blood. Though deaths weren't unusual even among his own werewolves who sometimes died due to fights, casualties among beasts were common and hardly surprising. Over 20 sheep had died in one go, and their bodies were deliberately buried. The most shocking part? The clan chief who had headbutted him twice yesterday was lying among those corpses. This was serious business. Gu Erdan slowly lifted his gaze from the bodies, scanning the crowd of onlookers before locking eyes on the bighorn sheep. Looking at these heavily injured sheep acting as if nothing had happened, Gu Erdan's eyes gradually narrowed. Your chief's dead. Don't you know who the next leader is? He asked suddenly. The flock exchanged glances, then a wounded bighorn sheep stepped forward. Blood seeped from her shoulder and leg, bandaged roughly but still painful. 3 deep claw marks scarred her left eyelid, a sign of fierce past battles. These old wounds had long since scabbed over. Seeing this imposing figure, Gu Erdan smiled faintly. So you're the new chief? What's your name? Respectfully, she replied, reporting, Great King, my name is Scar. Scar? Good name, Gu Erdan nodded. Then Scar, tell me if you've already chosen a new leader. What about that body we just dug up? Scar gave an awkward smile and scratched behind her ear. Because we have a tacit understanding? Gu Erdan burst out laughing, grabbing her ear playfully. Tacit understanding? And you still gangbeat your fifth-rank chief to death? That's one powerful agreement. Tell me, why did you kill him? Scar winced in pain, but looked more wrong than scared. She wasn't pleading innocence, she did kill him, but she felt Gu Erdan was unfair to blame her since the dead guy hardly deserved to lead. My lord, he wasn't our true chief. Scar said urgently. I am. What? Are you kidding? Who's blind here? That guy looked sharp, how could he not be the chief? Gu Erdan doubted. Scar shot back firmly. He handled trading. His fine clothes were gifts from merchants, not stolen. At her words, the other sheep nodded and firmly denied that the dead one was their leader. Then why did he claim to be chief yesterday? And why didn't you speak up earlier? Who knows if he'd start killing sheep? Only an idiot would confront him then. Scar said resignedly. Gu Erdan almost choked from disbelief. These guys were playing mind games with him and they actually pulled one over on him. Then why kill him? Doesn't that clear things up? I wanted to. Scar challenged. But once he got stronger, he refused to explain. He said he was the officially recognized chief and tried to kick me out. I had to make a move to keep my power. What about the other bodies? Some were his accomplices. Others were warriors who died fighting for our clan, Scar answered, her gaze filled with fierce determination. Gu Erdan sighed in relief and let go of her ear. Just as he was about to leave, feeling a bit calmer, he furrowed his brow and stared at the silent flock. I thought your kind believed in survival of the fittest? This guy was fifth rank, didn't you accept him? Scar straightened proudly. My strength was earned. I fought all 200 plus in my clan to become chief. That guy was useless, just a traitor. How could such a lowly role be chief? Hearing this, Gu Erdan finally understood. Without real achievements, no title commands respect. He shook his head, uninterested in their messy politics. Fine, whoever's chief is your business. Just don't cause civil war on my watch. Got it, Scar answered crisply. Having just boosted her power, Gu Erdan was about to relax when Scar suddenly scratched her head nervously. My lord, the sheep clan also had unrest yesterday and just picked a new leader. Oh, who? Let me see. Gu Erdan turned with curiosity. Out came a figure wrapped in thick, woolly sheep's fleece, curled up like a ball, sporting two huge fake horns. She resembled Scar about 70 and matched her in presence. Gu Erdan took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he drew his official scroll from his belt and said coldly, Do you really think I'm an idiot? Smack. Gu Erdan harshly beat up the guy pretending to be a sheep and then coldly warned, if anyone dares to bully the sheep tribe again, he'll hang them up and give them a good thrashing. With that, he stormed off the farm in anger. Wearing a sheep's fleece and daring to impersonate a sheep? Did he really think everyone was blind? That black face like a jinx had long since revealed his true identity. Still fuming, Gu Erdan frowned deeply, his expression dark, but as his anger subsided a bit, he couldn't help but smile. To think they'd come up with disguising themselves as the sheep leader to boost their strength, had to admit, these bighorn sheep were fairly clever. Such a shame they used all their brains for crooked schemes. The farm was built quickly. In just 3 days, the entire site was completed. It was located near the village edge and was massive, visible from a distance. Thousands of meat sheep were herded into the farm, their continuous baaing creating a lively racket. To make it feel more like a real farm, Gu Erdan even built several watchtowers nearby, stocking them with a few sheep people as a show. As for the real bighorn sheep and werewolves, he had already ordered them to hide. The bait was set now, it was just a matter of waiting for the prey to take the hook. Gu Erdan didn't have to wait long. On the second day, a gang of bandits set their sights on the farm. They were highly professional, sending scouts to snoop around first, confirming there were no powerful beastmen inside and no large bandit bases nearby. After verifying it was safe, over 400 dogmen came charging in force. Don't mistake them for wolfmen. Though close relatives, these were two completely different branches. Wolfmen excelled at unknown combat, even matching werewolves evenly. Among them, the fierce mastiff wolfmen could take on top fighters from the lion-tiger clans, though they were a bit dim-witted, born only for war. As for these dogmen, to put it simply, if wolfmen were like Dobermans, retrievers, or Labradors, then dogmen were more like Chihuahuas, Shiba Inus, or Dachshunds, small and powerless. Their combat ability was extremely weak. They only dared attack the weak and fled from the strong. Even when facing humans, despite often having physical advantages, if the villagers resisted fiercely, these dogmen typically got utterly defeated, sinking to the lowest rung of the beastmen food chain. Because they couldn't survive where they were, these guys had crossed great mountains to come here looking for food. Seeing over 400 dogmen howling and charging, the sheep people knitting in the lookout tower jumped in fright, dropping their yarn boxes and scrambling to flee toward the village. Their panicked retreat emboldened the dogmen, who roared wildly and lunged forward even fiercer. Suddenly, they flooded into the village, turning it into chaos. Some wildly shook the watchtowers. Others grabbed fences, trying to tear them down. Some scooped up vegetables from the fields and took bites, while a few directly pounced on the sheep. These guys were like starved wild animals, wantonly destroying the village outskirts. But no matter how loud and harsh their howls were, it couldn't disguise their feeble nature beneath the surface. Although numerous, they only dared linger around the village perimeter to threaten people. Half a day passed, and not a single one dared to be the first to charge inside. Gu Erdan, who had been sneaking a peek from his hiding spot, sighed softly as he took in the scene before him and slowly put away his binoculars. All right, it was time for him to make the first move. He waved a hand, signaling the werewolves and bighorn sheep behind him to spread out and encircle the enemy, making sure to cut off any chance of retreat. Leading a group of sheep-like men, Gu Erdan stepped out cautiously from their hiding place. The noisy pack of dogmen outside instantly fell silent, the entire scene freezing in an instant. Hundreds of pairs of eyes locked onto each other for a long while, but no one spoke first. Gu Erdan felt puzzled, not understanding what the others were waiting for, only knew he had to wait until the encirclement team was in position. Chaos erupted among the dogmen. A few burly-looking large dogmen pushed their way through the crowd, striding purposefully toward Gu Erdan. When they stopped about 10 meters away, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Their leader was muscular and fierce-faced, only about 1.6 meters tall, but exuding an imposing aura. His dull gray skin and short fur made Gu Erdan suspect he might be possessed by some kind of bully dog spirit. Well then, time for a little chat. The leader tilted his head and gestured, prompting a gaunt subordinate with unusually large eyes to run forward. To look fiercer, the subordinate had somehow gotten an eye patch, putting off the air of a one-eyed dragon. But Gu Erdan quickly saw through the act when the man ran. He accidentally bumped into a wooden post, flipping the eye patch to reveal both eyes wide open. Briskly stepping forward, the deputy suddenly shouted, "Hey, this mountain is mine." These trees. Before he could finish, Gu Erdan slapped him hard, spinning the man around on the spot. Without hesitation, the deputy turned and ran back toward the leader. "Big brother, this kid's too tough. We should retreat." "Retreat? Do you think this is a fish market?" The leader snarled. "You still have over 400 brothers backing you up. Why do you sound so weak? Hungry or something?" "Yeah, I haven't eaten in almost 2 days. The cabbages we stole got snatched away by you." I need to investigate that again." The leader snorted coldly and sent the deputy to test the waters once more. Fuming, the deputy ran back up to Gu Erdan, brandished a knife, and shouted angrily, "Kid, do you know who my big brother is? He's the notorious dog king of this Area. I'm telling you," he glared fiercely, "if you're smart, hand over all the money and food. Otherwise, you'll regret more than just losing your gear today." Gu Erdan frowned, inwardly thinking, this scrawny, arrogant deputy seems even less reliable than the sheepmen. Can they even fight? "And who are you?" Gu Erdan asked. "Ha ha ha, you asked the right guy." The deputy proudly smoothed down the fur on his head, grinning with self-importance. "I'm Kiki, the second-in-command of the wild dog gang. We've also got a third-in-command, Dog King Wankai. When the third one goes crazy, he even bites himself." "Where's the third one?" Kiki called out loudly, shouting the name again and again. "Third. Third." Suddenly from behind, a black and white dog-colored fellow squeezed through the crowd, his gaze almost as sharp as a legendary general's. He was clutching a pumpkin, covered with teeth marks, and grinned foolishly. "Big brother, second brother, look what I found, a pumpkin." Cookie's mouth twitched in helplessness as he pulled the pumpkin away. "Why, that's just a pumpkin." "Second brother, listen. If we gather more wild veggies, we can cook a pot of porridge." "I told you to cook porridge?" Kiki chased after him, smacking his head a few times, then grabbed the pumpkin, bit into it fiercely, and spat it aside in disgust. "Ugh, still not ripe." Then he grabbed the third-in-command by the collar and pointed at Gu Erdan, shouting, "Go. Teach him a lesson. Watch this." The third brother, Wankai, heard the order and suddenly snapped to attention, fiercely approaching Gu Erdan. His claw shot out. Wankai raised his massive sharp claw, ready to strike hard. But before the claw could fall, Gu Erdan blocked with his left hand and swept a palm with his right, striking Wankai so forcefully that he spun around on the spot. Though slapped facing backward, Wankai still held his head high with a fierce gaze. Without hesitation, he took steady steps forward, returning straight to his 2 elder brothers. "Big brother, second brother, we can't beat him," he said angrily. "Damn you." At that, Kiki immediately shoved the short knife into the third brother's hand. "Take the Nefago, stab him." With the short knife backing him up, Wankai's confidence doubled. He strode forward again toward Gu Erdan. Closing in, he swung the knife down. However, the blade was immediately blocked by Gu Erdan. With a crisp smack, Wankai covered his face and staggered back. "Big brother, second brother, still can't beat him," he muttered helplessly. "What's wrong with you guys? Can't you try something else?" Kiki couldn't stand it any longer. He darted forward, clung onto Wankai and grabbed his collar to shake him, literally hanging on, since Kiki was less than 1.4 meters tall and had to really pull up to do it. You can't beat the village chief, and you still can't beat a villager? Tell me, how can you be a robber like that? Scolded, Wang Kai scratched his head, glanced at Gu Erdan cautiously, and seeing no attack coming, his confidence swelled. He locked eyes on a nearby sheep man, who looked terrified and pale. Wang Kai shouted and swung his knife fiercely. Bang! A force slammed him flying over 4 meters, crashing hard onto the ground and rolling to Cookie's feet. Kiki yelled in shock, "Third brother. What happened? Don't scare me. We haven't even finished the pumpkin yet. Help! A dog's been killed. Is anyone there?" Before he finished, Odor impatiently kicked the embarrassing little brother aside and stepped forward with a cold stare. He flung open his tattered cloak, revealing a short knife at his waist etched with silver patterns, glowing faintly. "Magic weapon," Odor said sternly. "See that? Magic gear. This was trophy I seized after battling a sword master for 300 rounds." He glared at Gu Erdan. "Be smart, hand over the money and grain. Or else, beware me blade comes white in and red out, stabbing right through your chest." This sudden reveal of magic weapon surprised Gu Erdan, shifting his impression of this group of crazies. After all, those bearing magic gear are either masters among masters or famous, high-ranking elites. Not a single great horned ram had magic gear, yet these dog people possessed one clearly meant business. But Gu Erdan wasn't a fool. He didn't see a magic knife as a true threat. "Come on," he sneered, drawing his own fruit knife, his face turning fierce. "Want to fight? Let's see whose blade is faster. Think you can stab my chest? It'll go in white and come out green. Don't forget, I can stab your intestines." Odor hadn't expected his intimidating display to fail, and a flicker of nervousness rose in him. Still, facing over 400 followers, he gritted his teeth, refusing to look weak. "My blade goes in white. Comes out white. It'll stab your joints," he shouted, then swung his hand knife again. "Hey, my blade goes in white, out yellow. Do you believe I dare stab your USB drive?" The two kept getting louder and angrier, inching closer until suddenly Gu Erdan swung his knife so fast no one expected it, knocking the weapon out of Aodar's hand. Watching the magic gear had worked so hard to get fly away, Aodar's face flushed with rage. He growled, leapt forward, grabbed Gu Erdan by the collar, and lifted him up. Their eyes locked, Aodar towering with fury, shouting, "Kid, have the guts to put that knife away." Gu Erdan pressed the blade against Aodar's lower body, expression unreadable, calmly retorting, "You let go of your damn claws first. You put the knife down first. Trying to bargain? Believe me, they'll cut you good and proper." Neither willing to yield. "They'll count to 3, then we both let go," Aodar warned, voice steely. "Fine," Gu Erdan agreed. On the count of 3, Aodar sprang away like a coiled spring, eyes sharp on Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan smoothly sheathed his fruit knife behind his waist, face unyielding. Seeing this, Aodar's frustration boiled up, his mind racing for a plan. Suddenly, Aodar shifted tactics. "Kid, we outnumber you. Don't say we're bullying. By the code of the realm, we settle this on your own." A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Erdan's eyes. She hadn't expected a duel. Against skeletons and undead orcs, he had no chance, but knocking out these local foot soldiers? Maybe it was worth a try. Just as Gu Erdan stepped forward to accept, Aodar suddenly waved him off. "No way. You're not grown yet. We respect elders and protect the young. I can't bully you." "What? But I'm the leader," Gu Erdan protested. "That doesn't count. Duels must be fair," Aodar insisted, eyes scanning the crowd. "You there. Stop gawking and come out." All eyes turned to the smallest, youngest-looking figure in the crowd, a trembling little lamb barely a meter and a half tall. Every gaze fixated on her. "Me?" The little lamb blinked in shock. "Yes, you. You look like a real warrior. Step up for the duel." "But I'm underage too." She hesitated. "Nonsense. Only humans count as minors. Orcs are adults from birth. These days, gender equality means even females can robu, fight." The little lamb's fear grew, but Aodar's confidence only swelled. He wrapped his battered breastplate proudly and declared, "Come on, hit me here. I'll let you throw 3 strikes first." His armor clanged loudly, like a human heavy infantry. He was brimming with confidence, planning to block attacks with it, and then deliver a crushing punch, to intimidate everyone and claim the spoils. But reality was far from what he imagined. Before his boast fair finished, the little lamb closed her eyes and slammed her head down hard. Lacking armor on his lower body, Aodar heard a bone-jarring thud as his knee crashed to the ground. Before he could react, she charged again, this time colliding with his head, making his eyes roll back as he toppled over heavily. "Whoa, big brother." His second and third brothers, Kiki and Wang Kai, shouted in alarm, rushing forward to drag him away, preventing a third blow. Curled up, Aodar's face creased with pain, trembling as he pointed weakly at the little lamb. You fight dirty. I haven't even begun." Supporting his brother, Odor shakily got up from the ground. "You have to admit, these dog people are tough. Despite taking 2 heavy hits in a row, he was still standing. But facing this little sheeperson in front of him, he didn't dare go all out. That sneaky bastard who attacked from behind wasn't worthy of a fair fight. Change fighters." Hey, that one. The one knitting yarn. Stop knitting and come out here. The female shepherdess who had been named stepped out of the crowd, holding a ball of yarn. Two small horns on her head were also decorated with balls of yarn. Otter stared at her and hesitated for a moment. For safety, he didn't rush in but cautiously probed. What do you do? I knit. Ever done farm work? No, my skill is knitting yarn. Otter pressed on. Never done heavy labor? The shepherdess shook her head. Otter nodded silently, piecing it all together in his mind. This should be easy. He excitedly took up a fighting stance, getting into a standard boxing pose, body swaying slightly, voice loud and clear. One round decides it. If I win, you hand over the money and food. Don't say I'm bullying you since you're a woman. I want bite back today. Before he finished speaking, the shepherdess moved like lightning. A sharp punch flew straight at him, landing squarely in his chest. Otter was hit so hard he flew back 2 meters and crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his belly, kneeling down. Two of his underlings, seeing their boss down, screamed in panic and rushed over to help. Otter's face went pale, white foam began to spill from his mouth as he struggled to lift his head. Time's tight retreat. Big brother, retreat. Over 400 dog people immediately scattered in all directions, running at twice the speed they had come. Gu Erdan watched their messy retreat helplessly and shook his head. He didn't want to bother with these fools anymore. Raising his hand, the nearby shepherdess leader immediately blew a horn. As the horn sounded, werewolves and bighorn sheep poured in from all directions, surrounding the deep penetrating dog army with no gaps. The panicked dog people frantically tried to break through but found no escape, trapped in a dead end. Raging fury burst from their chests. Almost simultaneously, the dog people shouted in anger only to collapse to their knees without a single fight, surrendering completely. Over 400 dog people were surrounded and captured alive on the spot. 10 minutes later, the prisoners were brought before Gu Erdan. He sat wearily in a chair, rubbing his temples, meeting their eyes with resignation clearly written on his face. Since you're caught, do whatever you want, he muttered bitterly to himself. If Otter here even frowns, then I really have no guts. As the big brother, Otter showed no fear on his face despite being captured. His expression was firm, still carrying his dignity. Seeing this, Gu Erdan smiled wryly. If you've got something to say, say it. But first, get up off the ground. The three brothers kneeling in a row replied stubbornly, we won't get up. We'd rather die kneeling. We like kneeling. Otter's defiant tone was exasperating beyond words. What can you actually do to me? Gu Erdan went mad. Damn it. I really want to cleave you in two with an axe. Nearby, the corpse shaman Bhopal shook his head helplessly. Gu Erdan turned to him with a bitter smile. Do you honestly think these fools can fight? I swear, they look like a bunch of incompetents who can't even pull off being bandits right. Bhopal wore a similarly embarrassed expression, leaving him speechless for a moment. Your Majesty, the bandits who roam around hunting for prey are usually nothing more than low-level riffraff. The truly formidable bandits almost always hold their own territory. This ragtag group's strength is uneven at best, and some are downright weak. Gu Erdan's expression darkened, but the corpse shaman Bhopal quickly stepped forward to reassure him. Don't worry. Once the first group is formed, the second will naturally follow. They might not be good fighters, but they're loud and can rally morale. With enough numbers, it won't be hard to scare off both bandits and orcs. Gu Erdan sighed. Though he wasn't optimistic, he had no better options. All right, we're just getting started, so I'll use whoever we can from all walks of life. He gestured to let Bhopal convert these silly dogmen. Exhausted both in body and mind, Gu Erdan slowly headed back to his quarters. He had expected to raise a large and powerful orc army, one comparable to his undead forces. But now, seeing this motley crew of orcs looking more goofy than fierce, he couldn't help but doubt his plan. Could this ragtag bunch really be sent into battle? The dogmen's conversion ceremony went quickly. They were usually unruly and lacked leadership, but now offered food, shelter, and strength enhancement. They gladly joined. Yet their arrival dealt a fresh blow to Gu Erdan. This group of perpetually hungry dogmen devoured more than 20 of his sheep and 12 sacks of rice in a single meal. Clearly, they were voracious eaters. Still, the dogmen's addition brought valuable intelligence such as the distribution of nearby bandits, the presence of stronger bandit forces, and why only this group had been drawn to this remote village. It turned out the area was extremely isolated, and the village had been carefully fortified by Yang Lin to become a refuge for werewolves. Werewolves, by nature fierce and aggressive, deterred any would-be raiders. So while the village had no formal defenses, few rash groups dared to cause trouble because of the wolves' fearsome reputation. This dogman bandit gang was desperate and took a risk out of hunger. They appeared foolish in front of Gu Erdan because their strength was simply inferior. As the saying goes, the weak may seem almost endearing when angry, but real orcs are far more ruthless. If the mad dog bandits ran into a powerful orc tribe and were captured, the next day the village gates might be hung with over 400 corpses since orcs do not understand the concept of prisoners and simply kill to the last man. Some cleverer orcs might capture nobles for ransom. But those without value would almost certainly be butchered to the last, their entire clans wiped out. After the Mad Dog bandits joined, Gu Erdan urgently consulted with several orc leaders on the next steps. Waiting for each bandit group to join one by one would drag on for months far too long. They had to take initiative. So Gu Erdan decided on a cunning plan. Send the dogmen out as bait to lure a stronger bandit force into attacking. 3 days later, the freshly regrouped Mad Dog bandits reluctantly left the village, taking ample dry rations and money with them. They were on their way to meet more powerful orc groups, hoping to lead them into a trap. Is this the fat sheep village you mentioned? That's right, boss. This village is ripe for the picking. Just the flock alone has over 6,000 sheep, packed so densely you can't see the end of them. On a small hill, Oder, the leader of the wild dog bandits, pointed proudly toward a farm on the village's edge. Lying beside him was a burly man whose thick horns surpassed even those of the great horned sheep tribe. Unlike the great horned sheep's two separate horns, this water buffalo tribesman's horns were fused into a single solid arc, sharp and fierce like an iron shovel. The water buffalo tribe is famous for their tough hides and brutal fighting skills. Right now, more than 900 of them were hidden behind the hill, using a finely crafted telescope to confirm their target. Seeing the large flock of plump sheep in the village, the water buffalo boss nodded with satisfaction and stowed the telescope around his neck. What? You want to give it back to Oder? Someone muttered, but the water buffalo leader had no intention of returning such a prize. A true leader could see straight to the heart of the matter. Humph, with such a fat flock, why don't you just take it yourselves instead of asking us for help? He quietly demanded. Oder was caught off guard and scrambled for an excuse. There are dogmen in the village, over 200 of them. We wouldn't stand a chance alone, so we hope to team up with you. Less than 200 dogmen. The water buffalo boss raised an eyebrow. Are there any mastiffs? Of course not. If there were mastiffs, we wouldn't dare come. Good. No mastiffs means 200 or so isn't a problem. The water buffalo leader patted Oder on the shoulder, his doubts instantly disappearing. A smile spread across his face. Since you provided the intel, we'll give you a share this time. Oder's face flickered with hope. Just 10%? That's... The water buffalo boss waved the hand dismissively. Think that's too much? Half is fine too. Nah, never mind. Just a 10% cut, and that's final. Feeling the sharpness of that gaze like a blade, Oder forced an awkward laugh. All right, 10% it is. The water buffalo leader nodded in approval and led the charge down the hill first. Behind him, over 900 water buffalo tribesmen surged forward like a tide toward the village. Oder watched them go, his flattering smile slowly turning cold, twisting into a sneer. Want 90%? No chance. Those grass-eaters won't yield much meat. Once we crush them, we'll have them chewing on roots. He ordered over 400 of his men to block the village entrances, pulled out a magical dagger, and quietly awaited the signal to fight. Meanwhile, the water buffalo tribe had already stormed into the village. Their looting methods were clearly more sophisticated than Oder's crude gang. They didn't recklessly destroy crops or steal the sheep. Instead, they quickly gathered into tight groups and advanced toward the village center, clearly aiming to overwhelm any resistance with their numbers first. As long as they wiped out all who could fight back, all the village's wealth would be theirs. Looting could wait until then. Water buffaloes are naturally skilled at charging and possess incredible stamina. Whenever a herd of water buffaloes migrates, any creature in their path is crushed into a pulp. The group of water buffalo warriors charging now had inherited this terrifying power. Like cannonballs unleashed, they crashed through the wooden huts at the edge of the village, fiercely destroying everything in their way. The huts collapsed with thunderous crashes, dust billowing. Nearly 2 meters tall, the water buffalo men trampled every inch of the village like armored tanks, unstoppable as they stormed toward the village center. Yet along the way, there was no sign of resistance, not even a living creature. The ransacked huts stood empty and silent. A pang of unease gripped the water buffalo chiefs, heard an ominous premonition rising fast. But the charge was unstoppable inertia. Slowing down would make it extremely difficult to rebuild momentum. Aware of lurking danger, the chief could only grit his teeth and press on with his tribe, iron hooves crushing every obstacle. As the thunderous impacts neared the village square, suddenly the surrounding huts were shoved down with force. Dense ranks of figures leapt out from the rubble, quickly forming a tight encirclement. Clad in armor made of massive scales and brandishing various weapons, thousands of them blocked the way. Dogmen, werewolves, catmen, bighorn mountain sheep men, lizard men, an alliance of diverse orc tribes had gathered. This sight forced the charging water buffalo warriors to halt abruptly. The chief's face paled in ambush. He shouted, "Retreat! We've been trapped." The buffalo herd turned hastily, trying to flee the way they came. But looking back, they saw the path blocked by a group even larger and stockier than themselves. Towering horns and rippling muscles marked this line as the rhino men, true tank warriors among the orcs, standing over 2.2 meters tall. Facing these heavily armored and fierce rhino men, the water buffalo tribe fell into chaos, their charging momentum shattered. Compared to these armored behemoths, the buffalo's raw power was negligible. Surrounded on all sides, the chief stepped forward, raised his hand in a respectful salute, and spoke humbly. Honored leaders, I know not where my brothers have offended you for this great army to trouble us. I offer my apologies and will lead my tribe out of this territory at once, never to return. Against the combined force of so many tribes and cunning tactics that had lured them into this trap, the chief naively believed they simply had unintentionally infringed on others' lands. Orcs were no fools. If a full battle broke out, both sides would suffer great losses. So a plea taking blame and surrender was usually accepted. What the water buffalo chief did not realize was that these tribes never intended to let them leave. They had come specifically for the buffalo clan. Hey, you there. Our chief wants to see you. Surrender now. A massive rhino man over 2.5 meters tall pushed through the crowd, clad in large-scale armor, imposing and fierce. His words made the buffalo chief's face turn grim. Surrender? Orcs never submit. You dare resist? Attack him. No sooner were the words spoken than chaos erupted. Orc diplomacy was a single-word fight. If no agreement, then battle. The conflict ignited instantly, plunging the village into turmoil. But the fight was short-lived. Overwhelmed in strength and numbers by the Orc alliance, the 800-plus water buffalo warriors were quickly crushed. The water buffalo chief himself was seized by the giant rhino man and dragged toward the village chief's office. The dog people value unity and excel at swift raids. The buffalo people have incredible endurance and specialize in breaking enemy formations. The rhino people are tough and resilient, skilled in assault. The lizard people can shed their skin, and their discarded scales are incredibly hard perfect material for making armor. As for the dog people, well, never mind, better not mention them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Gu Erdan sat in his modest room, focused on organizing the recent status reports of his newly recruited orc subordinates. These orcs were all highly capable, each excelling in at least one skill. After all, those without special abilities had long since been weeded out by this harsh era. In just one short month, through a mix of cunning and deception, Gu Erdan had managed to subdue more than a dozen orc tribes, each one unique with no duplicates. His forces had swelled to over 7,000. Along the way, noticing a shortage of mutton supply, Gu Erdan had even returned to the sheep village to seek out herds, hoping to bring the village under his command and save money on daily meat expenses. But the sheep village had already relocated, most likely trying to avoid being constantly harassed by the great horned sheep. Their trail was too obvious, however, and the werewolf clan soon caught up with them, ending any chance of escape. With this new source of supplies secured, their strength naturally improved. The newcomers were surprisingly well-behaved, disciplined, quite unlike the rebellious great horned sheep who had just gained power. Yet this discipline applied only when dealing with Gu Erdan. When facing other races, these orcs would often erupt into violent brawls over trivial disputes. In only 1 month, nearly 100 casualties had been caused by internal fighting. Gu Erdan had tried to impose order, but it was completely ineffective. The battles only intensified. Giving up on management, he decided to let them fight it out, reasoning that once they settled their differences and a clear winner emerged, they'd behave. As for casualties outside of war, that wasn't a big deal, just a few corpses that could be turned into undead soldiers to keep fighting. The losses were tolerable. As Gu Erdan counted his combat strength, the door suddenly swung open. He sighed and looked up, clearly annoyed. Several orc leaders swaggered inside. Seeing his obvious displeasure, they quickly realized their mistake and tried to retreat. The bulky rhino man bumped into the door frame on the way out, snapping the beam with a creak as the door slammed shut. The next second, loud knocks came from outside. Come in. The door was pushed open gently, and a few heads poked inside. Boss, call me your majesty. Oh, got it, majesty, boss. We have a situation to report. All right, come in, come in. Gu Erdan fiddled with the book in his hand, then threw it aside in exasperation and leaned back in his chair, sinking into a relaxed, almost lazy posture. The leaders quickly filed in and stood in 2 neat rows. Speak. Who's been stealing territory again? No one today? Then who killed whose people? No deaths today, at least none so far. No deaths, no lost land. Then why are you here? Are you just here to annoy me? We're here to report on some work-related issues. The leaders exchanged glances before pushing forward the werewolf representatives Yada and Carl, who had followed Gu Erdan from the start. After all, they were the old retainers. They always bore the brunt when something came up. Your Majesty, there's been a bit of trouble with the recent orc recruitment efforts. A bit of trouble? Gu Erdan raised his eyebrow, his expression turning serious. They've all come to me. How could it be just a bit of trouble? Tell me what's going on now. It's like this, the messenger said hesitantly. We successfully recruited all the local bandit gangs nearby, and we're hoping to expand further to bring in more orc tribes. But unexpectedly, that step backfired. The leaders on the nearby mountain ridge have noticed our movements, and they're planning to unite against us. Leaders? Forming an alliance? That's not right. We're all orcs, there's nothing to fight over. Why would they team up to oppose us? Gu Erdan frowned deeply. Isn't it only when they raid cities that they unite? Suddenly, he realized this was no minor issue. Sitting up straighter, his face grew even sterner as he pressed. How did this start? What exactly happened? A while back, we tried to court new orc tribes farther out, the messenger explained. That caught the attention of the nearby tiger and lion clans. They sent people demanding protection fees. We refused, and even beat their men badly. Maybe we were too harsh, and because these clans are ethnically mixed, they wrongly assumed we were uniting to seize power. So now they've started recruiting widely. Tigers? Lions? Gu Erdan's expression darkened. The lion and tiger clans have long been champions as kings of beasts and dominant among orcs. In terms of individual combat strength, some races can rival them, like the rhino tribe Gu Erdan recently subdued, or the hot-tempered, incredibly strong bighorn sheep. These individuals can match or even overpower lion or tiger warriors on their own. But the real deciding factor in battle isn't just solo strength, it's the overall numbers and organization. Though the rhino tribe is powerful, they're incredibly rare. Gu Erdan personally raised their combat strength from Tier 4 to Tier 5 to win their allegiance, but their total population is only 81. With such few numbers, they're no match for massed forces. The lion and tiger tribes dominate the orcs largely due to their tremendous reproductive capabilities and huge numbers, each commanding over 1,000 troops. These war groups can shake a whole mountain stronghold and threaten even the Count's domain. Right now, these two clans are rallying all nearby forces for a joint strike. Gu Erdan pondered deeply, then decided to call an emergency meeting. He summoned the necromancer Boper, the human Yang Lin, and the leaders of the major beast clans to discuss countermeasures. Boper listened calmly, showing no sign of panic. With his immense power, a single lord like him could match or even crush a legion. The haunting image of the Wraith King sweeping Gu Erdan's army years ago still lingered vividly. Your Majesty, though this is troublesome, it's also an opportunity, Boper said firmly. Gradually subjugating these brigand tribes could take years. Instead, if we first defeat the main warlord here and let him lead his forces to conquer the other orcs, using that wildfire momentum, we can expand our domain within 3 months. A spark lit in Gu Erdan's eyes as he asked swiftly, so you mean? Gather our troops openly and show your Majesty's authority. Boper answered decisively. Crush them outright and take control. On the barren mountain, one group after another was slowly descending. Each carried its own flag, but many of these so-called flags hardly commanded any respect. They were tattered rags stitched together, or in some cases, just a pair of pants tied to a pole with a few hastily painted patterns. These were the emblems of the orc bandit clans, gathered here under orders from the lion and tiger tribes. The lion and tiger sent commanders insisted that every unit carry a flag, purely to project authority. These orcs were listless and apathetic, their expressions slack as they marched with loose, disorderly steps. There was no discipline to speak of. Orcs rarely had any discipline to begin with, nor did they care much about it. What truly mattered to them was morale, the fearless, fierce fighting spirit. Normally, the orcs might stem from overwhelming numbers and their naturally ferocious and aggressive temperament. They were often able to stand their ground against, or even defeat, the undead scourge. Even facing the legendary undead armies, these orcs fought with undeniable ferocity. But now, they were merely fighting among themselves. Who they were fighting didn't matter to the orcs. Their only concern was whether there was loot to be gained. Fighting other orcs? What could they steal? A tattered loincloth or some fur to sell? Knowing this effort was likely futile, they had no energy for high morale. Heads hung low in listless fatigue. Still, when the crowds gathered in the forest, nearly 50 bandit groups and close to 20,000 orcs assembled here, their presence remained chillingly imposing. This was just a corner of the borderlands, but they had already mustered a force resembling an actual army. It was no wonder humans panicked and broke ranks at the news of an orc invasion. At the front of this vast host marched 2 fierce-looking regiments, side by side, but strictly separated, each respecting the other's boundary. On the left was the tiger tribe, each warrior bulky and powerful, draped in thick fur patterned with stripes, some clad in crude armor. On the right stood the lion tribe. The tiger's fur was dense and heavy, while the lions appeared as living fur balls, their thick coats brushing against each other as they moved, sparking static electricity. Some lions' fur even bristled fully. Among the lions, the males were distinguished by especially thick and fluffy manes around their necks, like natural armor. These manes were remarkably tough, capable of deflecting blade strikes and obscuring enemy visione, a natural advantage in battle. Unfortunately, male lions were rare, about 1 in 10. This partly explained why the lion tribe was often dominated by the tiger tribe. Although male lions matched or even surpassed tigers in combat ability, lioness warriors were somewhat weaker on their own compared to the tigers. At this moment, the leaders of the 2 regiments were huddled together, studying maps and letters intently, carefully analyzing the unfolding battle situation. The 2 figures were towering and formidable. The leader of the lion clan sported an unusually thick and wild golden mane, while the Tiger clan leader was clad in a dazzling set of golden helmet and armor, clearly enhanced by magic. The lion leader focused intently on the map unfolded in his hand and spoke first. His words caused the tiger leader's brow to furrow deeply, suspicion clearly crossing his face. Of course I understand. Inviting us to a heathen battle must be a trap. Those bandit groups that didn't show up number barely a dozen, with at most 8,000 fighters combined. Compared to our 20,000, they're clearly outmatched. There's no way they'd honestly confront us. We must be careful, the rhinos are probably hiding on their side. Humph, not even 100 of those little pests. Our 20,000 can crush them without breaking a sweat, the tiger leader sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two led their army to the agreed plains. From afar, their opponents' forces were arrayed in tight formation, their presence imposing. The faces of both lion and tiger leaders darkened instantly. The enemy's numbers didn't exceed their expectations. In fact, there were even fewer than predicted, only about 7,000. Yet among them were mixed species lizardmen, dogmen, sheepmen with varying strengths, so the number of truly capable soldiers was certainly below 4,000. What shocked the beastmen most was the exceptional equipment worn by these troops. The entire army was outfitted with uniform scale armor, black plates layered tightly to cover their bodies like a second skin, leaving only their sharp, piercing eyes exposed. Their weapons were equally fierce bone-long spears paired with black and white bone shields, forming a uniquely fearsome appearance. If modern people could see this scene, they would be stunned. This armor was exactly the famed iron pagoda, a heavy plate of history, nearly enclosing the whole body except the eyes, boasting incredible defensive capability. At that moment, standing deep within the ranks, Gu Erdan's face showed a hint of pride. Head had his men work overnight to forge these armors. The original plan was to craft plate armor from skeletal bones, using the superior bone material of skeleton soldiers. These bones were extremely hard, nearly impervious to cannon fire. But this skeletal armor had a fatal flaw: it was formed through white bone armature magic designed solely for skeleton warriors. It left a gap at the spine and sealed everywhere else. No human or beast man could wear it comfortably or move properly. Reluctantly, Gu Erdan opted for a second-best approach, relying on the lizardmen's unique ability to shed scales. They developed armor suitable for beastmen. Lizardmen can consciously shed scales. Given enough food, these mutant scales rapidly regenerate. Initially, these scales were only as hard as ordinary farmers' weapons could penetrate, but at 4th-tier strength, the scales transformed dramatically hard as refined steel, yet light as cardboard. By combining these with bone needles forged from the bones of the Grim Reaper, plus layers of 4th-tier sheepman wool stitched throughout, the scales overlap to form a makeshift iron pagoda. This wasn't a single layer, but a heavy triple-layered armor with thick woolen padding inside to absorb impact, capable of resisting blunt weapon strikes. Now this suit's defense surpassed authentic iron pagoda armor by several ranks, almost able to withstand ordinary gunfire. The only drawback was extreme heat. Wearing heavy metal layered with wool lining inevitably made the wearer uncomfortably hot, a flaw all heavy armor shared through time. Staring at the more than 7,000 well-equipped monsters in the distance, the beastmen froze, exchanging confused looks. What was supposed to be a brutal clash among beast clans looked unmistakably like a formal army formationo, like an elite force coming to wipe out bandits. If the orcs had seen armor made from genuine lizardfolk scales, they wouldn't have been so taken aback. Lizard scale armor already existed. Not only did orcs wear it, but humans commonly used it as well. Entire units equipped with lizard scale armor were not uncommon. True, this type of armor wasn't as sturdy as iron. It couldn't stop sharp thrusts or even cleanly deflect sharp blades, which could easily slice through it. But it was simple to craft, the materials were abundant, and it was lightweight. Given enough money and plentiful food, a group of lizard folk could produce 10 sets of scale armor daily, truly a cost-effective trade. Several nations even farmed lizard folk specifically for their scales. Soldiers clad in this armor were typically considered light infantry, and these troops were widely deployed across garrisons throughout the continent. Normal lizard scales measured about the length of 2 finger joints and were shaped like raindrops. But the armor worn by the Iron Tower forces looked entirely different. Each scale was half the size of a human palm, with edges neatly squared off using sharp, bone-like cutting tools. They bore no resemblance to natural lizard scales, and instead looked like custom-made black iron plates. The scales were perfectly arranged and uniform in shape, paired with long spears and shields forged from skeletal soldier bones. Anyone who called them light infantry would surely get a beating from the orcs. Though the Iron Tower's appearance shocked the orcs, the numerically superior lion-tiger clans showed no fear and charged forward. Leading them was a lion-tiger chieftain who strode arrogantly from the ranks, clad in golden helmet and armor, wielding a massive golden poleaxe with an imposing design. However, the armor was clearly not tailor-made for him. It was overly tight, especially the narrow helmet clinging to his scalp, making his head look smaller and somewhat comical. That armor was probably looted from some unfortunate victim. Nearby, a massive, shaggy-maned lion warrior brandished a pair of scarred steel cleavers, bearing the unmistakable marks of countless battles. After the chieftain's rallying shout, the Iron Tower formation began to disperse, revealing dozens of hulking monsters over 2 meters tall. These creatures wore specially made oversized heavy armor and wielded two-handed flails or giant axes, truly resembling walking fortresses. Seeing these massive beasts advance slowly caused chaos among the Orc alliance. Even the Lion-Tiger chieftain at the front instinctively stepped back. Fortunately, the Iron Tower forces did not attack recklessly. Instead, they spread out on both sides, forming an honor guard line protecting a few distinctly dressed generals in the center. With feathers in their helmets, flags on their backs, and the character for general boldly displayed on their chests, these commanders radiated authority and represented the leaders of various clans. Among them, the most prominent was Gu Erdan. He rode a powerful, armored great horned mountain ram bred by the Great Horned Sheep clan, making an imposing sight. Gu Erdan was fully armored in black plate that gleamed with a cold metallic luster. He had even activated a teleportation portal to bring over a set of the improved black warrior armor, adding to his solemn and commanding presence. Swaying in the saddle, he arrived at the front of the formation, projecting a silent yet intensely oppressive aura toward the orcs. Clad head to toe in jet black heavy armor, riding a similarly armored rock ram, and followed by a formidable force of 7,000 iron Buddhist heavy infantry, Gu Erdan now truly exuded the aura of a major boss. The moment his presence spread, the two leaders of the Lion-Tiger bandits felt a chill run through them, too intimidated to speak. Slowly and steadily, Gu Erdan urged the armored ram forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The two bandit chiefs stood frozen, their eyes fixed on his approaching figure closer and closer, nearly within arm's reach. Hey, stop! Stop right there. The Lion-Tiger leaders pulled hard on their reins, their faces flushing a dark purple with frustration, but the rock ram didn't heed their commands, stubbornly charging onward. Fortunately, the chief wore a face mask, sparing him the embarrassment of his flustered expression. No matter how hard they tried to rein it in, the ram remained single-minded, barreling straight toward Gu Erdan. At his wit's end, Gu Erdan finally unveiled his secret weapon. He pulled a carrot from a black pouch at his side and waved it in front of the ram's nose. Instantly, the joyful stride of the ram ground to a halt as it locked eyes on the carrot. Gu Erdan silently cursed himself. Who told me to feed this beast carrots just to win its favor? Now it refuses to budge without a snack first. Such willful stubbornness was exactly what you'd expect from a big-horned ram, pet raised by those bandits. They were all cut from the same mold, nothing but trouble. Now, with the ram steady beneath him, Gu Erdan was only about 3 meters from the Lion-Tiger leaders, close enough to reach out and touch. Such boldness clearly shocked the opponents. The leaders hesitated, unsure whether Gu Erdan's strength alone or the massive army behind him posed the real threat. Wordlessly, they watched him draw ever nearer. With a swift, fluid motion, Gu Erdan leapt from the ram's back. The two bandits flinched and instinctively stepped back. Under all eyes, Gu Erdan spun and scooped up the carrot-munching ram, bearing it on his shoulder as he strode backward. Only after putting 20 meters of distance between them did he set the ram down and didn't remount, wary that it would bolt forward again once finished with the carrot. His hand flickered, drawing a gleaming sword with a snap. Exuding confidence, Gu Erdan's voice rang out loud and clear. Who is your enemy, general? State your name. His tone was firm and authoritative, though his earlier display carrying the ram had somewhat softened the fierce impression he tried to convey. Exchanging a glance, the Lion-Tiger chiefs felt the awkwardness of their own retreat, unwilling to seem weak. They stepped forward boldly. The lion leader growled, I am Lei Yahu, chief of the fierce tiger bandits. His companion snarled, and I am Jean Maosher, leader of the wild lion gang. Then, sneering, they added, you've come looking for a fight, and brought your armor, so there will be no peace today. With that, they raised their weapons, faces twisted in savage grins. For orcs, problems were solved in only one way: duel to decide the victor. Fine, a duel it is. The two declared in unison. Gu Erdan's spirit surged. With his enhanced armor, specially forged blades, a Lord-level slime companion, and that Lord brain. Even if his main system was rubbish, his gear was top tier. Moreover, most orcs couldn't cultivate magic or warrior energy, relying solely on brute strength. These two bandit leaders were unlikely to be prodigies at best competent fighters among ordinary orcs. On the peak of 4th tier strength, combined with his equipment, defeating them would be easy. With a graceful flick, Gu Erdan unleashed a brilliant sword flourish. Both hands gripping the hilt, dark energy billowed along the blade. This magical weapon was specially forged by the Lich King errant with Death God's bone. Simple runes, but razor-sharp enough to slice through iron like paper. Today, I, the king, shall personally test the prowess of you two. Gu Erdan declared boldly, battle fervor blazing in his voice. Just as Gu Erdan took his stance, the lion and tiger leaders hastily raised their weapons. Although Gu Erdan's earlier move carrying the big-horned ram to deliberately create distance was somewhat embarrassing, he wore a full set of jet black heavy armor, gripping a massive greatsword tightly in both hands, with dark energy swirling around him. His imposing aura still struck fear into the hearts of his foes. As seasoned battlefield commanders, the three well understood the ancient maxim: when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must do so with all its strength. The three stood silently, the tension so thick it felt like bloodshed would erupt any second. At that moment, the big-horned ram, having just finished munching on carrots, sidled up and nudged Gu Erdan's waist with its sturdy horns. Gu Erdan was on high alert and startled by this sudden attack, nearly swinging his sword and slicing through empty air. Recognizing it as his new mount, he shot an irritated glare and snapped, "Go! Get away!" Then he lightly kicked the massive ram to shove it aside, worried it might interfere with his fighting. Turning back, he resumed his battle stance against the lion and tiger. But the big-horned ram seemed in no hurry and quickly edged closer again. Sensing Gu Erdan had no intention of sharing food, the stubborn creature took matters into its own hoofs. It grabbed the black pouch at his waist with its teeth and yanked hard backward. Caught off guard, Gu Erdan nearly toppled to the ground but scrambled to steady himself. The foolish ram kept pulling fiercely, disrupting his movements. Furious, Gu Erdan slammed his sword down but with the flat of the blade, not the edge hard on the ram's forehead. A loud thud echoed as the ram roared in pain and finally released its grip. Gu Erdan shook loose the pulled-open black satchel and held his great sword horizontally, ready to defend. Unaware that the hit-offended ram quickly put some distance between them, lowered its head, aimed its thick horns forward, scraped the ground with its hooves, and then charged like an arrow loosed from a bow. "If you want dare come at me, then I'll charge at you." Just as Gu Erdan focused and braced to strike first, a powerful collision hit him from behind. With a crisp snap, the ram slammed into his waist, flipping him onto the ground and flinging the treasured sword from his hands. Still relentless, the ram kept biting the black pouch filled with carrots and tugging him back fiercely. At that instant, the emperor, who had been half watching the scene with amused detachment, suddenly turned pale along with his nearby royal guards. The formidable rhino warriors and 4 black-clad knights all instantly bracing themselves. The rhino captain, towering 2.5 meters tall, rushed forward, firmly locking his arms around the ram's neck. With immense force, he hoisted the 200-kilogram beast into the air. The struggling ram kicked wildly with its hooves, but was utterly powerless to break free from the vice-like grip choking its throat. The Black Knights helped Gu Erdan to his feet. He barely managed to straighten, supporting his injured waist with one hand, while waving the other to stop anyone from moving him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't move. It's broken. Your Majesty, help me back." Supported all around, he was escorted away, finally returning to his own camp where a chair had been brought for him. Furious, he shouted, "Hang that ram up for me." Before the battle had even started, his own mount's surprise attack had left him with a level 3 injury, shaking with anger and itching to tie up this backstabbing bighorn ram for a serious lesson. By that time, the bone regeneration technique he once had long since been wiped from the system, and there wasn't a single skeleton mage around who could use it. In other words, with bones this badly damaged, the only remedy was slow, natural healing. Furious, Gu Erdan made a quick decision, ordering his soldiers to bind the large horned rock sheep with ropes and twist them tight in instant hanging. But this big horned rock sheep had been strengthened by Gu Erdan's formation, essentially making it a semi-undead creature with an undead physique. Breathing was unnecessary. Hanging beneath the banner, swinging in the wind, it didn't utter a single pitiful cry. Instead, it was calmly chewing stolen carrots in its mouth. Watching this, Gu Erdan's face darkened with rage. He snarled orders to wrench the carrot from its mouth and glared fiercely at the horned sheep riders nearby. Like attracts like people around good company become good, those near bad become bad. The ancients weren't wrong. He ground his teeth and hissed, "These scoundrels' mounts are nothing but rascals at heart." With the carrot taken away, at last the hanging rock sheep let out a mournful bleat. In the distance, the 2 leaders of the lion and tiger clans exchanged glances, a trace of mockery flickering in their eyes. "Is that all?" Heard the other side was well equipped, but it's just a silver spear with a wax tip. The lion leader sneered. "This kind of trash doesn't even need us to get involved. Send the men to have some fun. Halawa, you go show them what's what." No sooner had he spoken than a burly man with thick fur and bull-like horns stomped out from the crowd, raising a battle axe and letting out a loud roar. Clearly, he intended to strike at Gu Erdan himself and break his formation. At that moment, a fierce warrior from Gu Erdan's ranks also sprang for the buffalo tribesman, smaller than a yak but enhanced to a 5th-tier power by Gu Erdan's magic. His upgraded iron floating pagoda armor was impenetrable, enough to hold the enemy at bay. The 2 beasts collided with a cloud of dust rising. Everyone stared, tense. The yak leader swung his axe in a heavy blow, but the iron floating armor remained unscathed. Instead, the buffalo man rammed him with a shoulder charge, lifting him 2 meters off the ground. With a loud crash, the yak leader was slammed to the earth like a cannonball and knocked out cold. Yet the buffalo chief didn't slow down and didn't even raise his shield. He charged forward with unshakable steps. That sudden force changed the faces of the allied beast leaders from calm to alarm. Without hesitation, they rushed forward together. The dog tribe's leader led the charge, leaping to collide with the buffalo chief's abdomen, but was shoved aside with a single rock-solid palm, flying several meters back. Then the cat tribe's leader silently crept close. Small and agile, she dodged the big arm and leapt onto his shoulder, stabbing repeatedly with daggers. But the iron floating armor was like solid rock. The daggers left no scratches. Still, the cat woman refused to give up, weaving through his attacks to find a weak spot. Finally, the buffalo chief grabbed her tail and flung her several meters away. After rolling several times, she landed lightly with a backflip and steady footing. Next, the werewolf, leopard, bear, and horse tribes charged simultaneously, trying to surround him. Like a rugby player, the buffalo chief charged through and knocked 4 or 5 foes flying. But fighting 10 to 1, his speed was starting to drain. In the end, 4 or 5 burly men worked together to pin him down. Both sides grappled intensely. The bear tribe's leader roared furiously, gathering all his strength and with a mighty bellow, flung the buffalo chief far away. There were hardly any rules among the orcs. The idea that champions must fight unknown simply didn't exist. If you were strong, anyone who didn't respect you would jump right in to challenge you, no matter if you were already being targeted by others. That's exactly how the current water buffalo chief got surrounded. The number of assailants kept growing, yet despite relying on his raw brute force and impervious armor, he carved a bloody path through the crowd. Those guys couldn't hold him back, but he hardly used any weapons, instead wildly swinging his massive arms to fend off wave after wave of opponents. Every punch, elbow, and shoulder strike packed incredible power, throwing the crowd into frenzy. But trapped like this, his defeat was only a matter of time. Of course, Gu Erdan and the others couldn't just watch their leader get ganged up on. The warriors exchanged a glance, then almost without a sound, stepped forward into the fray together. Rather than just a contest of champions, this chaotic battle had turned into a life-or-death showdown between leaders. In an instant, the battlefield thickened with the smell of gunpowder, and the haze of battle reached a fever pitch. Though Gu Erdan and his crew wore armor called Taifutu, it wasn't all the heavily reinforced triple-layered plate. Not that they couldn't make those. The problem was those were a liability for beast folk like catmen or dogmen. The orcs relied on agility and speed, and packing on heavy triple-layer armor made movement clumsy and slow. So they usually opted for lighter armor. Their light armor resembled the heavy kind. Helmets looked like upside-down jelly containers, exposing only sharp, piercing eyes. The armor plates fit tightly together, with no gaps. But this layer was much thinner, just a single layer rather than 3 stacked, meaning defense was weaker. Still, it was custom-tailored to fit snugly, balancing protection with the freedom for swift movement, allowing the orcs to still perform rapid strikes and dodges. If the traditional Taifutu was like a solidly built heavy-set man, this improved light armor was like a leaner version, still stocky, but without weighing you down. Facing a swarm of these fast, agile, and tough iron cans, the Allied forces' lead commanders found themselves struggling for breath. The situation grew even tenser when the rhinoceros leader appeared on the field, completely changing the tide. Standing a full 2.5 meters tall, this rhinoceros chief wore armor not of 3 but 5 thick, overlapping layers. Though made from lightweight lizard-scale material, it was reinforced to rival true heavy plate in weight. Encased in this heavy armor, and with his naturally massive build, he looked like a towering humanoid tank. No weapon strike could break through his defenses. Instead, attacks bounced off with enough force to send weapons flying from opponents' hands. Even heavy artillery was useless against him. The 5-layer scale armor reached nearly 10 centimeters thick at its thickest point, inside which was a padded wool lining to absorb shock. His rugged rhinoceros skin was nearly impenetrable. This was no ordinary armor, but more like bulletproof plating used on tanks and armored vehicles. His weapon was a wolf-tooth club over 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. Every swing felled enemy combatants left and right. Nobody could match him in a direct clash for more than a few moves. At just that moment, in the midst of the brutal fighting, the rhino leader struck twice with his club, smashing through the bear leader's defenses and shattering his skull in a single, clean blow. The 2 lion tiger commanders waiting in the rear went pale. As top leaders themselves, they were no weaklings, but even together, it would take them hundreds of moves to defeat the bear chieftain. Now this rhino's overwhelming might left even them struggling to respond. Could this be the legendary mutated white rhino? On the battlefield, iron armor piled up like mountains and blood soaked the ground. The savage struggle showed no sign of abating as the violent storm of combat raged on without mercy. Seeing that continuing to fight like this was no solution, the 2 exchanged a glance and suddenly nodded in unison. The orc leader suddenly raised his hand with a sharp motion and barked out, "Unlock the chains. Release the mastiffs." No sooner had the command left his mouth than the troops behind quickly parted, revealing a dozen or so figures flickering at the edge of the battlefield. These were about a dozen mastiff-like orcs, standing around 6 feet tall, their bodies covered in thick, shaggy fur. Their heads bore a pair of large dog ears, but instead of standing upright, they hung down. Their upper bodies were bare, while the lower halves were clad only in rough animal hide pants. Their hands and feet bore massive beastly claws that, unlike their kin, could not retract. The claws gleamed coldly in the sunlight, metallic and sharp. Thick iron shackles, as wide as bottlenecks, were wrapped around their wrists, and heavy metal collars hung around their necks. Over their mouths were iron muzzles fastened securely to these collars. Behind the collars and muzzles were up to 8 thick iron chains, gripped tightly by several dogman handlers. The mastiff orcs' eyes burned with ferocity, their mouths gaping behind the muzzles to reveal rows of dense, sharp fangs. Saliva dripped down the sides of their mouths, completing the image of a pack of rabid beasts. These war machines of the orc tribe stood motionless as they were dragged to the front lines, while their dogman companions scrambled nervously to unlock the iron shackles. The dogmen's paws resembled canine claws, though naturally armed with hook-like nails and skilled at fighting. They lacked the dexterity of humans. Amid the tension, they fumbled for a long time and managed to loosen only a few of the chains. The mastiff orcs grew impatient as the light in their eyes suddenly deepened. Finally, one reached the limit of his endurance. With his arms' muscles taut, he ripped violently, snapping the iron shackle wrapped around his wrist. A deafening roar tore through the air as the mastiff orc took heavy strides and charged onto the battlefield. Several dogmen behind panicked, desperately holding the iron chains, only to be violently thrown aside by the mastiff's brute force. The chains bounced a few times before smashing to the ground with a heavy thud. One dogman was even swept aside like a weapon, slammed violently through the air. Bang! A thunderous impact interrupted the battle. Oder, the dogman leader locked in a duel with another dogman, was suddenly struck in the back and flung through the air. Though he had abandoned agility for heavier armor, 3 layers of reinforced plate, the ferocity of the blow flummoxed even him. He tumbled 5 or 6 meters before crashing down. The dogman who struck him suffered even worse. Without armor, his bones shattered on impact, and life fled immediately. Before Oder could rise, a shadow plummeted down and pinned him to the ground. 2 massive mastiff orc paws swung wildly, hammering sparks off the hardened plates of Oder's armor. Even armor forged to resist sword and axe began to dent and scratch beneath the relentless pounding. Though of limited intellect, the mastiff orc's battle instincts were sharp, seeking weak points in the defense. Unable to pierce the metal, it resorted to brute force, tearing at the edges of the armor stitched with woolen thread and soon ripping off large chunks. With the first layer of armor shredded, the mastiff orc gazed inside at the second layer, visibly puzzled. He seemed stunned. This world clearly was not one where layered plate armor was common. Ordinary soldiers either wore integrated plate mail or thin, brittle lizard scale armor. Even triple-layered scale was no match for steel plate. Plus, making scale armor was resource-intensive. The kingdom couldn't afford to outfit each soldier with multiple suits, so infantry usually had a single lightweight set, relying more on luck for protection. While the mastiff orc was frozen in thought, Oder swiftly drew a magic short sword from his waist and slashed fiercely into the orc's side. The wounded orc yelped, but instead of retreating or dodging, it grabbed Oder's armor with both hands and swung him against the ground like a heavy sack. The orc's brutal, relentless swings continued without pause. It was fearlessly bold, pain only fueling its berserker rage and making it fight harder and more fiercely. This was the mastiff orc's most terrifying trait. So long as they retained any fighting strength, they never stopped. Wounded, they became even more savage, their thirst to kill intensifying. As one after another mastiff warrior entered the arena, the previously lopsided battle began to subtly shift. Seeing these mastiffs rampage uncontrollably, the canine fighters stopped bothering to unlock their chains. Instead, they relaxed their arms to avoid being accidentally injured by their frenzied comrades. The canines quickly fell back as all the mastiffs broke free from their shackles and charged wildly toward the center of the battlefield. However, among the charging pack, the most burly mastiff did not rush forward immediately. In his hand, instead of grabbing a common weapon from the ground, he seized the iron chains hanging behind his head. Thick, solid iron links wound tightly around his massive fists. At first, he stepped forward slowly, then gradually increased speed until breaking into a jog, and finally burst into a full sprint. Encased in a dozen coils of iron chain, his chained fists swung like massive hammers across the battlefield. This mastiff dashed swiftly through enemy ranks, cutting past multiple defenses, closing in on his target. Reaching his mark, he leapt into the air without hesitation, raising his chain-wrapped fist to slam hard against the opponent's helmet. The one struck was none other than the rhino leader. A dull thud sounded as the normally unyielding rhino leader was forced back 3 steps, nearly toppling over. Instinctively, he tried to steady himself, but another chain-wrapped iron fist came crashing like a cannonball, striking his cheek. The faceplate cracked loudly, severely deformed. In an instant, the rhino leader was blasted backwards several meters, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The unexpected double blow left him momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what force had struck him. The mastiff gave no respite. Charging forward, he leapt onto the rhino's chest, relentlessly pounding the most vulnerable parts of his facial armor with both fists. Even the rhino's heavy 5-layered armor could not withstand the furious assault, and blood seeped continuously through the gaps. After taking several brutal strikes, the rhino leader snapped back to awareness, his eyes blazing with fury. Just as he prepared a fierce counterattack, he saw the iron fist descending again. He abruptly threw back his head with a heavy headbutt. The mastiff's ironclad fist collided with his steel-hard horn, the toughest part of the rhino's body. As a Tier 5 warrior, his horn was exceptionally strong. The impact echoed heavily, snapping the iron chain into pieces in the mastiff's hand, causing his fist and arm to twist painfully. Yet the rhino leader also suffered from the collision. His head rang painfully, nearly knocking him unconscious. His helmet hit the dust hard as he staggered, delirious. In a desperate flurry, he swung his arms wildly, sweeping at the mastiff's waist and sending the towering fighter flying several meters. The rhino leader shakily rose from the ground, blood streaming down his face, vision dimmed, but there was no time to dwell on injuries. His hands scrambled blindly, urgently searching for a weapon. Though he should not have been so disoriented, his physique and armor far superior to his opponent's, his one major weakness was slower reflexes. This momentary lapse allowed the mastiff to launch a stealthy attack that nearly left him defenseless. But none of that mattered as long as he could find a weapon and regain composure. He was certain victory still belonged to him. The rhino chief groped around in vain, only to be met with a heavy blow. With a loud thud, a more than 3-meter-long wolf-tooth club slammed forcefully onto his helmet, instantly knocking him flying through the air. The situation had suddenly changed. A mastiff warrior charged in to reinforce. Not just one, but 4 mastiffs arrived at once, leaving no chance for the rhino chief to get back up. These mastiff warriors attacked like rabid wild dogs, fiercely tearing at the scales of the rhino chief's armor. From earlier observations, they had already discovered the weak point of the scale armor. The threads connecting the scales were extremely fragile, unable to withstand such brutal tearing. Soon, the 5 mastiffs surrounded the rhino chief tightly. Within a short time, all 3 layers of his armor were ripped to shreds, and it looked like he would die right there. The scene was so dire that Gu Erdan, who was nearby adjusting his own bones, froze in shock. He shouted, "Oh man, whose subordinates are these? How are they so fierce? Hey, stop just watching. Don't you see our personal guard captain is about to get killed? Get in there and help." The 4 black warriors standing by Gu Erdan sighed silently upon hearing this. As the elite core of the Imperial Guard, having fought alongside Gu Erdan many times, they could clearly see the rhino chief was in mortal danger. Yet they stayed put, not because they didn't see the risk, but because they were deliberately refusing to help. After all, these big brutes dared to call themselves the personal guards, openly challenging their Imperial Guard's authority. Let them die, good riddance. But Gu Erdan's words broke the silence. 2 black warriors stabbed their spears into the ground and strode forward empty-handed. Anyone trying to stop them was immediately knocked out with a single punch. Reaching the rhino chief, one warrior grabbed a mastiff's hair and swung him around like a hammer. The mastiff was caught off guard and slammed into several companions before coming to a stop. Startled by the commotion, the other mastiff's eyes flashed crimson with rage as they lunged at the black warriors without hesitation. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison. A black warrior kicked one away, dodged a 2-person attack with a quick bend, then grabbed both attackers' arms and slammed them down like iron hammers, knocking them unconscious. The black warriors spared no mercy. If they held back, these opponents wouldn't just be injured, they'd be dead. Their power as Tier 10 Lord-level fighters left the enemy helpless. The only surviving mastiff was the same one who had critically wounded the rhino chief. His arm was badly twisted, but he showed no fear of the black warriors. Instead, he rushed forward in heavy strides, tearing the iron muzzle from his face mid-run. With one arm ruined, he couldn't land blows effectively, so he abandoned close combat and used his strongest attack, a flying pounce aiming to bite the black warrior's throat. Those sharp mastiff teeth were like iron, and a successful bite would be beyond a simple infection or rabies shot. It could tear off not just flesh, but the head itself. Yet this attack was utterly ineffective. The black warrior reacted instantly, her palm shooting out like lightning to grip his neck, then slammed him down hard onto the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed across the earth as the mastiff whimpered, spurting blood, his bones and organs shattered inside. Still, he wouldn't give up struggling. With only one claw left intact, he scratched wildly, sparks flying from the black warrior's armor. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she abruptly kicked him. The mastiff was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into a crowd and sliding some 20 meters before coming to rest at the feet of the twin lion-tiger chiefs. His fur was scraped bare on one side, his flesh shredded and bloody, a terrible state. Even so, he fought desperately to get up, but his wounds were too severe. After a few feeble attempts, he collapsed with a thud and slipped into unconsciousness. The lion-tiger chiefs exchanged a glance full of shock and caution. Such a terrifying being, when had anything like this appeared among the beastmen bandits before? All of you charge. The two bellowed, drawing their weapons and rushing forward wildly. At their command, nearly 20,000 beastmen warriors roared as one and surged forward in a disciplined charge. The army battle had officially begun. Shouts and cries of battle echoed continuously, and the battlefield was a chaotic mess. When the two armies clashed head-on, what had been limited skirmishes between commanders quickly devolved into a disorderly brawl involving everyone. The allied orc forces couldn't maintain effective command or formation. They charged in a ragged, confused rush, fighting individually with no discipline. On Gu Erdan's side, though they wore heavy armor and carried standardized weapons that made them look elite, in reality, they were just raw recruits barely trained to form ranks. Their charges held some order, but once it became close combat, their tightly packed lines broke apart instantly into a street fight-style scramble. Still, despite lacking tactics and organization, these guys made up for it with brute strength and sturdy armor. Ordinary orcs found it extremely hard to break through their defenses, let alone defeat them. This was no fair fight. It was more like a professional army facing off against rural peasants, or heavily armored infantry battling unarmed farmers. The only thing both sides shared was a fierce determination to fight. Even though a dozen or so orcs barely held their own against a single enemy soldier, they showed no fear, fighting like fearless machines driven by sheer will. Unfortunately, spirit alone couldn't close the gap in combatability. After half an hour of intense fighting, the battle gradually wound down. Of the more than 20,000 orcs in the allied force, fewer than 1,000 remained standing. Those who fell either screamed in pain or lay unconscious. Sitting at the rear watching the battle, Gu Erdan furrowed his brow. He had long instructed his orcs not to kill recklessly, even providing them with blunt, edged-off weapons, but it seemed impossible to avoid the fight's brutal cost. Orcs fought with all their might, striking for vital points. Though their weapons were dull and heavy, their powerful bodies smashed many opponents' skulls. Blood splattered everywhere, and most of those hits suffered severe, often fatal wounds. Even Gu Erdan's well-equipped, skilled soldiers suffered casualties, mostly among their bravest frontline troops. By contrast, second-rate members like the sheepmen, dogmen, and lizardmenho were naturally poor warriors, dared not charge. Most stayed on the edges of the formation, unwilling to enter the fray. Those orcs killed were usually overwhelmed by numbers, their armor torn to shreds. The scene was savage and brutal. Gu Erdan shook his head, inwardly sighing at this group of creatures who seemed cued off the field, but became vicious and ruthless once in battle. Could it really be true that the pinker they dressed, the harder they fought? If both sides had been undisciplined orc and undead hordes, this orc force might have had better chances. But in a prolonged war, any race fighting the undead was doomed in the end. As the last desperate orcs were captured alive, Gu Erdan rose and walked toward them. By now, the lion and tiger leaders had lost all their former pride. The lion leader was drenched in blood, his fur matted and shrunken, his whole frame drastically reduced, looking utterly defeated and pitiful. The tiger leader hadn't shrunk much after all. Its short fur wouldn't compress like that. But its magical equipment was now in tatters. The helmet was missing, and the armor was torn to shreds. It had originally been a decorative noble ceremonial outfit with magical enhancements, but its defense wasn't necessarily better than the iron armor handcrafted by Gu Erdan, so it was no surprise it got ripped apart. Both of them knelt on the ground, their ears drooping to the sides, radiating the complete despair of defeated dogs. Behind them, other bandit leaders knelt as well, sharing the same downcast expressions, their faces etched with defeat. So many fighters had thrown themselves into battle, yet they had only managed to deal less than 500 points of damage, an incredibly demoralizing blow. For some among them, hope was entirely lost. To be knocked to their knees by a pack of dogmen and unable even to strike back shattered their worldview. They felt life had lost all meaning. Gu Erdan slowly stepped forward. The orc leaders, already with ears hanging low, lowered them even further in submission. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan nodded with satisfaction and lifted his helmet to reveal his face. Everyone, a bet's a bet. You've lost to me, so from now on, you will obey me. As the helmet came off, the orc leaders saw his true face and showed shocked expressions. Disbelief quickly gave way to stunned silence. The powerful orc chieftains were not orcs at all, but merely a human relying on small tricks. Shock and disbelief surged into anger. The once obediently kneeling group suddenly thrashed and roared violently. The two lion-tiger leaders closest to Gu Erdan opened their wide jaws and lunged to bite him. Their sharp teeth snapped the air with a harsh crackling sound. One major reason why humans struggled to conquer orcs was because orcs only easily submitted to their own kind. They rarely obeyed outsiders. Even a sword saint could only earn respect, never loyalty, from tribes of battle-loving orcs. Had Gu Erdan been an orc himself, even a lowly dogman or sheepman, the other leaders would have accepted his command. But seeing him as a non-relative, they immediately went berserk and rebelled. If not for powerful soldiers holding them down, and the orcs' own injuries, they might have broken free. Gu Erdan sighed. He was all too familiar with such situations. Almost every time he subjugated a bandit group, the orc leaders would eventually rebel once their human identity was revealed. No matter how harshly he imposed his will, or how completely they had been defeated, the moment the leader's humanity was exposed, the orcs would rage and try to kill him, believing that killing the leader would avenge their people. He raised a hand, signaling his escort soldiers to loosen their grip. As the orcs were released, the two lion-tiger leaders exploded into action, lunging fiercely at Gu Erdan from just inches away. Their sharp claws aimed straight for his throat. But Gu Erdan grabbed both with armored hands and twisted forcefully with a crack. The lion-tiger leaders screamed in agony as their wrists were bent and turned, forcing them to kneel again. Though a peak Tier 4 warrior was considered low-level in the undead army, it still posed overwhelming power over these two orcs who only used brute force and no magic, completely crushing their charges. The two leaders, lion and tiger, grimaced in pain, their faces twisted, yet the fierce light in their eyes never dimmed. Defiance still burned fiercely within. Gu Erdan smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curving coldly. Suddenly, a dazzling red glow ignited in his eyes. Thick black energy surged from his body, carrying the aura of death, slowly wrapping around the armor on his arms. As the dark energy continuously poured in, the runic array embedded within the armor began to activate. Two small array discs set into the backs of his hands lit up simultaneously, complex and clear runes swiftly unfolding and hovering in the air around him. Necromantic conversion ritual commence. Gu Erdan commanded coldly. The black energy churned violently, flowing like a tidal wave into the lion and tiger leaders' bodies. Harsh, agonized screams erupted instantly. Their eyes turned pitch black as shadowy black veins emerged beneath their skin, writhing as if alive. This was the latest upgrade to Gu Erdan armor, bestowed by the Lich King Alandonat, a simple defensive enhancement, but the embedding of two rudimentary conversion arrays whose true power was now revealed. The lion and tiger chiefs were forcibly transformed into half-undead, their auras instantly linked to Gu Erdan and quickly identified by the system. Without hesitation, Gu Erdan began strengthening them. As orcs, they were naturally helpless cannon fodder with no resistance. Even with system support, they could not gain spells or talents, capped at stage 9 growth and unable to break into stage 10. But this limitation came with an advantage. Their enhancement was brutally straightforward, requiring no magic or fighting energy, relying solely on physical strengthening to massively boost their combat power. Stage 4 orcs possessed tough enough bodies to withstand sword strikes. Stage 5 orcs could even resist certain magical weapon attacks. More importantly, their enhancement cost was extremely low, half the expense of undead soldiers, and combined with their astonishing reproduction and growth rates, they became the cheapest yet fiercest troops imaginable. Gu Erdan slowly released his hands. The lion and tiger leaders felt the pulsing black veins calm gradually, and the power of their flesh and blood surged to more than double their previous strength. Their faces showed shock and disbelief. Now they clearly sensed a complete metamorphosis. It was as if they had shed the shackles of fatigue and decay. But none of that mattered as much as their newfound strength, far surpassing anything they had known before. Immersed in this transformation, Gu Erdan donned his helmet again, only his eyes glowing red like burning embers. He spoke sternly. Now, once again, I ask all orcs, bow to me, Skeleton King Gu Erdan. I will grant you endless power. Power you never had before, not even in your wildest dreams. As his voice fell, the orcs under Gu Erdan command erupted in enthusiastic cheers, each fiercely igniting the death energy within their bodies. Black veins rapidly spread beneath their skin, displaying signs of newfound power. Those orc warriors who witnessed their kin's transformation exchanged looks of shock and doubt. They had sensed strange changes earlier. It was understandable that rhinoceros orcs could defeat them, and that werewolves were within reason. But none dared believe that a dog person could relentlessly chase down a bear orc, even fight two simultaneously. Had anyone dared say this before, they would have been twisted and kicked like a ball. This moment would completely overturn their understanding of strength and reshape the entire power hierarchy. Having personally experienced the unique power of their kind and witnessed the transformation of the two leaders firsthand, no one doubted Gu Erdan's words anymore. At this moment, their hesitation boiled down to one internal struggle, whether they were willing to set aside their pride and submit beneath a human's rule. Finally, the two chieftains of the lion and tiger tribes broke the silence first, raising their heads to meet Gu Erdan's gaze. Their eyes were heavy with solemnity, yet flickered with a hint of excitement. What's the cost? I mean, what exactly is the price? The lion leader clenched his fists tightly, his internal energy surging wildly as black veins spread across his body. His eyes glowed fiery red. Gu Erdan, tell us, what must we pay to gain this power? The cost? Gu Erdan's eyes deepened, his tone firm and resolute. Loyalty, that is the price. You will prove your loyalty through your actions, and I will grant you strength in return. Abruptly, Gu Erdan knelt on one knee, lowering himself to half a squat before the two leaders, his expression serious and unwavering. Soldiers, the price of power is eternal allegiance to me. You will follow me as I conquer one plane after another, an endless, aimless journey without end. For now, begin by subjugating every orc tribe in these border mountains as your token of loyalty. What do you say? Gu Erdan's words silenced the lion and tiger leaders. After a long pause, they lowered their heads slowly, pressing their hands to the ground. Allow us to offer our utmost loyalty to the great king. They declared in unison. Call me your majesty, Gu Erdan said with a faint smile. As you command, great king, they instinctively replied. Gu Erdan chuckled and shook his head. Forget it, call me whatever you want. You too have pledged your loyalty, but what about the others? His gaze swept over the officers and defeated soldiers behind them. They exchanged glances, then imitated the leader's stance and bowed their heads. We pledge our loyalty, great king. Time flew by. Half a month had passed since the last fierce battle between the two armies. The newly joined legions brought powerful reinforcements, and the plan to conquer the orcs was progressing smoothly. After the brutal fight and witnessing Gu Erdan's iron-fisted power with their own eyes, these orcs naturally accepted joining him. Within a little over 10 days, all the orc bandit tribes in the border mountains were gradually assimilated, bringing total troop strength beyond 50,000. However, only about 10,000 were truly capable fighters. The rest were largely sheep people, lizard people, and canine-like miscellaneous troops, among whom rat people were the most numerous. The rat people were known for their incredible reproductive capacity and ease of feeding, but their combat abilities were weak. Lately, Gu Erdan's biggest headache was actually managing the diet and discipline of these half-undead orcs. In theory, they should have gradually freed themselves from reliance on food, sustaining themselves on soul fire alone, needing only one meal a month or even none at all. But their greed almost led them to steal all the new meat sheep Gu Erdan had just purchased, despite explicit bans. Luckily, Yang Lin sent a large sum of money just in time, allowing Gu Erdan to buy more provisions and deploy loyal canine troops to guard the stores carefully, averting a food crisis. Besides eating, fighting was another huge problem. Just yesterday, two clans clashed fiercely over rankings, resulting in over 20 casualties. The so-called rankings were an unofficial orc strength chart, and these orcs fought up to 3 times a day just for this little vanity, titlino amount of reasoning from Gu Erdan could stop them. On top of that, there was one private annoyance. After spending half a month training them to master complex formations, they still only knew how to shout our great king. Not a single one was willing to address him as your majesty. Could such a simple title really be so hard to say? Your majesty, the werewolf tribe has brought back another 2,100 individuals. What? That many again? Gu Erdan frowned slightly, disbelief flashing across his face. Almost all the local werewolves have already been captured. Where on earth did they get so many? A attendant whispered in his ear. I heard our werewolves crossed the mountain and forcibly brought them back from the orc territories. The journey was perilous, and they suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, even more would have returned. So by this calculation, the total number of werewolves must be close to 10,000 now? Gu Erdan asked. The exact number is 9,247, the attendant replied. But shortly after they arrived, there was an internal conflict within their ranks that killed 43 of them. So the number of truly effective fighters is only that many now. Internal strife again. Gu Erdan shook his head wearily, a hint of frustration creasing his brow. He was completely fed up with this tribe of orcs. Let them be. To motivate these unreliable orcs under his command, Gu Erdan borrowed the military merit system from the undead realm, but with modifications. He didn't adopt the original headcount-based system because the orcs in the mountain region would have descended into chaos long ago under such a rule. Instead, he implemented a formal promotion system. Conquering 100 of their kind earned the rank of centurion, 1,000 conquered, captain, and 10,000 conquered, deputy commander of a 10,000-man unit. The purpose was simply to encourage them to recruit and expand their forces. Unlike the undead realm where skeleton soldiers are abundant and promotions come easily, here the orcs, though physically tough and battle-hardened, could only increase their numbers through natural reproduction. Gu Erdan certainly couldn't wait years for them to multiply, so motivating them to build up the ranks themselves was the only way. After some time with this merit system in place, Gu Erdan finally saw the first orc to rise to deputy commander, Ratman General. This group was the least respected among the orcs, lacking any strengths other than numbers. Yet this general was the first to gather an army of 10,000, so Gu Erdan naturally recognized his leadership potential. Without hesitation, Gu Erdan awarded the Ratman General a 9th-tier power rating, the highest rank attainable. Unfortunately, despite his greatly increased strength, the orcs still didn't fully respect him. When he challenged the Dogmen tribe, he barely escaped with his life and nearly had his support torn apart by the Mastiffs. The newly recruited orc army generally maintains a uniform power level of 4th tier. Higher ranks include elite 5th-tier soldiers and 6th, 7th, and 8th-tier warriors led by decurions, centurions, and captains respectively. The top orc deputy commanders are 9th tier. These orcs cannot break through to the Lord Realm, which limits the power scale across all their soldiers. Though this rough power classification is frustrating, it must be accepted for now. Finding a way for orcs to overcome this bottleneck has become Gu Erdan's headache. So, he tasked the chief strategist and scientific leader, Lich King Alanda, and his team with unraveling this mystery. Whether or not they succeed is left to luck. At that moment, the corpse witch Bhopal stood nearby, reporting intelligence at an unhurried pace. 90 of his information concerned the orcs, power struggles, disputes over rank fueling infighting, or clashes between factions escalating into full clan wars. Gu Erdan heard about such conflicts at least 10 times every day. In short, every piece of news involving these orcs was either about fighting or heading straight toward it. As they were talking, the door suddenly burst open with urgent knocking. A warrior clad in black armor stepped in carrying a piece of animal hide parchment. He approached the table and carefully placed the parchment down, then marched away with precise military steps. Gu Erdan signaled the necromancer Bhopal to take the parchment. Bhopal slowly unfolded it, his expression instantly growing serious, his face turning pale. What happened? Gu Erdan asked. Your Majesty, we have trouble, Bhopal replied, his voice tense with restrained anxiety. The lethargic Gu Erdan suddenly perked up upon hearing this. He hurriedly took the parchment and studied it carefully. As he read the roughly scrawled but unmistakably bold characters on the parchment, a faint smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Finally, some real business at last. Written on the parchment were the words, Noble Allied Forces Assembled. Advancing now, the Noble Allied Forces referred to the private armies recruited by the various noble factions along the border. Why had they united to attack the orcs? That story began 10 days ago. Each year, the border villages had to pay taxes. Although most of these villages were inhabited by orcs, who were notoriously difficult to control and made tax collection extremely challenging with frequent clashes, the shining silver coins on the table were something the nobles would never easily relinquish. In theory, local human gentry assisted in tax collection, and as long as they didn't extort excessively, collecting the money wasn't too hard. A few tax officials dying in the process was an acceptable cost. The problem started when Gu Erdan's side officially implemented the military merit system, recruiting all willing orcs to join their ranks. Although most orcs in the border villages were half-breeds with human bloodlines, holding low status among pure-blooded orcs and living mixed among humans where they faced disdain, now, to fill the ranks, even these half-blood orcs with patchy facial hair were lumped together and swept up. Neighboring villages were successively taken over. The gentry willing to surrender were recruited by Yang Lin into the orc army, while those who resisted were thoroughly eliminated, their souls absorbed and bodies stored for later use. The tax collectors who used to rely on local gentry found none left. Upon realizing the newcomers came to collect taxes, the orcs grew unusually hostile, giving the officials a harsh lesson before forcibly expelling them. A single village might be tolerated with a grudging silence, as tax officers had suffered beatings from orcs before. But 6 villages in a row facing the same treatment and repeated assaults was a clear sign something was gravely wrong. A chilling thought flashed through their minds. The orcs were invading. All the border villages independently chose resistance, offering no chance for negotiation, the whereabouts of the gentry unknown, undoubtedly a prelude to rebellion. The terrified tax officials fled back to the noble domains and immediately reported the intelligence to their lord. Naturally, the lord took the news seriously. If a full-scale orc invasion had broken out, his vassal's frontier land would be the first to bear the brunt. Thus, the vassal lord personally led a campaign with 300 private guards, 1,200 reservists, 2,200 hastily raised militia, and an elite mercenary company of 500, marching in force toward the border villages, determined to crush the potential disaster. But the outcome was shocking. This massive army of over 5,000 men was routed in a skirmish against roughly 1,000 orcs defending the villages, scattering in disarray. The vassal lord rode a magnificent warhorse, hoping to strike a heroic blow to quell the rebellion. Instead, he was singled out by an orc centurion and instantly killed by a precisely thrown spear that pierced his horse and him. The fleeing soldiers were a pitiful sight in reality. Already poorly equipped, they stood no chance against the orcs in their iron fortress armor. Most reservists wore flimsy lizard skin light armor, more decorative than protective. The 300 private guards had medium armor but were no match in a hard fight. The militia were barely armed. each given only a crude weapon and a single piece of cloth armor as filler. Only the mercenary band had decent gear, but at under 100 gold coins in value. It was still far inferior to the orcs' iron fortress armor. The army collapsed instantly and was relentlessly hunted down by the orcs who pursued them in every direction. The vassal lord watched in disbelief as the heavily armored orcs rammed down doors and walls, charging forward. For a moment, he couldn't even tell who were the real orcs and who were humans. The nearby towns suffered the same fate. The orcs raided relentlessly, especially targeting noble castles, smashing through defenses effortlessly. The vassal's castle didn't hold out even 10 minutes before falling, marking its downfall. The orcs withdrew jubilantly, laden with loot, bringing a windfall to Gu Erdan. But the massacre and rebellion sent shockwaves through all the surrounding noble houses, plunging them into utter panic. An entire noble faction was completely wiped out, crossing a line no aristocrat dared test. Without hesitation, over 20 noble houses in the area united, quickly marshalling their forces to launch a retaliatory campaign. The Qin state strictly regulated the size of noble private armies. Barons could have up to 150 men, viscounts no more than 300, counts 500, marquises 1,000, and dukes 3,000. Higher ranks like grand dukes and princes, however, effectively ruled semi-independent realms resembling vassal states, beyond Qin's legal reach. Though private troop numbers were explicitly capped, nobles always found ways around this. Their unregistered reserves were essentially more private soldiers who didn't officially appear on the rolls and thus received no pay. A typical viscount might have 300 registered men, but secretly maintain up to 2,000 reserve troops. With over 20 nobles joining forces, even if each only deployed 500 private soldiers, that amounted to a massive army exceeding 10,000. Coupled with mercenaries funded by their vast wealth and hastily gathered militias, their forces rapidly swelled. Thanks to storage rings, they faced no supply or logistics issues, allowing swift movement and formidable combat power. In less than 10 days, the army had pushed to the border, encamped, and began confronting the Orcish villages. Meanwhile, detachments from other nobles were still en route. When Gu Erdan heard the news, it wasn't just the human coalition rallying. Orc forces were rapidly assembling as well, preparing for an all-out clash. A wide river marked the standoff line. On the human side, the camp stretched for miles along the riverbank. More astonishingly, mages had erected 3-meter-high fortified walls of magic, with straight battlements, watchtowers, and gates, resembling a newly risen fortress, awe-inspiring in scale. Across the river, the Orcish coalition appeared in disarray. Their tents were scattered haphazardly. Makeshift wooden barricades leaned at odd angles. There were no sturdy walls or even earthen mounds for defense. Yet these undisciplined orc hordes were enough to make the human troops wary, hesitant to sally forth for battle. The two sides had already clashed once, before the humans had built their walls and fully prepared. Observing the chaotic orc camp, a leader among the first Aravalsa cavalry expert, known as Count Callan, made a decisive plan. He led over 1,000 heavy cavalry, joined by other noble horsemen, to launch a sudden strike. With nearly 3,000 riders massed, they charged down the river's bridge, determined to break through the orc lines. Leading the vanguard were Callan's famed heavy cavalry, clad in thick armor atop sturdy horses, their momentum brutal and overwhelming. But awaiting them was no longer a wild beast force relying on brute numbers and raw strength. Instead, tens of thousands of armored infantry formed an impenetrable iron wall, holding firm as the law decreed. The two forces collided violently on the narrow bridge. Callan's heavy cavalry smashed into the Orcish rhinoceros warrior vanguard, but was immediately drawn into a fierce struggle, suffering a devastating defeat on the spot. Horses reared and pawed in the sand as battle flags whipped violently in the chaotic melee. Witnessing in disbelief, the heavily armored cavalry whose combined weight exceeded 700 pounds was suddenly swept up and thrown into the air over 3 meters high by their opponents. The infantry behind them, who had been waving flags and cheering moments before, immediately froze in shock. Moments later, they watched as the cavalry was ruthlessly struck by enormous weapons, swung like giant brooms, sending both rider and horse flying several meters away. The mounted warriors crashed through the bridge's guardrails and plummeted heavily into the rushing river below, their grim fate horrifying onlookers. When the cavalry's charge abruptly ended, a brutal massacre began. Thousands of cavalrymen were crowded shoulder to shoulder on the narrow bridge, pushed forward like a tidal wave by the heavily armored beastmen clad in iron pagoda-like armor. Some recklessly charged straight off the bridge, falling into the water. Others were punched up into the air, riders and horses alike. Count Karun, a fighter with 7th-tier strength, was struck heavily on the head by the rhinoceros beastman leader's massive club and died instantly in front of everyone. Facing the continuous thunder of steel monster horns, the few experienced noble commanders finally snapped back to reality, urgently gathering their remaining forces to try and halt the enemy's advance across the bridgehead. However, Arrows had no effect, and the heavily armored infantry could not hold their line, soon breaking into a rout. In desperation, mages were deployed to bombard both sides fiercely, briefly forcing the beastmen back. The iron pagoda armor was impervious to arrows, javelins, even wind blades and fireballs, but it proved helpless against powerful lightning spells and heavy rock magic. Several 4th-tier mages combined their power to cast a 4th-tier earthquake spell, shattering the bridge and momentarily ending the first fierce battle. After the fight, human losses totaled 2,100 cavalry and over 500 infantry killed. The beastmen suffered fewer than 700 deaths, most from magical bombardment. The nobles personally ordered the retrieval of the beastmen corpses sunk in the river to study their invulnerable armor. The gathered leaders exchanged grim looks, emotions heavy with unease. The next day, earthen walls rose overnight, marking the swift transformation of the campaign from a punitive raid into a grueling siege. Even more discouraging, humans had now become the defenders, urgently sending cavalry back to the Empire for reinforcements. Everyone realized this was no ordinary foe. The beastmen's tough lizard-scale armor was likely forged only by the legendary Lizard King's royal smiths. Could the elite troops of the Beastmen royal family have personally taken the field? Meanwhile, deep within the Beastmen camp, the main stronghold was heavily guarded. Gu Erdan put down his monocular telescope, frowning deeply. The humans' lightning magic clearly countered the heavy armor units, and the overnight fortification was unexpected. While a frontal assault might still be feasible, if the enemy was repelled, they could quickly erect walls, causing the siege to drag into an endless war of attrition. Without mages of their own, the beastmen lacked the magic to breach these walls, a critical weakness. Gu Erdan understood clearly that the only way to defeat the human coalition was to win decisively in a single battle, a simple strategy in words, but exceedingly difficult in practice. Turning to the assembled leaders, he solemnly declared, "Deploy elite troops to intercept any noble reinforcements. We must prevent their forces from uniting, divide and conquer." The beastmen obeyed, selecting their strongest warriors to cross the river. Victory promised great military rewards. Gu Erdan pledged that anyone who killed a noble commander would be promoted to 6th-tier first-class soldier, with exceptional performers advancing even further. The chance to join this frontline unit was so coveted that fierce conflicts broke out internally for the spots. At last, the spearhead force drafted from various tribes set out, and the river crossing operation began in earnest. Crossing the river was a highly technical challenge. On the opposite bank, towering watchtowers had already been erected, vigilantly monitoring any movement of the orcs. Silently slipping across under their watchful eyes was easier said than done. Taking a boat? It would be instantly set ablaze with fire attacks. Building a bridge? The enemy would tear it down without delay. After nightfall, wizards and light cavalry patrolled together, casting dazzling spells to illuminate the river surface, scrutinizing any unusual activity. At the first sign of a large-scale crossing, they would strike with overwhelming force. Yet despite such tight security, the defense failed. The reason was both simple and shocking. These orcs were no longer the wild brutes they once were. They had become half undead, their bodies fundamentally transformed. The most telling sign was that as long as they had enough nutrients, they no longer needed to eat or breathe. The entire massive army simply walked through the water, wading across under cover of darkness, and quietly landed on the shore. Once ashore, they quickly scattered to begin hunting down their prey. The patrols never saw a single boat and had no conception that orcs could swim entirely submerged, so they remained oblivious. This left the noble reinforcements in dire straits. Under the cover of night, a cavalry squadron galloped toward the riverbank. This was a reinforcement force sent by the Viscount, only 300 riders, not many, but truly the Viscount's elite ace unit. Leading them were the Viscount's 2 sons. "Big brother, it's just a bunch of orcs. We've fought them before, why the big fuss?" The second son, charging at the front, called out lightly. But the elder brother's expression instantly changed, a heavy seriousness crossing his face in silence. If these were just normal orcs, do you think father would have sent the elite? Or laid all his cards on the table? The older brother spoke in a low voice. "This is clearly a fight to the death. Do you really think these orcs are that fearsome? What orcs could stand up to a cavalry charge? Maybe it's one of those legendary behemoth beasts." The younger son scoffed. "Stop imagining things. If it were a behemoth, we wouldn't be the ones charging. They'd be the attackers." The elder brother shook his head. "Most likely just some tough, hard nuts to crack." As the 2 brothers whispered, the elder suddenly furrowed his brow and sharply raised his hand. "Flash spell. Straight ahead, fire." With the command, several cavalrymen raised magical devices, unleashing dazzling beams forward. The streaks arced beautifully through the air, exploding mid-flight into bright spheres that instantly illuminated the surroundings. At the moment of the flash spell's burst, the riders' faces shifted dramatically. Before them stood more than 20 huge monsters, each over 2 meters tall and clad in heavy armor. Only their fierce eyes and long horns were exposed. They wielded massive double-handed battle axes or morning stars, resembling living iron towers fused with rhino men, blocking the path. Break through by force. The eldest son roared, spurring his horse into a sudden burst of speed. The 300 riders followed close behind, forming a wedge formation. Hooves kicked up dust, and reins were tautly pulled as their charge rapidly gained momentum. With a thunderous crash, the two sides collided head-on. The eldest son led the charge but was sidestepped by the Rhino Man captain, who effortlessly lifted the horse's belly, skillfully absorbing the impact. The eldest son was violently thrown off along with his horse. He tumbled through the air, soaring about 4 meters before crashing beneath the warhorse, writhing in intense pain as fresh blood poured from his mouth. The second son, witnessing this, instantly turned pale. In a panic, he yanked the reins tight, trying desperately to stop his own horse. But it was already too late. At that moment, a rhinoceros warrior nearby roared in fury, gripping his massive sword tightly. With a thunderous swing, he struck. The second son, skilled in combat, slapped his horse's back and made a nimble leap off just in time. However, the horse did not stop. The rhinoceros warrior's blade cleaved it in two at the waist, the severed half still trembling as it slid to the ground. Before the second son could steady himself, the rhinoceros warrior spun sharply and launched a brutal kick. With a chilling scream, the second son was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing headlong into an oncoming cavalryman. Both fell to the ground in a tangled heap, horses and men thrown into chaos. Pinned beneath the fallen bodies, the second son and the cavalryman were quickly swallowed by the thunderous sound of hooves and battle cries. The battlefield was a cacophony of neighs, roars, and screams. The once unstoppable charge of the cavalry had been brutally shattered. The vanguard was wiped out completely, while the rear ranks were halted and knocked from their mounts by fallen comrades. The momentum of the assault was extinguished in an instant. Just then, a cavalryman lunged forward with his spear, aiming straight at the rhinoceros warrior's armor, but failed to pierce through. Instead, his attack drew the warrior's attention. With a feral roar, the rhinoceros warrior grabbed the rider's leg, flinging him aside and slamming into another soldier. A sharp crack of breaking bones rang out. The second cavalryman's helmet flew off, his scream cut short as he instantly died on the spot. Amid the chaos, the rhinoceros warrior wildly swung the corpse, smashing cavalrymen from their horses. When the body broke apart, he hoisted a dead warhorse and slammed it hard into the enemy lines, scattering horse and rider in all directions. If the cavalry had broken into smaller groups instead of charging tightly packed, they would never have been halted by just over 20 rhinoceros warriors. But betting everything on a dense, focused charge, they not only failed to break the enemy, but got trapped by fallen comrades, unable to advance or retreat. Minutes later, a fleeing cavalryman was struck by a spear midair, pinned heavily against a tree trunk. Blood stained the ground in every direction, bodies lying fallen everywhere. The rhinoceros captain's blood-splattered armor gleamed coldly in the wind, and he curled his lips into a grim smile. Gather the souls. Count the kills. Brothers, it's time for promotion roar. Before he finished speaking, the rhinoceros warriors erupted in cheers. The deputy commander counted the survivors. Big brother, 4 of our brothers have fallen. Don't waste the bodies. Carry them back for the undead legion. Don't extract the souls yet. I've heard some can be revived if they aren't badly damaged. Well, test it for the great king. Yes, sir. A dozen survivors began clearing the battlefield. Shortly after, chaos reignited. 2 rhinoceros warriors quarreled over who had killed an officer, neither willing to concede. Their arguments escalated into a fight. Nearby warriors did not intervene. Instead, they gathered to watch and even handed them weapons. Gu Erdan had long decreed that private fights were allowed, but using weapons to cause lethal wounds was forbidden, or else military merit would be revoked, and demotion would follow. So the 2 fighters, along with a heckler who grabbed a weapon to join in, soon engaged in a brutal 3-way brawl. Their blows echoed with thuds and grunts until the largest of the 3 knocked the other 2 down, claiming victory. As the commotion died down, the rhinoceros warriors dispersed slowly, continuing to tally military merits. But in the chaos, no one noticed a figure crouched beneath a dead horsia, figure who was none other than the eldest son, thrown from battle. Rolling into the grass, he hid from lingering threats. Once the rhinoceros warriors finished counting and sorting souls, they swaggered away. The battle-worn eldest son rose from the grass, grasping a discarded spear as a makeshift cane, limping painfully toward the distant horizon. The battle at the checkpoint raged fiercely, with nearly every trail and main road stained with blood, the fighting brutally intense. The combat along the official road was especially wild. This route was usually traveled by large main army units, unable to take shortcuts. Naturally, any orcs brave enough to block their way were far more than just a few wild beasts. On this official road, a vast force of 1,000 soldiers marched steadily forward. Infantry and cavalry were mixed together, all well-equipped, not wearing flimsy lizard skin armor, but uniform combinations of iron and leather armor. Though not impenetrable, their defenses were strong enough to withstand ordinary sword strikes, offering solid protection. The army was led by two men. One was in the prime of life, broad-shouldered and powerful. The other was an elderly man with streaks of white hair and eyes sharp as a hawk's. The middle-aged man spoke first. Father, this orc attack is unlike any before we've heard. Multiple clans have already been wiped out. Is it too risky to deploy all our troops at once? The older man, sitting upright on his horse without even turning his head, answered coldly. What? You don't want to send soldiers to the front lines? It's not that I don't want to, but if we send all our troops and things go wrong, we might never recover. Recover? You really think the castle would survive even if we lost? Even if it did, the court would surely scapegoat us, accuse us of dereliction of duty. It wouldn't just be the castle we'd lose our hereditary countship too, the elder declared heavily. Remember this, son. From the moment we were made border nobles, we became outsiders in the king's eyes. While you're strong, that's fine, but once you fall out of favor, those nobles won't hesitate to rescind your lands and resell them. We aren't fighting for the kingdom, we're desperately defending ourselves. Lose, and we lose everything. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before quietly admitting, I understand. The elder then asked, have you found Gu Erdan? No. Didn't find him, or didn't even look. The son had no answer, and the tension made the father's eyes sharpen with anger. No matter what, he is your fifth brother's flesh and blood. Your fifth brother died just months ago, and you treat his son like this? The middle-aged man's face was conflicted. Father, I will find him, alive or dead he will be accounted for. At that moment, leading the column was the army commanded by Count Erdan. The elderly lord himself was at the front, followed closely by his most capable third son. The old lord had 5 sons. The fourth and fifth sons had recently been killed by the rebels. The second son, upon hearing about the orc invasion, led 1,000 elite troops to aid but was now trapped inside the city. Upon hearing this, the old lord summoned all remaining family forces and personally led them out, truly going all in. Having witnessed the horrors of orc invasions and knowing the tragic fate of defeated nobles, he feared defeat more than anyone. The troops advanced slowly along the official road, stretching in a line hundreds of meters long, the end of which was lost to sight. When the old lord suddenly raised his hand, the troops behind immediately halted, and a tense, battle-ready atmosphere filled the air. On the main road, as someone approached, the orc troops quickly rose to their feet. Although there were barely over 100 of them, their jet-black, heavy armor and tightly formed ranks made them intimidating nonetheless. The wolfmen stood like iron statues, stern, cold, and untouchable. The old patriarch stared intently at the fully armored army, his expression darkening. He finally confirmed that the Allied forces had not exaggerated. The enemy was fully armed, meticulously arranged, even equipped with standardized weapons. What was more remarkable was their apparent knowledge of ambush tactics and battle formations. This orc army was clearly no ordinary force. Over 1,000 human soldiers formed into square formations and swiftly spread the lines to face the orcs. Both sides locked eyes like burning coals, glaring fiercely without a word or any attempt to strike first. A reckless charge now would almost certainly lead to chaos. Whoever made the first move would risk paying the price. The old patriarch waited silently, expecting the orcs to charge recklessly as usual. Yet, the assault never came. Suddenly, the wolfman's ranks parted in the center, and a figure strode forward. Heavy chains wrapped around his arms and neck restrained him, and an iron muzzle cage covered his mouth, yet his ferocious fangs remained visible, betraying his savage nature. The old man's eyes narrowed sharply. A mastiffman. As both sides hesitated in surprise, the wolfman quickly unshackled the mastiffman. One by one, the chains and iron cage clattered to the ground. The human soldiers' faces turned pale, exchanging nervous glances as tension surged dramatically. Legend among humans told of the mastiffmen as brutal, merciless warriors, wild and relentless in battle. Anyone marked by them faced almost certain death, fighting to the last breath. Now that this deadly weapon had been unleashed, it was a severe blow to human morale. The old patriarch's face darkened like still water, knowing this was just an old trick. Son, take him down, he ordered coldly. The mastiffman had just freed himself completely, tearing off the muzzle, and lunged toward the human ranks. The patriarch's third son, a peak-level 5th-rank sword sectmaster, wasted no time. He mounted his horse, spear raised, and charged forward. With a 2-meter spear swirling through the air, battle chi surged like thunder, aimed straight at the mastiffman. The thrust struck fast, but was met heat-in by the mastiff's breastplate. The spearhead rang sharply as it stuck in the chest armor. The third son frowned and tried to pull back, only to find the mastiff stepped forward and sprang a pair of sharp blades from his arm guards. With a swift flourishing shingi slashed the spear, which shattered into several fragments. Before the third son could react, the mastiff leapt fiercely, his immense strength sweeping the young warrior from his horse. Despite losing his mount, the third son stayed calm and drew his treasured sword from his waist, slashing horizontally at the mastiff's face. But the mastiff was unguarded, snapping open his snake-like jaws to bite the sword's blade. The sword cracked instantly. The third son howled in pain as the mastiff's teeth tore into his arm. Even his magical arm armor failed to protect him fully. The metal dented and warped, and blood poured out. The mastiff roared louder. The third son struggled desperately to break free, but was thrown down again. The creature's front claws, sharp as blades, repeatedly slashed at the young warrior's breastplate, carving deep grooves and nearly piercing the armor. The clash of steel and flesh rang through the air as the son was pinned to the ground. He spread his hands wide, desperately holding the mastiff's jaws to keep his throat from being crushed. But the mastiff wasn't finished. With a sudden swing of his claw, he aimed to split the son's skull open. At that moment, a great sword clanged sharply, blocking the claw. The blade swept forcefully, sending the mastiff flying back. When he landed, his chest armor bore a fierce gash, almost pierced through. The old patriarch, having saved his son, furrowed his brows deeply. Gripping his sword tightly, he barked, "Fall back. I will deal with him." With a sharp clang, the gleaming claws collided with the giant sword, sending sparks flying into the air. The ancient elder, a warrior at the peak of the 7th tier, battle-hardened and renowned for countless victories, was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Yet his opponent, the mastiff man, was no pushover. Though only 6th tier, his powerful physique and ferocious, fearless fighting style forced the elder to advance cautiously, step by step. After dozens of exchanges, the mastiff man fought with desperate resolve, pushing the elder into a tight spot. In those rounds, the mastiff man had landed 5 strikes, 3 blocked by sturdy armor, but 2 breaking through to leave vivid wounds on the elder's body. His adversary was no mere brute. Several slashing claws left the elder grimacing, his expression darkening. The opponent's armor had seemed tough enough, yet those razor-sharp claws were hidden blades, piercing even stronger than steel plates. The ancient elder's magical armor was deeply scratched, some areas splitting open to reveal the inner layer beneath. The battle grew more intense, and a growing sense of alertness stirred deep within the elder. Ordinarily, such fierce fighting while injured would sap stamina and slow agility. Muscle pain and strength loss are natural laws any warrior must face. But this mastiff man seemed to transcend physiological limits, still striking swiftly despite grievous wounds, as if his sinews and flesh were no longer his own. The elder knew he could not match the strength of his youth. Though his skills remained sharp and even more refined than before, the toll of time drained his breath. After only a few dozen moves, his breathing grew ragged. Realizing that continuing an all-out brawl would only invite defeat, he suddenly dropped the shield from his left arm, freeing his sword hand. Both hands grasped the massive 1.5-meter blade, whose frosty edge glittered coldly in sunlight. At the same moment, a fierce crimson fighting aura burst forth from his body. 7th ring technique potential unleashed. He roared, channeling reserves at great personal cost to spike his physical power. 6th ring technique unbreakable barrier. The aura solidified into a thick armor enveloping him, warding off damage. 6th ring technique flowing cloud and water. The fighting aura sharpened his nerves, heightening perception and reflexes dramatically. With a furious roar, the elder stepped forward, swinging his sword in a wide arc at the mastiff man's neck. The move was lightning quick, but the opponent bent down instinctively to evade, leaning forward to strike back with a claw. Yet in that instant, a gleam appeared in the elder's eyes, and a devastating right elbow shot out, slamming into the mastiff man's jaw. Accompanied by a crimson glow, the 2nd ring technique shattering rock elbow unleashed its full force. The mastiff man howled as his head snapped back and his body staggered. Before he could fall, the elder closed in rapidly and drove the sword hilt hard into the mastiff man's breastplate, which dented on impact. Without hesitation, he raised the heavy blade and swung it down in a crushing strike. The spinning blade sliced through the air like a streak of light, carving a crescent-shaped arc in midair. 4th ring martial skill crescent slash. A crisp snap rang out sharply in everyone's ears. The mastiff warrior, hastily dodging, had his right arm severed clean off along with the armored gauntlet. The cross-section was a mess of torn flesh and exposed bone. Yet, despite this grievous wound, the mastiff warrior neither screamed nor retreated. With burning fury, he swung his left claw in a sweeping strike as fierce as a battering ram. Seizing the moment when the old man's strength was nearly spent, the blow landed squarely on his chest. The strike had originally aimed for the throat, but the seasoned elder instinctively thrust out his chest to block. His magic-enhanced armor, hard as iron, absorbed much of the damage. Still, the claws crafted from the bones of high-grade skeletal warriors were razor-sharp. Sparks flew as the breastplate was gouged with 3 deep slashes, blood spurting from the wounds. Without hesitation, the old man twisted his body, using shoulder momentum to stagger and roll away, quickly creating distance. Kneeling on one knee, he stabbed his great sword into the ground, chest bleeding profusely, face ashen and drained of color. The more seriously injured Mastiff warrior glared with fury, staggering backward while baring his teeth and digging his heels in, preparing for another furious charge. Seeing the situation worsening, the dogfolk reinforcements behind refused to stand idle. After all, this mutated Mastiff was their key to glory. There was no way they'd let him be lost without a fight. 100 howled in unison, charging wildly into the enemy ranks. Most directly assaulted the foes, while a smaller group seized the injured Mastiff to drag him safely back into their lines. The eldest son hurriedly helped his gravely wounded father retreat. The battle between dogfolk and soldiers raged fiercely for over 10 minutes. In the end, well-trained troops leveraged superior firepower and tactics to drive the dogfolk off. The dogfolk fled in disarray, leaving behind more than 30 bodies. Though their losses were fewer in number, their side suffered nearly 100 casualties, a heavy price paid. The old man suppressed the bitterness welling in his chest, clutching at his bleeding wounds, his expression grave and void of any smile. Despite the enemy's 20-plus dead, in less than 20 minutes they had lost close to 100 men. And that was even with the advantage of greater numbers. If evenly matched, the toll would be far worse. A grim warning sounded in his heart. These beastfolk are no ordinary foes. Supporting himself with one hand on his blade, the old man's face was stern, pain barely concealed. Beside him, his wounded eldest son wrapped bandages while speaking up. "Father, these beastfolk are too strong. We should retreat." The old man clenched his fists tightly. "Retreat? If we fall, the number of beastfolk besieging our fortress will be far greater than this." He shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone filled with both resignation and resolve. "Beastfolk are brutal by nature. If they raid commoners, losing possessions might be the worst case. But if nobles resist fiercely, they leave no survivors. We have no fallback. There is no retreat." Rising to his feet, his gaze firm, he declared, "To the front lines. The fate of the Guding family depends on this battle." After burying the fallen on the battlefield, the army advanced once more. The old man rode his tall warhorse, idly turning over a piece of metal armor in his hand. It was a plate torn from a dogfolk's armor, over half the size of a palm. Examining the unusually thick, heavy plate closely, his expression darkened further. Drawing on years of battlefield experience, he immediately recognized the soreseed was lizardfolk scale armor, and this one was far larger than those worn by ordinary lizardfolk. Muttering to himself, the old man questioned, "Is this a mutated breed, or the legendary Lizard King's kin?" His brow furrowed in confusion and shock. The dogfolk's strength was also extraordinary. Though they lacked knowledge of magic or chi, their immense strength and swift moves nearly made him mistake them for heavily armored mastiffs. The battle proved it when alone. That mastiff rivaled a 7th-tier sword master in skill, nearly costing him his life. Known as the sword maniac, with vast battlefield experience, the old man being pushed to such a dire spot was chilling to behold. He gently set down the scale plate and let out a long, heavy sigh with eyes closed. What on earth is happening? As the dust settled on the battlefield, the old man's heavy heart lingered, his expression growing ever graver. Inside the hastily constructed earthen fortress, the air hung heavy and suffocating. Messenger pigeons had already soared across the sky, and swift riders urged their horses forward as reinforcements gradually arrived. Yet their presence brought little relief. Wounded and battered figures told a grim tale of the harsh road ahead. Some units, though strong, had managed to limit their losses, but many others had been nearly wiped out, encircled and crushed by the enemy. Facing fierce beastmen, warriors, rhinomen, buffalo men, lion men, and tigermen, reinforcements had not returned triumphant, but in desperate flight. The most devastated units had escaped with only a handful of survivors, mere kittens and puppies, fragments of their former strength. By now, before the battle had even truly begun, casualties filled the fortress. Many other units were completely missing, their bodies lost to the wasteland. This grim reality weighed heavily on the Allied soldiers, who were consumed by anxiety and despair. As the crowd fell into a silent, troubled hush, suddenly banners fluttered and fierce battle cries echoed beyond the city gates. The gates slowly creaked open, and through the clash of voices and footsteps, a staggering figure supported by soldiers entered, a limping, badly wounded soldier. A viscount's face changed dramatically as he pushed through the crowd and rushed forward, his strong voice trembling with shock and worry. "My son." Staring at the bloodied and battered young man, the viscount's face paled like death, a ghostly hand squeezing his chest. The fate of his son's army was painfully clear. "Brother, I have failed." The eldest son's voice, weary but bitter, struggled through the dim light, reflecting off his dented, shattered chest armor. "All 300 cavalrymen were lost. The second brother is dead in battle. Only I managed to survive by chance." His armor was warped and broken, smeared with blood and mud soaking his tunic. No one watching dared blame or mock this grim survivor, who had endured what many reinforcements had never even faced. To live through a total rout and be so gravely wounded was proof of fierce, desperate resistancia rare, and tragic courage. At that moment, the gates opened once more. New banners waved boldly as the defenders' voices rang clearer. The twin swords banner enters. Count Gooding has arrived. The cry was like a jolt of electricity, lifting the spirits of the weary gathered crowd. It was as if a dawn had broken, and they surged forward toward the gate with renewed hope. A disciplined battalion marched into the city, led by the venerable, imposing Old Lord himself. He wore gleaming new armor, flawlessly covering old wounds. His stern face and sharp eyes betrayed no sign of past injury. General Gu, long time no see. Are you well? Familiar nobles stepped forward respectfully, their voices laced with concern. But the old lord's sharp glance was dismissive. I, an aged retired count, came here in person. Do you think I am unharmed? He retorted coldly, frustration and bitterness lacing his words. No time for pleasantries. We must quickly discuss our strategy. The old lord immediately convened the assembled nobles in a swift emergency council. Present were 4 counts, 13 viscounts, and 21 barons. The key nobles from the Qin border region were all accounted for. Yet the old lord's brows knitted deeper and deeper, his face void of satisfaction. In his mind, he knew the nobles sent to the border fell into 2 flawed categories: those disgraced by political mistakes, and those capable fighters but reckless and blunt. The chaotic mix of personalities presented a thorny problem. Though his military achievements were great, his prior service under the third prince limited his authority and influence. After the third prince's failed coup, the eldest prince ascended the throne, and naturally, this old minister lost all his former influence. His once central fiefdom was abruptly reassigned to a remote, desolate border region. When it comes to combat strength, none present were weak. After all, surviving on this orc-ravaged frontier demanded abundant troops as a key trait of the noble forces stationed here. Even now, despite being relentlessly pursued and besieged by the enemy, the garrison's strength had swelled to around 50,000. Excluding hastily recruited irregulars, the core fighting force still numbered over 30,000. Why were militia numbers so scarce? That was due to the ferocity of the opposing elite troops. Though they broke through defenses with difficulty, they crushed the militia's resistance. Most of the local fighters scattered, suffering heavy casualties. What's the situation? The old lord asked coldly. Eyes met and fell silent. It's dire. Count Kalen has fallen, and nearly the entire cavalry force has been wiped out. The enemy's armor is tough, and their strength overwhelming. We simply can't match them. I believe only the arrival of elite reinforcements will turn the tide, someone replied. Are they assaulting the city? Another noble asked. Not yet. They appear to have crossed the river by some means, but their numbers are small. After days of stalemate, the siege remains ineffective, the city commander answered. Then why haven't you broken out? A voice challenged. We can only wait for the national army's reinforcements before the noble could finish, the old lord sneered. Stop waiting. You all know the Qin kingdom treats us coldly. Though we stand on the front line, vital to defense, the court sees us as a thorn, fearing rebellion. Even if regular troops arrive, they'll likely make excuses and delay waiting until we're exhausted after fighting the orcs to the last man. Then they'll send forces to finish off the orcs and use our failure as pretext to strip our noble titles and reclaim our lands. His words silenced everyone like a death knell. Days passed. Though the army was gathered, no news came. All knew the court was stalling. They understood the grim truth. The enemy's vast numbers and superior gear meant a heating clash was suicidal. Betting everything and losing would mean not only defeat, but also losing noble status. As a count sighed deeply, others nodded grimly in agreement. At that moment, the old lord unfolded a map and pointed fiercely to the river above. Orcs may be fierce, but they're stupid. Humanity's greatest weapon isn't brute strength, it's wisdom. By pushing the enemy upstream along the river, I've studied their armor. It's layered mutated lizard hide, strong but incredibly heavy. Since we built the city by the river, why not cut off the water and lure their forces into battle? Then open the dam to unleash a sudden flood. He lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Their heavy armor weighs them down, only a dozen or so can even float. Once the flood hits, their army will collapse. Dam breaking and flooding to drown the enemy. That's brilliant. Our lowlying terrain means once the water spills over, our fortified walls will protect us, but the orcs will have nowhere to retreat and will be decisively defeated. It seemed a turning point was emerging. But then a viscount furrowed his brow, staring at the lower part of the map. But the river flows down past dozens of villages. The villagers won't escape the flood. His words dropped like a stone, and the council hall fell silent once more. Outside the walls, the wind howled as the orc army pressed forward, waiting for the critical moment to decide this desperate battle. As soon as the viscount spoke, everyone's brows immediately furrowed. The river stretches downstream, leading straight to the inland regions. These villages are not wild borderlands, but genuinely inhabited settlements. Each year, they generate considerable income for their noble lords. Losing more than a dozen villages to destruction would deal a severe blow to the nobles downstream. Seeing the grim expressions around him, An earl quickly tried to smooth things over. Now is not the time to worry about money. If we lose this battle, forget the gold, you won't even keep your lives. The baron sitting nearby immediately darkened. Count Cassie's words were light-hearted. His county had dozens of villages, so even significant losses were bearable. But I am only a minor baron, holding just 4 villages and 2 of those lie along the riverside. If those get swept away, what does victory even mean? He's right. I'm a viscount, but I oversee only 8 villages, most clustered along the river. That area is where I focus on breeding, fishing, and farming. If the villages are destroyed, my estate will shrink by at least half. Rivers have always been the lifeblood of production. Both livestock and crops depend on water sources to thrive. Communities relying on rivers tend to be relatively wealthy and stable. Hearing that their villages would be flooded, the nobles with vested interests shook their heads firmly in opposition. In the heartland, minor nobles would never dare to talk back to an earl like this. But this is the frontier, a wild and poor region. The saying instructions don't pass the province, orders don't leave the county truly applies here. These nobles are essentially local warlords, wielding power measured by the soldiers and wealth they control. What good is an earl's title if you have no troops and no money? People will just look down on you all the same. Faced with a radical plan threatening to weaken their power, these nobles simply could not accept it. Voices rose in heated dispute. Some invoked lofty principles, others complained of poverty, and a few cursed loudly, nearly sparking a large-scale conflict. At that moment, a distinguished old general finally lost his patience and pounded the table. Enough! The room fell silent instantly at his command. Known for his military prowess and command over substantial forces, the nobles all feared him and no one dared oppose him openly. All eyes turned toward him. The old general spoke slowly. The village flooding plan is set. It's our only effective way to defeat the Orc Alliance. Continuing a heated fight is a death sentence. His pause smothered the chorus of "We won't agree under any circumstances." Then he added, "However, we won't make you bear the losses alone. Compensation for the sacrificed villages will be jointly covered by us. Is that satisfactory?" At these words, the fiercest opposing nobles' faces finally softened, their stance turning obedient. The other nobles, hearing about compensation, showed slight relief, but none dared to meet the general's stern gaze with defiance. They quietly fell silent. Beside him, another count far less prestigious than the ancient lord quickly stepped forward to agree. "Since the plan is settled, we shouldn't delay. Let's start the damming immediately. With earth mages and ice mages working together, we can build the barrier swiftly. As for the downstream villages, I think it's best not to warn them. If the villagers migrate en masse, the orcs will catch on and suspicion will arise." Hearing this, the other nobles nodded in agreement. Even those who had previously argued vehemently against the idea fell silent. After all, they preferred to see the villages submerged entirely rather than deal with relocating the villagers laboriously. Though countless lives were at stake, at least the nobles could officially report the flood and secure additional subsidies. Moving the people would mean rebuilding and resettling, which would cost money and lose tax revenue, a total loss. Just as everyone was lost in calculating their gains, the ancient lord abruptly shook his head and insisted, "No. The villagers must be relocated and immediately. Notify all the soldiers at once, and have them escort the entire downstream population away from the riverbanks." His words stunned the room. Eyes exchanged looks, especially the count who had just spoken, his face clouded with confusion, as if had misheard. "Did you say to evacuate everybody right away? Using the army, and even paying them for resettlement?" The money-hungry count's anger flared. "Why should we pay to save them?" But the ancient lord's cold glare instantly silenced him. No protests were allowed. As dissatisfaction rippled among the nobles, the ancient lord sighed wearily, pinching his forehead, silently cursing their stubbornness. "Don't forget, these villagers depend entirely on the river and are extremely sensitive to water levels. If we suddenly dam the upstream and cause the water to plunge, can they pretend not to notice? Though powerless to resist, once they see what's happening, they will scatter. When the orcs see them fleeing everywhere, they are not fools, they won't ignore it. The orcs will interrogate captives, quickly revealing our upstream damming." Silenced by the lord's rebuke, no one spoke. Then a viscount hesitated before speaking. "But if the villagers all flee, won't the orcs suspect anyway?" The ancient lord's eyes lit up, and the viscount continued. "Then send soldiers disguised as villagers to observe the orcs. That way, when the upstream dam collapses, we can ambush the orcs on the downstream high ground. Ordinary villagers won't obey orders, but the army will." Given the lord's unassailable logic and firm stance, the nobles eventually accepted his plan. The army was mobilized, swiftly following winding paths to each village, organizing evacuations and distributing silver for resettlement. As for the villages doomed to be swallowed by the floodwaters, the nobles verbally promised future reconstruction, whether genuine or not only time would tell. Villagers were hurriedly dispersed, soldiers donned peasant garb and went undercover, waters were cut off, dams built, walls raised. Under the ancient lord's command, the entire operation was efficient, precise, and tightly coordinated. Yet, despite his battlefield experience, the ancient lord made a rookie mistake. He severely underestimated the orcs' cunning, especially their leader, Gu Erdan. Though the leader himself was not skilled in tactics, he commanded a shrewd band of merchants. While these merchants traded and profited downstream, they had also been driven out without receiving any compensation. Unintentionally overhearing soldiers' loose talk, the merchants quickly deduced the upstream damming scheme. In less than an hour, the information reached Gu Erdan. Flooding? Is the enemy trying to play Pangda from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Are they about to set fire to Red Cliffs next? Or even carry a coffin onto the battlefield? Gu Erdan sat in his chair, stroking his chin, when suddenly a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Since the enemy intended to use trickery, he could completely turn their scheme against them. It was true that orcs feared being flooded, but as underlings, those half-undead minions, could they really be afraid of a little water? Before he finished speaking, an orc commander rushed over to report breathlessly. The human allied forces, who have been holed up inside for over 10 days, have unexpectedly sallied forth to engage us. They've even formed a layer of ice spanning hundreds of meters across the river and arranged their troops in full formation. Gu Erdan froze at the news. A normal flooding tactic required cutting off the dam, then waiting days for the water to build up before unleashing it, but the humans had just started their maneuver, and now they were boldly challenging him outside. This clearly wasn't about flooding him. It looked more like a trap to lure him out. He glanced at the map marking the human forces' position, and a look of sudden understanding crossed his face. Ah, so they want to bait him into attacking the city. Pretty sly, he muttered. You go out there and meet them. Yes, sir. The orcs received the order and surged out of the city like a roaring tide. In truth, calling it a city was generous, a ramshackle ring of broken fences loosely encircling the area, easily toppled with a push. Nothing like the sturdy earthen fortresses humans built. Though the orc horde was vast in number, their formations were chaotic and unrefined, a stark contrast to the enemy lines on the other side. The human soldiers stood in neat, square blocks like perfectly cut tofu cubes, precisely arranged, with sharp edges and corners. They lined the frozen riverbank, while at the center of the river floated a thick ice bridge, magically conjured by their mages. This was their trap, an ice bridge above, with reduced water below. Given the orcs' simple minds, they were unlikely to detect any flaws in this setup. Before Gu Erdan could fully steady himself, the enemy general led the charge, riding out with a roar that filled the air. First battle general of Viscount Gu Erdan's contingent, who dares to face me in combat? This was a tactic to rally morale and intimidate the foil, a gamble that hinged on victory, or his own side would suffer backlash. Just as the enemy general's arrogance peaked, a Catman leader suddenly lunged forward, sliding out on all fours. The ice was too slippery for his claws to grip, sending him skidding 5 meters across like a ballet dancer on ice. He writhed in pain trying to get up, but couldn't find purchase, eventually needing to be hauled back by a nearby werewolf who couldn't stand to watch. Without hesitation, the werewolf charged into the fray. The ice offered no resistance against his sharp claws, which scraped and cracked against the surface like blades cutting stone. The general and the werewolf clashed fiercely, fewer than 10 moves exchanged before the warhorse screamed and collapsed. After dozens of blows, the general was overwhelmed by the werewolf and ultimately defeated. Seeing the battle turning against them, the human coalition swiftly dispatched fresh commanders to the front lines in hopes of stabilizing the situation. Unfortunately, most of these new leaders were mediocre fighters. The first few who took the field lasted barely 10 moves before collapsing onto the cold hard ground. Then the third, fourth, and up to the sixth generals rushed in one after another, only to fall in quick succession. Watching the werewolves stand firmly on the ice, roaring triumphantly, the morale of the human forces plummeted to rock bottom. In the heavy silence, an elderly man at the front suddenly raised his hand and gave a command. Instantly, the entire human army scattered like deflated balloons, retreating in disarray back toward the city. This exciting duel of champions had a powerful psychological effect, especially on the simple-minded orcs. It ignited a fierce, bloodthirsty zeal among them. The orcs, now fired up, paced restlessly, eager for Gu Erdan's order to launch a full assault. Gu Erdan wasted no time. He waved his hand, and thousands of orcs charged toward the city with thunderous roars. The siege erupted instantly, brutal and unrelenting. Though orcs lacked siege machinery, their natural claws and agility made up for it. Swarms of orcs leapt chaotically like a wild storm, claws tearing at the stone walls, scaling the ramparts with bare hands. The defenders fought back fiercely, hurling rolling logs, massive stones, boiling foul-smelling golden juice, and flaming oil, while a hailstorm of arrows darkened the sky. The so-called golden juice was actually a scalding brew of water and orc dung, capable of burning and infecting wounds terribly. Attacking a fortified city has always been an extremely difficult task. Defense is far simpler than a fence. What city doesn't have its ramparts and ironclad walls? Even with 3 times the enemy's numbers, victory is uncertain. 5 times the numbers may still yield a stalemate. Only with tenfold superiority can a city be broken. Casualties are brutally lopsided, with defenders often suffering 10 deaths for every one attacker. As long as the city walls hold, they are like an impenetrable shield. But if attackers can gain a foothold atop the walls, the entire fortress becomes almost worthless. That's why the first warriors to breach the walls were heavily rewarded. Promotion and titles awaited them, and for soldiers, it was a shot at glory and rapid advancement. Gu Erdan adopted a similar merit system among the orcs. Any warrior who was first to climb and hold the wall was promoted to 100 commander. A 100 commander who did so was promoted to 1,000 commander. As for those already at a higher rank, he discouraged them from rushing forward. After all, if they went up first, who would command the battle? This system spurred the fierce orcs to even greater frenzy and recklessness. Despite their savagery, the human coalition was no pushover. Using the advantage of terrain and coordinated tactics, they repeatedly repelled the orcs' tidal assaults. Even when orcs reached the walls, group tactics and focused magic forced them down. Those who made it onto the battlements faced devastating range destruction spells, suffering horrendous losses. After a full day of fierce fighting, the orcs lost over 1,000 warriors with little to show for it. The humans suffered even heavier casualties, exceeding 2,000 dead or wounded. Facing this grim toll, Gu Erdan decided to pull back, but not to the distant defensive lines. Instead, he camped on the riverbank, just a few hundred meters from the human city, practically face-to-face. The orcs feared no attacks, and Gu Erdan cared little for military protocol, acting on his own instincts. That night, Gu Erdan convened a council of senior orc commanders to analyze the causes behind the heavy losses. They realized that climbing the walls was not a universal skill among all orcs. Bull-headed and rhinoceros-like units, despite their powerful charges, were too bulky and clumsy to scale the walls effectively, limiting their battlefield impact. The main assault force consisted mainly of cat, dog, wolf, and rat-like orcs. The rats, usually unspectacular, performed exceptionally well this time, largely because no other rat clans competed for the climbing positions. Though over 800 rats perished, this was not a severe setback. There were vast numbers of rats across the mountains. With food supplied, 2,000 to 3,000 could be summoned from villages at any time. It took time to muster the current force of over 10,000 orcs, largely because the rat leaders feared losing power and hesitated to call for more unfamiliar rat warriors. All of this underscored the brutal complexity of siege warfare. The orcs, brave though they were, still needed to adapt their tactics and better manage their forces if they were to break the current standoff. Outside the city walls, the sounds of shouting and fighting gradually faded away. The soldiers who had battled through the night collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from their bodies. The commanders wore the same expression of fatigue across their faces. This was already the third day and night of the siege, with Gu Erdan relentlessly denying the enemy any respite. During the day, they fought desperately in frontal assaults. At night, they launched constant sneak attacks, never pausing for even a moment. Half the orc forces had long since become undead, and fatigue was a concept foreign to them. For these orcs, constant rotation was normal warfare. But the human army simply could not withstand such relentless pressure. Faced with digging tunnels, scaling walls, setting fires, and other ceaseless, multifaceted assaults, the humans barely found any moment to rest, let alone take shifts. On top of that, the orcs' thunderous cries blared non-stop, making sleep nearly impossible. With the orcs' ferocious power, no one dared to lower their guard for even a second, fearing the enemy might break through a window at any time. Despite 3 days of repeated attacks, the results were disappointing. Killing over 6,000 enemy troops was impressive, but the orc coalition had failed to gain a foothold atop the city walls. Every time they charged up, they were immediately met with concentrated counterattacks and driven back down. Outside the wall stood an orc less than 1.6 meters tall, clad in heavy iron Buddhist tower armor, frowning as he stared ahead and chewing a mouthful of grass. Yes, he was literally chewing grass. These rat people had evolved an extreme survival strategy among the orcs. They could live on wild vegetation alone. Not just grass, but roots, bark, and leaves. Anything chewable was edible. Yet as a leader, this rat figure clearly wasn't among the starving. His grass chewing was more out of habit than necessity. Next to him were a group of rat people officers, either centurions or militiamen, also clad in iron tower armor. Compared with the massive, tower-like orcs, these squat rats looked like cans of luncheon meat. The heavy armor compressed their short, stout bodies sideways, creating an odd and somewhat comical silhouette. However, no one was laughing at this scene now. The rat people had borne the brunt of the 3-day siege. Their unrelenting assaults had nearly given the city's defenders a phobia of rats. Their overwhelming numbers, tidal-like momentum, tough-to-break defenses, incredible speed, and ferocity had taught the human coalition a harsh lesson. Don't underestimate someone just because they look small. Watching his troops retreat once again, the rat leader scratched his thinning scalp anxiously, his brow deeply furrowed. In these 3 days, he had used nearly every tactic he knew: fire attacks, tunneling, flying rat ambushes, night raids, but each was easily countered by the defenders. He had even tried to build siege weapons like catapults, but had badly overestimated his own skills. The catapult barely managed to fling stones. The stones flew through the air only to thud weakly onto a rat soldier nearby. The awkward scene made the siege engine look more like a giant spoon, utterly useless in actual combat. 3 non-combat related casualties, plus the siege crossbows. With a crisp twang, a bowstring tightened, and a crossbow bolt traced an arc, piercing straight through a nearby soldier less than 5 meters away. Beyond that, 5 other non-combat casualties had various siege equipment set up: tower platforms, battering rams, siege carts, and ladders, but none worked. The towers were top-heavy and wobbled dangerously. The siege carts' wheels jammed and barely moved, and the ladders were way too short, almost half the needed height. The rat men gritted their teeth, hoisting the ladders with a sputtering sound as they charged the wall, only to find them way too short, and had to sheepishly carry them back. The situation was utterly absurd. Watching their troops reach the breaking point, on the verge of revolt and ready to turn on them, the ratmen leader finally gave up on this suicidal push. But even this chaos alone had cost the tribe nearly 100 casualties. Turning away, the leader called several centurions into the building for a pre-battle meeting. His voice thundered. "The great king entrusted us with this huge responsibility, but we've gotten zero credit for it. How do the other orcs see us? How can we still hold our ground before the king?" After days of fruitless attacks, his burning anger turned his tone fiery, yet the room was filled with lethargy and slack attitudes. The other rat captains looked relaxed, entirely lacking urgency. One centurion adjusted his helmet and said with irritation, "Didn't the great king say all we had to do was a feint? Just to create the illusion of an attack? But you went ahead and insisted on a full assault." "Exactly," another agreed. "The king wanted to push forward quietly. If you really take the city, it could ruin his plan. Can you take responsibility for that?" Clearly, the rat tribe was far from united. Apart from the disciplined orcs with clear command structures, the rest were a chaotic mess. With limited intelligence, they wasted their meager mental capacity on internal power struggles, endlessly scheming to unseat the current leader and take his place. But lacking the wit or power, they were mostly all talk, holding sham meetings and shouting matches every other day. When things got physical, they charged into battle relying solely on their past war achievements to keep their positions. One centurion testing the catapults even tried to fire himself as a projectile into the city, but ended up crashing into another ratman's head, face covered in mud. Seeing these troops arguing behind his back, the leader exploded with rage, launching into a bitter verbal war with more than 40 others. Voices overlapped as they boasted of war honors, compared battle records, and argued loyalty, each trying to outdo the others. The rat leader, as the ruler, held undeniable authority. As head of the first rat tribe to pledge loyalty under the ancient Erdan, nearly all these men were his chosen subordinates, giving him a natural seniority. He could verbally overpower 100 men, replying to any challenge with, "In the 10,000-man commander personally appointed by the great king. You're all here because of me. Who dares disobey me?" While the shouting continued, troops under the walls still threw themselves at the city with reckless abandon. More than half the centurions skipped the meeting, seeing it as pointless squabbling. They preferred leading their soldiers in battle perhaps that could actually win the city and force a reshuffle of the 10,000-man command. "What? You're worried that capturing the city might disrupt the plan? It's fine. They've long anticipated this situation. If the king really gets upset, the worst that will happen is they'll open the floodgates to wash the enemy away and let the leader handle those guys. Either way, the outcome won't change." The great battle raged on for a full day and night. By the early hours of the 5th day, the human coalition was barely holding back the relentless assault from the ratmen, teetering on the brink of collapse. Without reinforcements or any chance to regroup, all they could see was despair, morale hitting rock bottom, and casualties exceeding half their forces. If they weren't trapped with no escape and their families held hostage in the noble territories, they probably would have already scattered and fled. This brutal clash cost tens of thousands of lives, but in return, they had slain over 5,000 ratmen. The rat army suffered similarly heavy losses, with more than half their numbers wiped out. 41 centurions died, most killed during charges by rival elites and mages working together. 3 millenarii were killed, including one who was ambushed underground by the elder and several top fighters, meeting his end instantly. Another millenarius led fewer than 1,000 elite troops, leaping down from a height. Using their ability to glide through the air like fake flying, they struck directly at the city's command center. Yes, just him, and fewer than 1,000 under his command descended like death incarnate, piercing straight to the heart of the command post. The carnage was so brutal, it left the nobles stunned, speechless. After this fierce battle, the flying rat troops were completely annihilated, and the nobles suffered over 70 casualties. if not for the elder rallying several capable nobles to desperately hold the line, withstanding wave after wave of attacks until reinforcements arrived. The noble command center would have been utterly destroyed. As for the third Millenarius, he's currently pinned under a toppled, ruined catapult and unable to move. The noble allied forces had achieved a miracle. They had jointly slain 2 8th rank orcs in a single battle. While it wasn't entirely impossible for 7th rank warriors to forcibly take down 8th rank foes, it was still extremely rare and an extraordinary accomplishment. The main reason was that orcs couldn't use chi or magic. All their power came from sheer brute force. Although both were labeled 8th rank, these orcs were significantly weaker than true 8th rank masters, or else their price wouldn't be so low. What made it even more remarkable was that their opponents were ratmen, lowest in status among orc tribes and nearly featureless. Ordinary ratmen couldn't even beat humans. Among all the combatants, the real eye-catcher was the siege catapult, which casually slew an 8th rank ratman on its own. Within just 4 days, the noble allied forces had killed 2 8th rank ratman centurions and over 47th rank centurions, yet remained unaware of how impressive these achievements truly were, as they couldn't accurately assess the enemy's strength. The nobles only felt the foe's endless vigor and lightning-fast movements, fighting as if their lives depended on it. Not only the noble army, but even Gu Erdan's reconnaissance system struggled to gauge the true power of these ratmen. After all, they looked almost identical. Inside the city, old Gu leaned on his 8th rank magical greatsword. His full battle armor was badly damaged, his shoulders and chest wrapped in thick, blood-stained bandages. In 4 days, he had been to death's door 7 times. Especially with that airborne ratman squad, he was forced to reveal his trump cards repeatedly. The soldiers didn't speak of it, but even he was nearly hopeless, unable to see any chance of victory. These supposedly weakest ratmen had managed to devastate the human army. If the enemy unleashed their full strength, the city wouldn't have lasted even 4 days. It would have fallen long ago. Even worse, the main enemy force camped across the river showed no intention whatsoever of attacking. Although opening the floodgates outside could drown that ratman unit, what about the werewolves? The dogmen? How could the lionmen and tigermen repel them? If they couldn't annihilate the enemy at once, they alone would be the ones to perish. With his head resting against the sword hilt, old Gus' face was weary. He hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Even with his strong physique, he was at his limit. Maybe, once he closed his eyes, he wouldn't open them again. Just as he sighed softly, a young nobleman hurried over from a distance. Unremarkable in appearance, but fierce in battle and more reliable than others, he had been stationed by old Gu on the city wall to both command and gather intelligence. Old Gu should have admired such a promising young commander. But recently, every visit from him meant another monstrous assault, giving old Gu nearly a psychological burden. Report. The youth slid to one knee before old Gu, his voice hoarse yet urgent. There's a change in the battle ahead. Without looking up, old Gu asked coldly, another attack? No, a retreat. A retreat? What new trick is this? Old Gu frowned deeply. Watch the underground closely. Don't let them tunnel in. No, it's different. These ratmen have joined up with the other orcs. The moment the youth finished speaking, tension on the city wall snapped tight. They're having a barbecue right at the riverbank. The old lord suddenly widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief, as if he'd just heard an impossible tale. What on earth are they doing? Report, General. Yes, they really are barbecuing, grilling mutton over there. You're not seeing things? The battle is intense, and they're actually eating barbecue? Absolutely. I even sent scouts out of the city to check. They're roasting meat, and have even put up a sign, Orc Festival. 3 days truce. A truce? Shouldn't they have informed us before calling a ceasefire? How can they be fighting fiercely one moment, and then celebrate on their own the next? Wait, where exactly are they barbecuing? By the riverbank. The young man pointed to a spot on the map. The old lord sprang to his feet, too startled to even hold his sword properly. Snatching the map, he laid it flat on the table and stared intently at the riverbank on their side. Right there, this side of the riverbank, our side. The youth confirmed the exact location. The old lord broke into a broad grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're sure all of them are there? Not a single one's missing. Ha 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 ha. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. This is a great opening the heavens have given us. He immediately ordered all wooden boats and modified rafts in the city, hoist them up on the walls at once. Notify the upstream troops to prepare to open the floodgates. Barbecue? Just eating won't be enough. Let me give them all a bath. With the order given, gondolas were lowered from the walls as soldiers hurried along the paths toward the upstream. Normally, this task would fall to aerial troops, but some nobles had been so terrified by the bad news that they fled overnight with their flying magical pets. With no flying mounts left in the city, messages had to be relayed on foot. The mages stationed on the walls quickly detonated magical scrolls inside the dam, producing a series of thunderous explosions. The thick dam collapsed with a deafening crash. The accumulated river water poured down immediately, surging swiftly and sweeping away everything along the banks. Tens of thousands of orcs packed the river's center and shores, joyfully feasting and drinking. Among them was Gu Erdan, mingling in the crowd, chomping on a skewer while occasionally glancing upstream. He was waiting for the moment the gates would open. If they fought Hedon, taking this city wouldn't be easy. After days of bitter fighting, most of the capable soldiers inside had perished, leaving only the tough veterans. A desperate frontal assault would only result in unbearable casualties. Upon finding a better strategy, Gu Erdan naturally chose the more efficient path. The earth by the riverbank began to tremble slightly, and distant rumbles sounded. Alert were the wolves and cat people who raised their ears, while several commanders by the waterside shifted their gaze to Gu Erdan, waiting for his orders. Taking a casual bite of his meat skewer, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Execute my previous orders, got it? Understood. Also, don't waste the barbecue. Eat every last bit if you can." As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs erupted with excitement. To them, the two most important things were fighting and eating well, grabbing food, to be exact. At Gu Erdan's command, the orcs threw caution to the wind, ignoring the commotion above and scrambling fiercely over the cooked meat skewers, even brawling among themselves for the best pieces. The city defenders atop the walls sneered at the internal chaos. They're practically dead, yet sniping at each other. Foolish and brainless flood will sweep them away. Suddenly, with everyone watching, the floodwaters crashed forcefully against the riverbank, bursting forth like a tearing mountain valley in full fury. The overwhelming flood made even those on the walls blanch, worried if the city could withstand such devastating fury. But the orcs below paid no mind as the water surged toward them. Right up to the very last moment, they stuffed meat skewers into their mouths. Then the torrent swept over the shore, engulfing tens of thousands of orcs instantly vanished without a trace. Standing atop the city wall, the elderly man furrowed his brow as he surveyed the scene below. Drawing on his many years of battle experience, he sensed something was off. Although orcs were rough and straightforward, they were by no means simple-minded. If you slapped one, he'd strike back and might even want to stab you a few times before finally delivering a fierce kiss out of spite. Even undead understood the basic instinct of self-preservation. Orcs certainly wouldn't fail to avoid danger when it was obvious. So why were these orcs standing completely still amid the overwhelming floodwaters rushing in like a tidal wave? Even if escape seemed impossible, wouldn't they struggle at least a little? Instead, they appeared utterly unfazed, as if the flood meant nothing. That was highly abnormal. Before the old man could figure out the reason, the human coalition forces exhausted from days of forced marching were already pushing makeshift rafts and wooden boats upriver. The water had spilled over the embankments, hitting the city walls, turning the surrounding area into a shallow floodplain. Formitor deep water wasn't terrifying to those who could swim, but the real danger lay in the stones, planks, and debris hidden beneath the surface. These fragments were like cannonballs, hurled violently by the current and striking anything in their path. A direct hit would mean death or grievous injury, a brutal and unforgiving hazard. What made this even more deadly was the orcs themselves, clad in multiple layers of heavy armor. Once submerged, they were like lead weights sinking into an abyss, utterly incapable of surfacing. No orc broke the water's surface for a grim, ironclad fact silently confirming that they were all drowned. As the soldiers boarded the vessels, weapons tight in hand, eyes scanning the waters, they were prepared at any moment to spear any orc who dared reveal itself. In fighting orcs, giving them even a moment's respite was forbidden. According to ancient traditions, unless fatally wounded, orcs would recover after a few days' rest and come back stronger than before. This was why the soldiers risked entering the water to actively hunt their enemies. They refused to be trapped in another deadly cycle with these monsters. For a time, the river calmed, and after the violent surge, despite the rising water level, everything seemed peaceful again. The soldiers quietly exhaled, some relaxing their grip on their blades. But then, suddenly, the center of one raft exploded open. A thick arm burst through the splintered wood, clutching firmly onto a soldier's ankle and yanking him under. The shocking surprise stunned everyone. Before screams could be heard, more hands tore through the surface. Orc after orc surfaced violently from the water. These were a special unit of orc warriors who had deliberately stripped off most of their heavy armor to wear only light protection for aquatic combat. Though their defense was greatly reduced, their mobility improved drastically. Bullets and spear thrusts rained down like hail, but still they crashed forward with berserker fury. They shattered the raft's railings and surged into the boat's cabins. Several orcs even grabbed human soldiers and dove into the water with them. At that moment, a centurion in the human coalition was seized and dragged toward the abyss. Struggling desperately, he glanced sideways and his eyes suddenly widened with shock. Beneath the water, thousands of orcs clad in multiple layers of heavy armor marched in perfect formation along the riverbank, steadily advancing toward the city walls. Yes, they were truly walking forward. The immense weight of their armor pressed down on them, yet instead of sinking to the riverbed, they moved steadily up the sloped riverbank. At the front lines, the orcs had already begun their siege. With powerful shoulders and both hands gripping giant battering hammers, they relentlessly struck the submerged walls, the dull thuds echoing through the water. The centurion watched this scene, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face a mixture of shock and confusion. How were these orcs not drowning? How could they move freely underwater? Yet before he could fully process these questions, his body jolted downward. Turning his head, he saw a blood-stained maw bearing sharp teeth lunging fiercely at his neck. The centurion collapsed instantly, his life snuffed out. Chaos had already broken out atop the city walls. The orc horde surged forward, crashing into the moored ships and engaging the soldiers on board in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The veteran general furrowed his brow deeply, his eyes flickering with anxiety and helplessness. This is bad. They came prepared, he thought grimly. Some of the orcs had deliberately lightened their armor to adapt to aquatic fighting. They were now emerging from the water, climbing directly onto the walls to attack. What should we do? General, shall we sally out and help? A young soldier beside him gripped his weapon nervously, worry evident in his furrowed brow and anxious voice. The old general shook his head heavily, replying in a grave tone, "It's too late. We're no experts at naval combat, and the makeshift wooden boats are too fragile. Charging these orcs heat-in would be certain death. What about our men who went out?" The youth asked urgently. "They're lost," the general answered darkly. "Only a few managed to surface. Most were swallowed by the river. In the end our plan worked as intended." Before the words fell, a tremendous crash erupted. As everyone was still reacting, shrill screams rang out inside the city. The orcs had broken in. The old general's body shuddered. Turning toward the breach, he saw torrents of river water surging through the shattered gate, flooding deep into the streets. Countless heavily armored orcs marched steadily through the rising currents, some even climbing the walls with razor-sharp claws. The sight made his head spin, his knees nearly buckled. "It's over." The two words echoed relentlessly in his mind, overwhelming all other thoughts. Their strategy of flooding the entire enemy army had backfired terribly now. It was a trap binding their own hands and feet. The defending troops trapped beneath the walls had no escape. Within the city, the clash of battle and cries of anguish intertwined and spread. Some of the caught-off-guard allied forces were drowned by the rising waters. The survivors fought desperately to climb the walls, but found them already overrun by orcs scaling up on all sides, ready to tear through the defenses at any moment. At this point, the defenders had no strength left to resist and nowhere left to fall back to. Gazing over the city plunged into utter chaos, the old general sighed heavily and suddenly grabbed the massive sword at his side. A storm of pain and fury exploded inside him. "I, Gu Erdan, have fought countless battles in my lifetime, and yet here I am defeated by a bunch of orcs, outsmarted in strategy. Ridiculous. Laughable." His voice thundered as he roared and charged toward the broken city gate. But after only a few steps, he was pinned down by a group of guards and his own son. His son shouted urgently, "Father, there's no way out now. We have to retreat. If anything happens to us, the Gu family will truly be finished." The passionate pleas of his blood kin finally brought some reason back to the old general. He knew the situation well. The gate was breached, enemies attacking from inside and outside, the narrow walls now a death trap, and the defenders cornered like trapped beasts. Clenching his teeth, he looked to the nearby mage. "Build ice ships. Launch an immediate sortie." "Yes, sir," the mage replied, eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope. On the river's surface, a massive icebreaker slowly drifted downstream, propelled by two wind mages stationed at the stern who concentrated intently to infuse the ship with magical power. With the full cooperation of several mages, this colossal vessel barely managed to carry the momentum of an assault boat, overturning countless orc skiffs that dotted the water as it charged wildly forward. Nearly 100 soldiers crowded the icebreaker's deck, personal guards of the ancient lord, along with a few survivors picked up along the way, including the gifted young boy. Their faces were grim. The allied forces of tens of thousands had been utterly annihilated, with only a scarce few managing to escape. This disaster was beyond a simple retreat. It was a total rout, pure despair. The giant ship carved a long trail through the water. Suddenly, the ancient lord's expression shifted, caught sight of a nimble group of orcs clinging stubbornly to the riverbanks on both shores. Even at this stage, the enemy refused to relent. He barked, "Speed up. We're already at full speed." As the pursuers closed in, chaos erupted on the ship. Gritting his teeth, the ancient lord roared, "Row. Everyone grab the oars. If they catch us, no one survives." Hundreds scrambled to seize the specially crafted oars designed by the ice mages and began fiercely rowing on both sides. The ship's speed picked up noticeably, gradually distancing itself from the orc hunters along the banks. But the orcs would not be outdone. Seeing their disadvantage, swift orc warriors including catfolk, dogfolk, and lizardfolk formed a sudden pincer formation and lunged forward at high speed from the flanks. Though many miscalculated the distance and plunged into the churning river, a few lucky ones leapt aboard the icebreaker and immediately collided with the defenders in brutal melee. The situation grew dire. The remaining soldiers burst forth with extraordinary fighting spirit, fearless of death, turning into desperate madmen in the chaos. Familiar with the terrain of the icebreaker, they ruthlessly threw the boarding orcs back into the river. The ancient lord acted swiftly, ordering some of his guards to take up oars along the edges and form a moving barricade. Anyone daring to jump aboard was slammed back fiercely with the oars. As a result, the number of boarding orcs dwindled sharply, though a few clung stubbornly to the oar handles. The guards pushed and shoved, driving them off the ship into the icy water. Some sluggish orcs were dragged under with others into the river. After a fierce struggle, the icebreaker finally broke through the encirclement and distanced itself from the pursuers. When those on board looked back, their faces turned pale. Further downstream, a well-equipped orc force lay in ambush. They were methodically fishing the fallen soldiers from the water, hammering down on each survivor without mercy. In an instant, the phrase "wipe them out" completely flashed through the ancient lord's mind. He leaned against the ship's beam, gripping tightly with both hands, his body chilled with dread. He realized this last path of escape was completely blocked. With a thunderous crash, the massive icebreaker rammed into a barricade of hardwood logs laid downstream to trap corpses. It broke several thick trees in succession before finally grinding to a halt. Orcs standing on the wooden bridge had formed a dense, black human wall that evoked fierce momentum. Their numbers were estimated at over 1,000. They fixed their gaze on the slow-approaching icebreaker as if ready to swallow these battered survivors whole at any moment. On the icebreaker's deck, the few dozen remaining human soldiers were making their last stand. They huddled tightly into a square formation, fighting desperately to push through with one final, fierce attack. At the very rear of the group, an old man clad in battle-worn armor slowly lowered his enclosed helmet, his eyes burning with determination and defiance. With a sudden swing of his massive sword, he broke through the crowd and charged headlong at the orcs as if placing a final bet. The last fierce battle had begun. When Gu Erdan arrived with reinforcements and learned that some had broken through, the human coalition's forces had dwindled from dozens to just over 10. These survivors fought fiercely, drenched in blood, standing at the edge of the icebreaker, resisting the encirclement with all their might. Each was an elite warrior, their presence strong enough to hold their ground against the orcs in direct combat. This was because most of the orcs facing them were the weaker members of their tribe. The more aggressive and powerful ones had already rushed to the front lines to seize glory. As a result, the orcs struggled to breach their defenses and had failed to wipe them out entirely. Seeing Gu Erdan arrive, the orcs quickly reorganized their ranks, opening a path for him. Mounted atop a massive, heavily armored rock ram that had been whipped into submission multiple times, its only visible features a pair of glowing red eyes, Gu Erdan advanced to the ship's edge like the final big boss. The rhino-like orcs followed behind as the two sides locked eyes silently, their gaze ultimately fixed on the leader of the human soldiers. Glancing down to check his intel, Gu Erdan spoke coldly. "I remember you. You chopped off one of my mastiff's arms, didn't you? It took me a lot of trouble to reattach that arm. You almost killed my pet. So tell me, what punishment do you deserve?" The old man on the icebreaker froze at the words. Frowning deeply, he first looked at Gu Erdan, then scanned his battered son nearby, but said nothing. His frown grew tighter as a vague memory seemed to rise within him. When the other remained silent, Gu Erdan sneered, his voice dripping with mockery and resignation. "Humph. Before you die, I'll allow you to identify yourself. Consider it the last reward I give a brave warrior. Speak. Who exactly are you?" The old man finally lowered his massive sword, bracing himself heavily on the deck. His face turned ashen. "I am your grandfather. Damn it. Why aren't you playing by the rules?" Gu Erdan erupted in rage. "You dare curse me facing death? Hey, you there. Capture him alive. Today, I'm going to beat him into a grandson." His fierce outburst unleashed his wild, unrestrained nature. The sudden fury made the old man twitch at the corners of his mouth. If he had any doubt before, now he was sure this was that obnoxious kid. "I'm your grandfather. I'm your ancestor, damn it. You little bastard, I'm your grandfather." The old man roughly tore off his twisted helmet with his remaining hand. "You old bastard. I'm the one who's your grandfather," Gu Erdan sang mockingly while attempting to sneak away on his ram, his movements awkward and panicked. Suddenly, shouts of anger rose from behind. "You little bastard. Where do you think you're going? Dad, Dad, where are you going? With you around, I fear nothing." The soldiers nearby yelled loudly. "Take off the helmet." "No way. A bull warrior never removes his mask." The old man, coughing angrily, was about to scold Gu Erdan again when his wounded body wavered and collapsed under the strain, falling helplessly onto the icy water's edge. With a splash, he fell into the freezing water. The nearby soldiers immediately jumped in to save him. Seeing this, Gu Erdan sighed and wore a painfully exasperated expression. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and save him." Inside the makeshift tent, Gu Erdan sat helplessly to one side. Opposite him was the old master of the Gu family, his face ashen, his whole body wrapped up like a rice dumpling. one arm hanging in a sling across his chest. Covered in wounds and bruises, with a fractured left arm and exhausted from continuous battles, the veteran general struggled even to catch his breath, sometimes gasping but never able to draw a full breath before collapsing back. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a silent look. Gu Erdan gazed at this surrogate grandpa before him, wishing he could slap himself hard. Why did you have to poke your nose into this mess? You should have just let your men finish things off. Now look, the attempt to show off backfired and only brought trouble. Maybe he should just end the old man's suffering with one stroke? But the elder had been kind to him. Though Gu Erdan was timid and petty, quick to retaliate against those who harmed him since his arrival in this world, he deeply cared for those who had helped him. Since the man was saved, Gu Erdan couldn't bring himself to attack him again. Should he try to provoke the old man into giving him a good beating, then fight back to clear the score once and for all? Gu Erdan's eyes darted around as he schemed. Before he could settle on a plan, the old master suddenly sighed, the anger fading from his face. You've really grown, kid. I thought you'd just be some spoiled rich kid for life. But turns out you're the true dragon of the Gu family. You can actually control orcs? How did you manage that? The old man's softened tone made Gu Erdan even more uneasy. If he wasn't angry, then what was he supposed to feel? If this was the proud look of a grandparent watching a grandchild's accomplishments, Gu Erdan felt oddly out of place. Well, I found a holy sword. Gu Erdan scratched his head and quickly pulled out a prepared excuse. A holy sword? The old man frowned. Where did you get a holy sword? Yeah, the sword in the stone. The legendary sword of victory and oath. Gu Erdan turned and pulled out the blade crafted for him by the undead, waving it in front of the elder. Originally, the sword was stuck deep in stone, impossible for anyone to pull free, but had unexpectedly pulled it out, and that's why the orcs obeyed him. In other words, whoever holds this sword is king of the orcs, Gu Erdan said proudly, holding the sword high. The old man stared at the skulls embedded in the blade, and its hilt made of white bones, shaking his head. You call that a holy sword? Maybe it's a cursed sword, or evil blade instead. But whatever it is, this sword can control these powerful orcs. Whoever has it commands thousands out there. Gu Erdan smiled smugly as he pushed the sword toward the old man. But the old man didn't take it, just shook his head. Why give this sword to me if it's yours? This is the sword that commands orcs. Whoever holds it controls the horde. Gu Erdan wasn't giving up, forcing a tame smile, like you'd understand if you looked. Aren't you curious at all? This sword isn't bound to a soul. Whoever takes it owns it. Shouldn't you keep it safe? Gu Erdan urged again. I'm not looking, the old man said flatly. I'll let you see it. There's nothing else to say. If I want look, I want look. Come on. Gu Erdan finally exploded. Why won't you look? I'm holding it right in front of you. Just take a look. The two guys shoved and pushed each other, shouting and making a ruckus, until the old patriarch finally lost his patience. He grabbed the massive sword and slammed it 3 times with the blunt edge onto Gu Erdan's back. Seeing Gu Erdan cower and clutch his head in pain, the old man slammed the sword hard onto the ground and said sternly, Stop testing me. I'm your grandfather. ID, never snatch your sword away. That little brat may be small, but he's got a sharp mind. At that moment, Gu Erdan was utterly baffled and helpless, holding his head in complete despair. Good grief, the sword's right in front of you, and you won't even take it. How am I supposed to help? The old patriarch sat back down, eyes fixed on Gu Erdan, grumbling as he reached for the sword again. Then he sighed and said, I get it now, Gu Erdan. You've already built your own power base outside, with your soldiers and your own legacy. You're thriving. You don't need me as family anymore, but that doesn't mean you should guard yourself against me. From the moment we met, you haven't shown an ounce of respect, even won't say grandpa. Maybe you look down on me, on the Gu family, on this little county title. But no matter what, I'm your kin. I'm your grandfather. I don't care if this sword can control the orcs or what you think. You have to understand we're family. He suddenly grabbed his weapon again and struggled to stand, walking toward the door with a shaky but firm voice. If you don't want me here, I won't be a burden. But remember, this your blood runs with the Gu family's lineage. Our branch may have declined, but the heavy responsibility will fall on you. You can't run. There's nowhere to run. With that, he headed for the door, ready to leave with his remaining guards. Watching this, Gu Erdan sighed in resignation, finally accepting his fate. All right, you win. I admit it. I'm a Gu by blood and your grandson. Is that better now? Giving up on resisting, he finally softened. Hearing this, the old patriarch's lips twitched as he tossed the sword to the ground. What did you just call me? Old man, grandpa? Gu Erdan blinked in surprise. My grandson, huh? The old man chuckled, shaking his head. Whyd, I have to get stuck with such a cheap ancestor like you. Then he laughed, heading back inside. Seeing Gu Erdan slump onto a chair in utter defeat, looking like head given up and gone limp, the patriarch laughed even harder. Grandson, please save me some face. All right, old general, Gu Erdan smiled wryly. What's your next move? Gather troops for a siege? Go all out. How many soldiers do you have? The old man asked. A few tens of thousands, not millions. Gu Erdan shook his head. The old man's expression grew serious. Your orc subordinates are fierce, even stronger than normal orcs, well-equipped, but that won't be enough to challenge the entire human race. Do you know the strength of the human kingdoms? Qin alone has 24 legions. Each legion has 10,000 men, fully equipped and battle-hardened. Just Qin itself can wipe out your forces easily. Gu Erdan's face darkened hearing this. He hadn't realized how powerful Qin's military was. The numbers made his mood drop instantly. 240,000 troops doesn't seem like that much, he thought, planning silently. I can open portals, call reinforcements, and smash them quickly. Seeing Gu Erdan still underestimate the threat, the old patriarch warned. Around Qin are 4 major duchies, each with at least 50,000 soldiers. And there are no less than 40 countries like Qin on the continent. Not to mention 4 top-tier empires whose combined forces number in the tens of millions. Are you sure you can beat the entire human alliance? Tens of millions. Gu Erdan's eyes widened in disbelief. You can open portals and call reinforcements to fight to the death. I'm not afraid. I'd even dare to chop off the Heavenly King's head for a drink. But summoning those troops has a time limit. The more you summon, the shorter they last. They pop in and out while you're fighting. How can you win like that? The old patriarch spoke with deep sincerity. This was the very reason Gu Erdan painstakingly built the Orc coalition. Even with tens of millions of troops, or tens of millions of pigs, they couldn't all be wiped out so easily in a short time. Finally, Gu Erdan grasped the critical nature of this intelligence, his expression turning solemn and serious. So, old man, what exactly do you mean? You can't just rely on brute force. That'll only lead to a dead end. Thousands of years ago, the demon tribe invaded. Millions of demons poured into this world like an unstoppable tide. Their strategy was just like yours. Try to bulldoze all obstacles with sheer power. But the result was completely different. Although the human alliance was defeated, they lost gracefully, not wiped out, but scattered into pockets of resistance, constantly harassing the demons. Later, they joined forces with elves, dwarves, dragons, and other races to form a united front, and together they pushed the demon horde back. At this point, the old man paused, his expression growing serious. He corrected himself. It's not just pushed back, but slaughtered back. Of those invading millions of demons, fewer than 1/10 escaped. You have tens of thousands of orcs under your command, and you think you can rebel? You wouldn't even be enough to satisfy the demon's appetite. Gu Erdan, listen, Whitey. Turns out the hidden power in this world is far deeper than he imagined. He thought to himself, didn't they say the strongest beings were only demigods? How could the base strength be this formidable? Judging by this aura alone, forget about Orc Legion. If a true undead army ever marched here, it might be impossible to even predict who'd win. Lost in thought, he suddenly stopped. Wait, why haven't I heard of orcs joining the alliance? Where exactly were they? The old man took a sip of tea and said slowly, the orcs never joined the alliance. Back then, while the human-led armies were desperately fighting demons, they just couldn't shake off the orcs. A real headache. The orcs ran both ways. Humans avoided provoking them, and demons feared their recklessness. There were even rumors the demons took a beating from the orcs once San lost a semi-divine artifact to them. How can that be? Gu Erdan was incredulous. So even demons disliked the orcs? Exactly. Orcs are a rogue race. The old man shook his head. It's easy for you to imagine founding a nation with other races, but orcs? Would you let a bunch of thieves set up camp in your backyard? And if they ever did take territory, humans would never accept it quietly. There'd be endless war. Gu Erdan rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Seeing the old man calm and slowly sipping tea, he sighed. All right, old man, just tell me the solution straight up. A smile appeared on the old man's face as he swirled his tea, eyes glinting with cunning. Fine, I'll teach you what planning really means. You want to become king? Hey, race the key. Never, ever go head-to-head against humans. Gu Erdan frowned. But haven't I already started fighting them? Have you? The old man chuckled. Who are you really fighting? The orcs, right? You've been with them all along, stirring things up. Gu Erdan hesitated, but the old man pressed on. Too bad for you. Our alliance was ultimately smashed. Only small groups of survivors escaped. You got separated from me at that time and ran into the Qin Kingdom's regular army. They didn't win either, suffering heavy losses and almost total annihilation, completely repeating our mistake. At that critical moment, a young man unexpectedly got hold of a divine sword capable of uniting the orcs. Like a god-sent warrior, he appeared before the scattered human remnants and single-handedly pushed back the orcs, defending Qin's borders. More importantly, he won the loyalty of the Orc coalition. The king was amazed, promoted him beyond rank, and granted him the entire border region. That became a legend told for generations. After hearing this, Gu Erdan's expression was complicated. This chain of events and hidden truths gradually made him grasp the difficulties and complexities of the situation and realize that strategy far outweighs brute strength. The old man's words left Gu Erdan dumbfounded. He never expected this old fellow to be so cunning. But would the Qin state believe him? Of course, they would. No matter how many holes there were in the story, They had to believe it because you had already defeated 3 legions they sent. Besides accepting the facts, what other choice did they have? Keep sending more legions to fight to the death? And then what? Even if they won, there'd be no gain. If they lost, it wouldn't end with just handing you a small marginal fiefdom. Put yourself in their shoes, would you believe it? Hiss. Old man, you really are ruthless. And don't go shouting you like that's such disrespect from a kid. Call me grandfather. Hey, trying to take advantage of me? Gu Erdan has never once said grandpa in his life. The two glared at each other stubbornly, neither willing to back down. Eventually, the old man waved his hand, too annoyed to argue further. Seeing the old man satisfied, Gu Erdan stood up, ready to go carry out the plan. But the old man stopped him with a firm hand. There's still one matter to settle first. The old man's face darkened as he signaled his bodyguards inside, whispering a few words. After they left, they soon returned with a young boy. The moment the boy saw Gu Erdan, his face turned ashen, like had been struck by lightning. General, you called for me? The boy's voice trembled. Yes, your grandson has caused us quite a bit of trouble. I wanted you to come and apologize in person. The old man's expression grew grave. I know an apology won't fix things. After all, your father died inside the city, and your family's forces have been wiped out. But don't worry, I will make compensation. He stood and walked over, patting the boy on the shoulder. But the boy's face remained grim, clearly unconvinced. The old man sighed deeply. So I'm sorry, child. Before the words even finished, the old man's only free hand suddenly flashed like lightning past the boy's throat. The boy was no novice, he instinctively recoiled, but his strength was no match. The dagger slashed, blood spurted out. He clutched the wounded neck, eyes wide with shock, staggered back a few paces, then collapsed. The old man shook his head sorrowfully, retracting the dagger. What a pity. You had potential ID, actually high hopes for you. But you saw something you shouldn't have, and ended up making an enemy out of my grandson. Boy, he'll make it up to you in your next life. With the last problem dealt with decisively and cleanly, the old man turned back to Gu Erdan, his face softening into a warm smile again. There, the last little nuisance is taken care of. Now we prepare to face the legions. Are you ready? Looking at that calm, impassive smile, Gu Erdan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Old man's moods could change in an instant, and that ruthlessness was terrifying. Still, he really admired his decisiveness. Meanwhile, the Orc allied forces were regrouping, preparing for the coming battle against the 3 great Qin legions. A few hundred miles away, those 3 legions were also gearing up, finally setting off. The 3 legions were named Fierce Wind, Swift Thunder, and Purple Lightning, each numbering around 10,000 troops. Fierce Wind specialized in positional warfare, relying heavily on heavy infantry. Swift Thunder focused on light cavalry and excelled in lightning-fast strikes. Purple Lightning was famed for its heavy cavalry charges that could break enemy lines. Having heard of the disgraced nobles' defeat, these 3 legions finally advanced with a mission to crush the arrogant Orc army. When the day came, they would reclaim both the defeated nobles' power and lands and reward victorious officers with titles and promotions. This strategy would both win hearts and minds and prevent old noble families from regaining too much influence, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The dull sound of the horn echoed across the vast plains as the Thunderbolt Legion arrived first among the 3 armies. As the seasoned main force of the light cavalry, they rode swift steeds, skilled in long-distance raids. After all, it was the horses doing the running, not the riders themselves. Before them lay a makeshift fortress now breached. The crumbling walls were deeply scarred by sword and blade. The cavalry commander furrowed his brow, scanning the shattered ramparts. From the clear marks of battle, he easily deduced that fierce and brutal fighting had taken place here. Along the riverbank, clear traces of a broken dam showed that the veteran defenders had once tried to use nature itself to halt the invaders, but in the end, the position was lost. That old general from the Gu family, the commander murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting respect mixed with sorrow. Truly a seasoned warrior, but alas, chose the wrong side. Shaking his head with a complex expression, he decided to lead his cavalry toward a nearby village for rest and resupply. After all, the light cavalry could not endure long stretches exposed to the elements. Besides, the adjacent villages were mostly inhabited by orcs. Although nominally under Qin jurisdiction, orcs at war transformed into fierce, real fighters. The soldiers remained wary and cold toward these citizens, harboring no goodwill. Orcs were naturally rough and harsh, never showing kindness, quick to strike if provoked. Who would willingly extend a hand to such born brutes? Even deference might go unreciprocated. The cavalry commander's horse thundered along the dusty path as he focused on the border map, casually asking the aide behind him, "What's the largest village nearby?" Known for his intelligence-gathering skills, the aide was practically the commander's walking information database. He replied promptly, "There's a rapidly expanding werewolf village that just absorbed Sheephorn village. If the troops need rest and supplies, that would be the best choice." Werewolves? The commander repeated with some doubt. Yes, the werewolves are gentle-tempered, among the more cooperative beast folk. But the village also hosts a group of bighorned rock rams that are fierce and must not be provoked, the aide added with a serious tone. The commander muttered softly. Bighorned rock rams. He instinctively reached for the sword at his waist. Those rock rams were indeed trouble. But the village's association with sheep herding made it a prime source of wool and a good place to camp. He looked up, asking, "Are you sure that place has no connection to this orc invasion? We don't want to ride straight into an enemy nest." The aide straightened his back, speaking confidently and decisively. "Absolutely not. I personally sent scouts. The orc dens are at least 5 kilometers away. There's no link whatsoever. I stake my life on it." The commander nodded. "Then that's where we'll rest." Without delay, over 10,000 light cavalry surged like arrows from a bowstring, tearing across the dusty plains toward Black Wolf Village. Their war horses were no ordinary mounts. They were specially bred magical beast bloodlines under Qin's care, combining stamina and agility. Their only drawback was limited carrying capacity, making them perfect for the high mobility tactics of light cavalry. As expected, they soon reached the outskirts of Black Wolf Village. The scene matched the aide's report exactly. The orc forces had not set foot here, and the village was peacefully inhabited by numerous werewolves who spent their days weaving wool and tending sheep. The settlement was calm and serene, a hidden haven shielded from the flames of war. There was just some faulty intelligence. The ones guarding outside weren't the legendary werewolves, but a scattered group of dogmen. A few hundred of them lounged sprawled at the village entrance like gatekeepers, a few snarling and fighting fiercely over scraps of food, while their companions gathered around watching the brawl with excited barks. Suddenly, from the distance came the sound of pounding hooves, hundreds of cavalry riding swiftly closer. Koki, a dogman dozing in the sun, jumped nearly half a meter in shock at the sudden commotion. Hastily, he scrambled onto the nearby watchtower and furiously shook the hanging wind chimes. The sharp jingling rang out in all directions, and soon over 1,000 dogmen poured out from every corner, gripping crude weapons, glaring angrily at the approaching soldiers. The cavalry leader gently pulled the reins, and immediately his riders reined in their horses. The two sides faced off tens of meters apart. The dogmen parted, and a muscular man about 1.6 meters tall strode forward, immediately bellowing, "Hey, this mountain I claim. This road. Boss, they've come to rob us this time." A young dogman urgently warned nearby, "That's not the line, man. It's the heavenly king covers the earth tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon." Another challenged back, "Shut up. You're a boss. I'm a boss. Cut the nonsense. Think a tiger can hold it down? I'm no boss, but you won't lose your spot so easily, right? Otherwise, why would you guard the gate personally? Bastard. You dare mock me? You're asking for a beating." The two instantly erupted in a quarrel, fists flying, descending into a chaotic brawl. The cavalry leader showed a look of helplessness. Had already heard dogmen were timid and weak, and now seeing it firsthand, he knew it was no exaggeration. "We are the Qin Kingdom's Thunderbolt Cavalry Regiment, here to hunt bandits. We'll be camped here for a few days. Don't worry, we'll pay you." The leader said this, ignoring their reaction, and led his troops charging directly into the village. Naturally, a force of 10,000 cavalry couldn't all squeeze into the village after all. As mounted troops, a mass rush would trample the village to ruins. Only a portion went in to buy supplies and provisions. Odar, head dogman leader, seeing how arrogantly unreasonable the intruders were, rolled his eyes and gave a signal to his second brother Koki. Koki nodded slightly, slipping into the village along a narrow path. Soon he quietly entered an underground tunnel beneath the village, arriving in a spacious cave. Inside, beast soldiers were resting and repairing equipment. The subterranean cave was the old base of Gu Erdan's forces, the command center. The village on the surface was just a cover. The true domain was the underground tunnels. Digging was an old skill passed down under Gu Erdan. The undead soldiers didn't need to breathe or fear smoke, so the underground world gave them many advantages. Not just this village, the tunnels connected more than 20 beast settlements nearby, spreading out in all directions. The defenders could quickly transmit messages and move troops without being surrounded by enemies, ensuring merchants could carry out business normally, while Gu Erdan steadily accumulated wealth. Koki searched through, shouting loudly, Great King, I have urgent news." But the soldiers inside the cave were too busy polishing armor to pay him any attention. Seeing no response, he climbed higher, waving his hand and shouting again, "It's really important. Thousands of human cavalry have arrived above. Why should we care what a dogman says?" Someone sneered. "Probably some useless reject kicked down from ranks. You gatekeepers, if you lose the sheep, don't expect us to peel your skin off." Koki tried again. "This is a state secret matter. If delayed, who's responsible?" Suddenly the cave fell silent. 1,000 beastmen looked up, faces hardening, some tightening their grip on weapons. The tension became palpable. Seeing this, Koki hid behind cover, hurriedly adding, "This was my boss' order, nothing to do with me." But no one paid him any mind. The beastmen exchanged glances, all wearing cruel smiles. "Damn, didn't expect some do-gooder to walk right into our hands while resting." The leader gave a command. Brothers, cut them down. Night had fallen, and a cold wind swept through the village. In a dimly lit, cramped room, the cavalry leader and several centurions gathered around a rough wooden table, speaking quietly as they plotted their next move. The creaking of the wooden window frames echoed softly, casting faint shadows on their tense faces. Their plan was to split their forces, using mobility to strike first at the enemy's living troops and sever their food supplies. They knew that if the orcs' provisions were cut off, internal divisions and chaos would follow, a tried and true tactic humans used repeatedly against orc invasions. Just as the negotiations were reaching a critical point, a sudden hand gesture from an adjutant startled the group into silence. The door creaked open and a furtive figure slipped inside. Before he could fully step in, the adjutant, already lying in wait, grabbed him and pulled him into the room. "Who's there? Don't draw your blade," came a voice filled with anxiety. "It's me, Odor, the Dog King." Odor's eyes were wide with fear, his neck pressed tightly against a blade. The adjutant, recognizing him as an old acquaintance, quickly withdrew his weapon. The cavalry leader, seated firmly in the center of the room, wore a composed expression with a faint, gentle smile. He was no reckless warrior charging into battle, but rather a thoughtful strategist. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Odor hesitated, then stammered. "I wanted to ask, did everyone eat? We just cooked some mutton." At his words, the adjutant's eyes brightened, some instinctively licking their cracked lips. The tension eased briefly until Odor continued, freezing the room again. "So would you like some soup?" "Soup?" His unexpected question sparked confusion among them. "The meat's all gone. Before it was cooked, it got raided. But I managed to grab some broth." Odor shrugged bitterly. A resigned silence fell over the group. The cavalry leader shook his head, then retrieved a bundle of noodles from his pack and handed it to Odor. "Perfect timing. Use this to make some soup with the mutton broth. Hey, raise 2 gold coins as payment." "No problem. No problem," Odor exclaimed eagerly, pocketing the coins and noodles and turning to rush out of the room. Watching him leave, their faces revealed mixed feelings. One adjutant furrowed his brow and spoke quietly. "General, I don't understand. Why are you staying here personally? And why no guards at the door? Isn't this too risky?" The cavalry leader's eyes glinted with depth. "Exactly to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm suspicious about this village. I don't trust that it isn't an orc stronghold. If the orcs really attacked, with so few of us and no defenses, they'd strike for sure. But so far, no one has moved. Maybe I'm overthinking it." The adjutant pressed. "So, giving him noodles and gold was that a test too?" The leader smiled. "No, I'm genuinely hungry." His gaze held a playful spark, prompting resigned shakes of the head around the table. Only one narrowed his eyes in doubt. "But what if it's poisoned?" "Poisoned?" The leader's tone was light. "We have our men around the village. If he tries to poison me, does he think he can get away? Dog people are cautious. They wouldn't risk their lives without cause. Besides, I've faced orcs for over 20 years without fail. Sometimes, paying them to gather intelligence is the smarter move. It even lets them help me infiltrate enemy ranks. It's a win-win." "Truly wise, General," the adjutants murmured in admiration. The cavalry leader laid out the full plan, while outside, a different scene unfolded. Carrying the noodles, Dog King Odor hurried to the kitchen. Inside, his second brother Kiki and third brother Wonkai waited, ready to cook. The scene pulsed with tight-knit strategy and human emotion, the tension of war undiminished in the night air. At that moment, Kiki and Wonkai were both hunched over, gnawing on bones. Seeing their leader approach, they quickly stood up and hastily hid the bones. "Big brother, how's it going? Are they willing to drink the soup?" Kiki asked, pulling out a fist-sized medicine bottle from his chest pocket. Then, his tone shifted, darkening. "If they dare drink it, it'll poison them in no time." Otter walked over to the pot without hesitation and tossed the noodles directly into the boiling water, stirring continuously. "They won't drink the soup," he replied. Kiki was stunned. "What? Then they want to eat the noodles? Well, just poison the noodles instead." Watching the noodles churn in the pot, Otter suddenly turned to stare at Kiki. "By the way, where did you get that poison? I've never heard about it before." Kiki puffed his chest out proudly. "I earned it with my life. Back then, I was playing poker with some Snakeman brothers. You know my poker skills, cheating so expertly, it's unstoppable." Otter raised an eyebrow skeptically. "So you won the poison from them through cheating?" Kiki shook his head. "Not that simple. I got caught cheating and was hung up and beaten horribly. Later, when I said I'd complain to the king, they wanted to avoid trouble, so they gave me some poison as hush money." Otter was surprised. "Just a little poison bought you off? Since when did you become so easy to handle?" Kiki fondly touched the bottle in his hand. "That little poison couldn't really buy my silence. But they had a point: either I keep quiet and take the poison, or they use poison to silence me. I figured being the first one was better, so I took it." By then, the noodles were cooked. Otter snatched the poison bottle, ready to dip a few strands of noodles in. Kiki quickly waved him off. "Big brother, this is the essence of fourth-tier snake men. Extremely toxic. Use it sparingly." Otter scoffed. "Nonsense. Those officers' levels are unknown. A little extra poison won't hurt, it'll just be seasoning. You're just stingy." Too much, and they'll get suspicious. Kiki snapped back. The two bickered heatedly. Unable to win the argument, Otter threw a punch and dragged Kiki into a beating. The poison bottle slipped and fell to the ground, where the third brother Wonkai casually picked it up. Wonkai eyed the noodles in the basin, glanced at the bottle in his hand, and a calculating gleam flickered in his eyes. Quickly running numbers in his head. 1 drop kills a 4th-tier human, 10 drops kill a 5th tier, and 20 drops kill a 6th tier. So what level were these officers really? After pondering, Wonkai simply smirked and gave up crunching the numbers. With a bang, he twisted open the bottle cap and poured the entire contents into the noodle basin. The noodles quickly changed color from white to blue, blue to purple, then gradually blackening, with blue smoke rising and the surface boiling fiercely. Hearing the noise, Kiki and Otter spun around in alarm to see Wonkai desperately stirring the noodles next to the now empty bottle, their expressions suddenly filled with terror. "Uncle, what exactly have you done?" they shouted angrily, their voices nearly shaking the noodles out of the basin. Wonkai looked between the noodles and the two brothers, hesitated a moment, then took a deep breath and held out the noodles to them. Big brother, you eat first?" "Wong. Third brother. Here come the noodles." The door creaked open, and Otter, the dog king, carefully carried a bowl of noodles and sighed, hesitating as he stepped in. The officers discussing the battle fell silent at once, except for the cavalry leader who looked up from the map and smiled. "You're here. Thanks for your support." "No problem. It's what I'm supposed to do." Otter laughed awkwardly and set down the lone bowl of noodles. Everyone's eyes immediately fixed on the small bowl, and a heavy silence fell. "So little noodle for so much effort?" Someone frowned. Did the noodles shrink or something? All eyes turned to Otter, who felt like crying but powerless to explain. It had started as a huge pot of noodles, yet only this meager portion of plain white noodles made it to the table. He didn't dare bring out the nasty-looking mixed noodles from the pot, so all he could do was give a helpless, forced smile and hope nobody noticed. The cavalry leader shook his head and smiled. "Seems something went wrong in the middle. Forget it, you all eat this bowl. I won't add to the trouble." Several generals were stunned, then immediately insisted on taking the bowl first. "No way. The general has been working all night and is weaker than us. You should eat first. The left vanguard has been scouting overnight and must be starving. He should eat first." The left vanguard quickly waved them off. "No need. I caught some wild game on the way and ate already. General, please go ahead." Faced with everyone's refusals, the cavalry leader looked slightly embarrassed. Wiping his chopsticks, he smiled. "Then I won't be polite." As he lifted the bowl, Otter's eyes lit up, his tongue nearly slipping out in excitement. The orcs had planned to strike directly, but held back for fear the target might escape. Their leader called for reinforcements to surround the enemy from all sides, planning a night attack at 10 p.m. Meanwhile, Otter schemed to gain glory by poisoning the opposing general ahead of time. Killing the enemy commander would guarantee him credit and pave his path back to the Dog King's throne. Just as Otter's eyes sparkled with ambition, the cavalry leader suddenly stopped, frowning deeply. He looked up at Otter's eager, tongue-wagging face, then glanced down at the bowl and asked with puzzlement, "What is this? Me? What's wrong?" Otter sat up straight, cold sweat breaking on his forehead, stammering, "Nothing. I'm just hot. Very hot." The cavalry leader laughed. "Don't lie to me. I know your kind sticking out your tongue means extreme excitement. So what is it? Are you excited?" "Absolutely not. Not excited at all." Otter pulled at his collar nervously to defend himself. The cavalry leader stood, the smile fading into a teasing, investigative look. "You care so much about this bowl of noodles, you must have some secret. Let me guess, you're just craving it?" "No, it's not me. It's my third brother," who Otter started to explain, then froze mid-sentence. "Admit it, you're craving it? Right. No need to get so excited. If I'm not mistaken, you guys must have eaten the rest of my noodles too. I really shouldn't have forgotten how greedy you dogfolk are." The cavalry leader smiled wryly as he pushed the bowl of noodles toward Otter, the Dog King, his eyes filled with reluctant amusement. "This time, you're in for a treat. These noodles aren't ordinary, they cost at least 50 gold coins a bowl. They're royal provisions, made with a special broth carefully simmered for hours. Truly a rare delicacy. Want some? Go ahead, don't be shy." He said this as he slid the bowl directly in front of Otter. Otter stared silently at the pale noodles for a long moment. His thick paws gripped the table tightly as he finally managed to mutter a refusal. "I feel a gentleman doesn't take what someone else enjoys, you should have it yourself." The cavalry leader froze. He knew the dogfolk too well. These guys never just say no to something delicious, especially noodles like these. Otter quickly waved his paws. "No, no, really, you eat it. I may need to ask for your help later, and you'll be well compensated. The favor itself is no trouble. I don't have many opportunities anyway." "Huh, that's not what I meant. Of course I won't refuse your kindness. Please have some. I mean, please enjoy the noodles." Stammering, he pushed the bowl back toward Otter. "You eat, don't be polite. If you don't eat, you're not giving me face. Face means nothing. I'm not even hungry." Otter retorted stubbornly, the argument escalating. "You eat, just eat already." The noodles kept getting pushed back and forth between them. Odur, never the fastest thinker, was at a loss for words, trapped in awkward silence as the cavalry leader pressed him harder. Suddenly, Odur's frustration boiled over. He slammed his paws on the table hard enough to shake it. Damn it. Eat. Why won't you eat? I went through so much trouble to make these noodles. Why won't you eat them? Eat. The sudden outburst stunned everyone into silence. A few aides instinctively reached for their weapons. The cavalry leader himself was taken aback. He looked up at the furious dog king, fur bristling with anger, then at the noodle bowl being shoved around, his expression turning complicated, and finally falling silent. After a moment, he cautiously asked, Sir, your reaction is quite intense. Are you hiding something from me? Odur's anger froze instantly. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Though his thick fur hid most of it, his anxiety clear. Do you have a problem? The cavalry leader pressed. No, absolutely not. Odur hurriedly denied. Then there must be something wrong with the noodles? The leader asked again. No, not at all. Odur waved desperately. Then why refuse to eat no matter what? The leader's tone grew serious, the tension thickening. Just as the sweat was about to drip from Odur's brow, the door suddenly swung open. A head poked in, holding a bone in its mouth. Big brother, second brother wants to see you, the figure said shyly, still chewing on the meat bone. Everyone inside exchanged glances, looking at the bone-chewing dogfolk at the door. A sudden idea struck. Odur jumped up with an excuse to escape. I ate plenty of meat earlier, not on a bunch of bones, plus some noodles. I'm really full, can't eat anymore. Please enjoy it yourself. He pushed the bowl back once more. These noodles were hard to salvage you. I mean, hard to come by. Don't waste it, he said hurriedly before striding out. I have other things to do. I'm leaving now. The door slammed, leaving the room in silence. Sitting back down, the cavalry leader shook his head with a smile, eyes full of self-mockery and understanding. I told you, right? They must have eaten the noodles already. But these guys are so stingy, they wouldn't even share the leftover lamb with us. The other aides chuckled as well. The leader gestured toward the bowl of white noodles. These cowards got scared just from eating a few noodles. Looks like our army of 10,000 has intimidated them already. Well, that's good. It might just convince them to help us infiltrate the Orcish ranks. The noodles were still piping hot, and the air was filled with a strange, enticing aroma. The cavalry leader sniffed the air and showed a satisfied look. Just as he was about to take a bite, the door suddenly burst open with a kick. Startled by the sudden intrusion, everyone hurriedly drew their weapons, pointing them toward the doorway. 3 dog-like humanoids quickly charged inside. Seeing that the noodles in front of the cavalry leader remained untouched, they visibly relaxed. Eldest brother Eadar hurried forward and raised his hand, ready to take the bowl away. Ahahaha. Sorry about that. I thought it over and decided I won't refuse your kindness after all. I'll eat these noodles. Before the cavalry leader finished speaking, a heavy iron palm slammed down on the bowl, stopping Eadar's hand. A friendly smile remained on his face, but his eyes were ice cold. Sorry, I'm not giving these away now. Huh. Eadar froze. Second brother Kiki immediately walked over with a forced grin. Well, actually, the noodles have cooled. We were just about to warm them up for you. No need to trouble yourselves. I actually prefer cold noodles, the cavalry leader replied calmly. Cookie's smile faltered awkwardly. The 3 brothers' plan had already been set. The poison-laced noodles were right there, and as soon as the cavalry leader ate them, everything would be settled. They had just received urgent news from the orcs that the king ordered the enemy leader captured alive. Captured alive? After eating poisoned noodles, there was no way he'd survive. That was why the 3 brothers had rushed over in a panic, hoping to quickly remove the noodles. Their excuses were mercilessly shut down, and with no choice, they turned helplessly to youngest brother Wonkai for help. Wonkai glanced up with a goofy smile and confidently stepped forward. Ha ha ha. Actually, I added some ingredients to those noodles. Uffed. Eldest brother Eadar and second brother Kiki practically jumped out of their skins. The nearby officers looked shocked and crowded around as well. Even the cavalry leader looked puzzled. What ingredients? He asked. Special orc seasoning. Wonkai replied slowly. My second brother nearly got beaten to death by other orcs to get it. I added a whole jar. Special seasoning? The cavalry leader quickly envisioned some famous orc spices and suddenly understood. No wonder the noodles smell so good. It's the special seasoning. Even better then. I've eaten most orc spices and quite like them, he said, twirling some noodles as he spoke. Then he looked up and stared at Wonkai. You're from the dog people's hyena branch, right? Yeah. Wankai's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Next time, don't put so much seasoning. Don't want to waste it, the cavalry leader half-joked. Wonkai scratched his head and stepped back, apparently giving up on persuading him. But the 2 older brothers still stubbornly held on. After all, they couldn't afford punishment for delaying the king's intelligence orders. Wait, hold on. Eadar suddenly shouted, startling everyone. The cavalry leader frowned at him. Eadar gave an embarrassed but urgent smile. Actually, the noodles aren't fully cooked. The cavalry leader looked down at the bowl steaming before him. Not fully cooked. It's okay, it's not good if it tastes awful either. The cavalry leader said as he took a few more bites of the noodles. Just as he was about to continue, someone suddenly shouted beside him, "Wait." Kiki let out a startled cry and lifted his eyes sharply, catching the person's gaze locked on him. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his eye, and a twisted smile crept onto his lips. That pot of noodles looked a little suspicious. Suspicious? The cavalry leader stared confusedly at the noodles and even stirred them with his chopsticks. The pale noodles showed no obvious signs of dirt or impurity. Old San Wankai next to him chuckled awkwardly. "Those are just the black noodles we picked out. We spent ages sorting them." Old San. If there hadn't been outsiders present, the oldest and second brothers would have burst into rage, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Facing two fierce dog-like men, Wankai quickly shrank his neck, realizing his mistake. The cavalry leader shook his head lightly with a smile. "All right, it's no big deal. When you're on a campaign, there's no need to be so picky. At least we have something to eat." He then picked up another mouthful of noodles, about to eat again, but suddenly stopped and looked up at the three dog-like men watching him intently, raising his brow. "You're not stopping me." The three exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. No more excuses. "Fine. If we keep talking, the noodles will get cold." He stirred the noodles and slid them into his mouth, a faint, playful smirk on his lips. "Honestly, if I didn't know your dog clan habits, I'd really think you poisoned the noodles." The three brothers exchanged looks, but said nothing, bowing deeply to him together. "Enjoy your meal on the road." Yes, yes, enjoy your meal." The bowl was soon emptied. Watching the well-fed cavalry leader, the three brothers carried back the empty bowl and stiffly left the room. Back in the kitchen, they tossed the bowl back into the pot of dark noodles and silently exchanged a meaningful glance. "Big brother, what now?" "What now? Let it cool off. It's impossible to reason with that stubborn fool. If he insists on dying, there's nothing we can do. What about the great king? We can't let him know we poisoned the noodles, even if we die." Meanwhile, inside, several leaders sat together in a meeting. The cavalry leader held a wooden stick, pointing to a sand table map on the table. "Our light cavalry's advantage is mobility, must never fight heathen. Captains 2 and 3, act with me to support other corps. Understand?" "Understood." Captains 4 and 5, take a detour and cut off enemy supplies. "Yes." Captains 6, 7, 8, 9, each ambush at secret spots and be ready to strike at any time. We aim to divide and annihilate the enemy. The cavalry leader's stick quickly tapped a location on the map. He was about to emphasize it as the ambush site, but his hand suddenly trembled, the stick jittering wildly before settling on one point. Several aides stared at that spot, astonishment flashing across their faces. They exchanged doubtful glances. "General, that's in the river. How are we supposed to ambush there? Jump into the water?" Just as everyone puzzled, a change caught their eyes. The general's expression turned pale. He swayed unsteadily, fresh blood oozing from his nose, mouth, and eye corner. Trembling, he raised his hand and stammered out, "Poison, poison, poison, the noodles are poisoned." "General." The crowd gasped, and tension and panic instantly filled the room. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open with great force. Several Centurion officers stormed out, their faces twisted with malice and rage, weapons drawn and gleaming. "Where are those dogs? Kill them. Avenge the general. Let's wipe out the entire village," they roared, their voices wild and fierce. Like demons unleashed, they charged into the kitchen, quickly zeroing in on their targets. The three dogmen brothers huddled, trembling in a room. Two dogmen stood guard at the doorway, cracking their knuckles, clearly ready to teach the intruders a lesson. The officers, furious beyond control, advanced without hesitation. One swung his blade in a brutal strike, stabbing into the back of a dogman. The slender creature screamed in pain, its form wiry and small, face twisted with sharp, glaring eyes and razor-sharp teeth, filled with savage hatred and murderous fury. "Mutant dogman!" "Chihuahua!" someone shouted in alarm. Without a second thought, the mutant dogman lunged forward and knocked an officer to the ground, jaws tearing through the armor on his neck and ripping away a large chunk of flesh. Nearby, an uninjured black dogman suddenly surged with strength larger and more muscular than even the dog king, Odor. Like a low-slung tank, he ignored the officer's frenzied sword slashes, barreling into his waist and sending the man flying through the air. The two crashed through several walls as they sped off into the distance, leaving only screams behind. This black dogman was the shield of their kind Bazahai. In just a few moves, the officers had lost one torn apart and another thrown far away. The remaining centurions froze in disbelief. These men were no ordinary soldiers. Becoming centurions was no accident. Most were at least 6th-tier fighters, some even 7th tier. The legion's deputy commander was a top swordmaster at peak 7th tier. As for the legion commander, the cavalry leader had been poisoned. Despite his lofty position, his strength was only 4th tier due to relying on strategy, which is why he died so quickly. Before the officers could recover, the walls and doors around them were smashed open again. A massive crowd poured in wildly. What on earth was happening? Why no warning beforehand? These dogs want to hog the spoils. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill their strongest. Today's the day of kings and generals, shouted a chaotic chorus from all directions. Over 100 people squeezed out from the crumbling thatched huts, including huge water buffalo and rhinoceros men. The crowd that had broken through suddenly focused their gazes on the unexpected arrivals. Some slower to react kept shouting, only to be grabbed by companions and forced to look center stage. The once noisy village fell completely silent in an instant. After a tense moment of staring, an officer snapped back to attention and shouted, "Enemy attack." Before he finished, a nearby rhinoceros man swung his massive bone war club over 2.5 meters long and as wide as a bowl. He raised it high and slammed it down fiercely onto the officer's chest, sending him hurtling into the sky with a whoosh. Rhinos are born with immense strength, and this rhino leader was no exception. He had even been specially chosen by Gu Erdan to serve as the captain of the guard, his power long surpassing the limits of rank 9. If orcs could reach rank 10 lordship, with his impressive battle record, he would have undoubtedly been the first orc lord. At this moment, he unleashed his full strength. The adjutant hadn't even managed a final scream before being flung midair by an invisible force, vanishing into the dark night. Only William's distant screams echoed faintly. "Enough talk. Kill them all," the rhino leader roared. The once quiet village instantly drowned in the sounds of slaughter. The orcs huddled in the corners near wooden huts were various orc leaders who had arrived upon hearing the news. Driven by greed for military glory, they had tunneled into the village overnight and waited for the midnight assault. With the sudden turn of events, they chose without hesitation to eliminate everyone. "Covering tracks?" someone asked suspiciously. "No, it's just killing. They don't care about covering tracks, only slaughter." On the village outskirts, the cavalry regiment stationed by order sat around a fire, resting. The faint glow illuminated their weary faces as distant noises from the village stirred unease. A few exchanged worried glances, brows furrowed. "What's going on?" one whispered. "Sounds like a clash between the orcs and the leaders." "A clash? That can't be. Didn't the leader say the sheep and dog folk wouldn't dare challenge the soldiers?" "True, but can we trust the leader's word absolutely? I've followed him for years. He knows the orcs well. Nothing's ever gone wrong before. This time should be no different." Silence fell as the village suddenly grew eerily quiet. Seconds later, a muffled explosion shattered the night, noise swallowing the stillness. One cavalry centurion frowned, hesitated, then stood. "Something's off. We should check it out." "You said it. Let's go see." As the officers rose, a shadow abruptly plummeted from above, scattering the fire pit and crashing among them. Startled, they drew their swords, eyes darting vigilantly. "Who's there?" As dust cleared, they recognized the figure one of their own 1,000-man commanders. Faces turned pale. The fallen commander coughed up blood, trembling as he weakly raised a hand, struggling to speak. A centurion hurried to support him. "Sir, what happened? Do you have any news?" The commander's lips quivered violently, eyes wide as he grasped the centurion's collar, uttering broken words. Damn." He went silent, dead before he could finish. The others stared in shock, stunned into silence by the lifeless eyes. Then a grim realization dawned. This isn't good. Enemy attack. Alarms blared through the village clear, sharp clangs igniting the troops' fighting spirit. The cavalry jolted awake, drawing swords as they rushed inside. Meanwhile, orc forces hidden in tunnels swarmed out without hesitation, launching their counterattack. In the nearby woods, more orc units had already gathered, rushing to seize the honor of battle. The purging war had fully erupted at last. When Gu Erdan returned to the village, the battle had already ended completely. Bodies were scattered all around, and fierce signs of fighting marked the ground and buildings. Several houses were directly smashed to ruins, their crumbling walls revealing the brutal intensity of the clash. Other homes had been set ablaze amid the chaos, flames licking the remaining beams and billowing thick smoke. The demolished houses were the result of the battle lines violently torn apart in the fighting. The fires, however, were the work of a gang called the Bighorn Sheep, who took advantage of the disorder to start trouble. Afterward, those arsonists were captured but shamelessly claimed it was to set the mood. Now they were pinned down in the village square, waiting for Gu Erdan's judgment. After such a brutal fight, they hadn't caught a single prisoner, only over 100 traitors. Faced with the Bighorn Sheep gang members, all with wide innocent eyes and packed tightly together, Gu Erdan gripped his forehead, frowning deeply in frustration and pain. "Why did you catch these guys? I wanted prisoners." "Prisoners?" he barked. The orc commanders glanced at each other with complex expressions. Finally, a rhino-headed leader stammered. My lord, there was a bit of an accident during the capture." "What accident?" Gu Erdan fixed him with a sharp gaze. "Some people resisted when we tried to take them." "And then what?" "So we chopped them down." Gu Erdan frowned. "Weren't there any who didn't resist?" "There were. Of course," the rhino nodded. "But once their comrades were cut down, the rest got terrified and started resisting too." "So we..." His words trailed off. Gu Erdan's mind spun as he asked again. "What exactly do you mean by resist?" "Just not obeying. Like trying to run away." That was when Gu Erdan understood why not a single prisoner was taken. seeing their comrades killed on the spot, who would calmly let themselves be bound. They ran and were immediately cut down. If they couldn't run, panic escalated, and resistance only flared worse. The entire capture turned into an endless, deadly cycle with no chance to take anyone alive. Rubbing his temples, Gu Erdan glared at the wide-eyed, big-horned sheep, his headache growing worse. He couldn't help but sneer. So you're really trying to bluff me with those chopped-up bodies as if they're prisoners? The rhino leader gave a sheepish, awkward grin. Boss, since you came back empty-handed, it felt embarrassing. I just tried to bring some spoils of war, haha. Gu Erdan's lip twitched in a forced smile. Big guy, congratulations, you're demoted. What? 3 days of laundry duty for you. Fill that empty head of yours with some actual brains. No more coming back empty-handed. With that, he whipped his cloak, his face dark as coal, and stormed back into the tunnel without looking back, leaving the dumbfounded rhino leader staring blankly in the wind. No sooner had Gu Erdan left than the orcs began efficiently cleaning the battlefield. They put out fires, cleared collapsed houses, moved bodies for proper disposal, and worked to erase all traces of fighting. The shattered village quickly started to look like its old self again under their hands. Even the abandoned warhorses weren't spared. They were swiftly slaughtered for the next few meals, their bones collected to be crafted into skeletal mounts. In truth, if this had been an open plain battle, the cavalry wouldn't have suffered so badly. Even if they couldn't beat the orcs, at least some could have escaped. But here, trapped and attacked from inside and out, they lost their greatest advantage, mobility. There was no hope of breaking through. The reason these cavalrymen didn't try to break out before the encirclement closed was explained in detail by their own leader earlier. The cavalry commander confidently assured everyone that the orcs lacked both armor and intelligence, and there was no way they could coordinate well enough to form a complete encirclement. If the orcs launched a surprise attack, there was no need to panic. His years of combat experience had taught him well. Yet, reality slapped them hard. The orcs, clad in heavy iron lamellar armor, not only wore thick protection, but also fought with remarkable coordination. They successfully formed a tight encirclement, trapping their forces inside and turning the fierce battle into a massacre. The so-called experience of their own leader was thoroughly discredited on the spot, and there was no time to complain because that very cavalry commander, blinded by overconfidence, had already fallen victim to his own fatal underestimation. Among the 3 opposing armies, one was nearly wiped out at close range, while the other 2 regrouped successfully. The Gale Infantry Regiment was a standard infantry unit equipped with a mix of bows, crossbows, spears, shields, and short swords. Their specialty lay in assault operations and holding defensive positions. Within their ranks was a group of earth magic mages skilled enough to conjure sturdy earthen walls overnight. While these earthen barriers lacked magical runic reinforcement and would struggle against equally skilled magical foes, against the orcs who had no magic, the rapid construction of fortifications was nothing short of miraculous, sending the orcs crashing headlong again and again. Another force was the Violet Lightning Legion, a classic heavy combined arms unit of infantry and cavalry. Every soldier wore thick armor, 6,000 heavily armored infantry and 4,000 heavily armored cavalry. They were tough and relentless. The mixing of the 3 forces on the battlefield reflected the difference between heavy and light cavalry. Light cavalry operated freely, excelling in long-distance reconnaissance and swift raids, riding mounts bred with magical beast bloodlines ideal for sustained galloping. The heavy cavalry, however, rode not warhorses but iron-horned bulls, massive beasts with magical beast heritage, renowned for shock power and endurance, far more valuable than horses. Because carrying heavy armor over long distances was a massive strain on the bull's stamina, most of the time the cavalrymen marched on foot alongside their mounts, reserving riding for actual combat charges. In effect, before a charge, they were heavy infantry and fought best integrated with the foot soldiers. These 2 armies regrouped and, a day later, returned to the war-torn battlefield. The broken earthen walls barely remained, and the air hung thick with the unrelenting stench of blood. The infantry commander furrowed his brow, staring at a scout who hurried back. It's strange. Lucas, the light cavalry commander, is known for his cleverness and deep understanding of orc behavior. He should have arrived first. Why haven't we heard any word from him? Nearby, the heavy cavalry commander smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. Lucas is always full of tricks, favoring surprise attacks. He must have set ambushes in places we least expect, ready to give us a shock. When the moment comes, he'll show up. Surprise is powerful but unpredictable. Our enemies think the same way. We have no idea where they are now, making coordination impossible. I say we fortify here, use this ruined city as our base. If I can repair the walls today, at least we'll have a stable foothold. 20,000 soldiers quickly occupied the abandoned citadel, clearing debris and preparing to make it their main headquarters. From a hidden vantage point, Gu Erdan watched these scenes with growing unease. The old master's choice of this fortress was indeed wise. The terrain was elevated and steep with broad visibility, and a river winding around it made it an ideal spot for sniping at enemies crossing the water. But the fortress was severely damaged, and most critically, its foundations had already been hollowed out by the enemy, serving as Gu Erdan's secret garrison. However, the troops hidden here were not orcs, but corpses prepared to be transformed into undead. It was like living in a graveyard. The foes certainly had keen eyes. Their choice of location was unusually shrewd. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will never let them down. As night quietly fell, Gu Erdan stood solemnly beside the formation, hands clasped behind his back. At the front, the black-robed necromancer Boper gripped his staff tightly, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing more serious by the moment. For soldiers clad in heavy black armor stood in a row beside him, Gu Erdan's personal guards in this realm, the Black Warrior Centurions. The five exchanged a brief glance before launching their attack in perfect unison, smashing their weapons hard into the ground, unleashing an eerie ripple. 5 10th-level lords struck simultaneously, an extraordinary show of power. Thick black energy surged like a raging flood into the formation as the runic array on the ground began to spin and expand. A fivering innate spell, an intermediate-level undead creation, with Bopar's unique resurrection domain amplifying the energy and the power boost from the 4 lord-level undead. The spell that once only covered a small area instantly spread across hundreds of meters. Under Bopar's control, this dark force gradually stretched out, engulfing the distant city. The city lay silent, the only movement coming from patrolling night guards. The rest rested. Bopar gazed coldly at the city swallowed by darkness, a chilling smile creeping across his wrinkled, grimacing face. Prepare yourselves to witness the calamity of the undead, you insignificant vermin. Inside the city's main command tent, Zhao Wudi, captain of the Howling Wind Infantry Regiment, crouched over a terrain map marked with subtle signs. Veins bulging on his forehead, his face tight with concentration. After a long moment of stern thought, he finally exhaled and revealed a satisfied smirk. Ugh, starting a battle with constipation again. Looks like this nasty habit never changes. He muttered self-deprecatingly, folding up the map and turning to grab the tissue beside him. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a slight tremor in the soil ahead. Instantly, his brow knitted tighter, eyes narrowing like a hawk's as a flood of possibilities rushed through his mind. Orc tunneling? Passing magical beasts? Or newly awakened undead? Before he could finish the thought, the ground exploded open, and an iron-blue face with vicious fangs lunged directly toward Zhao Wudi's groin. The zombie moved with shocking speed and surprise, leaving no time to react. But Zhao Wudi was no ordinary general, was Qin's renowned god of war, a veteran of brutal battles against orcs, undead, and even demons from the netherworld, having fought single-handedly for months against countless foes. His left hand struck like lightning, fingers clawing firmly onto the zombie's face. Pressing with his palm, the zombie's features twisted in agony before its head exploded like a bomb, blood and brains splattering across the ground. Zhao Wudi slowly withdrew his hand, a cold sneer curling on his lips, eyes dripping contempt. Humph, such insignificant pests. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath his feet cracked, and another zombie head suddenly burst from the mud. This one was stranger still, bearing an unknown lump on its forehead that smashed into Zhao Wudi's back as it emerged. Ah! An agonized scream shattered the silent city. Soon after, more and more bones tore through the soil, hordes of zombies rising in vast numbers that far exceeded the expectations of even this 20,000 strong army. The entire city was instantly plunged into terrifying chaos as an undead catastrophe began to unfold. Each of these zombies was nearly at Tier 3 strength, just stepping onto the threshold of 3rd-tier undead. But unlike ordinary undead, they appeared sluggish and dull despite their fierce presence. Worse yet, these spirits had no innate abilities, no flickering soul flames glowing in their eye sockets. They were forcibly summoned, undead, afraid of sunlight, lacking any intelligence, completely devoid of soul fire. Tens of thousands of such undead bodies wriggled up from the earth, launching a frenzied assault on every living thing inside the camp. Instantly, chaos erupted among the tense soldiers, struggling and clashing with swords and blades, panic-stricken warhorses trampling and neighing in terror. Whether human or horse, anyone who died in this area convulsed moments later, clawing their way back up to join the undead horde. This was the second of the 4 great disasters, the undead scourge that fed on battle to breed more battle, desolation, and death everywhere. A truly horrifying sight. Zhao Wudi's face turned grim. He grabbed his pants and dashed into his tent. Moments later, clad in clean armor and fresh clothes, he strode out swiftly. No one hurried to slaughter the undead lurking nearby. Instead, he suddenly pointed his spear skyward, sending a blaze of fire shooting into the clouds. At that signal, the soldiers frantically converged toward Zhao Wudi's position, quickly forming square formations and preparing to break through. Faced with the dense ranks and tight coordination of the troops, the once threatening resurrected zombies suddenly struggled to hold their ground. But reinforcements were limited. Some soldiers were killed in surprise attacks from behind, while others got trapped in encirclements with no path out. When the Legion finally broke the siege, fewer than 16,000 remained from the original 20,000. Staring toward the still chaotic city, the surviving soldiers looked pale as ghosts. Zhao Wudi adjusted his helmet and shouted fiercely, "Form ranks, all units." The steady thudding of thousands of boots echoed through the camp as troops rapidly fell into formation. In front, shield bearers linked their defenses, archers lined the middle ranks, and spearmen stood ready at the rear. This tight infantry formation barely held back the undead onslaught. Inside the city, the number of undead kept swelling as the walls shook, the ground rumbling ominously. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a several-meter-high section of the city wall collapsed, revealing densely packed zombies within, their eyes flickering eerie green flames. The air thickened as roughly 20,000 warriors fell silent, tense, and watchful. After a brief stillness, a piercing howl shattered the quiet as countless undead poured out like a tidal wave. "Release the arrows," Zhao Wudi roared. Thousands of arrows soared forth, instantly felling scores of zombies. Yet the zombies behind showed no fear. They trampled fallen comrades and pressed onward, many crawling on all fours in a crazed advance. Another volley of twanging bowstrings sent arrow after arrow flying. At the same time, fiery streaks blazed through the skyfire arrows. Countless zombies ignited instantly, flames rapidly spreading to engulf their neighbors, engulfing the battlefield in a scorching inferno. But the wall of fire kept rolling forward, inching closer to the soldiers' line. Their faces grew ashen. Even seasoned Zhao Wudi furrowed his brows in concern. "Prepare," the adjutant bellowed. Scores of mages raised their staffs as glowing magical totems materialized around them, energy gathering swiftly. "Fire!" The staffs slammed the ground, unleashing a surge of power. The earth ahead suddenly cracked open with a furious blast. As dirt and debris churned wildly, a massive trench, hundreds of meters long, about 4 meters wide, and over 3 meters deep, ripped through the field. This was a combined level 4A earth elemental spell earth rift. Blazing flames billowed forth from the trench, pushing countless zombies into the pit where they shattered horribly upon impact. Behind them, layers of undead pressed on relentlessly, jostling and crushing together until the trench bottom was filled level. Flames burned fiercely, the stench of decay filled the air. The soldiers standing on the edge of the trench held their breath, mentally bracing for the next wave of assault. At last, the mountain of undead charged out of the trench and slammed forcefully against the soldiers' raised shield wall. Boom! Arrows whistled through the air, spears thrust angrily into the enemy ranks, and in close combat, soldiers stood firm, defending resolutely with shields and long blades. Countless zombies shoved and crashed into the shield wall formed by the soldiers, turning the battle into a fierce, tightly packed melee. Zhao Wudi stood motionless, gripping his greatsword, flanked by the most crucial earth elemental mage battalion. The mages also held their ground, for they could not act rashly. On this brutal battlefield, the power of magic meant victory or defeat, and any wasted spell could come at a heavy price. Therefore, when they did move, it would be a concentrated, coordinated strike. The infantry's combined defensive lines soon crumbled under the zombie onslaught. Zombies piled on top of one another, quickly forming a living wall that swallowed the frontline shield bearers. With the shield line broken, the spearmen's defense weakened immediately, and the entire defense collapsed. The unit devolved into scattered skirmishes, with soldiers fighting in groups of 10, desperately cooperating to kill zombies. This tactic worked against ordinary zombies, but most of these undead wore hard armor thick enough to withstand conventional attacks. Coupled with their strength roughly equivalent to level 3 novices, even without special talents, they were formidable. Outnumbered and outgunned, the infantry was forced into a series of retreats, the situation growing desperate. Then, the piercing blare of horns split the air, banners fluttering in the distance as 1,000 ironclad riders raised clouds of dust riding forward. The heavy cavalry surged like a wave, hooves pounding the earth, ruthlessly breaking the zombie ranks and smashing the enemy attack. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wudi suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "First Mage Squad, prepare rockfall. Target 100 meters ahead, full area strike." At his command, 20 mages dropped their staves simultaneously and grasped furiously behind them. The earth beneath them writhed wildly, slowly rising into a massive shield of soil. The mages roared with fury, summoning all their strength to hurl clumps of mud and rock. Countless sharp earth spikes arced beautifully overhead, then rained down like a violent thunderstorm, blotting out the sky. Even heavily armored zombies couldn't withstand the savage assault. Scores fell with bones breaking and heads shattering. Those still standing lost all will to fight. The mage squad's assault pressed on relentlessly. Wave after wave of soil rose in perfect formation like shotgun pellets sweeping the battlefield, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Seeing a large gap cleared in front, Zhao Wudi raised his hand again. "Second mage formation, prepare earth trap. 200 meters ahead." Release immediately. The remaining 20 mages slammed their staves into the ground, unleashing a burst of energy. Zombies charging in the distance suddenly felt the earth beneath their feet soften like quicksand. Even worse, the soil seemed alive, writhing slowly to trap and pull zombies down into the depths below. The iron cavalry crashed through enemy lines. Infantry fought zombies to the death. Archers cleaned up from afar, and the mages worked like tillers breaking this cursed, undead soil. The two leaders personally commanded the battle, which unfolded like a textbook example of warfare. On the newly breached earthen walls, several figures stood silently, gazing out over the battlefield. Gu Erdan, accompanied by his 4 black warriors, watched the situation from a distance alongside the corpse sorcerer Boper. Looking at the shredded horde of zombies torn apart by enemy blades and steadily being slaughtered, Gu Erdan shook his head lightly and sighed. After all, these are just defective undead, and there aren't many of them. They can't possibly overwhelm this troop. What a pity. The hunched corpse sorcerer Boper smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, there's no need for regrets. This was merely a warm-up game. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Huh, you always say things to please me, Boper. How about we play a little game? Gu Erdan's eyes gleamed mischievously. What kind of game? Boper asked with mild curiosity. Let's guess. I think your zombies can kill at least 40 of the enemy soldiers. What do you think? Boper paused briefly. As the architect of the tactic, he knew its power and limits well. Although the enemy was average in strength, they were an elite unit. With their coordination, killing an equivalent number of undead wasn't easy. 40% casualties inflicted by zombies was already the upper limit. Yes, 40 is the absolute maximum, Gu Erdan said steadily, maintaining an undefeated stance. But Boper didn't care much about winning or losing. As he said, it only mattered that his leader was pleased. If such a small trick made Gu Erdan happy, losing 100 times wouldn't bother him. He smiled calmly and said, I estimate we can eliminate over 60. 60%? Gu Erdan's eyes lit up. With zombies alone. You really trust your zombies, huh? Gu Erdan glanced at the suffocatingly suppressed zombie horde and suddenly suggested, this verbal game is boring. Let's add some stakes, Boper. If your zombies truly take out over 60 of the enemy, he'll promote you to deputy commander and let you raise your own 10th Sandstrong Legion. Bopar's eyes widened in shock as he switched his gaze between Gu Erdan and the battlefield below. The zombies were being overwhelmed, retreating step by step. A 60 kill rate was pure fantasy, just achieving 40 was near legendary. His mouth trembled, regretting his bold words, but unable to retreat. Forcing a smile, he said, then, allow me to personally direct a few moves. Fine. But remember, you said the zombies alone have to kill 60, Gu Erdan said without turning around, flashing a 6 gesture with his fingers and smiling easily. You can't intervene yourself. Only zombies 60. Yes, sir. Boper bowed respectfully. But when he looked up, his eyes were sharp as blades. His thin frame shot forward like an arrow, landing 100 meters away. As soon as he plunged into the zombie horde, he roared fiercely, swinging his staff in an arc and smashing it hard into the ground. Ninering spell. Advanced necromancy. Rise and awaken for me. A deafening roar shattered the air. Around him, the zombies exploded violently, blood spurting everywhere. The shockwave of gore and flesh whipped up a violent gust of wind. The remaining zombies were drawn together and instantly fused into 4 towering 7-meter monsters. These 4 abominations were stitched from flesh and corpses, their skin distorted and bulging, dark red veins oozing sticky blood. An aura of horrific undead power radiated from them. They were 7th-level undead, terrifying stitched corpses whose oppressive presence surged suddenly on the battlefield, cold and merciless, ready for the next round of slaughter. As 4 stitched abominations, each wielding power at the 7th rank, stepped onto the battlefield, the previously overwhelmed zombie legion instantly surged back in a fierce counterattack. These stitched monsters were bursting with swollen muscles and immense strength. With a single swing of their massive arms, they swept away entire groups of soldiers. Anyone struck by their grotesque flesh clubs was immediately crushed into a bloody pulp, and the shockwave sent nearby troops flying up to over a meter high. Even more terrifying, they relentlessly devoured corpses, countless blood-red tentacles erupting from their bodies like vines that clawed at the surrounding mangled remains, tearing them apart and shoving the flesh into their mouths, continuously healing their wounds and growing stronger by the moment. Although the 4 giant stitched abominations caused devastating destruction, tactically they could only swing their huge axes one at a time. Their killing power was actually less than that of a small human mage squad. Yet the sheer visual horror and psychological pressure they exerted far exceeded what the soldiers could bear. When a multi-story monstrosity of rotting flesh looms closer with every thunderous step shaking the ground, and a single blow can send a dozen comrades flying, how could any soldier find the courage to hold the line? The tense defenses began to crumble as soldiers fled in all directions, breaking the formations and allowing the zombies to charge through in a wave of carnage. The four massive creatures moved with heavy but surprisingly agile strides, smashing through the front line as muddy traps failed to slow them. The sky darkened with a rain of stone spikes pelting them, but the monsters seemed to barely notice, as if the attacks were nothing more than a shower. Instead, their shredded flesh and spurting blood only intensified the horror and fear gripping the nearby soldiers. As the four beasts burst into the crowd, Zhao Wudi's face turned pale. Realizing the situation had become critical, he abandoned further command and issued a last order before charging toward the stitched monsters with his blade drawn. Mages, focus fire. Attack the four abominations. The command resounded without hesitation. 20 mages swiftly raised their staves, weaving a complex joint spell array as the earth beneath them suddenly transformed huge boulders, each the size of a truck, shot rapidly toward the monsters' massive bodies. This bombardment packed an enormous punch, clearly not something the stitched abominations could endure lightly. Nearly knocked over by the giant boulders, the stitched monsters abruptly turned their heads, hundreds of eyes locking onto the distant mage battalion. Ignoring obstacles underfoot, they swung their grotesque flesh axes and charged madly forward. The ground trembled violently, thunderous roars deafening, and even the seasoned mages' faces turned pale. Yet their professionalism kept their fear in check, and they quickly launched an effective counterattack. The frontline mages slammed their hands against the earth, sending surging waves of energy rolling across the soil that lunged toward the charging stitched monsters. The foraying joint spellstone giant's hand thundered into effect. Countless amounts of dirt gathered into gigantic, grasping arms that tore through the ground and fiercely grabbed the monster's charging legs. Caught off guard, the abominations tumbled down. As they fell, the massive hands of earth wrapped tightly around them, attempting to forcibly bury the four monsters underground. This allied force of earth mages moved with seamless coordination, executing a lethal crushing technique designed to choke off the enemy's lifeblood. Despite their efforts, the monstrous strength of the four stitched abominations still overwhelmed all resistance. The muddy grasp shattered with a tremendous crash. Bang! The earth cracked open as four massive beasts burst forth, tearing through soil and rocks. One of them suddenly swung its massive arm, grabbing a huge boulder nearby and fiercely hurling it toward the group of mages. The other three stitched monstrosities, seeing this, eagerly mimicked the move. Each plunged a hand deep into a clump of earth and rock and flung it with force. The stones hurtled through the air like the size of truck cabs, roaring as they crashed toward the mages. Faced with such a threat, the mages' faces turned pale, urgently activating magical circles beneath their feet to summon a thick earthen wall for defense. But the freshly raised wall couldn't withstand the relentless barrage of four heavy boulders smashing against it. It shattered and crumbled. Dust and debris filled the air, throwing the mages into chaos, scattering in disarray and unable to organize an effective counterattack. Worse yet, the four-stitched creatures adapted quickly to this ranged tactic. Once more, they plunged their hands into soil and stones, preparing a second volley. At this desperate moment, a figure suddenly burst from the frantic crowd, brandishing a colossal blade. A 3-meter-long halberd of energy immediately condensed an advanced martial technique, the fivering energy blade. A cold gleam flashed as the figure darted like an arrow, weaving between the four stitched monsters. One let out a screech as an unguarded arm was severed clean off. Seventh rank sword sovereign Zhao Wudi appeared, roaring thunderously, "Monsters, you're looking for death." His body spun rapidly as a surge of energy erupted, activating the foraying whirling slash technique. The energy-imbued extended blade merged with swirling energy waves, transforming Zhao Wudi into a tornado of power that shredded the four advancing stitched beasts to pieces. Their bodies were slashed all over. One was nearly bisected at the waist, and another's attacking arm was cleaved to splinters. After spinning dozens of times, Zhao Wudi suddenly halted, swinging his massive blade wildly side to side. Sharp air blades howled out. The six-ring airflow slash blasted, the flashing edges tearing the stitched creatures apart. Two were hollowed out through their bellies, split in half, while the other two, though grievously wounded, fiercely struggled on, flailing severed limbs to attack Zhao Wudi. Leaping up, he stomped on a severed limb, springing onto a shoulder, then swung his blade with brutal force, the 4-meter energy edge roaring through the air. The huge stitched monster's massive body convulsed violently before crashing down, its head already severed from its torso. Having slain 3 7th-rank fiends in succession, even Zhao Wudi was panting heavily. He leapt away from the last monster's attack, forming a spear of concentrated air in his palm. Just as he prepared to throw it, his pupils contracted sharply. In the distance, a figure cloaked in gray, shrouded in black mist, came into view, standing calmly among several zombies. The living necromancer, the mastermind behind this chaos. "Ah!" Zhao Wudi roared, instantly locking onto the new target. His energy spear shot forth, unleashing the 7-ring Emperor's 100 spears technique. The spear whistled like a gale, fragmenting into hundreds of smaller spears that encircled the necromancer. Then a resounding explosion erupted as the spears struck the ground, kicking up thick dust that enveloped dozens of meters in a gray haze. Zhao Wudi landed, kneeling on one knee, bracing his massive blade with one hand while raising the other to gather swirling energy. The six-ring energy cyclone technique unleashed. An incoming staff strike hit the last remaining stitched creature behind him, triggering an explosive reaction of its accumulated wounds and energy. The entire creature burst apart in a rain of blood. Slowly lowering his arm, Zhao Wudi stood, his face pale, his steps unsteady as he regained his footing. He had won after all. He drew a deep breath, gritting his teeth to steady his back. Before he could turn away, a cold voice suddenly whispered right beside his ear. Who exactly have you won against? The unexpected question made Zhao Wudi's eyes snap wide open. His entire body froze, plunging him into deadly silence. Who goes there? Zhao Wudi roared fiercely and swung his sword in a wide arc. The blade cut through the air several meters behind him, stirring a sharp wind. But when he quickly glanced back, nothing was there. Before he could react, the familiar voice whispered again from behind. Are you looking for me, monster? Zhao Wudi twisted sideways to strike. A massive blade of radiant energy sliced through the bodies of several zombies in an instant. Yet, though a horde of zombies loomed in the distance, the space right in front of him remained empty. After two failed strikes, veins bulging on his forehead, Zhao Wudi suddenly spun like a top, his body rotating at high speed. Blade energy sprayed wildly in all directions. Fourth ring technique spinning slash. Amidst the storm of whirling blades, the voice at his ear finally revealed its form. The corpse sorcerer Bhopal, shrouded in black mist, floated up like a ghost. Seeing the sword storm approaching, he deliberately drifted backward to keep his distance, his figure flickering unnaturally. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Too slow, too slow. Your strength isn't even enough to be one of His Majesty's foot soldiers, and yet you dare command troops? Zhao Wudi's fury boiled over. Shut up! He stopped spinning abruptly and brought his sword crashing down. Sixth ring technique airwave slash. A blade-like gust 2 meters tall roared forward, aiming straight for the corpse sorcerer. The dark mist condensed into a thin shield of fog, barely flickering before shattering the airwave blade. Bhopal's eyes gleamed faintly with interest after Zhao Wudi's relentless attacks. Not bad. With this power, you do deserve to serve His Majesty, though only as a rank-and-file soldier. Seeing his ultimate move dispelled so easily, Zhao Wudi's face drained of color not from fear, but exhaustion. He lifted his sword, trembling with rage, pointing and shouting at the corpse sorcerer. Monster! State your name. Bhopal paused for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Straightening his robes, the centurion's medal on his chest shimmered faintly in the mist. Holding a staff, he bowed lightly. Centurion of the Bone King's Corpse Sorcerer Legion, reporting for duty. His movements were smooth and precise, but hidden behind the veil of black mist, Zhao Wudi couldn't clearly see him. Centurion? Zhao Wudi blinked in disbelief, almost doubting what had heard. When Bhopal said no more, he furrowed his brows. Could it be an elite unit numbering only a few hundred? Hatred surged within him. Damn it. This undead sorcerer's strength far exceeds mine. What am I to do? Bhopal remained in his bowing stance, waiting silently. After a pause, his eyes darkened like cold stars, his spine straightened, and he swept a profound gaze over Zhao Wudi. A terrifying aura that chilled the soul instantly spread out. What about you? Isn't it time you revealed your name? Or do you think you're above me? At that moment, Zhao Wudi nearly dropped to his knees, his face pale not from weariness, but from overwhelming dread. Such oppressive power. Could this foe truly be some dreadful existence beyond imagining? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wudi slowly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, veins bulging fiercely on his forehead. Shock filled his mind. This was actually a saint-level necromancer. Why would such a high-ranking existence appear here on the battlefield without reason? The saying those beneath the saints are like ants felt painfully true at this moment. With ordinary soldiers, it might be barely possible to overwhelm a 9th-rank expert, but killing a saint-level powerhouse was nearly impossible. A saint necromancer could slaughter tens of thousands of your troops, and then leave the battlefield effortlessly. They could poison their own weapons or crush your forces with ease. Facing such a foe, it didn't matter that the army was already shattered by the undead horde. Zhao Wudi had no confidence that even at peak strength they could definitively win, much less leave a survivor. Zhao Wudi cast a long, heavy glance at the corpse sorcerer Bhopal. His voice was hoarse with tension. Foolhardy mortal. He growled through clenched teeth. Foolhardy? To hold your ground and not retreat before minnow that shows some guts. Bhopal sneered with a mix of contempt and reluctant respect. Under other circumstances, I might spare you, but this battle is crucial to me. I'm afraid you'll have to die. With those words, Bhopal gave a slight bow, then raised his hand. Dust swirled as 2 zombies burst out of the ground. They wore general's armor among the highest quality corpses on the battlefield, both 7th rank in life, roughly matching Zhao Wudi. Bhopal glanced at Zhao Wudi once more before slowly pointing his finger at the necks of the two bodies, pouring energy into them from his fingertips. Instants later, the zombies' bodies writhed violently, bones cracked, skin tore, and their armor split apart. They rapidly swelled into monstrous figures over 8 feet tall, 7th rank undead, white bone demons. Their bodies were covered in sharp bone spikes resembling hedgehog armor, and their hands were like brutal spiked clubs. Zhao Wudi's eye twitched, his expression darkened. Facing such ferocious and terrifying opponents, his chances of victory were bleak. Bhopal lowered his head slightly in a bow and began retreating slowly, voice icy cold. For certain reasons I cannot intervene directly, so we'll send your former comrades to your side in death. Please, begin your performance. His figure vanished completely into the darkness. The two white-bone demons rolled their blood-red eyes and locked onto Zhao Wudi with deadly focus. A thunderous roar shattered the silence as they lunged forward like storm winds carrying no weapons because their own bodies were the sharpest blades. Their hands bristled with dense bone spikes, incredibly hard like spiked clubs, their skeletal structure raised as if armored in thick bone plates. Although Zhao Wudi, as a living human, had a slight speed advantage, the white bone demon's defense crushed all living foes, their bodies impervious to swords or blades, immune to slashing or slicing, and unharmed even by swirling weapon strikes or air blades. The only vaguely effective technique was his 7-ring martial art move, Emperor's 100 Spear Shards, capable of forcing a wound when fully charged. But that skill consumed enormous energy, and Zhao Wudi now had less than 20% of his usual fighting spirit after the previous chaotic battle where Bhopal had lured him out. His stamina and energy were near exhaustion. After forcing out the Emperor's 100 Spear Shards, even the chi sword in his hand shattered from lack of sustaining power. At that moment, a brutal fist smashed into his chest. Had it not been for his high-level magical armor holding firm, his soul would have dispersed. Gritting his teeth and focusing his energy, Zhao Wudi mustered his last strength to withstand the onslaught and seized the chance to burst from the enemy cluster. Taking advantage of the break his Emperor's 100 Spear Shard strike created in one demon's body, he swung his sword and severed its head. The headless corpse swayed and collapsed, while the other demon suddenly halted its attack. Staggering back several steps, Zhao Wudi's face was pale as snow, sweat streaming from beneath his helmet. Tense and uncertain of life or death, laughter suddenly echoed from the dark depths, mocking and arrogant. To Zhao Wudi's despair, the fallen white-bone demon quickly dissolved into black mist, which surged toward its still-standing companion. The two corpses fused together in an eerie transformation, twisting and warping as their power rose sharply. When the merging finished, a towering white beast over 3 meters tall appeared before Zhao Wudi. Its massive fists resembled giant hammers, its body covered in armor, only its eyes flashing red beneath the surface. This was the 9th rank White-Bone King. Staring up at the massive figure looming over him, Zhao Wudi was utterly crushed by despair. Even at his peak condition, he could barely withstand more than 10 strikes from such a monster. Now he was certain beyond doubt the mysterious figure hidden in the black mist was none other than the Holy Necromancer, the Lich Holy Necromancer. The colossal creature, the Bone King, suddenly raised its arm, its bone fist like an iron hammer roaring down toward Zhao Wudi's head. Facing this deadly blow, Zhao Wudi refused to give up without a fight. He raised his blade desperately to block. Could the sword stop it? Don't ask, Zhao Wudi asked the sword itself. The blade was violently shattered by the steel-like giant fist, utterly incapable of stopping it. At this life-or-death moment, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. Thousands of soldiers thundered forward, cavalry charging at the front, raising clouds of dust. Seeing the reinforcements rush in, Zhao Wudi's face drained of color, and even the strength to block vanished. He turned and shouted fiercely, "Don't come closer. Run away." Hidden in the shadows, the corpse shaman Bhopal's face went ashen. The swarm of soldiers was due to the zombie tide breaking through on the other front. That overwhelming horde of zombies had been scattered and no longer posed a threat. Now they dispatched troops to support the general, signaling the tide had truly turned. Bhopal's expression grew darker still, shifting from pale to deep purple. He grit his teeth and suddenly raised his arm. Thick black aura spread instantly over his skin, but moments later, the dark light collapsed with a crash, taking with it the black mist shrouding the Bone King. Stripped of its power, the Bone King fell with a heavy thud, staring at Zhao Wudi in disbelief. Bhopal's eyes were complex as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Wudi, seemingly trying to etch the man's face into his memory. "This time you win, you're strong, you've really angered me, kid. He'll remember you." With that, he slowly withdrew into the darkness and vanished without a trace. Our score isn't settled yet. Zhao Wudi stood frozen, unable to make sense of everything that had just happened. At that moment, the army arrived beside Zhao Wudi. Soldiers searched the area for any remaining enemies. Zhao Wudi's body went limp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The surrounding soldiers hurried over, only to see him suddenly raise his hand and clench his fist tightly. Damn, we won! We won! Countless soldiers erupted in cheers, their voices shaking the entire plain. On the city walls, the figure of corpse shaman Bhopal appeared in the swirling black mist. Standing to the left and right of Gu Erdan, he bowed deeply, his voice low and defeated. Forgive me, your majesty. This old servant has failed and betrayed your trust. Gu Erdan toyed with a centurion's medal in his hand without turning his head. The enemy's casualties haven't reached 40%. Looks like you lost your wager. You can no longer serve as deputy commander. Bhopal responded gravely. This old servant is incapable. Gu Erdan turned away and walked off. Passing Bhopal, he flicked the medal toward him casually. Bhopal caught it quickly, gently wiped the skull-shaped emblem embedded on it, his arm trembling slightly. Then he bowed deeply, clutching the medal tightly. Thank you, your majesty. Gu Erdan didn't respond. He just waved his hand and turned to leave. The four black warriors immediately bowed their heads in salute, then watched him walk away, glancing sideways at the corpse shaman Boper. One of them fixed his gaze on the centurion's medal in Bopar's hand and curled his lip in scorn. Just a lucky dog. Boper, who was about to pin the medal to his chest, paused at the remark, then smiled slyly and looked up. Gentlemen, nowadays, rank is everything. Even a ragtag centurion like me must be no lower than you centurions, right? You. One was about to retort angrily, but Boper chuckled and shook his head. I'm off to discuss battle plans with his majesty. You four just stay here and Starvino. Observe the battlefield. Farewell. With that, he turned and snapped his fingers sharply. Suddenly, the zombies who had previously only fought stubbornly with human soldiers began to scatter and flee. The change instantly darkened the faces of the four black warriors. Chasing and fleeing, how long would they have to watch this chaos? They glared fiercely at Boper, only to see the old man straighten his back, toss aside his cane, and walk away with a spring in his step, as if energized. That little upstart's really gotten cocky. One cursed bitterly. Hope he doesn't trip and break his neck on the way. Another agreed. One day soon, we'll have to deal with him. As the curses died down, one turned to their leader. Boss, this guy's over the top. What do we do? Their leader sighed helplessly. His Majesty's very nostalgic. This is clearly an excuse to promote the old man as deputy. What can we do? Dare you oppose His Majesty? That'd just make us even more under his thumb. All from a ragtag centurion, yet bold enough to act this way. When he truly becomes deputy, imagine how much worse hell'll be, the leader said darkly. Even in a ragtag army, a centurion outranks us. She stared at Bopar's retreating figure, her bare hand brushing the sword at her waist as she muttered, if worst comes to worst, we'll sack him with a sack tonight. Great idea. Count me in. The other three chimed in instantly. Me too. Me too. In the distance, Boper shivered suddenly, glanced around carefully, and after confirming all was normal, shrugged and hurried after Gu Erdan. As the sun slowly rose, corpses awakened by the breath of death bathed in sunlight and quickly turned to dust. The four black warriors who had collected the living souls returned to the camp. The remaining over 10,000 human soldiers, weighed down by exhaustion, found shelter near the hills and rivers to set up camp. After a night of surprise attacks and continuous battles, the troops were utterly exhausted. Soon after pitching tents, many collapsed from sheer fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Wudi, seriously wounded, selected soldiers still alert to stand guard while he found a quiet tent to rest. This time, he had slain 4 7th-rank stitched corpses in quick succession and overwhelmed a battered 7th-rank skeleton demon in direct combat. It was an extraordinary effort. Though he couldn't use magic, the enemy's strength was formidable even if not a standard 7th-rank expert. They were far beyond what a 6th rank could handle easily. Moreover, Corpse Shaman Boper had ordered him to waste his burst output, so now he was completely drained and soon fell into a heavy sleep. Just as Zhao Wudi slept soundly, chaotic noises suddenly erupted outside the tent. Startled like a frightened rabbit, he sprang up and rushed to the tent flap. What's happening? Enemy forces are attacking. The sound of horns blared suddenly, snapping the exhausted soldiers to full alert. Even those who had been sleeping heavily, almost impossible to rouse, were dragged upright by their comrades and forced back into formation. Zhao Wudi grabbed his weapon with one hand and charged without hesitation to the front of the lines. His eyes locked onto the distance where a lone rider thundered toward the man-armored cavalryman in tattered, blood-stained armor, carrying a massive two-handed greatsword on his back, radiating a fierce presence. Zhao Wudi quickly snatched a longbow from a nearby soldier, channeling his fighting spirit into the bowstring as he aimed at the rider and shouted, "Halt! Identify yourself." The rider waved an old, tattered banner painted with 2 crossed great swords whose blades gleamed coldly. The cavalryman suddenly burst into a faster charge, the sound slicing through the wind. Zhao Wudi's expression instantly turned grave. This banner belonged to the Gu family. It was none other than Count Gu Ding. The rider galloping forward was the venerable Lord Gu himself. Despite his battered armor and bloodied body, his sturdy frame allowed him to clearly see Zhao Wudi's face. So it is Marquis Zhao. He called out loudly. Quickly form the defenses. The orcs are upon us. The soldiers around them were stunned by his words. Zhao Wudi and Lord Gu had long been familiar with each other's backgrounds. Though they had not fought side by side in the same era, they knew of each other's identity and battlefield achievements, especially because their families were linked by marriage. Zhao Wudi was the biological father of Zhao Mengqi and a formidable commander in the Great Qin Empire. Hearing Lord Gus' warning of an orc attack, Zhao Wudi wasted no time issuing orders to organize defenses. 40 mages combined their powers, sweeping dust and soil into a roaring whirlwind that piled up into a nearly 3-meter-high earthen wall. The soldiers hurriedly climbed atop the ramparts, bows drawn and ready. Meanwhile, other soldiers placed bundles of short spears into the earthworks, turning the wall into a spiked barricade resembling a hedgehog's quills. Within just over 10 minutes, the once-level battlefield front had become an impenetrable defensive line, capable of repelling any enemy assault. General Zhao, cavalry can't hold the walls. I'll lead my 4,000 heavy cavalry out to find an opening and support your defense, a young officer called out while spurring his horse. Very well, Zhao Wudi replied. Heavy cavalry excelled in charges, but would suffer heavy losses against solid infantry formations. Their mission was to break the enemy line, sever their flanks, or strike at their ranged units to disrupt enemy firepower. Amid the thunderous pounding of hooves, 4,000 heavy cavalry burst from the city gates, curving away into the distance. At the same time, Lord Gu rode hard to Zhao Wudi's side. His armor was worn and covered with dust and blood. His wounds were bandaged with a white cloth hanging across his chest. Zhao Wudi frowned anxiously and asked, "Old Lord, are you badly hurt?" "It's nothing serious, though I feel ashamed," Lord Gu replied gravely. "The noble allied forces were routed by the orcs, and only by my strength did I slay my way out. Just now I heard our regular army had arrived, and seeing the orcs charging here, I hurried over to prevent a repeat of disaster." His expression grew even more serious as he clenched his fist. These orcs are no ordinary foes. Their armor is tough, their strength fears far beyond typical orcs. We must exercise the utmost caution and not underestimate them. Don't worry, I'm no rookie fresh on the battlefield. I won't make that kind of mistake. Zhao Wudi kept directing his troops, frowning deeply as his gaze pierced through the dust cloud lingering in the distance. There, a thick plume of smoke was rapidly advancing. Just as the old man had predicted, the orcs had come. They showed up neither early nor late, but precisely at the moment when the army was exhausted from the undead assault. Was this a long-planned trap, or just unfortunate coincidence? Zhao Wudi had no doubt that the top-tier necromancer couldn't be colluding with the orcs, the undead sorcerer, and the orcs were fundamentally mismatched. Even if there were some connections, it should have been the undead who charged now, not the orcs. Flesh and blood creatures stood no chance against those relentless, mechanical-like undead. If the necromancer had really set his sights here, the orcs would have long since been turned into mindless zombies. With a deep rumble, the earth began to tremble. The legendary orc army that had once shattered the noble coalition finally appeared, looming directly opposite Zhao Wudi's formation. That single sight drained color from Zhao Wudi's face. What met his eyes were no ordinary orcs, but a dense horde clad entirely in black armor. Iron men whose only visible features were eerie green eyes glowing through their helmets. This wasn't an orc charge. It looked more like a formation of elite human troops. Orcs were already tall and burly, but these armored orcs wore multiple layers of heavy plating, resembling moving mountains that oppressed and terrified anyone who looked upon them. Everywhere he looked were black-armored knights in an impenetrable array. Among the swirling dust, the faint green glow made many soldiers' legs go weak. Panic began to ripple through the ranks as the formation loosened. Zhao Wudi knew morale was on the edge and shouted, "Full defense! Archers, prepare!" He understood that inflicting even some casualties on the orcs could prove to their men that these foes were not invincible and help steady their nerves. At his command, the sky darkened suddenly as arrows rained like a storm. The army's archers sent volley after volley hurtling at the black-armored orcs. Then came the relentless clang of metal striking metal as most arrows bounced harmlessly off the thick armor, only a few lodging superficially into joints. Zhao Wudi's expression turned grim. Behind him, the soldiers stirred in confusion and fear. Our arrows can't pierce them? What kind of defense is this? Though anxious, Zhao Wudi kept his cool. Knowing the danger deepened, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Crossbowmen, advance!" Before the words faded, nearly 1,000 heavily armored soldiers leapt forward. These were not Zhao Wudi's men, but the heavy infantry of the Xidian cavalry. They came neither with bows nor magic, but wielded powerful crossbow sand. Importantly, they carried special magic armor-piercing bolts, the very weapons that once pierced Gu Erdan's enchanted armor. The soldiers quickly formed 3 ranks and raised their heavy crossbows. Zhao Wudi signaled, and a thunderous volley shot forth. Bolstered by specially reinforced bowstrings, the bolts flew over 200 meters, plunging deep into the orc lines. The sharp rattle of continuous crossbow fire finally bore fruit. The first few rows of orcs instantly were swept down, each pierced by multiple bolts. Even their thick, layered armor could not fully withstand these deadly arrows. A rare smile flickered across Zhao Wudi's face. His soldiers roared with renewed vigor. But the joy barely lasted seconds before a strange sight unfolded. Many of the wounded orcs who had fallen began to rise again, stubborn and fierce. Some even ripped bolts from their bodies with savage grimaces, glaring at the humans with deadly intent. The orc army halted and glanced at their fallen who could not rise, the atmosphere growing heavy. Both sides stood silently, tension and dread hanging thick in the air. The human soldiers gripped their weapons tighter, beads of sweat rolling down their faces, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Time froze for a tense dozen seconds. Then, a rhinoceros-like orc, pierced by a dozen bolts and wielding a massive spiked club, slowly raised his weapon and pointed fiercely at the allied lines. He roared, "Kill! For the horde!" and charged forward, leading the orc horde in a brutal surge. A tsunami of blood and steel thundered forth. The great battle had begun. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.